What the hell? What kind of monstrous karma have I created? Lin Fan stared at the awakening report in his hand, his face darkening. What was this supposed to be? A transmigrator's benefit after 18 years in a new body. But this so-called benefit was downright inhumane. Body of Calamity Taboo Class Unique Effect upon death. A regional disaster will be randomly triggered with the corpse as the center. The scale of the disaster is determined by the host's spiritual power. Comment: wherever you die, that place will suffer. Infinite Reconstruction Taboo Class Unique Effect. After death, the body can be fully reforged without loss, but pain nerves remain at a constant 100 and cannot be blocked. Comment: dying will hurt so much you will doubt the meaning of life. Lin Fan rubbed his temples. In this era where everyone awakened a talent, others obtained elemental control, bestial armor, or at worst some kind of physical enhancement. But what on earth had he awakened? A humanoid mobile nuclear bomb, and one that could be reused over and over each time, dying in unbearable agony. Death itself was not frightening, but he was extremely afraid of pain. What a sin! Lin Fan grumbled, folding the two reports together and stuffing them into his pocket. He flagged down a taxi, collapsed into the back seat, and lay there as if he had lost all hope in life. Master to Jingxiu Community. Jingxiu Community Building 3, Room 402. As the security door opened, a choking stench of cheap tobacco rushed straight into his nose. As soon as Lin Fan stepped inside, he saw his father Lin Jiangwo sitting on the sofa, a cigarette about to burn his fingers as he stared at the television. From the kitchen came the rhythmic thudding of a cleaver chopping minced meat. Judging from the force, they would be having dumplings tonight. Awakened, Lin Jiangwo lifted his head and glanced at him, his voice hoarse. Bring it here, and let your old man take a look. Lin Fan paused in the middle of changing shoes, then sluggishly pulled the 2 sheets of paper from his pocket. He deliberately kept the one recording his talents underneath, hoping his father would finish reading the top page and not bother with the one below. As for why he did not hide them, it was because hiding would be useless and only arouse the old man's suspicion. Great spiritual power. Lin Jiangwo swept a glance over the sheet, his brows instantly twisted into a deep frown. The ash from his cigarette fell onto his leg, and he did not even notice. How is it only grade? Even the Teddy from Old Wang's place next door awakened in a grade-enhanced sense of smell. You, a living person, are actually worse than a dog. Was that remotely polite? Knowing all too well this was exactly what he would say, Lin Fan could not help rolling his eyes. He flopped down beside his father, grabbed an apple, and took a bite. Old Lin, don't be so harsh. Grade is still an awakened one. If I don't accomplish anything great, delivering food by day and working as a security guard at night isn't so bad. Delivery boy. Security guard. Hearing this, the old man's face immediately showed displeasure. Nonsense. When I was young, I was someone who made others tremble on the battlefield. How did I end up raising something like you? The kitchen curtain was pushed aside, and his mother Chen Xiaoyai stuck her head out with a kitchen knife in hand. Lin Jiangwo, what are you yelling about? What's wrong with my son being grade? Grade or not, he's still the flesh that fell from my body. Son, don't listen to your father. I think delivery and security work are both pretty good. Even if you can't manage those, your mom will still support you. You just spoil him. Lin Jiangwo cursed under his breath as he stood up. He was about to toss the report onto the coffee table when his fingers rubbed against the second page beneath. Only then did he remember there was still the talent report he had not read. Although this brat's spiritual power level was truly trash, if his talent turned out to be exceptional, there might still be hope. With that thought, he instinctively drew out the second page to inspect it. Old man. Seeing this, Lin Fan, contrary to Lin Fan's expectations, when Lin Jiangwo saw the contents on the second page, his brows merely twitched upward. Was this really his own son? How could this talent? Even someone like him who had experienced countless brushes with death could not help widening his eyes at this moment. Seeing his father's reaction, Lin Fan's heart began to pound. For a time, the spacious living room was filled only with the sound of chopping from the kitchen and the news broadcast. In response to the public provocation by its great awakener from Sakura country toward our nation, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has lodged a stern protest. Lin Fan turned his head and saw an ugly woman on the television screen. So homely, yet she had awakened and grade summoning talent. Heaven truly was blind. Just as Lin Fan's attention shifted to the television, a chill suddenly crept up the back of his neck. He instinctively turned his head. He saw the old man's gaze moving back and forth between him and the television. For some reason, the apple in Lin Fan's hand suddenly lost its flavor. Wait, old Lin, what's with that look in your eyes? Fan. Before he could finish, the old man placed the report on the coffee table and spoke in a tone as gentle as the big bad wolf coaxing Little Red Riding Hood. Is the apple sweet? Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and put the apple down. Old man, act normal. You're scaring me. What are you afraid of? Would your old man ever harm you? Before you say that, shouldn't you think back carefully? In all these years, haven't you tricked your son enough? Looking at his father's harmless though human animal's expression, Lin Fan was utterly speechless inside. Seeing him remain silent for so long, Lin Jiangwo dragged his prosthetic leg over to him and slung an arm around his shoulders. The strength in that grip was so great it felt like his shoulder blade might be crushed. Son, do you want to travel abroad? No. Lin Fan shook his head like a rattle drum, refusing without. He did not know what the old man was plotting, but refusing could not be wrong. No, you do want to. Lin Jiangwo pointed at the television screen. See that woman there? And Scrade Summoner. She's been bouncing around online these days making an awful racket. Can you swallow that insult? Yes, I can. Lin Fan nodded. And if he could not, what then? He was just grade trash. Old Lin, calm down. She's grade. I'm just grade trash. If I go over there, what's the difference from going to die? Exactly. Lin Jiangwo slapped his thigh. The whole point is to send you to die. Lin Fan. Was this really his biological father? The old man thrust the talent report in front of him, jabbing his finger heavily at the line's body of calamity and infinite reconstruction. Son, you've got dual talents. Triggering disaster after death and then reviving. Do you have any idea how powerful that is? With this ability, you could absolutely be called a national strategic humanoid mobile intercontinental missile. At this moment, the old man's face was flushed bright red with excitement, veins bulging on his neck. Just think, if we throw you at the gates of that shrine of theirs and pour a bottle of pesticide down your throat, what kind of spectacular scene would that be? Your dad doesn't dare promise anything else, but our Lin family's ancestral records will definitely set aside a page just for you. From then on, you'll be the honored forefather of the Lin clan. Hearing this, the chilled down Lin Fan's spine grew even stronger. Old Lin, are you really my father? That's 100% pain. It will hurt me to death. You need to calm down. I am very calm. So what if it hurts? A real man sheds blood and sweat, not tears. Besides, for the sake of the nation, you can't endure just that little bit of pain. Didn't you handle getting shots perfectly fine when you were a kid? That was because you were pinning me down and covering my mouth. That's not important. Still excited, the old man patted his shoulder again. Son, this is an opportunity. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Think about it, if you die here at home, that would be a major safety incident. Our family might end up bankrupt paying compensation. But if you die in Sakura country, that's different. That's eliminating evil for the people. You'd be a national hero, a glory to our ancestors. I'm not going. Lin Fan shook his head desperately. I'm only suited to being a security guard or a delivery guy. Whoever wants to go can go in my place. Wife. Seeing that he could not persuade him, Lin Jiangwo shouted toward the kitchen, stop chopping. Come out here, we need to discuss something. What is it? What is it? Lin Fan's mother came out puzzled. Our Lin family's ancestral tombs must be billowing green smoke. Saying this, Lin Jiangwo handed Lin Fan's talent report to her. See for yourself. Our son has dual talents, an undying body, and can even attract calamity. Mother Lin. Attracting calamity? What kind of nonsense was that? Qin Xiaoai took the sheet from her husband, looking down at it suspiciously. Lin Fan planned to ask his mother for help. In this household, she was the rational one, as surely she would not bear to send him to his death. After all, in this world, only a mother was truly good to her child. Yet before he could speak, his mother looked up at him. Son, is what's written here true? You really can come back to life after dying? Seeing the burning intensity in her gaze, Lin Fan could only reply weakly. In theory, yes, but Mom, it really hurts. Smack. Before he could finish, his mother slapped the talent report down on the coffee table, then turned and headed straight for his bedroom. Lin Fan. Mom, where are you going? In less than 10 seconds, he saw his mother emerge dragging a suitcase. As she crammed clothes into it, she urged Lin Jiangwo anxiously. Old Lin, what are you standing around for? Hurry up and book the plane tickets. See if there are any seats left on tonight's flight. If economy is full, we can upgrade. Don't delay the child going off to travel. Lin Fan. Wait, Mom, you've gone crazy too. That's a foreign country. I won't know anyone, I won't know the place. Son, I've only got this one husband, your dad. Just indulge him this once. Besides, a boy should get out there and see the world. Besides, your dad is right. With your kind of talent, keeping you at home is a walking disaster. If one day you slip on a banana peel and die outside, our whole neighborhood would be in danger. Your father and I still have 12 years of mortgage to pay. No matter whether it's for the mortgage or for the neighbors, you have to go. Lin Fan's mouth twitched violently. Good grief. So the two of you are the real family, and I'm the unnecessary extra. It seemed his calamity body had finally been put to use properly by these two utterly unscrupulous parents. Mom, was I some kind of free gift that came with a phone top-up? Lin Fan tried to press down on the suitcase. That's Sakura country we're talking about. I'll die there, really. So what if you die? There's resurrection, anyway. His mother stuffed the last pair of red underwear inside. Just treat it as fulfilling your father's dream. Go and die a little for him. Exactly, son, your mother is absolutely right. The old man nodded repeatedly at the side, while fiddling non-stop with his phone, as if he were sending something to someone. If Lin Fan had leaned over just then to look at his father's phone, his eyes would have gone wide. On the chat screen, a line of text was being typed. Hide all information about Lin Fan, and send him abroad. Die a little. Lin Fan stared at these shameless parents, feeling his entire worldview collapsing. Had the two of them gone insane? Yet at this moment, no one paid him any attention. Each continued with their own tasks, completely ignoring the opinion of the person most involved, Lin Fan himself. Even the family golden retriever Wang Tsai seemed to understand. It nudged the suitcase with its head, barked twice, as if saying, "Hurry up and go, for your dad." Lin Fan was stunned by the sheer absurdity of the scene. So after living in this home for 18 years, he was actually the most marginal one. This whole family, every last one of them, were villains. "Dad, Mom, are you really serious about this?" Lin Fan tried one last feeble struggle. "I haven't had any training, I don't even speak the language." "Language my ass." Lin Jiangwo had already booked the tickets. His face was glowing with excitement. His palm, as broad as a fan, almost slapped Lin Fan straight into the sofa. "Son, don't you worry. You don't need to speak their language. You don't need to know any combat either. Once you're over there, remember, just one word, wherever there are more people, squeeze right into the thick of it. If anyone dares hit you, shove your face in closer. Don't you dare disgrace us. If someone wants to beat you, let them beat you to death." Lin Fan looked at his father's face, twisted with excitement, then at his mother still stuffing things into the suitcase. It was over. They had gone mad. The whole family, right down to the dog, had gone mad. "Dad, I still think. You don't need to think. As long as I've thought it through, that's enough." Lin Jiangwo raised his hand to interrupt him. "This is a matter of bringing glory to our ancestors. This is about our family's honor. I've amounted to all I ever will in this life. You are the hope of the Lin family. Once you die over there, I'll personally erect a monument for you." Zayap. Just then his mother zipped up the suitcase and slapped a bank card onto his chest. "Son, there are 30,000 yuan in here. It's your father's secret stash. The pin is your birthday. Once you're there, don't be stingy. Eat whatever you want." She paused, then twisted the knife. "After all, it's basically your last meal. At least die with a full stomach." Lin Fan was speechless. Holding the bank card, he looked at this pair of outrageous parents who were sending their own son off as a self-destructing foot soldier. In his heart, 10,000 wild curses thundered past. So his dad and mom were the true lovers here, and he was the accident. Utterly exasperated, Lin Fan glanced at the television at that newly awakened Sakura, superpowered woman still flipping her middle finger. A surge of wicked fire shot from the base of his spine straight to the crown of his head. If that woman hadn't strutted out to show off, would he be treated like this now? And Class Awakener was she? Fine. He would remember her. Lin Fan shoved aside the rolling suitcase his mother had just prepared, a ruthless glint flashing through his eyes. "Mom, there's no need to pack all this. Your son is going there to die anyway. Bringing too much is just dead weight. Since she wants to witness Awakeners from Huaxiao, I'll let her see what it means to be wiped the moment you land. Total map-wide bombardment. Good boy, that's the spirit. Once you're there, don't you dare disgrace our Lin family." Later that night, after 10 o'clock at Zhanghai International Airport. The hall was brightly lit, but there were few travelers. Lin Fan carried only a backpack filled with home-packed cooked dishes and dumplings stuffed with pork and scallion. As for a change of clothes, forget it. The lighter the gear, the easier the road. He was going there to die anyway, anything extra was just a burden. Only the old man had come to see him off. His mother hadn't, not because she was heartless, but as she put it, she couldn't bear scenes of life and death parting. The old man's legs were bad, and he walked slowly, but his back was ramrod straight like a javelin. To anyone watching, it looked more like he was going to see his son off to a military parade than sending him to a foreign land to die. "Son." As they walked, the old man lowered his voice like a secret agent at a covert rendezvous. "Once you're there, walk around more and scout the sights. You must find places with lots of people, like that Ginza and that Shibuya crossing, or whatever it's called. The more people, the better. If you're going to die, then die where it counts." Lin Fan yawned and hitched his backpack higher, utterly devoid of will to live. "Old man, you've said this about 800 times in the car already. I'm going there to kill myself, not to commit terrorism, even if the end result is about the same." Nearby travelers dragging their suitcases shuddered at his words and skirted around the pair with terrified looks. Lin Jiangwo's bull-like eyes bulged, scaring off the passers-by. Then he turned back to continue his lecture. "What do you know? Everything I'm telling you is tactics. If you just pick some random alley to die in and trigger an earthquake that only knocks down 2 walls, what's the point? If you're going to die, die gloriously. Best case, that Class Awakener kills you with her own hands. That way, maybe even that woman herself will be Lin Fan nodded helplessly. Yeah, I get it. You just want me to stage a collision." They walked up to the security checkpoint, and Lin Jiangwo stopped. He looked at Lin Fan, and his eyes finally revealed a trace of complexity, a mix of reluctance and expectation. He reached out his rough hand, tugging viciously at Lin Fan's collar to straighten it, almost strangling him. "Son, yeah, although your talent's description says you can resurrect, no one has actually tested it." Lin Jiangwo's voice sank low. A warmth rose in Lin Fan's heart. So in the end, he really was his father's son, with the critical moment. "Dad, how about I just don't go? I'll go home and take the civil service exam." "Bullshit. What future is there in a civil service exam?" Lin Jiangwo's face flipped in an instant. "Besides, the ticket's already bought, and it's non-refundable. The handling fee alone is several hundred. You think our money grows on trees?" Lin Fan was speechless again. So much for his touching moment. Lin Jiangwo coughed to cover his embarrassment, then straightened his expression. "What I mean is if, just if, the ability bugs out and you don't make it back. Don't be afraid. You'll have died for the country, you'll be a martyr. When that happens, I'll have your mom burn you the biggest paper villa with a swimming pool. We'll even burn you a few paper effigies of the most popular girl groups to serve you down there." Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "How about you hope for something better for me instead, eh? If I really die, the Lin family line ends with me. It's fine. The country allows 3 children now. Your mom and I can still give it another go." Lin Jiangwo thumped his chest confidently. Lin Fan completely ran out of words. They say a father's love is like a mountain, but his father's love was more like a landslide. A roaring mudslide barreling down on him, impossible to stop. "Passengers bound for Tokyo Haneda, please be advised." At that moment, the broadcast announced boarding. "All right, get going." Lin Jiangwo waved. Lin Fan sighed and tightened the straps of his backpack. "Old man, I'm off." This trip he was walking in as a human-shaped nuclear bomb, leaving life and death to fate. He had barely taken a few steps when a sudden bellow sounded behind him. "Lin Fan." The shout was so full of breath that it echoed through the entire security hall. Lin Fan instantly had the urge to cover his face. Utterly humiliating. But in the end, he forced himself to turn around. His father stood outside the barrier, legs together, his lame leg held ramrod straight. He slowly raised his right hand. "Salute." The motion was textbook perfect, though his fingertips trembled. The old man's eyes were bloodshot, but he stared them wide, locking onto Lin Fan. "Make your old man proud. If you must die, then die in a way that shakes heaven and earth. If you can't even die in a way that leaves a mark, don't bother coming back to see me." The hall fell utterly silent. The surrounding travelers were all dumbfounded. Was this a farewell or a funeral procession? Feeling all the strange looks around him, Lin Fan wished he could find a crack in the floor to crawl into. Shameful. Absolutely indescribably shameful. Yet as he looked at that slightly paunchy, thinning-haired, middle-aged man standing there like a gravestone, in that instant the little resentment and helplessness in his heart suddenly dispersed. Though the old man was unreliable, though the plan sounded like a bad joke, Lin Fan could feel that blood-deep fierceness in his father. It was the stubbornness unique to the older generation of Huaxia. Even as an ordinary man, even with a useless son, if the country needed it, if it meant disgusting the enemy, he would still throw his own son out like a shell. That was the kind of man his father was. He had always known it. But shouting things like that, was that really appropriate? How was he not getting detained by airport security? What puzzled him was that apart from the dumbstruck travelers, the security personnel acted as if they had heard nothing. They did not even glance over, standing there stunned for a good while he finally raised his hand and gave the old man a thumbs up. Without speaking, he strode into the security checkpoint without looking back. Lin Jiangwo held his salute until Lin Fan's figure vanished. Wiping his face, he turned to the cleaning auntie beside him, who was staring in shock and grinned with pride. "See that? That's my son. This kid is going in his old man's place to see just how hot Tokyo really is." The cleaning auntie was speechless. Was he insane? She was already so old, and he was telling her this. The security staff nearby who had overheard him were also speechless in their hearts. What kind of weirdo was this man to warrant special instructions from above? In Shanghai City, at the Jingxiu community, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow as moths collided with the lampshades, producing a series of sharp sounds. Lin Jiangwo had just returned from the airport and paused after turning the corner by the entrance. From the shadows, a man dressed in a black trench coat stepped out, blocking the way. "Mr. Lin, hello." The man's voice was cold, holding a document in his hand. "I am Qin Feng, the team leader of the Assessment Division of the North China Awakening Management Bureau and a subordinate of Section Chief Xia." Section Chief Xia. Lin Jiangwo was slightly taken aback as he pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one, and mumbled, "Could I borrow a lighter?" Qin Feng's body trembled slightly, filled with horror. The pale face hidden beneath his hood inadvertently revealed a look of shock. He dared to swear that prior to today, he had never had any contact with this Lin. Therefore, the other party could not possibly know about his gifted abilities. But now this guy was treating him like a lighter. How could this not frighten him? Just as he hesitated to move, a cold snort suddenly reached his ears. He instinctively looked up, and the next moment, he met Lin Jiangwo's murky old eyes. Just one glance made Qin Feng feel a chill run down his neck, as if he were being targeted by a fierce beast, leaving his mind blank. In a daze, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertips uncontrollably producing a cluster of eerie blue spiritual fire. This. Qin Feng's pupils suddenly constricted, filled with disbelief. Yet Lin Jiangwo seemed to not notice, leaning in to light his cigarette, taking a deep puff, and only exhaling once the smoke had circled his lungs. "That kid Xie Guanxiao is getting bolder, even daring to send someone to block my door." Qin Feng was shocked, but as Lin Jiangwo spoke, the feeling of being restrained suddenly vanished. Suppressing the inexplicable terror in his heart, he secretly wiped the cold sweat off his brow. "Mr. Lin, we are just following orders. The higher-ups have issued a directive stating that your son's awakening talent is classified as taboo level and poses a high risk. According to the Awakener Management Law, an immediate containment assessment must be conducted to restrict personal freedom." After speaking, he handed over the folder in his hand. "This is from above. Not interested, and you are too late." Lin Jiangwo did not even glance at the document, flicking the ash from his cigarette with a nonchalant expression. What do you mean too late? It means that kid has already been sent away. Lin Jiangwo did not hide anything, grinning to reveal his yellowed teeth. That kid just awakened, and knowing his father had unfulfilled wishes, went on a trip to Tokyo. Qin Feng was stunned. The air fell silent for 3 seconds. What? He went to Tokyo? He looked at Lin Jiangwo in shock. Are you crazy? Do you have any idea how big a diplomatic incident it would cause if they found out Lin Fan is taboo level? He had seen the materials in his hand. If the records are correct, then that Lin Fan is not just a taboo level threat. He is practically a human nuclear bomb. Are you going to drop a nuclear bomb in their capital? What are you trying to do? Express nuclear goodwill. But soon Qin Feng seemed to think of something and said, impossible. Lin Fan has already been classified as a prohibited person by the Management Bureau. He cannot possibly leave the country. Nothing is impossible. Lin Jiangwo wore a gentle expression, patting the man's shoulder. In all of Huaxiao except for myself, there is no one I, Lin Jiangwo, cannot take away. You. No, I cannot let you act recklessly. We must intercept the plane. Saying this, he pulled out a specialized communicator and was about to dial. However, unexpectedly, a rough hand suddenly pressed down on his wrist. Smack. There was no fluctuation of spiritual energy. Only a grip like a vice, causing Qin Feng's bones to creak in protest. Pain surged, and he looked up in shock. Yet what he saw was neither malice nor a sea of corpses. In his line of sight, there were only Lin Jiangwo's slightly squinted, murky eyes, devoid of any emotion, as if he were staring at a dead person. This made him feel immensely alarmed. Young man, I advise you not to be impulsive. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will still be able to breathe before the call connects. Or do you want to try? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's hand holding the communicator froze in midair, his throat rolling violently, yet he could not make a sound. He dared not gamble. Just now the killing intent in that old man's eyes was genuine. Lin Jiangwo smiled, tossing the spent cigarette, but to the ground, and crushing it with his prosthetic leg. Go back and tell Xie Guanxiao that I, Lin Jiangwo, decide how my son dies, and where he dies. If the assessment division wants to intervene, I don't mind making a trip to your assessment division. Also tell that group of old guys in the Management Bureau not to stretch their claws too far. After saying this, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Feng and staggered into the corridor. Only when the sensor light turned off did Qin Feng gasp for breath, slumped against the wall. Damn it, who exactly is? Near 3 in the morning in Tokyo at Haneda Airport, Lin Fan stood at the airport exit with a backpack. The cold wind mixed with the salty smell of the sea rushed towards him. All around him were incomprehensible bird languages, and the cherry blossom characters on the neon signs made his head spin. Is this really going abroad? Until now he still felt somewhat unreal. Achoo! Lin Fan rubbed his nose and pulled up his collar. Tokyo isn't even that warm. While murmuring, he took out his phone from his pocket, and as soon as he connected to the airport Wi-Fi, it began vibrating wildly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His mother's messages bombarded him, though late they finally arrived. The first message opened was a very rough, hand-drawn map. Several alarming red circles were drawn with a red marker. Additionally, there was a note below: son. There are many people here. There's a big toilet. These gambling spots are guaranteed to refresh points. Following that was a voice message that lasted 60 seconds. Lin Fan clicked on it, and Ms. Shun Xiao's excited voice instantly played: son. Have you landed? How do you like the DIY route your mom made for you? Son, I also found an important piece of information for you. That glass awakener named Miao will be holding a parade at Showdown tomorrow morning. See if you can seize the opportunity to create a scene. By the way, there's also that so-called divine toilet there. I think this place has a good cost-performance ratio. Whether it's blowing people up or blowing up toilets, it's a guaranteed profit. Don't be afraid of pain. Mom consulted an expert. As long as you die quickly enough, the pain won't catch up with you. Son, for your dad, can you endure a little? Whether our family can shine with glory depends on this shiver. Go for it. Ollie give. Charge for mom. After the voice message ended, Lin Fan held his phone, his mouth twitching, as if his facial nerves had malfunctioned. Listen. Is this what a mother can say? What the hell does as long as you die quickly enough the pain won't catch up even mean? What's worse is that this came from an expert. Listen. Is this what a mother can say? What the hell does as long as you die quickly enough the pain won't catch up even mean? What's other kids go abroad and their parents remind them to stay safe, eat well, and don't cause trouble. But look at me. I was directly handed a suicide guide. This family apart from me probably doesn't have a normal one. Lin Fan sighed, turned off his phone, and looked up into the distance. Under the night sky, the Tokyo Tower flickered with red light, as if beckoning him. Not far from that tower was a suicide spot circled by his mother. Lin Fan touched the bank card containing his father's secret stash, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. If his parents wouldn't treat him like a person, then he wouldn't want to be one either. Isn't it just dying? Tomorrow I will give you adorable little ones a thrilling assist. The next morning in Chiyoda district, a wave of unsettling heat permeated the air. This was not due to the hot weather in Tokyo, but rather because of the throngs of people that filled the streets, creating a chaotic atmosphere. The tightly packed crowd blocked the main road completely, each person's face displaying a kind of almost pathological fervor. Massive LED screens hanging on the exterior walls of the department stores repeatedly played promotional videos produced by the Sakura Nation. The intense electronic music thumped painfully against the eardrums. Lin Fan was huddled in a corner near a convenience store, clutching a half-eaten rice ball, his eyes darting around. Not far ahead was the suicide point marked by his mother. To be fair, his mother had quite an eye for these things. With this sea of people, if a wave of death were to occur, it could certainly take a large number with it. At that moment, the enormous screen on the department store flickered, and the image abruptly changed. The previously noisy crowd fell silent in an instant, only to erupt into a more piercing scream a moment later. The screen displayed a woman. She was the newly awakened S-Class Awakener from the Sakura Nation. In nearly a century, she was the only one to awaken as an S-Class summoner. The camera focused on her iconic shoehorn-shaped face, exuding arrogance. Beneath her feet was it was a panda. One of the panda toy's legs had been torn off, and cotton was spilling out from the break, She lifted her foot toward the camera, grinning to reveal a mouth full of pearly white teeth. Yesterday, our neighbor criticized me for stepping on the flag. She spoke in broken Chinese, her tone disdainful, radiating a sense of superiority. Since that's the case, I'll just take care of those weak flowers protected by the motherland. Stepping on a toy shouldn't be illegal, right? Of course, saying this doesn't mean I'm backing down. I just find it pathetic that the awakeners from that country have become cowards who can only condemn. As her words trailed off, a towering blood-red samurai apparition materialized behind her, its blade enveloped in a dark aura as it swept its sword forward. There was no sound. Yet all the decorations in front of the blade were instantly reduced to dust. This illustrated the terrifying power of an S-Class summoner's summon. After showcasing her strength, she struck a Nazi salute and shouted, "Sakura, Greater East Asia Empire." Boom. Upon hearing this proclamation, the entire Chiyoda district erupted. The surrounding Sakura citizens wildly waved their fans and flags, chanting slogans like "Long Life," and "We Ride," their frenzied expressions resembling those welcoming the descent of a deity. Lin Fan stood among the crowd, feeling like an outlier. He mechanically chewed on his rice ball. The seaweed had become a bit damp, sticking uncomfortably to the roof of his mouth. Though he had been brought here by his unscrupulous parents, and although he was merely an F-class loser looking to coast through life, at that moment watching the panda toy being trampled and hearing her arrogant declarations ignited an unnameable fury within him. At that moment, the DNA of being a Chinese person within him ignited. Lin Fan crumpled the wrapping of the rice ball in his hand, the plastic crinkling sharply in his grip. Originally, he had planned to simply go along with the situation and die casually. But now he felt that if he didn't splatter her with blood, it would be an insult to his own flesh. Hey, look at that bumpkin. Just as Lin Fan was pondering how to die in a way that would splash blood on that woman, some snickers came from beside him. Turning his head, he saw a few Sakura youths with dyed, yellow hair looking at him with disdain. One of them even pulled out a phone, pointing it at him, and spitting out a string of incomprehensible Japanese, filled with mockery. Though Lin Fan couldn't understand their babble, the disdainful looks they gave him needed no translation. However, at the moment he was solely focused on figuring out how to die, and had no mood to engage with them. He silently raised his head, glancing at the group, imprinting their appearances in his mind. Laugh while you can. When I die, you'll have something to laugh about. Suddenly a loud, piercing ring resonated through the noisy street. If the motherland is infringed upon, the brave men must strengthen themselves. The yellow-haired youths who had been mocking Lin Fan were startled, stepping back as they looked at him with expressions of disbelief. Lin Fan calmly pulled out his phone. The screen displayed two large characters, "Old Lin." Just as he pressed the answer button, a deafening roar came from the other end, mixed with the sounds of cannon fire from the show Yangjian as Li Yunlong attacked Pinggan County. "What the hell are you doing?" Lin Zhangwo's voice boomed, as if on speakerphone, startling several Sakura people around who couldn't understand Chinese but were nonetheless frightened by the intensity. "I'm just squatting here at the Chiyoda parade eating rice balls." Lin Fan held the phone slightly away, rubbing his ears that were ringing from the noise. "What's up? What's up? You still have the nerve to ask what's up?" Lin Zhangwo was clearly furious. "I told you to go to Tokyo, and you really thought you were on vacation, not doing anything serious. Just now that woman was live streaming, and you could still endure it. Are you even my son? Old Lin, can you be a bit reasonable?" Lin Fan helplessly looked at the crowd packed like sardines. "It's full of people here with layers of security. I want to splatter her with blood, but I can't even squeeze in. How can I die? I can't just find a trash can on the outskirts and crash into it, can I? And I don't even know what kind of disaster my death would cause. Don't give me that useless talk." Lin Zhangwo completely ignored the explanations. "Back when I fought, the enemy's firepower was fierce, but I never said I couldn't squeeze in. Tell me, what are you afraid of? You're going to die anyway, or what does it matter where you die? I was just thinking about how to splatter her with blood." "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Zhangwo interrupted him rudely. "Why is there so much fuss? You're on site, aren't you? Did you see that float? Just dive under the wheels. If that multi-ton float rolls over you, you might still live. Listen carefully if that woman walks down this street in one piece today. Tomorrow morning the photos of you wetting the bed as a child and stealing your mom's high heels will appear in our Lin family group, the neighborhood owners group, and your high school classmates group. Lin Fan's hand holding the phone suddenly froze. Could his father really do something like this? This was like killing him socially first, then forcing him to die physically again. Old Lin, you're truly a reverse father. Who forces their son like this? Stop wasting time. The artillery from the 2nd Battalion is already set up. Are you still dilly-dallying? Lin Fan helplessly glanced at the slowly approaching parade float. I got it, I'm hanging up. I don't want to talk to you for the rest of my life. After hanging up, Lin Fan shoved his phone into his pocket and helplessly gazed at the parade crowd. Suddenly the crowd began to stir. It's coming. It's coming. Lord Gausher. At the end of the street, a lavishly decorated float slowly. Gausher stood at the top of the float, draped in a haori, accepting the worship of countless fervent fans below. The security personnel maintaining order formed a human wall, desperately blocking the frenzied fans attempting to rush forward the defensive line, already severely deformed. Peering through the gaps in the crowd at the rolling wheels, one had to admit it was indeed a decent way to die. However, being crushed to death would probably be quite painful, right? Amidst the sea of people, the mingling sense of sweat and perfume combined with the stifling heat surrounding them created a nauseating odor. Lin Fan, desperately pushing through the crowd, felt like a sausage being stuffed into a meat grinder. Excuse me, get out of my way. Lin Fan shouted in Mandarin, elbowing his way through. The nearby girls startled, but upon seeing Lin Fan's face filled with urgency, they mistook him for an overly enthusiastic fan, eager to see his idol, and understandingly stepped aside. Arigato. Lin Fan blurted out in broken Japanese, slipping and ready to roll into the middle of the road. Here I come, Carwill. Looking at the approaching wheels, Lin Fan's heart was filled with joy. At this moment, he could already envision, when that big wheel rolls over him, he hoped it would crush his head directly. At that point, regardless of his identity as an awakened one, he would be reduced to a bloody pulp. He thought that if this large crowd couldn't die on the spot, they would still face disaster. With this thought, Lin Fan eagerly adjusted himself into the most stylish pose, preparing to greet death with the most graceful staged accident posture. This would mark his first transformation from a youth to a corpse. However, just as he leaned forward about to touch the asphalt and meet his end, he suddenly felt a powerful hand grab the back of his shirt, as if he were a chick. Danger. Before he could turn around to scold whoever lacked awareness, a startled shout came from behind, accompanied by a surge of force. In the next moment, his leaning body was lifted off the ground, tracing a rather ungraceful parabola in the air before crashing back into the crowd. He accidentally bumped into several soft and delicate girls. So fragrant. What the hell? Who's meddling in my business? Lin Fan was bewildered. Looking up, he saw a 2-meter-tall sunglasses-wearing bodyguard, giving him a thumbs-up, flashing a bright smile, while chattering away. Though he couldn't understand, the expression seemed to convey, no need to thank me, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Thank you, old man. I was trying to commit suicide. Who the hell told you to save me? You think you're so great. Lin Fan glared at the self-satisfied bodyguard, furious enough to spit blood. I was already about to take my pants off. No, I had even thought out my suicide note, and you pull me back. Let me pass. I want to die. Lin Fan thought that if he couldn't die today, his embarrassing photos would be exposed by his shameless father. He immediately struggled to get up, pointing at the flower car and yelling, "Don't stop me, let me through, I want to die, I want to die." He flailed his arms wildly as he shouted. The surrounding crowd fell silent for a moment. Then they erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. Several heavily made-up girls even excitedly covered their mouths. With tears in their eyes, they looked at Lin Fan, seemingly moved by his spirit of, though I don't understand what you're saying, your madness for your idol is inspiring. The bodyguard was even more deeply moved, coming over to pat Lin Fan on the shoulder, handing him a bottle of water, signaling him to take a break and drink some water. Lin Fan held the bottle of water, feeling disheveled in the wind. What kind of logic is this? I want to die, and you give me a bottle of water for what? Are you trying to choke me to death? In this country, does it take such high standards to be a terrorist? Boom. The flower car slowly drove past amidst the deafening music. Meow was high above, not even glancing this way, as if an elephant wouldn't care about the ants beneath its feet. The opportunity slipped away just like that. Lin Fan was swept along by the crowd like a withered leaf helplessly retreating. He miscalculated. If he had known, he would have directly bought a knife to slit his throat. Half an hour later, Lin Fan squatted on the curb looking at the must-die route map sent by his mother on his phone. Can this thing really be useful? Why do I feel something is off? Lin Fan stroked his chin. Logically speaking, being a body of calamity should mean he'd be plagued by misfortune. But why is it that when I try to die, I can't even manage that? Could it be that this requires a warm-up period? Surely not. Gurgle. Just then his stomach protested at the most inopportune moment. Could it be that this requires a warm-up period? Surely not. Gurgle. Just then his stomach protested at the most inopportune moment. Gross. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, skeptically checking another pocket. Still empty. Cold sweat instantly poured. He stood up, turning his pockets inside out. Where's my money? At this moment he found that he didn't just lack cash, but even the bank card his mother had given him was missing. What the hell? He suddenly turned to look at the crowded area he had just been in. Was it that bodyguard? No, it wasn't him, it was those yellow-haired punks. Lin Fan recalled the yellow-haired punks who had laughed at him in front of the convenience store. When he had pushed into the crowd, those punks had followed behind, and he had felt someone touch his backside. At the time he thought it was just a casual local custom, but now it seemed. I was robbed. Standing on the streets of Tokyo, Lin Fan felt the deep malice of capitalism. I didn't die. Instead I was robbed. Now I'm broke. Language barrier. Alone in a foreign land. What the F? Lin Fan's lips twitched. Not only did you stop me from dying, but you also made it so that living is worse than death. At that moment he was utterly speechless. After all this time it turned out the biggest difficulty wasn't dying, but rather living was worse than death. Ding dong. Just then his phone vibrated. A WeChat message from old Lin's son. How's it going? Have you died? I've been following the live stream, but there hasn't. Is it that you didn't succeed in dying? Should I use my connections to send you some black powder? Lin Fan looked at the screen, his hands shaking as he typed, Dad, don't send black powder, hurry up and find a way to send some money. Otherwise your son will starve to death here. After sending the message, he waited for a long time without any response. Helpless, he had to send it again. But he never expected the other party has enabled friend verification. You are not friends yet. Please send a friend verification request. Lin Fan. Blocked. My biological father. Definitely my biological father. He would let his own son starve just to achieve his own goals. What kind of sin have I committed? Lin Fan put away his phone and looked up at the sky. The sky in Tokyo was very blue and the clouds were white, but all he felt was darkness ahead. No money for food, no money for a hotel, not even enough to buy a fruit knife to cut my wrist to commit suicide. Looks like I can only die as soon as possible. Lin Fan's expression hardened. Since I can't die through normal means, then I will take the wild path. I refuse to believe that in such a vast Tokyo, I can't find a place to die. Lin Fan set his sights on a nearby subway station. Lying on the tracks. Not bad. I remember there's a movie about lying on the tracks and committing suicide. Although the method of dying is a bit bloody, it definitely can lead to death. It might even cause some large-scale disaster. 10 minutes later, Lin Fan stood at the ticket gate of the subway station looking at the not-so-high barrier. He took a deep breath and then jumped suddenly. Beep. Alarm. Alarm. The shrill alarm sounded instantly. Lin Fan had just landed and hadn't even had time to run towards the platform when two uniformed staff members charged over with riot sticks. The staff members looked serious as they addressed Lin Fan. He didn't understand, but he saw the POS machine in their hands. A fine. Fair evasion fine. Lin Fan turned his empty pockets inside out and shrugged. The two staff members exchanged glances. One of them pointed outside, making a go-away gesture. Lin Fan was kicked out. Standing on the street, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. He wanted to jump on the tracks, but he didn't even have the qualifications to enter. Poverty limits death. Lin Fan gritted his teeth. He refused to give in. He ran to a construction site that looked like it was still under construction. The large iron gate was tightly locked with a no-entry sign hanging on it. Lin Fan looked around. No one was in sight. He climbed over the wall using both hands and feet. Inside the wall was a deep pit with no bottom. If he jumped down, he would either die or be severely injured. This will do. Lin Fan's face lit up just as he was about to leap. Woof, woof, woof. A sudden barrage of barking erupted from below the wall. Lin Fan looked. 3 unleashed Doberman dogs were showing their teeth and drooling, glaring fiercely at him. Lin Fan froze on the wall. Jump down. He would definitely die. And it was likely to be the kind of death that left not even a bone fragment. But before he completely met his end, it would definitely make him experience what it meant to suffer worse than death. Thinking of that unbearable pain, he silently retracted his outstretched leg. He jumped back outside from the wall. He wasn't scared, he just thought that this way of dying was a bit too tragic and painful. For the next hour, Lin Fan tried stealing something from a convenience store in hopes of getting beaten to death by the security guard. As a result, the clerk saw how pitiful he looked and gifted him a box of Sunto Expire bento, teasing the street gangsters. As a result, those gangsters, seeing his poor appearance, were afraid he would pull a scam, so they threw him some change and rode off on their motorcycles. Well, after all that trouble, not only did he end up with food, but he also gained a few thousand yen for free. Lin Fan, holding that box of Sunto Expire bento, sat on a park bench watching the sun set. The wind blew, stirring up a few dry leaves on the ground. Desolate. It was too damn desolate. Is this what it means to be the chosen one? Lin Fan took a bite of the cold rice. Even the Grim Reaper won't take me. Cold. Really damn cold. The evening breeze in Tokyo feels less like a temperate maritime climate, and more like the stinging slap of a stepmother striking repeatedly across the face. Lin Fan huddled on the park bench. The box of nearing expiration bento in his hand had already hardened from the wind. I can't live like this. Lin Fan sighed, sticking his chopsticks into the rice as if offering incense to his stomach. He had originally thought this trip abroad, which his father tricked him into under the guise of a government-funded tour for the country's glory, would be a grand adventure. Instead, it turned into a Tokyo odyssey of homelessness. With a language barrier to contend with, he also had to constantly think about how to end his own life. If it were anyone else, they would probably be crying and looking for the embassy by now. Buzz. Suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated. Lin Fan took it out and saw a video call request flashing on the screen. The avatar was a peony flower with the note Empress Dowager. Mom. Lin Fan felt warmth in his heart, and his eyes almost filled with tears. It's true that only mothers are good in this world. She must have seen that he hadn't moved for a long time and was worried he was starving or freezing. He answered the call. The screen shook a few times, and then a large face filled the entire screen. That scruffy chin, the nose hairs poking out as if peering over, and those old eyes filled with disdain for his son. It wasn't his mom. It was his old man. In that moment, Lin Fan's emotional tears were forcibly held back, replaced by a vacant stare. Why are you the one? Why can't it be me? On the other end of the screen, Lin Jiangwo seemed to be in the bathroom with the sound of an exhaust fan roaring in the background. His eyes scrutinized Lin Fan from across the screen, his brow knitting into a frown. Then a question full of paternal concern came crashing in. Son, why are you still alive? Lin Fan's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. Listen. Is this even human speech? Even a debt collector would at least ask, do you have the money yet? But his biological father immediately asked, why are you still alive? Old Lin, tell me the truth. Lin Fan took a deep breath, trying to keep his tone calm. Are you really my biological father? Are you trying to urge me to die or to gain weight? Stop talking nonsense. Lin Jiangwo lowered his voice, looking as if he were doing something sneaky. I just saw the news. The parade of that sprout finished half an hour ago. Aside from a few stampede incidents, nothing else happened. What have you been doing? What have I been doing? I'm eating the wind. Lin Fan raised the box of hardened bento in his hand and shook it at the camera. See this? An almost expired bento. It was a pity from a convenience store clerk who saw me looking pitiful. I am now penniless, not even enough to buy a bottle of pesticide. Don't make excuses. Lin Jiangwo scoffed. Back when I was gnawing on tree bark in the cat's ear cave, I wasn't this melodramatic. If you can't afford pesticide, can't you climb a high voltage line? Or jump into a river? As long as your thoughts don't slide downhill, there are always more solutions than difficulties. Climb a high voltage line. Lin Fan scoffed. All the utility poles around here are covered in anti-climbing spikes. Be punctured into a hedgehog before I even got up there. Jump into a river. I don't even have a dime in my pocket, even if I want to go to Tokyo Bay. I'm powerless. If it weren't for your rotten idea today, I might have already been dead. The more I talk, the more agitated I get. Because I listened to you, I charged at the float, but a 2-meter-tall bodyguard grabbed me like a chick and brought me back. I wanted to jump onto the subway, but I couldn't even get past the turnstile. I wanted to jump onto a construction site, but they had 3 Dobermans inside stronger than I am. This Tokyo is against me. I can't even manage to die. Hearing Lin Fan's complaints, Lin Jiangwo, on the other end of the screen, fell silent for 2 seconds. Then he extended a finger, scratched his nose, and his tone became somewhat strange. So you really want to die? But, of course. If I didn't want to die, why would I come here? To help them increase GDP. That's good. Lin Jiangwo breathed a sigh of relief, the expression on his old face instantly switching from anger to relief. I thought you had been corrupted by the capitalist world, becoming afraid of death and unwilling to act. Lin Fan was speechless. Old Lin, can you at least trust me a little bit? All right, I trust you. Lin Jiangwo responded perfunctorily, then suddenly got serious, pulling out a crumpled A4 paper from behind him. It was filled with dense, scribbled characters along with a few bright red arrows. Since Plan A has failed, let's execute Plan B. Lin Jiangwo held the paper up to the camera. Do you see? This is the latest route map that I just had your second uncle. I just had an expert analyze. Expert. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Does our family even have such an expert? Specifically studying how to make people die. Stop wasting time. Listen. Lin Jiangwo pointed to a circle on the paper. That sprout from before didn't return to the mansion after the parade. Instead, she went to Akihabara. According to reliable information, she will be at the so-called, what is it? The AKB theater for some mobilization meeting in the next 2 days. Akihabara. Lin Fan was taken aback. Yes, that's the place filled with anime characters. Lin Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with fervor. There will be even more people there. Otato. Oh, no more second-dimensional enthusiasts. And that theater is indoors. Just imagine if you suddenly had a massive outbreak in such a confined space. Lin Jiangwo didn't continue, only letting out a chilling, eerie laugh. Lin Fan could roughly visualize that scene. A confined space. Body of disaster outbreak. That would indeed be a disaster. But old Lin am currently in Chiyoda, several kilometers away from Akihabara. Lin Fan rubbed his stomach. And right now I'm so hungry, I'm dizzy, I can't even move. Take a taxi. No money. Take the subway. No money. Then just rent a bike. Old Lin, do you even understand what I'm saying? I said I have no money. Lin Jiangwo was stunned. He seemed to realize that his son was in a state of having nothing but his life. I see. Lin Jiangwo said helplessly. Son, how about I use your mom's phone to send you a 200 yuan red envelope? 200. Lin Fan's eyes widened. What are you sending off a beggar? Is it Sakura currency or Huaxia currency? Lin Jiangwo said, enough for you to have a good meal. Huaxia currency. Lin Jiangwo said, enough for you to have a good meal. Here in Sakura. You? Lin Jiangwo's beard bristled with anger. Son, how about this? It's just a few kilometers we can walk there. Lin Jiangwo waved his fists as if conducting a pre-battle mobilization. Yes, walk there. Just think of those revolutionary martyrs from back in the day. Cough, cough. Anyway, this is for your own good. Think about it, if you walk there with your physique, you'll definitely be left with at least half your life, right? Lin Fan looked at him expressionlessly as he performed. If you don't want to help, then don't elevate the stakes. Tisk, why are you so ungrateful? Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Lin Jiangwo's face changed, and he pulled out his phone again to shake it. On the phone screen was a photo. In the photo, a little boy about 4 or 5 years old wearing a bright red belly band with 2 patches of Highland red on his face was grinning while riding on a big yellow dog. And beneath the little boy's bottom, there was a clear puddle. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly constricted. That was one of the darkest histories he wanted to erase from his life. I've already made this photo into a meme. Lin Jiangwo revealed a devilish smile. As long as I click this in the group, sending assistant. Within 3 minutes. Your class group, your high school alumni group, even your school's confession wall will have this photo. The title I've even thought of for you, shocking. Some grade awaken one's pants, childhood truth exposed. Hearing his unscrupulous father's words, Lin Fan felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head. This trick was too vicious. He was being forced to choose between social death and physical death. Are you a Akihabara, the Jerusalem of the two-dimensional world? The air here is filled not only with exhaust fumes, but also with a rich fermented scent of hormones. A gigantic anime figure winks at passers-by under the neon lights. The shops lining the streets are filled with overly sweet Japanese songs. Lin Fan dragged his leaden legs, standing at the entrance of the AKB theater. No matter the distance and the hardships. It wasn't that he didn't want to take a taxi, nor was it that he lacked money, but rather that he didn't understand the language of cherry blossoms. Moreover, the taxi fare is quite expensive. In this unfamiliar place, he could only force himself to walk 5 kilometers. His shoes weren't worn out, and his soles weren't blistered. It was just that his stomach was growling loudly, drawing the attention of several chubby otaku waiting in line beside him. What are you looking at? Haven't you ever seen a starving ghost reincarnate? Lin Fan glared back. The chubby otaku shrank their necks and turned away, clutching their life-sized body pillows. Lin Fan looked up at the theater entrance. A red carpet was laid out, flanked by flower baskets. Though it was called a meet and greet, it was essentially a money-making event for that idol. In this day and age, awakened individuals are everywhere, but those who just awaken to strength are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. To get inside now, one either needs a ticket or must offer a gift. And judging by the current situation, the more expensive the gift, the closer one could stand to the front. Lin Fan patted his pocket. Aside from the little loose change he received from the reckless cycling group, he had nothing left. What am I supposed to do? Lin Fan squatted on the roadside barrier, watching a wealthy individual walking in with a shiny Gundam model, lost in thought. His phone vibrated. A message from old Lin's son. Have you arrived? If not, I might just send it off. Below was a screenshot. The mass messaging assistant had already selected Lin Fan High School Alumni Group, Loving Family, and Property Management Group. As long as that finger clicked, Lin Fan's life would be forever stained, even if he were to bathe in bleach. Not to mention, the family group and property group are forgivable, but what the hell is my high school alumni group? Damn it, you are ruthless. I'm going to die. Lin Fan gritted his teeth and stood up. If he couldn't afford a gift, then he would have to improvise. He looked around. His gaze landed on a nearby construction site, next to an under-construction manhole cover. No, let's not misunderstand. The manhole cover was too big and not suitable as a gift. What he saw was a pile of discarded construction debris next to the manhole cover. More accurately, it was a few red bricks lying in the pile of gravel. Those things look particularly festive. Also quite fitting. That's it. Not only is it handy, but it's also sturdy and carries a certain rustic industrial vibe. The key is, it doesn't cost anything. He hurried over, picked up a sharp-edged, heavy red brick. He also fished out a cherry blossom newspaper from a nearby trash can. Sizzle. The newspaper wrapped around it. After wrapping it around the brick a couple of times, it looked just like a neatly squared gift box. It even exuded a hint of retro mystique. Perfect. Lin Fan weighed the gift in his hand, striding towards the ticket entrance. There was a long queue at the ticket entrance. Everyone was holding flowers, gift boxes, or various expensive figurines. Each face was filled with devotion, as if they were going on a pilgrimage. Only Lin Fan stood out. Clutching a brick wrapped in newspaper, he wore a fierce expression, as if he was there to collect debts. Next, the ticket inspector was a middle-aged man with a handlebar mustache who looked at people with his nostrils. Lin Fan stepped forward. Where's your ticket? The inspector extended his hand. No ticket, Lin Fan replied confidently. Are you from Huaxia? The inspector paused, his brows furrowing into a knot, then spoke in somewhat broken Chinese. What are you doing here without a ticket? Are you causing trouble? Security. As soon as he finished speaking, two burly security guards, at least a rank awakeners, immediately surrounded him. Oh, he understands Chinese. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback, not expecting that a mere doorman could understand Chinese. This made things much easier. He immediately shouted with full momentum, wait. At the same time, he slammed the newspaper-wrapped brick onto the ticket counter. Bang! A muffled sound startled the inspector, who shrank back. What is this? This is the treasure I want to present to the... Lin Fan shouted in a frenzied, even somewhat manic tone. I brought this from Huaxia, step by step, bowing all the way from thousands of miles away. It contains the essence of the earth. It's a priceless treasure. The inspector looked skeptically at the dirty newspaper wrap. Just this? What do you know? Ignoring the other's doubts, Lin Fan glared. This is what we call simplicity at its finest. This is returning to the essence. Have you ever seen someone give gold, give silver? Have you ever seen someone present a treasure filled with the weighty dust of history? This is art. This is faith. If you stop me from presenting this treasure, and if it delays the great lord's fortune, can you bear the consequences? Lin Fan's rapid-fire rant left no room for the inspector to react. Combined with his determined expression of if you don't let me, an ill die here, the inspector was momentarily stunned by him. In this Akihabara filled with two-dimensional oddities, strange behavior is hardly considered strange. Just a few days ago, there was someone who wanted to give their own rib to their idol. The one in front of him, wrapped in newspaper with a brick, seemed somewhat understandable. What if there's really something rare? After all, today's artists have rather peculiar thought processes. Then, can you open it to take a look? The inspector asked tentatively. No way. Lin Fan pressed down on the brick. Open it. That would reveal the truth. The things inside lose their efficacy once exposed to light. It must be opened by the great lord himself. This is the rule. The inspector hesitated. At that moment, the queue behind began to stir. Hurry up. Don't dawdle. The inspector wiped his sweat, waved his hand. All right, go on in. Don't cause... Lin Fan snorted, picked up the brick, and marched in with his head held high. Behind him, two security guards exchanged glances and shrugged. These days there are indeed many eccentric people. Inside the theater, the lights were dim and the crowd was buzzing. Thousands of seats were filled to capacity. The front rows were filled with die-hard fans waving glow sticks wildly, their cheers causing dust to fall from the ceiling. Lin Fan squeezed through the crowd. The scent here was even more intense than outside. The smell of sweat, foot odor, and unfamiliar beverages mixed with the scent of air fresheners, creating a veritable biochemical weapon. On stage, the idol had changed into a new outfit. No longer wearing the complicated onmyoji attire, she donned a modified Lolita dress. If one disregarded that shoehorn-shaped face and focused solely on her figure, it was indeed passable. But paired with that face, Lin Fan felt he might vomit his breakfast. With a face like that, being able to awaken to strength is truly a sign of divine blindness. Thank you everyone. Just as he was internally complaining, the idol took the microphone, posing on stage. I've seen all the gifts everyone has given, and I love them all. From now on, I will be your strongest support. Let the cherry blossom empire shake the world. Become the strongest in the world. Oh. The audience erupted in a howl. Truly shameless. And utterly disgusting. While holding the brick, Lin Fan was simultaneously complaining and pushing his way to the front of the stage. Make way. I want to present my treasure. Using his strength, he forced a path through the dense wall. The surrounding otaku being shoved around were about to curse, but upon seeing Lin Fan's fierce expression, they swallowed their words. Finally, he reached the front row. There was less than 5 meters between him and the stage. At this distance, if he angered the idol enough to strike, he would have no chance of surviving. He might even be reduced to ashes. Perfect. But how to provoke her? Unlike those who just dropped off their gifts and left, that definitely wouldn't work. He must incite her anger, preferably to the point of losing control right there. Lin Fan lowered his head to look at the heavy gift in his hand. A smile crept onto his lips. He had an idea. Ancestors and forebears, please bless your descendants with success in their reckless endeavors. Make way. Lin Fan shouted while forcefully elbowing his way through. The surrounding unawakened sweaty otaku were pushed around by him. Baka. Upon hearing Lin Fan's authentic Mandarin, their expressions turned sour. Ancestors and forebears, please bless your descendants with success in their reckless endeavors. Make way. Lin Fan. Is this little cutie not afraid of death? Why do I feel a chill in the air? As Lin Fan continued to push forward, he suddenly sensed many malicious gazes around him. However, he had no time to ponder this, as he was now only 2 meters away from the stage. This distance was just... He could clearly see the thick layer of foundation on the face of the rising star, and even smell the strong fragrance of her perfume. Lady Daomiao. Lin Fan shouted at the top of his lungs, sounding like a zealot. His voice completely drowned out the deafening sound system, startling even the energetic Daomiao, who was singing and dancing. The music abruptly stopped. Thousands of eyes instantly focused on Lin Fan. At that moment, any normal person would feel so embarrassed they could dig a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. But Lin Fan was not a normal person. Once he was a social phobic. In the words of his high school buddies, he was moreover he had come here to seek death. Since he was asking for death, it had to be grand and well known. Who are you? Dao Miao wore a professional fake smile looking at the disheveled young man below the stage. Deep in her eyes there was a hint of barely concealed disdain. I am your diehard fan. Lin Fan raised the newspaper-wrapped package over his head. I am a Huagui youth who reveres cherry blossom culture. To see you I traveled 3,000 miles from Huaxiao, bowing with each step just to present you with this family heirloom. Family heirloom. Dao Miao's eyes brightened. She had no other hobby but to covet wealth. Just backstage she had received a pile of gold and jewels, and now another heirloom was coming her way. However, the packaging certainly did not look like a treasure. What is your treasure? Dao Miao asked with a sickeningly sweet tone as if coaxing a child. This treasure is incredible. Lin Fan said earnestly, this item is called the House Stabilizing Divine Stone, taken from the Nuwas sky-mending site 5,000 years ago, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon specifically for ensuring for peace at home and success in career. At the same time it is of immense help to the awakened ones. Hiss. Everyone who understood Mandarin couldn't help. Wow, this is a true diehard fan. He even brought out a family heirloom. Unmatched. Unmatched. Country one. It's actually the divine stone of Huaxia. This person, though looking like a beggar unexpectedly, has such extravagant generosity. Even the bodyguards who were originally ready to rush in and throw Lin Fan out paused, looking with awe at the news. Dao Miao's smile became exceedingly sincere. She walked to the edge of the stage in her high heels, squatted down, and extended her manicured hand toward Lin Fan. Then thank you to this fan from Huagua. Everyone please give our friend some room. Just letting you through is enough. Go. Since you want it I will indulge you. With those words Lin Fan's arm muscles tightened as he swung his arm, hurling the heavy brick weighing 2 to 3 pounds straight at Dao Miao's face. Whoosh. The brick whistled through the air, drawing a straight line. This was not a gift. It was clearly aimed at taking a life. The sudden turn of events left everyone around stunned. Who gifts something by throwing it? After all, Dao Miao was in rank awakened one. Although she was a fragile summoner, her reaction speed was still impressive. At the moment Lin Fan threw the gift, a massive reedy giant shadow enveloped her. It reached out to grab. Smack. The gift wrapped in newspaper was instantly caught in the giant shadow's palm. Sure enough, the difference between Frank and Shrank was not just a little. Seeing his gift securely caught, Lin Fan's heart sank. However, he quickly laughed. Although it didn't hit that high-ranking lady, it seemed the effect had been achieved. Now he was just waiting for her to explode with rage. You? As expected, Dao Miao's expression turned extremely unpleasant in an instant. At the same time, she reached out to take the so-called gift from the shadow's hand. On live broadcast, she began to unwrap the newspaper package. The entire audience held their breath. All cameras focused on the newspaper package. The big screen zoomed in on Dao Miao's hands. The layers of cherry blossom paper were torn open bit by bit. Lin Fan stood below the stage, having no intention of leaving. He even crossed his arms, watching the stage with a look of amusement. At this moment, he felt like a sinner awaiting judgment or a terrorist about to detonate a timed bomb. As soon as that layer of paper tore, it would be the moment of Lin Fan's demise. Rip. The final layer of paper was torn open. It revealed its true form. Red. Rectangular. The surface was rough, and even had several noticeable gravel holes. With sharp angles, it was clearly a qualified product coming off an industrial assembly line. Silence. Dead silence. The entire AKB theater with thousands of people was so quiet that even a needle dropping could be heard. All sounds, all expressions froze in that moment. On the big screen, the red brick was laid bare before everyone. They could even see the dried cement residue stuck to the edges. Dao Miao's expression froze. It was one of disbelief, falling from ecstatic joy to doubting life. How can this be? Dao Miao trembled as she raised her head to look at Lin Fan. Bastard, this is what you called the divine stone from Nuwa's sky-mending site. Yes, indeed. Lin Fan nodded confidently. Look at this color, how vibrant it is. Look at this texture, how sturdy it is. Look at this shape, how perfectly rectangular. This is authentic Huaxiao red brick. One can build a house with one, two can build a wall. Oh, just slap it on someone's head, and they will instantly sit down and become a Buddha. Puffed. Among those present, someone who understood Mandarin couldn't hold back their laughter. But soon the entire theater erupted with various curses. Baka. This is a brick. This is construction waste. He's messing with Lady Gao, sure. That bastard. Kill him. This is blasphemy against the goddess. The angry shouts surged like a tsunami. Those otaku who had just been envious now turned red with rage, wishing to rush up and tear Lin Fan to shreds. Countless water bottles, glow sticks, and even broken shoes rained down on Lin Fan like raindrops. Lin Fan neither dodged nor evaded. He, even feeling the chaos insufficient, spread his arms wide and shouted in delight. Come on. Kill me. Whoever doesn't kill me is a grandson. On stage, Dao Miao trembled with rage. Ever since she awakened as an strength summoner, she had never endured such humiliation. And now this damned Huagua person had insulted her in front of thousands during a live broadcast. And with a brick you. Dao Miao pointed at Lin Fan, her finger trembling. You are seeking death. Yes, I am seeking death. Lin Fan said sincerely, please hurry and make a move. Don't just talk without action. Boom. This one sentence completely triggered Dao Miao's sanity. What image, what approachability, all of it could go to hell. She now only wanted to kill this fly before her immediately. The vast auditorium fell deathly silent. Every single person stared eyes wide with disbelief, utterly unprepared for anyone to dare challenge and shrank awakened at this very moment. Inari's face flushed crimson as if freshly dredged from a dye vat. Arg! She shrieked, I will kill you. I will tear you limb from limb, slice you into sashimi, and feed you to dogs. Inari erupted into hysterical roars, her carefully cultivated idol persona utterly shattered. Simultaneously, the colossal, crimson-eyed giant looming behind her, a spectral manifestation, seemed to sense its master's fury. It threw back its head and let loose a deafening howl, unleashing a wave of terrifying pressure that swept across the entire hall. Those otaku in the front rows, who moments earlier had been screaming for Lin Fan's blood, were now struck speechless by the sudden revelation. Trembling uncontrollably, they clutched their heads and scrambled beneath their seats. Only Lin Fan, the storm's epicenter, wore an eerie serenity upon his face as though embracing imminent death. At last it has come. To reach this moment, he had endured frostbite, starvation, and walked 5 futile kilometers. Was it easy? Come on, strike me down, Hedon. Meanwhile, inside every live streaming room within the venue, gasps erupted in unison. Especially across China, major streaming platforms exploded with chaos. Initially, viewers had tuned in merely to mock, to see what kind of pretender this newly crowned strongest in Sakura's rank truly was. Who is this guy? Which celestial realm did he descend from? He just hurled a brick at and shrank awakened. He's a true hero, more electrifying than Boruto. Who is this guy? Which celestial realm did he descend from? He just hurled a brick at and shrank awakened. He's a true hero, more electrifying than Boruto. That divine stone from Nuwa's heaven-mending ruins. It's just a red brick. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying. Is this man here to crash the show? Look at Inari's face, the makeup sloughing off in layers. Oh no, she snapped. She's going to kill him. It's over, he's done for. One enraged blow from Enshrank awakened could cleave a tank in two, not to mention a man. The barrage of comments flooded the screen so densely it obscured the image entirely. Some cheered. Others trembled with dread. Still others deemed Lin Fan utterly deranged. Yet on-site Lin Fan had no time to care what anyone thought. He watched calm and unwavering as the crimson-eyed giant slowly raised its katana, a blade as broad as a door panel wreathed in ominous black and crimson malevolence, chilling to behold. Magnificent blade, Lin Fan murmured in admiration, and even stepped forward twice lest the strike miss its mark. Come on, swing here. Don't hold back. Steady your hand. Grant me a swift, clean end. He pointed squarely at his own crown, his eagerness rivaling that of elders lining up for free eggs. Murderous intent blazed so fiercely in Inari's eyes it seemed ready to spill over. Without hesitation or regard for consequence, she acted. In this nation, the privileges of Enshrank awakened were virtually boundless. What does killing a foreign troublemaker matter? Even if she raises this entire theater, the cabinet elders would still clean up her mess. Die, insect. With a violent downward slash of her palm, Inari commanded. The crimson-eyed giant roared and brought its colossal katana crashing down, a shriek of torn air preceding the blow. The wind pressure struck first. Lin Fan felt his skin sting, yet he did not flinch, not even a blink. Come. If I do not descend into hell, who shall? Beneath the gaze of ancestors long departed, Lin Fan's heart swelled with anticipation, just as the massive crimson blade grazed the few upright strands of hair atop his head. Even the instant vaporization of those fine hairs was visible in crystalline detail. Death hovered within a hair's breadth. Yeah, but at that critical juncture, when fate balanced on a razor's edge, a piercing, agonized scream tore abruptly from the side stage. Then a middle-aged man, short, stout as a winter melon, clad in black suit and thick-framed glasses, slid across the floor with impossible speed, knees scraping the ground in perfect, heartbreaking form. He seized Inari's thigh and clung to it like a koala, shouting hoarsely, "My lady." No, absolutely not. The man was the event's chief coordinator and one of Inari's agents. Now tears and snot streamed down his face as he clung desperately. This is live. Global live broadcast. Kill him on camera and your reputation shatters. Cabinet accountability will follow. Get away. Inari, incensed beyond reason, snarled, he humiliated me with a brick. Do I, Enshrank awakened, have no dignity left? Beat him senseless, even cripple him, or dispose of him quietly later, but never now, never before the lens. The agent, now fully committed, remained latched onto Inari's leg. Master, you must endure. His intervention delayed her just half a beat. The Crimson Giant's blade froze mid-ascent. It hung suspended, no more than 10 centimeters from Lin Fan's forehead. Perfectly steady. Silence descended once more. Across the hall and across millions of screens in China, collective breaths were released. Huh. I've already dropped my pants, and you're showing me this. Wait, is this agent secretly trained? That slide kneel speed is insane. Scared me half to death. Thank heavens. This agent's a saint. Add extra chicken legs to his dinner. He just cheated death. Run now while you still can. On stage, Lin Fan kept his eyes closed, waiting. No searing pain arrived. Not even the chill of bice. Only a faint itch prickled his brow. What in the world? Was the animation lagging? Puzzled, he opened his eyes, to find a colossal crimson blade radiating palpable dread hovering mere inches before him. He froze, for a full second. Then his expression darkened visibly. Damn it. I've already stripped bare. No, I've already composed my final words. And you hit the brakes. Where's your martial virtue? Your professional ethics? Decapitation is swift and honorable. Why? Hey, you there. What are you doing? Lin Fan finally lost patience, pointing furiously at the agent. Old man. What's your problem? Mind your own damn business. I'm trying to save your life. The agent looked up stunned. Is this guy insane? Run now? Damn it. I can't hold her much longer. He shouted at Lin Fan. Run. Screw that. Who told you to interfere? Lin Fan bellowed, exasperated. You there, don't listen to him. Strike me down. I'm your troll. Your sworn enemy. I hurled that brick, and next I'll defile your ancestral graves with sewage. This insult, can you truly bear it? Inari stood dumbfounded. In all her years, she'd never encountered someone begging for death. Does this man have some grave illness? Lin Fan's absurd provocation inexplicably diffused much of her towering rage, even stirring a flicker of amusement. A worthless frank trash, daring to die by my hand. Could there be some hidden scheme? She scoffed coldly, then willed the Crimson Giant to withdraw its blade. Think you can provoke me into killing you? How naive. A worthless frank trash, daring to die by my hand. Could there be some hidden scheme? She scoffed coldly, then willed the Crimson Giant to withdraw its blade. No, this blade must not retreat. I must die. His mind raced. Since she wouldn't strike, he'd have to move his neck. Time slowed. The moment the colossal katana rose barely a few centimeters, Lin Fan acted. He didn't flee. Instead, he pushed off the ground and launched himself upward like a drawn bowstring, thrusting it. The motion flowed seamlessly, blindingly fast, utterly unexpected. THWSH. A muffled wet sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed through the microphone. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching the stage in crimson. Lin Fan's body hung impaled upon the blade, convulsing twice. Inari froze. The agent froze. The entire audience froze. Billions watching online froze. What kind of move was that? He ran into the blade. Is this divine extortion? But at what cost? Life itself. On stage, Lin Fan felt searing agony bloom at his throat, then icy numbness spreading. Consciousness ebbed, but a strange, eerie smile curved his lips. Finally, after all this, I'm actually dead. The air in the entire venue seemed to have been instantly sucked dry. Only blood dripped from the wide blade of the door, thudding onto the floor with a sound that felt like it struck everyone's crown. The face of the rice seedling, covered in makeup, turned paler than that of a corpse 3 days dead. She intended to establish her authority through murder, but it was merely a thought. After all, before her awakening, she was just an ordinary person who didn't dare to even kill a chicken, let alone a human. Yet she never expected the opponent to charge at her first. What the hell was this? Sending someone's head over 1,000 miles. A small gift with deep feelings. The kneeling agent had his mouth wide open, as if he could fit a light bulb in it. Just a moment ago, he was contemplating how to manage the beating fans incident, but now that was irrelevant. It had fast-forwarded directly to murder for retribution. In the silence, a sudden scream echoed, and the entire AKB theater erupted. Those diehard fans who had just been shouting "kill him" now turned pale, shrinking under their chairs and trembling. Between the king of trash talk and the coward in reality, there lay a real corpse. Although it was an era where awakeners were everywhere and death was not surprising in a live broadcast setting, such a bizarre death was a devastating blow to their worldview. The online streaming rooms collapsed for 3 seconds, and then the barrage of comments erupted like an avalanche. What the hell? Did he really die? This is a werewolf. A bit more ruthless than a tough guy. This guy, he's serious. I thought it was scripted. Is the upstairs blind? Blood is spewing out. If this is scripted, I'll do a handstand and eat shit on live stream. What is this? Dying to make a point. Just to discuss that rice seedling. Though I don't understand, I'm deeply shocked. The servers of major streaming platforms in Huagua were nearly smoking. Rest in peace, brother. You are a real man. I'm in tears, brothers. Did this guy protest in such a way to save face for us Huaxia? What a man. Although his actions are a bit extreme, I admire his spirit. High humidity rice seedling must die. Murder for retribution. Am I the only one who thinks this guy died a bit rashly? Meanwhile, Lin Jiangwo, holding a phone, watched the image of his son hanging on the blade. His body couldn't help Beside him, Lin's mother suddenly cried out, "I can't watch. I can't watch. My son. You died so tragically." Lin Jiangwo's eyes reddened slightly at his wife's wail, staring intently at the screen. After a moment, his voice was hoarse enough, "Stop wailing. Even though I'm heartbroken over my son's death, he can still be revived, right? Sounds nice, but who knows if that talent has any bugs?" Lin's mother cried. "It shouldn't be possible. This kid has been a troublemaker since he was young." Lin Jiangwo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. As the old saying goes, good people don't live long, troublemakers live for 1,000 years. Though he said that, the hand he placed under the table couldn't stop trembling. In reality, he was panicking inside. What is this? Am I not dead? No, I'm dead. Just now I felt a chill in my neck and a sharp pain pierced my heart. Why does it feel a bit light? At this moment, Lin Fan found himself in a strange state. His body felt as light as a feather, without pain or suffocation, instead feeling a sense of clarity, as if he had just finished a thorough massage. Looking down, he saw his flesh hanging like a dried salted fish on the giant katana with a large cut on his neck, still oozing blood, a scene quite inappropriate for children. Wow, a god's perspective. This experience is incredible. Lin Fan did not turn into a ghost with a filter from the underworld. Instead, he felt the world become exceptionally clear. Wow, a god's perspective. This experience is incredible. Lin Fan did not turn into a ghost with a filter from the underworld. Instead, he felt the world become he felt an inexplicable connection to his surroundings. Just then, a semi-transparent interface suddenly popped up on his retina. There were no mechanical sounds, nor was there a ding sound. It was like opening a hidden panel while playing a game. In the center of the interface appeared a huge wheel densely covered with various inscriptions like talismans. What the hell are these absurd disasters? Lin Fan exclaimed in surprise as he read through the continuously scrolling. Those words suddenly came to a halt until he saw the talisman-like text before him: geological disaster, earthquake, 8.0 level coverage, area 1 kilometer radius. Lin Fan chuckled. An 8.0 earthquake. This is solid. I must say this talent is a must-have for home travel, killing, and revenge. In the real world. While Lin Fan was still studying the system panel, the reedy giant phantom began to dissipate, slowly, as it lost its master's control. Lin Fan's corpse fell to the ground with a thud, landing in a disheveled heap. The fat agent, startled, quickly pulled out his walkie-talkie. Security. Security. Come up quickly. However, before the unlucky security guards could rush onto the stage. Virum. A low rumble echoed as if coming from deep underground, shaking their eardrums. Immediately after, the giant crystal chandelier hanging above the stage suddenly emitted a grating metallic distortion sound. Creak. Everyone instinctively looked up. They saw the crystal lamp swinging violently like a pendulum. The next second, without any warning or preparation, the entire theater exploded. For the Cherry Blossom people, this situation was all too familiar. But before anyone could react, the entire theater began to shake violently. It wasn't a mild tremor, but rather, it felt as if an invisible giant hand had grabbed the building and was shaking it madly. Crash, crash. The plaster fell, chairs toppled. The reinforced concrete groaned under the unbearable weight. The massive crystal chandelier finally couldn't hold on anymore and crashed down with a deafening crack. Crash. It smashed at the edge of the stage, sending glass shards flying like shrapnel. Oh, earthquake, earthquake. Run for it. Mom, save me. The thousands of audience members who had just been immersed in the spectacle and shock were instantly thrown into chaos. Screams, cries, and trampling sounds mixed with the rumbling of the building, turning the place into a hellish scene. The rice seedling couldn't hold her ground, nearly falling over. What's going on? How could it suddenly shake? She looked around in terror, panicking inside. Just a moment ago, everything was fine. Why did it start shaking the moment that Huagua person died? Moreover, this tremor. Something was off. This was not just an earthquake. In the center of the stage, the floor around Lin Fan's corpse began to crack. Black cracks spread wildly in all directions from the corpse like a giant spider web, threatening to engulf the entire theater. From those cracks, a strange red light faintly emanated. Crack. The floor in front of the rice seedling suddenly split open. Oh! She screamed and instinctively jumped back, completely forgetting that she was in level Summoner Awakener. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, floating in midair, stroked his chin with satisfaction as he watched the hellish scene below. Is an 8.0 level precursor supposed to cause such a commotion? Lin Fan looked at the disastrous scene and felt inexplicably that this was just the beginning. At the same time, he sensed an indescribable connection between his mental power and this disaster. Is this the joy of being a true calamity body? Lin Fan looked at the crowd below, scurrying around like headless flies, especially at the rice seedling's miserable appearance, and couldn't help but chuckle. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye. Trying to run. Perfect, let's try you out. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. With a thought, it felt as if he were playing a god's perspective disaster game. In the next moment, an inexplicable control formed in his mind. And with his intention, a large ventilation duct above the corridor leading to the emergency exit suddenly fell, without warning, due to the tremors. Thud. A loud noise echoed. Coincidentally, this huge duct fell right in front of the agent, kicking up. If it had been a moment earlier, that fat man would have been turned into a meat pie. Oh. The agent was so frightened he sat down on the ground, instantly soaking a large patch between his legs. This scene spread across the world through the live streams that hadn't been turned off yet. In the apocalyptic tremors, although the streamers were jostled around, they still pointed their cameras at their surroundings while escaping. Thus the audience worldwide witnessed this scene. Only in the center of the stage, that corpse lay peacefully surrounded by a red glow, completely unscathed. Even the falling debris seemed to have eyes, automatically avoiding him. The scene was extraordinarily eerie. The barrage of comments exploded again, even overwhelming the visuals. What the hell? Why do I feel like this earthquake was summoned by that guy? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. No becoming a spirit after Jangwo. But this is way too coincidental, right? Coincidence. There's no way it's that coincidental. He just died, and now there's an earthquake. This is clearly divine punishment. It's retribution. This guy is too awesome, right? He can even bring in Slevel to accompany him in death. I just want to ask, did that fat man just pee himself? Although there was no progress bar in sight, Lin Fan could distinctly sense that with the outbreak of disaster, an invisible progress bar was steadily advancing. As this progress continued, the AKB theater transformed from a precarious state into a wild dance floor. The floor didn't just crack, it erupted in waves, one after another. Just moments ago, the chubby fans who were fervently ready to die for their goddess were now truly close to death. Help, I don't want to die. Goddess, save me. A fat guy attempted to grab the ankle of the idol. Just moments ago, this would have been an act of love. But now it was just a desperate hand trying to drag someone down. Get away. Don't touch me. You're disgusting. The idol screamed, viciously stomping down on the fat guy's hand. Crack. The sound was crisp and pleasant as the finger bones shattered into pieces. The fat guy cried out in agony, retracting his hand, his eyes dimming with despair and disbelief. Lin Fan watched this scene from above, clearly seeing it all. TSK tisk, this is your guy. Floating in midair with his hands behind his head, Lin Fan even considered crossing his legs. In the end, those who ingratiate themselves end up with nothing. Bro, remember to download the anti-fraud app in your next life. The steel beams in the theater emitted a painful creaking sound. A cement block as large as a grinding wheel rushed toward the center of the stage with a howling wind. Its target was the idol. Hey, a bit to the left. More to the left. Lin Fan pointed in the air, attempting to guide it with precision. Oh no, it's off. The cement block crashed half a meter away from the idol, missing its target, but kicking up a cloud of dust and debris, leaving the goddess covered in grime. Red demon. Come out. Take me away. Hurry. The idol was completely panicked, screaming hysterically. The reedy giant shadow behind her solidified once more. This time it didn't wield a knife, but instead bent down, scooping up its master and cradling her in its palm. Take me out. Quickly. The idol huddled in the giant's hand and shouted at the fans and staff blocking their way. All of you get away. Those who block the way will die. The reedy giant displayed no emotions, merely a puppet obeying orders. It took large strides directly towards the emergency exit. Along the way, those who couldn't evade either got kicked away or trampled into pulp. The manager, who had just been sobbing while hugging the idol's leg, was now trembling, trying to get up and follow my lady. Take me with you. Take me with you. The reedy giant didn't even spare him a glance. Its foot came crashing down. The fat guy only had time to emit half a syllable before his voice abruptly cut off. The world fell silent. Lin Fan shook his head from above. This woman is truly heartless. But, do you think you can escape? Shh. He focused on sensing the progress of the disaster. It had already passed the halfway mark and was about to reach its peak. With a thought, a loud bang erupted from the load-bearing column above the theater. The structure, already shaken to its core, finally gave way. In that instant, the entire ceiling along with several floors above collapsed in unison. The sky has fallen. This is not a metaphor, it's a literal collapse. Thousands of tons of reinforced concrete descended like a massive hand, slamming down on the swarm of people below. No! The idol screamed in despair as she watched the darkness descend from above. The reedy giant had to halt its steps, trying to hold up the collapsing ceiling. Creak. The sound of bones cracking echoed through the hall. The reedy giant suddenly crouched low, its knees crashing into the ground and creating two deep craters. Logically, in glass summon shouldn't be this fragile, but the idol was a newly awakened novice possessing the power, but lacking in skill. The sudden turn of events left her brain malfunctioning from shock. As for the others in the theater, their situation was truly horrific. The cries were instantly drowned out by the roar of the collapsing structure, and dust filled the air like a sandstorm, reducing visibility to zero. Cough, cough. Damn it. Damn it. The idol sheltered beneath the giant, though not turned into pulp, was still shaken to a day's blood trickling from her mouth. We have to charge out. We must get out. As long as I don't die, I can take revenge. Her eyes sparkled with vengeful light. She was filled with resentment, planning to settle the score with the family of that dead Hwagwa person. She wanted to dig out his corpse and turn it into a specimen. Oh, it's just too much of a gap. With my glass, even with disaster assistance, I'm just like an ant shaking a tree. Lin Fan looked down helplessly. This big guy is quite sturdy, it hasn't shattered. Just as he finished speaking, his gaze fell again on the left arm of the reedy giant. There a broken rebar hung down. Break. Lin Fan lightly uttered a word. The rebar seemed to hear the command, suddenly loosening under the force of gravity, plunging straight down. Thud. It pierced through the left shoulder of the reedy giant. Although the shadow felt no pain, the destruction of its energy structure caused it to sway, disrupting the balance of its strength, holding the ceiling. Boom. Half of the ceiling collapsed. It landed directly on half of the reedy giant's body, pinning one of the idol's legs beneath it. Boom. Half of the ceiling collapsed. It landed directly on half of the reedy giant's body, but glass is still glass. In this life-and-death moment, the reedy giant unleashed its final potential, violently tossing away the debris on its body, even tearing off its own arm that was pinned down, seizing the idol, who had already fainted from pain, and crashing through the side wall, charging out. Lin Fan watched the retreating figure, feeling the exhaustion of his depleted spiritual energy, somewhat regretful. Sigh, the blue bar is empty. Well, at least breaking a leg counts as some interest gained. Although his current state could guide disasters, class spiritual energy was simply too fragile. That last move had already drained him completely. At this moment, the progress bar filled up. Lin Fan could no longer control the disaster, and his perspective rapidly elevated, penetrating the rubble and soaring into the sky. Below, within a kilometer radius, had completely devolved into a hell on earth. Not just the theater, but the surrounding streets, shops, and skyscrapers were all caught in a frenzy of tremors. The ground was roaring. The asphalt road cracked like a cookie, revealing dark pipelines and bottomless fish. A taxi speeding down the road, caught off guard, was launched into the air by the suddenly rising ground, and then plunged headfirst into a nearby gaping pit. The electric poles by the roadside leaned like drunken giants, sparks flying chaotically, igniting leaking gas. Boom, boom. Flames shot up to the sky. The once vibrant area instantaneously transformed into a battlefield of doom. Among it all, the most ironic were the screens of smartphones broadcasting live. Although the theater had collapsed, the signal base stations had yet to go completely offline. Some survivors who had narrowly escaped still clutched their phones tightly, the camera shaking nauseatingly. Help! Help! Mom! I want to go home. The footage was filled with ruins and crowds crying. In stark contrast were the comments flooding the major live streaming platforms in Huagua. Just a few minutes earlier, everyone was angry and grieving for Lin Fan's death, with some already crowdfunding to buy reads online. Then the tide turned. What the hell? Is this an 8.0 earthquake? The power rivals that of a nuclear bomb, right? Awesome. So exhilarating. Where's that guy who was cursing us, saying we were living well? Come out and take a bow. What bow? He's probably playing poker with the king of hell right now. Good times. Today is a good day. Everything I wish for is coming true. Stop singing up there, Bim, shaking my legs along with you. But this footage, it really is quite entertaining. Look, isn't that the idol? She was carried out by that reedied monster. The camera indeed captured the idol's figure. However, at this moment, she looked somewhat disheveled. Huh. Serves you right. You were so arrogant. This is retribution. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just that the time hasn't arrived yet. It's a pity she didn't die inside. And Sklass life is truly tough. Don't worry, I'll look at the environment around. This kilometer radius is about to sink. Whether she can survive is still unknown. Just as the netizens were frantically commenting, the screen suddenly shook violently, then turned into a flurry of zzz. All the live streaming rooms blacked out almost simultaneously. What happened? Why is it black? I'm blacked out too. Me too. I can't see. Me neither. Did I forget to charge? The Huagua netizens were confused. They were right at the climax. Oh, why did it cut off? The reason was quite simple. As the tremors intensified, all the communication base stations in the area finally couldn't bear the strain and went completely offline. Cables snapped, signal towers collapsed. This kilometer radius had completely turned into an isolated island. An island filled with death wails and ruins. At the very center of it all, in the now ruined AKB theater's stage, the corpse that should have long perished lay quietly amidst the rubble. The surrounding stones seemed to hold a sense of reverence towards him automatically, forming a circle around him with no debris falling onto him. Lin Fan's consciousness drifted back into his body. The surrounding stones seemed to hold a sense of reverence towards him automatically, forming a circle around him. It was a feeling of fulfillment. The emotions of death, resentment, and fear permeating the surroundings seemed like exquisite dishes flooding into his body. The wound on his neck under the nourishment of the red glow began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. At the same time, he faintly sensed that the dried-up spiritual energy within him was surging wildly. Is this the correct way to unlock the body of disaster? Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of dark red light flashing deep within. He sat up, moved his freshly healed neck, producing a series of crisp cracks. Looking at the ruins he had single-handedly created, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Ladies and gentlemen, this is just the beginning. Let us take our time to enjoy it. The sky over Akihabara was tinted gray-brown by swirling dust. The sounds of police sirens, the roar of helicopters, and the mechanical noise of excavators intertwined, creating a cacophony of busy and anxious sounds. The once bustling AKB theater and its surroundings had turned into a massive concrete grave. This was the epicenter. It was also the center of this sudden disaster. As far as the eye could see, search and rescue teams were everywhere. At this very moment, deep within the ruins in a small triangular space. Cough cough. Lin Fan sat amidst the rubble, expelling a mouthful of earthy stale air, waving his hand in front of him. The surroundings were not only foul-smelling, but also very dark. Only a few rays of dim light occasionally leaked through the cracks above. I'm alive, but how? Am I supposed to get? However, he soon stopped pondering how to escape as another sensation took over his body. Hunger. Thirst. Both hungry and thirsty. Was this the after-effect of being revived? This feeling was certainly unpleasant. In the darkness, Lin Fan couldn't help but fumble around. Suddenly his fingertips brushed against something soft. It wasn't a corpse. It was made of nylon. He felt a surge of joy and pulled hard. Suddenly his fingertips brushed against something soft. It wasn't a corpse. It was made of nylon. He felt a surge of joy and pulled hard. There was no water, but he did find a box of biscuits. The corners of Lin Fan's mouth twitched. In this extreme lack of water, eating biscuits. What's the difference from suicide? Oh wait, does it matter if I live or die? Then it's fine. Crunch. Lin Fan picked up a piece and bit down hard. Dry. Really damn dry. And on top of that, it was sugar-free soda crackers. Absolutely terrible. What kind of thing could be so unappetizing? But there was no choice. Not eating left a more hollow feeling in his stomach. As the biscuit went down, the flour absorbed the last bit of saliva in his mouth, choking him until his eyes rolled back. Yet he forced it down. With energy in his belly, that maddening hunger finally eased a little. Meanwhile, above the ruins, members of the Sakura Nation's special rescue team clad in orange uniforms were struggling to advance through the rubble. Tanaka Keiji's face was covered in dust, and the red veins in his eyes looked like they were about to burst. He glanced at the life detection device in his hand. The screen displayed utter silence. No waveforms. No red dots. Just cold grid lines. Captain, search in Area C is complete. 12 bodies of victims found, no signs of life. In Area D, search is complete, found severed limbs. Several, no signs of life. The reports coming through the walkie-talkie were increasingly grim. Tanaka Keiji gritted his teeth and slammed his fist against a nearby concrete block. Baka. This is Akihabara. Thousands of fans and numerous staff members were buried within minutes. Such casualty numbers, even in a disaster-prone Sakura Nation, would be enough to go down in history as a tragic event. Captain, should we continue digging towards the center? A young team member approached, his voice trembling. The central area is where the collapse is the most severe. With that kind of pressure, there's no way there are any survivors left. Moreover, we don't even know if there will be aftershocks, brothers. He didn't finish, but his meaning was clear. With such a huge disaster, even the edges were so tragic, how could there be any survivors in the center? If there were aftershocks, they could even cost the lives of the rescue team. Tanaka Keiji looked at the mountain of rubble, a wave of despair washing over him. Rationality told him that giving up was the best choice. Beneath this rubble, there was only ground meat, no living people. Woof! Woof! Just then a sudden barking broke the oppressive atmosphere. All eyes were instantly drawn to it. A rescue dog named Jairu was barking furiously at a depression in the center of the ruins. It was digging frantically with its front paws, its tail held high, clearly having discovered something. Is there a situation? Tanaka Keiji's pupils dilated, and his already dead heart jumped suddenly. He dashed forward without caring whether the steel bars underfoot were stable. Jairu, quiet. The handler pulled the dog's leash, his face full of disbelief. Captain, Jairu is reacting very strongly. Living beings below. Living beings. At the seismic center. Is there anything alive under the pressure of thousands of tons of rubble? Tanaka Keiji couldn't believe it. But that didn't stop him from issuing orders. Quick, bring over the life detection device. Everyone else prepare to dig. The device was quickly set up. However, the screen still showed a dead silence. Captain, the device is unresponsive. The device is worthless. I trust Jairu. Tanaka Keiji roared, dig. Dig with your hands. Don't use heavy machinery to avoid causing a secondary collapse. Even if it's just a corpse, dig it out for me. Hi. A dozen rescue team members immediately rushed in. They threw aside their shovels and went straight to work. Fortunately, these people were all awakened ones. Moving aside rubble and tearing steel bars wasn't too difficult. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. As they dug deeper, the small hole gradually widened. All the rescue team members held their breath. Even the police on guard and the media reporters in the distance turned their cameras towards this spot. The whole world was watching this scene. Everyone was anticipating, or rather praying. Someone must be alive. We've broken through. The young team member shouted excitedly, Captain, we've broken through. There's a triangular area below. Tanaka Keiji immediately crouched at the hole, turned on a powerful flashlight, and shone it inside. The beam pierced through the darkness. Dust danced in the light. Everyone's eyes widened, staring intently at the end of the beam. Then they witnessed the most life-questioning scene of their lives. There was no blood-soaked tragedy. No death. Instead, they saw a ragged, dirty young man covered in dust sitting cross-legged on a broken, prefabricated panel. He was munching on a box of biscuits. His cheeks were bulging, clearly making an effort to chew. The bright light hit his face, and he instinctively squinted, raising a hand to shield his eyes. At that moment, the air froze. Time seemed to stop. Tanaka Keiji's mouth dropped open, almost dislocated. The entrenching shovel in the young team member's hand clattered to the ground. The rescue dog Jiru tilted its head, stopping its barking. What the hell is going on? A picnic in the Earth's core. Just as everyone's brains collectively crashed, smoke pouring from their CPUs, the young man finally swallowed the biscuit in his mouth. He stretched his neck and with an extremely hoarse yet powerful voice said the words that broke everyone's defenses. Dude, do you have any water? I'm choking to death. Silence. Dead silence. About 3 seconds passed. Nanny. It was unclear who yelled first. The entire rescue site erupted into chaos. He's alive. He's alive. He's eating. He's talking. By the great deity, Amaterasu. This is a miracle. This is divine intervention. Tanaka Keiji's tears streamed down instantly. Forgetting all about his captain's dignity, he poked his head into the hole, excitedly rambling, "Sir, hang in there. Don't move. Whatever you do, don't move. We'll rescue you right away. Water. Quickly bring water." Lin Fan beneath the rubble. "I'm not moving at all. I'm just eating biscuits. And can you please stop shouting so loudly? You're getting dust all over my biscuits." Soon a bottle of mineral water was lowered down by a rope. Lin Fan grabbed it, twisted the cap off, and tilted his head back for a hearty gulp. Gulp, gulp. With that bottle of water down, the burning sensation finally subsided. Finally back to life. Lin Fan wiped his mouth and let out a long sigh. By now the hole above had been widened enough for one person to enter and exit. 2 burly rescue team members slid down the rope, one on each side, carefully lifting Lin Fan as if he were fragile porcelain. "Sir, where does it hurt? Do you have any fractures? Are you feeling tight in your chest? Don't talk, conserve your strength. Stretcher. Quickly bring down the stretcher." Lin Fan was a bit dazed by this commotion. He wanted to say he was fine and could even eat a couple more biscuits. But seeing these two with expressions like, "If you die on my watch, I'll commit seppuku," he wisely kept his mouth shut. "All right. Since you insist on carrying me, then go ahead." He was too lazy to walk anyway. Thus, as the only survivor in the epicenter of this earthquake, Lin Fan was carried out of the rubble as if he were the center of attention. At the moment, he saw the light of day again. Wow! A thunderous applause and cheers erupted all around. Countless flashes went off, nearly blinding Lin Fan. He's out. The hero is out. A miracle of life. A true miracle of life. He survived at the epicenter. This is simply unbelievable. Countless reporters surged forward, almost shoving their microphones into Lin Fan's nostrils. "Sir, how did you manage to endure under the rubble? Sir, what do you want to say to everyone at this moment? Sir, did you feel the protection of the great deity, Amaterasu?" Lin Fan lay on the stretcher looking at the frenzied crowd with a bewildered expression. His current appearance was truly pitiful. His face was covered in black soot, his hair looked like a bird's nest, and tattered cloths hung on him with half-dried blood and dirt. Only his eyes shone brightly, having just drunk water. No one recognized him as the man who had hung himself on the southeast branch. At this moment, in everyone's eyes, he was merely an ordinary passerby who had fought hard to survive in a great disaster. A totem symbolizing hope. "Step aside. Everyone step aside. The patient needs urgent care." Medical personnel rushed in unceremoniously, putting an oxygen mask on him, hanging up in 4, and then sprinting him onto an ambulance. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The ambulance roared away, leaving behind a crowd of tearful Sakura citizens still praying towards the ambulance's departing figure. Inside the ambulance, Lin Fan removed the oxygen mask, feeling somewhat speechless. "Actually, I'm really—" "No, you're not fine." The nurse beside him pressed down on him, her gaze firm and even tinged with admiration. "Sir, you might be in a state of shock, not feeling any pain. Please trust us, we will definitely treat you." Lin Fan. "All right, you have a point." He leaned back against the pillow, boredly staring at the ceiling. Meanwhile, in Huawu, Zhonghai City, Lin Zhangwo was reading, staring at the international news channel on the TV. Don't be fooled by his earlier indifference. Seeing his son hanging onto the big knife still made his heart ache. Although he knew his son could be revived, this was an earthquake. What if he couldn't get out from below? What if the revival cooldown was too long? In short, this old father was inevitable. Just as he was anxiously waiting, the news live broadcast switched scenes. The host excitedly reported, breaking, "Just now the Sakura Nation rescue team successfully rescued a survivor from beneath the ruins at the epicenter. This is also the only survivor from the central area, referred to as the miracle in the ruins." The scene shifted to the site. On screen, a dirty young man was being lifted onto an ambulance. Although it was only a short 2-second close-up. Although that face was as dirty as a coal miner. A father knows his son best. Lin Zhangwo jumped up from the sofa with just one glance. "Ha ha ha, I told you this kid wouldn't die. You didn't believe me." Seeing Lin Fan really come back to life, the worry-filled Lin Zhangwo regained his confidence. Beside him, Lin Mu, who was still wiping her tears, was also overjoyed. Woo. Son, you worried your mother to death. Hee, what's there to worry about? Your son can be revived. Oh, I estimate that this time many people around the world will be deceived by this kid. Lin Jiangwo suddenly had a bad premonition. What if the people of the Sakura Nation discover that the so-called miracle boy they rescued was actually the culprit who blew up their theater? What would that scene be like? TSK. I'm a bit looking forward to it. Inside the ambulance, Lin Fan felt his throat dry. Don't speak. However, before he could finish, a nearby nurse almost lunged at him, covering his mouth with her hand. His palm felt cool, still carrying the scent of disinfectant. Sir, please don't speak. You must conserve your strength. Your vital signs are temporarily stable, but this could very well be a fleeting moment of clarity. No, it's an illusion caused by a stress response. The nurse's voice was soft and trembling, speaking in Sakura language like a rapid-fire barrage. Lin Fan, he understood a bit of Sakura language, not much, just slightly more than phrases like yami and aiku. But given her demeanor, did this girl think he was on the verge of death? No, I just want to drink some water, Lin Fan whimpered in exasperation. Water. The nurse paused for a moment, then hurriedly rummaged through the emergency kit to pull out a sealed bottle of mineral water, carefully inserting a straw and holding it up to Lin Fan's lips. Drink slowly, be careful not to choke. Her gentle tone was like soothing a helpless 3-year-old. Lin Fan did not hold back, biting the straw and sucking vigorously. This damned resurrection side effect made him feel as if there was a black hole in his stomach. Glug glug. The bottle was drained in the blink of an eye. Lin Fan pulled the straw out, feeling about 20% revived. He attempted to sit up. After all, lying down was not conducive to digestion. You can't get up. The nurse was startled and exclaimed, don't move. We don't know if you've suffered severe compressive injuries or if there's any internal bleeding. As she spoke, the nurse immediately placed her hands firmly on Lin Fan's shoulders. The pressure was not great, but it was resolute. Lin Fan. What, do I not have insurance? Is this how you treat patients? I'm not sick, Lin Fan retorted silently in his heart. To prove his point, he even wanted to flex his biceps. But the nurse's tears fell immediately. Don't be brave. Boo-hoo, you might aggravate your internal injuries. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Girl, aren't you overacting a bit? I just wanted to sit up and see how far we've gone. What if they take me to some secret base for slices and research? I'd have to commit suicide and reload. Lin Fan's mouth twitched. Girl, aren't you overacting a bit? I just wanted to sit up and see how far we've gone. What if they take me to some secret base for slices and research? I'd have to commit. The government has ordered that no matter the cost, we will save you. The best team in all of Japan. No matter the— Lin Fan was stunned for a moment and nearly laughed out loud. If these people knew that the one they were treating like royalty was actually the culprit behind a calamity at the AKB theater, that scene would definitely be quite spectacular. Thank you very much. Lin Fan stifled a laugh and replied. Since the enemy insists on being my nanny, I might as well reluctantly accept it. After all, it was free. I might as well enjoy the ride. 20 minutes later, Sumida Emergency Center. It had turned into a battlefield hospital. Vehicles filled with injured patients were parked outside the hospital. Stretchers were coming in and out, and the sounds of cries and calls filled the air. But when the ambulance carrying Lin Fan came to a stop, several medical staff in full protective gear rushed over with a mobile stretcher. Quick! Green Channel. Is this the miracle survivor? Prepare the CT room. Get ready for an MRI. Stock the blood bank with enough type A, B, O, and even R-negative blood. No matter what his blood type is, make sure we have plenty. An elderly head physician with graying hair was personally directing at the entrance, his voice booming. Lin Fan was hastily lifted out of the car and transferred to the mobile stretcher. The round-faced nurse from earlier with the name tag reading Sato Saori was still closely following beside him, holding a drip bottle and jogging along. Lin Fan was hastily lifted out of the car and transferred to the mobile stretcher. The round-faced nurse from earlier with the name tag reading Sato Saori was still closely following beside him, holding a drip— Thank you very much. Lin Fan stifled a laugh and replied. Since the enemy insists on being my nanny, I might as well reluctantly— Aw, curiosity prayer. There were even a few journalists crouching nearby, snapping pictures furiously. The flashes nearly blinded Lin Fan. He instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. This action was quickly captured by the keen-eyed reporters, who mentally assigned it a headline: Unnamed Hero. The miracle survivor refuses exposure, unwilling to seek sympathy. However, they had no idea that what Lin Fan was really thinking was snap, 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 screw you. If old Lin saw me looking like this, he would definitely ridicule me on social media. Just when he thought about contacting home, he remembered the most important thing: isolating them from the outside commotion. Inside the emergency room, the lights were bright and machines beeped rhythmically. 5 or 6 experts rushed in, scissors snipping rapidly, isolating them from the outside commotion. Inside the emergency room, the lights were bright and machines beeped rhythmically. 5 or 6 experts rushed in, scissors snipping rapidly, directly cutting Lin Fan's already tattered clothes. Isolating them from the outside commotion. Inside the emergency room, the lights were bright and machines beeped rhythmically. 5 or 6 experts rushed in, scissors snipping rapidly, directly cutting Lin Fan's already tattered clothes. How about here? Lin Fan, not painful. Here. Itches. Here. Hungry. The head physician paused, looking at Lin Fan with a grave expression. None of it hurts. Yes. Not good. The head physician gasped, turning to the surrounding doctors and saying this may be a classic case of neurogenic shock. His pain receptors have likely been numbed by extreme suffering, or it could be a sign of high-level paralysis due to spinal injury. The surrounding doctors nodded in agreement, all wearing expressions of "I see now." Immediately conduct a full-body examination, especially of the spine and brain. We can't afford to waste a second. Lin Fan lay on the bed looking at the glaring surgical lights overhead, feeling utterly speechless. I really am fine. I'm just hungry. Can you incompetent doctors please get me a couple of rice balls first? But no one was listening to him. For the next hour, Lin Fan experienced the most thorough medical examination package in human history. He was shoved into enormous white cylinders, listening to the machines hum. He was drained of 3 vials of blood. Even though he wanted to tell the nurse that this blood was useless, he had just been revived, and it wasn't even warm yet. Finally, after the ordeal, Lin Fan was pushed into a high-end single-occupancy ICU room. This treatment was simply outrageous. The room had a private bathroom, a television, and even a fruit basket. Sato Saori was still by the bedside, having changed into a fresh nurse's uniform, holding a freshly printed medical report. Her expression was conflicted. It looked like she was constipated or had just seen an alien. What's wrong? Lin Fan leaned against the soft pillow and casually grabbed an apple from the fruit basket, biting into it with a crunch. Am I dying? No. Sato Saori looked at the report, her brows furrowing into a twist. Sir, your body, the data shows. Speak in plain language. The data shows you're as strong as a Hokkaido brown bear. Sato Saori swallowed hard. Aside from being slightly malnourished and dehydrated, you don't have a single scratch on you. In fact, your bone density and muscle strength are stronger than many ordinary awakened ones. Lin Fan shrugged. I told you I'm strong. This was the truth. Although his spiritual power was quite lacking after the recent resurrection, or rather the reorganization after awakening as the body of calamity, he could feel that his physical strength had seemingly taken a qualitative leap. Is this the hidden attribute of infinite reorganization? The worse you die, the tougher you live. If this continues, won't it be hard to even want to die one day? That's not scientific. Sato Saori hugged the report to her chest, looking at Lin Fan with wonder. You were at thousands of tons of reinforced concrete. How did you come out unscathed? Lin Fan chewed on the apple, mumbling. So I'm just supposed to die, right? Isn't there a possibility that I just got lucky? Or am I the illegitimate child of Amaterasu? Sato Saori's face flushed. Please don't make such blasphemous jokes. But soon the confusion in her eyes turned into even more fervent admiration. I get it. She clapped her hands. Suddenly, you must be some unregistered high-level physical enhancement awakened one. You unleashed your potential in a crisis. That's so cool. Lin Fan rolled his eyes. Sure, whatever you say. As long as you're happy. Seorkin. Lin Fan pointed to his stomach. Since I'm very healthy, can you get me some proper food? Apples won't fill me up. Sato Saori immediately stood at attention, almost turning her professional habit into military training. We have specialized nutritional meals for VIP patients. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up. Yes. I'll go prepare it right away. Soon Sato Saori pushed a silver dining cart into the room. The sound of the wheels rolling was light, but to Lin Fan's ears, it was like heavenly music. No disaster, no resurrection could compare to the practicality of this cart full of food. Sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Sato Saori wore a professional and adoring smile as she wheeled the cart to the bedside. This is a VIP recovery package specially approved by the director. Please enjoy. The lid was lifted. Steam wafted up. Although there was no braised pork or rice, this so-called VIP package truly had something special. A 5 Wagyu sashimi, its marbling as beautiful as an artwork. Clear broth made from tuna, although it looked a bit unsettling, it indeed smelled delightful. There were also a few exquisitely presented kaiseki dishes. Each portion was pitifully small, yet the presentation was so exquisite that it was hard to bring oneself to eat. Of course Lin Fan could endure. He was so hungry that he could devour a whole cow. Never mind the presentation, even if the plate were made of pure gold, he would still want to take a bite. Thank you. Lin Fan's eyes sparkled as he reached out to grab the plate of sashimi. Hey, don't move. Sato Saori was quick and firmly held Lin Fan's wrist. This girl looked delicate, yet her grip was surprisingly strong. Lin Fan was taken aback. What's wrong? Isn't this for me to eat? Do I need to take a picture for social media first? You are currently a critical care patient. Sato Saori said solemnly, her brows furrowing slightly. Although the instruments show normal readings, it cannot be completely confirmed that you have no issues. What if your fingers cramp when you use chopsticks? What if you bite your tongue while chewing and it causes severe bleeding? Lin Fan. Is this girl too well-versed in first aid manuals? I'm just trying to eat. How can I bite my tongue to death? Even though I'm looking for death, I didn't intend to die in such a pathetic way. Then can I just use my hands to grab it? Lin Fan tried to reason with her. No way. There are bacteria on your hands. It could cause cross-contamination. Sato Saori firmly rejected. She took a deep breath as if she had made a significant decision, her cheeks slightly flushed, and picked up a pair of black wooden chopsticks to pick up a piece of wagyu dipped in soy sauce and wasabi. Open your mouth. Ah, Lin Fan shrank his neck back. Sister, there's no need for that. Please cooperate with the treatment. Sato Saori's eyes were resolute as she held the chopsticks close to Lin Fan's mouth. This is the duty of medical staff. You are a miracle, and we cannot allow anything to happen to a miracle over something as trivial as eating. The slice of meat on the tip of the chopsticks trembled slightly. Lin Fan looked at the piece of meat, and then at Sato Saori's big watery eyes that seemed to say, if you don't eat, you're looking down on my professional skills. Refusing at this moment would seem ungrateful. More importantly, the cravings in his stomach were already protesting. All right, you feed me, you feed me. Lin Fan gave up resisting and opened his mouth. The melt-in-your-mouth top-quality wagyu was delivered into Lin Fan's mouth. The fat exploded in his mouth. Lin Fan chewed a couple of times, and had to admit that being fed by someone else was indeed a bit more enjoyable than doing it himself. But it was just too slow. Faster the next bite, Lin Fan urged. Chew slowly, it helps with digestion, Sato Saori said while obediently speeding up her feeding. The atmosphere in the ward had become somewhat strange yet warm. A filthy refugee leaned against a medical bed worth tens of thousands, being fed top-notch cuisine bite by bite by a beautiful nurse in uniform. If Lin Zhengwo saw this scene, he would probably be so angry that he would take off his prosthetic leg and smash it again. A bit dry. Lin Fan swallowed a mouthful of rice ball and pointed to the soup beside him. Sato Saori immediately picked up the bowl, blew on the spoon, and brought it to his mouth. Slurp. Lin Fan took a sip and sighed comfortably. This is what life is. If I don't have to die and don't have to think about how to die, just lying here seems pretty good. By the way, turn on the TV. Lin Fan mumbled indistinctly while chewing on the tempura. I want to see how those people are portraying me as a hero and whether they've erected a monument for me. Since I've already been treated as a survivor, I don't mind watching the excitement. After all, that scene was caused by me. Even if it wasn't my intention, this masterpiece is still worth reminiscing about. At this moment, Sato Saori was completely obedient to Lin Fan. She put down the bowl, picked up the remote control, and pressed the power button. I want to see too, Sato Saori said excitedly. Now all the channels in Sakura country are broadcasting the rescue situation in Akihabara, and everyone is praying for you. The screen lit up. As expected, the image displayed was the scene of devastation. Countless excavators were working on the ruins, appearing both tragic and busy. But the headlines of the news were not what Lin Fan had imagined, such as miracle of life, nor moving the heavens and earth. Instead, it was a line of bold red and flashing alarming words: emergency report. The Akihabara earthquake is not a natural disaster. Suspected to be man-made. Lin Fan paused his chewing of the shrimp tail. A bad premonition arose in his heart. Sato Saori was also stunned. Man-made. On the TV, the host had a serious expression and spoke rapidly. According to the joint investigation by the Meteorological Agency and geological experts, the magnitude 8.0 earthquake that occurred at the AKB Theater in Akihabara with a depth of... Yes, viewers, you heard it right. The epicenter is right on the surface. It's right inside the theater. This means that it was not a natural earthquake caused by tectonic movement, but more like a targeted explosion. It was an unknown attack with extremely high energy reactions. The image split. On the left was the scene of the ruins. On the right appeared a geologist wearing thick glasses with sparse hair. The expert held a pointer and was frantically tapping on a thermal imaging map. Everyone, please look. The expert spoke passionately, his emotions running high. This red ball of energy is entirely concentrated at this point. This is not seismic waves, this is shock waves. And the expert adjusted his glasses, his gaze becoming sharp. Based on the residual spiritual energy fluctuations at the scene, this energy does not belong to any known glass powerhouse. It carries a very strange, how should I describe it? It's like a force of laws or rules suddenly exploding. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. These experts are quite something. Sitting at the edge of the bed, Sato Saori blinked, seemingly still not processing. Not a natural disaster. Then it's a terrorist attack. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the spoon in her hand. On the TV, the host picked up the thread, his voice becoming even more somber. If it was man-made, then the culprit capable of instantly destroying streets and causing thousands of casualties is undoubtedly a human disaster. After previous investigations of the surveillance videos at the scene, the police have already locked onto the highly suspicious individual. Fortunately, based on the footage, it can be confirmed that this suspect is already dead. The scene switched again. A photo was pasted in the center of the screen. Although the pixels were somewhat blurry and the lighting dimmed that face, that hair, it was none other than Lin Fan, currently sitting in the hospital bed with half a shrimp tail still in his mouth. Next to the photo was a line of bloody big letters: suspect, codename Brick Madman. Danger level extremely deadly. Awakened talent unknown. Confirmed dead. The host's indignant voice echoed throughout the ward. This man. Before the earthquake occurred, he disguised himself as a fan to infiltrate the theater and publicly attack the glass awakener in Amazu. According to eyewitness accounts, he repeatedly shouted extreme remarks like "kill me" and "I seek death." Experts speculate that this individual is likely some sort of suicidal attacker and is suspected to be an awakened individual with a special talent. However, the general public can rest assured this individual has been confirmed dead. Please do not panic. In the ward, the air suddenly became very quiet. Only the beeping of the heart monitor sounded particularly piercing. Lin Fan silently spat the shrimp tail out into the plate. The shrimp suddenly lost its appeal. He turned his head to look at Sato Saori, who was sitting by the bed. Sato Saori was looking at him too. Their gazes met in the air. At that moment, Sato Saori was still holding the bowl for feeding, the spoon hovering in midair just under 5 centimeters away from Lin Fan's mouth. A second ago, she was a gentle angel caring for a fallen hero. In the next second, she realized she was not but a Godzilla in human skin. A terrorist who had just leveled Akihabara and was officially announced to be dead. And this terrorist was now sitting in front of her, comfortably eating A5 Wagyu. That. Lin Fan broke the silence, pointing at the photo on the TV. Do you believe me when I say that's not me? Clang. The spoon in Sato Saori's hand fell into the bowl. Scalding soup splashed out, landing on the back of her snowy white hand. Yet she seemed to have lost all sensation of pain. The big eyes that were once filled with admiration were now visibly filling with fear. Her pupils shook. Her lips trembled. Her complexion turned from rosy to ashen in an instant, whiter than the sheets of the hospital bed. She glanced at the extremely deadly suspect on the TV. Then she looked back at the young man in front of her who had just been shouting for another bite. The hairstyle. The same. That annoying face. Identical. Sato Saori let out a faint moan from her throat. It was the precursor to a human's vocal cords losing control in the face of absolute terror. Just then, Lin Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Don't scream. Lin Fan's voice was calm, even tinged with a hint of helplessness. If you scream and a bunch of big men rush in, I won't be able to finish this meal. His palm was warm. Yet in Sato Saori's feeling, it was like the touch of the Grim Reaper. Woo, woo. Sato Saori tightly covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. She wanted to run, but her legs felt as weak as noodles, unable to stand up. She wanted to shout for help, but looking at Lin Fan's eerily calm eyes, she had a premonition. As long as she dared to utter a syllable, the next second this ward would become the second Akihabara ruins. Be good. Lin Fan released her hands smoothly, taking the bowl from her. He drank while looking at the now trembling little nurse curled up in a ball, revealing a smile he thought was friendly, but in her eyes it was more monstrous than a devil. I'm telling you, I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Sato Saori shook her head madly, then nodded crazily. Tears and mucus smeared all over her face. I believe. Please don't kill me. I haven't had my first love yet. I still have my mortgage to pay. Lin Fan sighed. It seems explaining wouldn't work. With that said, he without hesitation and amid the terrified gazes of everyone powered his legs and directly crashed through the remaining half of the glass, leaping backward. As a result, her mind is filled with bloody scenes from various horror films. Perverted murderers always have a hearty meal before slaughtering their victims to maintain their strength. Some even have special dining etiquette, such as wiping their mouths after eating and plating the body after a kill. And now this brick maniac has just finished his soup and is wiping his mouth with a napkin. His movements are graceful. Slowly. Lin Fan suddenly speaks. Yamit. In a reflexive response to the countless horrifying images in her mind, Sato Saori crouches down, hugging her head, shrinking into the gap between the bed and the wall, trembling. Don't eat me. I'm not as tasty as Wagyu. I have body fat percentage, I'm very lean. Boo-hoo. Lin Fan's napkin stops midair. Is this woman's thought process clogged? I just ate 2 pounds of sashimi, and I have to treat you as dessert. Lin Fan kicked the edge of the bed with his toes. I was just asking if there are any desserts like pudding or something. A sound of sniffling came from the gap. After 2 seconds, Sato Saori's tear-streaked face poked out cautiously, looking at Lin Fan. Really not going to kill me? Why would I kill you? Lin Fan rolled his eyes, pointing at the television screen. The person on it is my twin brother. Sato Saori was taken aback. Can't you tell? Lin Fan seriously started to fabricate. His hairstyle is parted in the middle, while mine is a side part. His eyes are fierce, while mine are clear. Besides, he's a pervert, and I'm a good person. Sato Saori stared at Lin Fan for 3 seconds. Hairstyle. It got messed up during the MRI, hard to tell. Eyes. Indeed, quite clear, just a bit like the look one gives to fools. Most importantly, humans instinctively believe any lie that could save them when in extreme fear. Really, Sato Saori's fear faded a little. Was that a misunderstanding? A huge misunderstanding. Lin Fan sighed, looking sorrowful. It's a family misfortune, and my brother has loved playing with bricks since childhood, and there was no stopping him. I came to Tokyo to persuade him to turn himself in and got caught up in this mess. This excuse was so bad that Lin Fan almost laughed. Yet Sato Saori believed it. Or rather, she had to believe it, otherwise she'd be scared to death right now. Soga. Sato Saori suddenly stood up, her tears still not dry, her face showing a relieved expression. So it's your brother. I knew it. When I was feeding you earlier, you were so gentle. How could you possibly be a bad person? You scared me to death. Lin Fan twitched the corner of his mouth. Gentle? I was afraid you'd shove wasabi up my nose. All right, since the misunderstanding is cleared up. Lin Fan lifted the blanket, feeling his strength restored somewhat. I can't stay here, it's bad luck. Help me find a change of clothes, I need to discharge myself. He had to leave. This hospital was full of surveillance cameras. Although he had managed to fool this naive girl, the others were not fools. Once it's discovered that he is the corpse, it would be better to be shot on the spot. If caught, it would hurt like hell. He wanted to die, but didn't want to suffer worse than death. Discharge? Sato Saori became anxious again. No way. Although you're not that. You are still a survivor from the epicenter, and must be observed for 24 hours. I'm in a hurry to uphold justice against my kin. Lin Fan casually fabricated, my brother may not be completely dead, I have to go. To persuade him. Meanwhile, in Tokyo Chiyoda District. At the Awakener Countermeasures headquarters of Sakura Country, the command center. In the huge circular conference room, dozens of large screens flickered with various complex data streams. At the Awakener Countermeasures headquarters of Sakura Country, the command center. In the huge circular conference room, at this moment, after analysis by several special awakeners from the headquarters, it has been confirmed that the previous earthquake was 90 man-made. Moreover, they have already locked onto the target. It is the provocateur who hanged himself on the blade of the rice seedling summoning object. To investigate this bizarre ability that could trigger an earthquake, they spared no effort to search the ruins. However, unexpectedly, after searching for no less than 2 hours based on the location, they found nothing. The one-eyed middle-aged man sitting at the head of the conference room spoke up. Report, sir. A technician stood up, drenched in sweat. The rescue team has searched the ruins of the AKB theater 3 times. Found nothing but hundreds of corpses of victims. We did not find the suspect's body. Nothing. A cold light flashed in Matsumoto's only remaining eye. According to the data, that guy clearly died under the high humidity of the blade. How could the body possibly be missing? Unless he isn't dead. Another intelligence analyst chimed in, typing a string of code on the keyboard. Sir, we just compared the residual fluctuations of spiritual energy before and after the disaster, and found a shocking phenomenon. The large screen switched instantly. A huge spiritual energy spectrum appeared before everyone. In the image, the red disaster energy did not dissipate after the explosion, but strangely converged towards a point. What is this? Matsumoto frowned. This is our latest spiritual energy monitoring assistance program. The technician's voice trembled. According to the data, the source of the earthquake after the disaster had an unidentified object absorbing all the death energy and resentment from the scene. Then, it vanished into thin air. The entire room was in an uproar, causing disasters and absorbing negative energy. What kind of monster is this? Off. Suddenly a shout came from the corner. The team leader responsible for the facial recognition system stood up, abruptly pointing at 2 photos on the screen, his face as pale as paper. How is this possible? Sir, we have a discovery here. I think I know where that guy went. What? Hearing the commotion, several leaders in the conference room rushed forward. On the screen pointed at by the technician on the left was the blurred side profile of the brick maniac reported in previous news. On the right was the high-definition frontal photo of the miracle survivor sent to Sumida Emergency Center. Moreover, the comparison progress bar below was rapidly advancing. 90, 95, 99. Bingo. Matching successful. Moreover, the comparison progress bar below was rapidly advancing. 90, 95, 90. Everyone's mouths dropped open as if they had been stuffed with a duck egg. Nanny. After a long while, they incredulously exclaimed. How? How is this possible? One-eyed Matsumoto looked incredulous, the survivor who was hailed by the media as a miracle of life and blessed by the entire nation. Turned out to be the corpse we were looking for. Yes. Yes, it is. The bespectacled man swallowed hard, and according to our records, he is currently receiving our highest level of medical treatment. Bakayuru. Matsumoto completely exploded. The table was smashed with a punch. This is a great humiliation. This is a tremendous disgrace to our great Sakura Empire. To treat a terrorist as a hero. To give him medical care. To feed him. If this gets out, how will these people survive internationally from now on? They would probably be laughed at by Huaxiao for 10,000 years. Where is that bastard now? Matsumoto, at Sumida Emergency Center Special Care ICU Room 302. Notify the Special Operations Team. All personnel mobilized. Matsumoto's eyes were filled with a ferocity that seemed like he wanted to swallow Lin Fan whole. At Sumida Emergency Center Special Care ICU Room 302. Notify the Special Operations Team. All personnel mobilized. When we meet, shoot to kill. Since he has died once, let him die again. Although he didn't know how the other party came back to life this time, he must die. At Sumida Emergency Center, Lin Fan was unaware that he had become Tokyo's highest-priced wanted criminal. He had just managed to con a set of male nurse uniforms from Sato Saori. This outfit is a bit tight. Lin Fan tugged at the collar, looking at himself in the mirror. Looks fat. Sir. Oh no, younger brother-san. Sato Saori stood at the door looking worried. Are you really going to leave? The director will scold me to death if he finds out. Don't worry, just say I was abducted by aliens. Lin Fan threw a vague excuse, then pushed the door open and peeked out into the corridor. No one. By the way, Lin Fan turned back looking at the little nurse who was left dumbfounded by his con. Although she wasn't very bright, she did feed him well earlier. Don't feed patients so quickly in the future, they might choke. After saying that, Lin Fan shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered out of the ward. As long as he could slip out of the hospital's main entrance and dive into the crowd, who could find him? Then he could die another way. For instance, he could go climb Tokyo Tower or dance at the crater of Mount Fuji. There's bound to be a way that suits him. However, just as Lin Fan reached the elevator and pressed the down button, ding, the elevator door opened. Not because he pressed the button, but because the elevator happened to arrive at this floor. However, just as Lin Fan reached the elevator and pressed the down button, ding, the elevator door opened. Not because he pressed the button, but because instead it was filled with more than a dozen fully armed SWAT officers holding riot shields and automatic rifles. The dark muzzles were all aimed at the elevator door. Among the SWAT officers stood a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a face full of flesh holding up a photo. The photo was indeed a screenshot of Lin Fan bleeding from hanging himself. The middle-aged man raised his head. Lin Fan lowered his head. Their eyes met. The air became solid. Lin Fan instinctively tried to salvage the situation. Officers, if you're here for dental work, just turn left out the door. This is the neurology department. No, the brain department. The middle-aged man chuckled, coldly tightening the photo in his hand. Lin Fan. Lin Fan blinked. Oh, recognized. Since he has been discovered. Cough. Lin Fan lightly coughed, breaking the silence. He glanced at the dark gun barrels, and instead of surrendering, he took a step forward, even puffing out his chest. Since you've discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. He adjusted his collar. A look of fearless acceptance appeared on his face, even with a hint of excitement. No more pretending, I'm laying my cards on the table. That's right, I am Lin Fan, the one you're looking for. I was also behind the incident in Akihabara. Come on, do it. Matsumoto Saika. The special police officers behind him. What's wrong with this guy? Isn't the usual procedure for a suspect to kneel and beg for mercy, or take a hostage? What's with that face that seems to scream, please kill me quickly? What are you waiting for? Lin Fan said impatiently. Is the safety off? Are the bullets loaded? If I were you, I'd shoot right now. Don't hesitate. Hesitating leads to defeat. He was genuinely anxious. If he got caught and interrogated, it would be troublesome. Only by dying on the spot could he enhance himself again and escape. It was a perfect two-for-one deal. However, Matsumoto Saika, the team leader in the elevator, had a vein bulging on his forehead after hearing Lin Fan's death wish. Arrogant. Too damn arrogant. Having worked in the police department for 20 years and having apprehended countless deviants, he had never encountered someone so audacious. This wasn't just provocation, it was trampling on the dignity of the Sakura Empire's police. Bastard. Matsumoto Saika roared, suddenly raising his pistol, the muzzle aimed directly at Lin Fan's forehead. Since you're so intent on dying, I'll grant your wish. Everyone listen up. Kachak. Hearing the command, everyone in the elevator raised their rifles in unison. The sound of safety catches being disengaged was crisp and melodious. To Lin Fan's ears, it sounded even more beautiful than a symphony. Here it comes, here it comes. The banquet is about to begin. He took a deep breath, spread his arms, closed his eyes, and wore a serene smile, as if awaiting the baptism of divine light. Hurry up. Come to me. Ready. In his anticipation, Matsumoto Saika's finger rested on the trigger, his murderous intent solidified. However, at this critical moment, a sudden crackling sound erupted from Matsumoto Saika's earpiece, followed by a stern and urgent voice. Matsumoto. Stop. You cannot kill him. Matsumoto's fingers stiffened, forcing him to halt his trigger pull. Sir. Why? This is extremely dangerous. That's an order. The voice on the other end roared. The Ministry of Science has just issued a top-level directive. This person possesses the ability to resurrect, an unprecedented ability. He must be captured alive. He must be brought back intact. If even a piece of flesh is missing, you'll be committing live experimentation. Matsumoto Saika's pupils contracted sharply. He glanced at Lin Fan, who was eagerly awaiting with his eyes closed, and suddenly realized something. So that's why? This guy is so audaciously seeking death, because he knows he can't die? Or is he enjoying death? We cannot let him succeed. Everyone, thinking of this, Matsumoto Saika shouted loudly, forcing the gun barrel down. Change the ammunition. Use non-lethal weapons. Capture him alive. Hi. The special police moved in perfect unison. The live ammunition magazines were quickly removed. Some even drew out yellow tasers with hooks and wires attached. Everything happened too fast. Lin Fan, who was waiting for death with his eyes closed, was still counting in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Huh. Why isn't anything happening? Is it suppressed? But why doesn't my body hurt at all? Lin Fan opened his eyes a crack, puzzled. He saw that the once dark gun barrels had now turned into a pile of colorful plastic shells. Before he could react to what this new type of weapon was, fire! Bang! 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 Several muffled sounds erupted. Several darts with hooks dragging long copper wires struck Lin Fan's chest, thigh, and arms like venomous snakes emerging from their holes. What the hell? Just as Lin Fan was confused, zzz, a blue arc suddenly erupted. 50,000 volts of high-voltage electricity surged through the copper wires into Lin Fan's body. What the? He could only let out a distorted scream as his whole body became rigid, his hair standing on end, and his body began to convulse wildly. Pain. Numbness. It felt as if countless ants were crawling through his veins, and it felt like someone was hammering his bones with a tiny hammer. But he didn't die. Not only did he not die, but he was even somewhat clear-headed. Increase the power. Seeing that Lin Fan was still standing, Matsumoto Saika immediately shouted, electrify him. Zzz. The sound of electricity grew even more piercing. However, 10 seconds passed. 20 seconds passed. Lin Fan was still shaking. Yet he still stood. Not only standing, he could even roll his eyes. Is my physique that amazing? Lin Fan was shocked by his own physique. Is this your method? Lin Fan stutteringly gritted his teeth, squeezing out a few words through his clenched jaw. Haven't you eaten? Can you put in some effort? Matsumoto Saika's eyes were about to pop out. Several tasers were firing at once, let alone a poet. Even an elephant would be frothing at the mouth. But this guy? He could still talk, and even taunt. Is he even human? This is definitely a special awakening. Baka, increase it. Screw you. Are you all addicted to this? Lin Fan suddenly shouted. No chance. I came here to seek death, not to be a guinea pig. If I get caught being drained of blood and cut up every day, I wouldn't even be able to die. That would be real hell. Get off me. Lin Fan suddenly reached out and grabbed the few conductive wires on his chest. The current that could knock out an ordinary awakened one felt like mere noodles in his hands. His arm bulged with veins as he yanked hard. Snap, snap, snap. The tough copper wires were forcibly torn apart. The hooks ripped through his flesh, spraying a stream of blood. What? The special police officers in the elevator were so frightened they staggered back 3 steps. The scene was too horrifying. A person barehanded ripped apart the electrified taser wires. Was this even human? Monster. Matsumoto Saika muttered to himself. Goodbye. Lin Fan tore off the burdens from his body, taking advantage of the crowd's daze to turn and run down the corridor. Catch him. Matsumoto Saika shouted with all his might. Catch that monster. Bang. Bang. However, Lin Fan, having returned from the dead, and with a body that had been wealthed, had drastically improved his physical abilities, slightly dodging the attacks. Several shots hit the wall. He was like a nimble monkey dashing through the complex corridors of the hospital, toppling a medic. He kicked a trash can aside. Chaos ensued wherever he passed. Move aside. I can't stop. Lin Fan shouted while running. Behind him, heavy tactical boot steps were in relentless pursuit. Damn it, are these people like adhesive plaster? Lin Fan glanced back. The special police were surprisingly fit, keeping up with him closely. It was evident that they were a group of awakened individuals with extraordinary physical abilities. No way. I can't run downstairs. The lower levels must be surrounded. I need to find a place to hide, or simply end it all. Jumping off. But it's only the 3rd floor. A jumping down would likely just result in broken bones, just in time for them to carry me back for research. I need to find a place where death is certain. A transformer room. Let alone whether I can find it. Even if I do, whether I die or not is still unknown. Just as Lin Fan was running around like a headless fly, a familiar corner suddenly appeared ahead. Room, the ICU. That was the place he had just come from. At this moment, a cleaning cart was parked at the door of the ward. And a petite figure in a pink nurse's uniform was bending over, tidying up the bed that Lin Fan had just messed. The little movements she made appeared particularly diligent. Sato Saori was tidying up while wiping her tears, murmuring, liar. Big liar. Said it was a twin brother. It's just one person, boo-hoo. I was so scared. But it's good that he's gone. Better to stay away from such a terrorist. She had just stuffed the changed sheets into a bag. Then a familiar voice exploded in her ear, panting and laced with the joy of reuniting with a loved one. Then a familiar voice exploded in her ear, panting and laced with the joy of reuniting with a loved one. Sister, help me. Sato Saori froze all over. She mechanically turned her head. She saw the devil who had just left a few minutes ago, now disheveled, hair wild, with several broken wires hanging from him, standing behind her with a fierce expression. And behind him, there was a chaotic and murderous sound of footsteps in the corridor, accompanied by chilling shouts. Blocked. Don't let him escape. In an instant, Sato Saori's mind went blank, and the dirty sheets she had just changed fell to the ground with a thud. She looked at Lin Fan, who was returning, then glanced at the group of special police who seemed ready to tear down the hospital. Her pupils shook again. Before the scream could fully escape her throat, a large hand had already reached over, covering her mouth and pulling her mop and all into the ward. Before the scream could fully escape her throat, a large hand had already reached over, covering her mouth and pulling her mop and all into the ward. The point of rolling her eyes and offered an apologetic I forgot to take something, just now came back to get it. By the way, could I borrow a place to hide? Sato said. Bang, bang, bang. Outside, heavy banging on the door echoed. Open up. Those inside listen. You are surrounded. Immediately release the hostage. Otherwise we will take coercive measures. Lin Fan curled his lip. Hostage. He looked down at Sato Saori, who was trembling like a sieve in his arms. That's not a bad idea. Don't be afraid. Lin Fan leaned close to her ears, speaking in a voice only the two of them could hear. I won't kill you, just cooperate with me to put on a show. Let them think they shot me to death. Sato Saori's tears streamed uncontrollably. Acting. Killing you. Dude, is that request a bit too twisted? Are you ready? Lin Fan pushed Sato Saori onto the bed, casually grabbing the fruit knife from the table used for slicing apples and holding it against his neck. Wait, I'm holding it wrong. He quickly switched the knife to Sato Saori's neck and shouted towards the door, everyone stay out. Whoever comes in I'll kill. Kill her. Give me a helicopter. And a Gatling gun. One that's fully loaded. Otherwise we'll die together. The banging on the door outside instantly stopped. There was a deathly silence. Lin Fan felt a bit smug. Looks like this tactic works. As long as I anger them, making them think I'm a ruthless, bottomless madman, they will surely choose a sniper to shoot me in the head to save the hostage. As long as I get shot in the head, this wave is stable. However, reality is always filled with a touch of the fantastical. Outside the door, Matsumoto Masaharu did not hesitate for even a second. Get moving. A booming shout rang out like thunder on a clear day. What the hell? Lin Fan was bewildered. This group of people was not normal. Is this the legendary hostage rescue operation? Are you here to rescue the hostage, or to eliminate the hostage? Before he could react, there was a loud bang as the special police violently broke open the wooden door of the intensive care unit. Wood splinters flew everywhere. Several shadows pounced in like hungry tigers. There were no negotiators. No psychological counselors. They didn't even utter the cliché of put down your weapons. Leading the charge was Matsumoto Masaharu, his face bloated with rage, twisted in a snarl, his eyes nearly bulging out. Instead of yelling, don't move, he shouted. Protect him, don't let him die. Get the tranquilizer ready. Lin Fan was speechless. What the hell is going on? Watching the group rush toward him like they had seen a stunning beauty without clothes, alarms blared in Lin Fan's mind. If I get caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. Dissection, blood draws catheters. Just thinking about that kind of hopelessness makes my scalp tingle. No way. I must die. Now. Immediately. You forced me into this. Lin Fan steeled his heart. Since taking the hostage was ineffective, then he would take himself hostage. He suddenly pushed away the already terrified Sato Saori, flipped the fruit knife in his right hand, and brought it sharply across his carotid artery. The motion was fluid and unrestrained. With that stroke, it would surely unleash a 3-meter-high spurt of blood, leading to instant death and a glorious end. Just wait. Lin Fan closed his eyes, a crazed smile of impending liberation creeping onto his lips. However, 1 second later, the anticipated sensation of blood gushing and consciousness fading did not occur. Instead, there was a searing pain as if sandpaper was being rubbed violently against him. The sound was not like a sharp blade cutting flesh, but more like a dull knife scraping hide. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. He saw that the standard hospital fruit knife was lodged in the flesh of his neck. The skin was torn. Blood flowed. But that was all. The blade was serrated, and so dull it was infuriating. This thing probably couldn't even peel an apple, and could at most skin a banana. What the hell? Lin Fan was so angry, he nearly suffered a stroke. Damn, that's Sakura manufacturing. Can't they even make a proper knife? What happened to craftsmanship? What about precision? Are you worried about hurting the apple's self-esteem with a dull fruit knife? The wound on his neck looked terrifying, blood gushing, but it didn't hit any vital spots. It just hurt, and it hurt a lot. It was like wanting to hang oneself, only to find the rope was made of rubber bands. Wanting to jump into a river, but the water barely covered the ankles. So embarrassing. Blood. So much blood. Sato Saori, who had been pushed aside, finally reacted, seeing the blood gushing from Lin Fan's neck. Her professional instincts immediately overwhelmed her fear. This girl had a peculiar thought process, completely forgetting that this man had just held a knife to her throat, and with a scream, she lunged forward. You can't die. You will die. Quick, stop the bleeding. She fumbled in her white coat pocket, pulled out some gauze, and without a second thought she began to wrap it around Lin Fan's neck. Get away. Lin Fan shoved her hand aside, gritting his teeth in pain. Don't block my reincarnation. No, I'm a nurse. I have a responsibility to save you. You damn. Lin Fan was furious with the little nurse. Seeing the special police had already rushed to the bedside, those tactical gloved hands were reaching out to grab him. There was no time left. Although this dull knife couldn't cut through the carotid artery, as long as it was pushed in with enough force it should work right. Let me die. Lin Fan roared, aiming the knife tip at his carotid artery, disregarding the angle, and exerted all his strength to plunge it down. At that moment his gaze was as resolute as that of a martyr about to sacrifice himself. Matsumoto Masaharu, witnessing this scene, was terrified. If that knife truly went and the only experimental subject they needed would be ruined, and his whole family would have to pay the price. Sniper! Matsumoto Masaharu nearly screamed in panic. Without any hesitation. Bang! A gunshot shattered the chaos in the night outside the window. Immediately after there was a crisp sound. Lin Fan felt as if his right hand had been smashed by a heavy hammer, the immense force sending his arm flying back. Immediately after there was a crisp sound. Lin Fan felt as if his right hand had been smashed by a heavy hammer, the immense force. A bloody hole appeared on his forearm, blood gushing out, his entire hand trembling uncontrollably, completely losing sensation. What the hell? Lin Fan stared at the bullet wound, completely dumbfounded. Are you kidding me? I just wanted to commit suicide. Did you really have to use a sniper? And aren't snipers supposed to shoot for the head? What do you mean by shooting my hand? Are you looking down on my head? Damn it. Hold him down. Quick. Tourniquet. Sedative. Give him 10 shots. A group of special police rushed forward, grabbing hold of Lin Fan's shoulders, thighs, and even his head. Someone even held a thick sponge pad, trying to shove it into Lin Fan's mouth, afraid he would bite his tongue in despair. Get away. Lin Fan was like a furious beast. Although his right hand was incapacitated, he still had his left hand and his legs. He kicked hard at one special police officer's abdomen, and using the recoil, his body slipped away like a slippery eel from the crowd. Stop him! Matsumoto Masaharu yelled, reaching for Lin Fan's collar. Rip! The ill-fitting male nurse uniform was torn apart. Lin Fan, bare-chested and bloodied, looked extremely disheveled, but a chilling madness flickered in his eyes. In front of him were the wolf-like special police. Behind was the shattered window from the sniper's bullet. A breeze blew in, making the curtains flutter. Want to catch me alive? Lin Fan retreated to the window, leaning against the windowsill, a signature mocking smile on his face, though it was somewhat gruesome, with blood all over. Maybe in your next life. Lin, don't do anything stupid. Matsumoto Masaharu halted, raising his hands in an attempt to pacify this madman before him. This is the 3rd floor. If you jump, you will break your legs, you will be disabled for life, but you won't die. Trust me, our medical technology can— 3rd floor. Lin Fan glanced back. It wasn't that high. Just under 10 meters. Below was a neatly trimmed bush, and further down was concrete. For an ordinary person, jumping down would likely result in broken bones. But Lin Fan's physical condition had been enhanced, so jumping might not even cause a fracture, at most just a sprained ankle. But what if he landed headfirst? What if he exerted some force during the fall? As long as the mind doesn't slip, there are always more ways than difficulties. Lin Fan gave Matsumoto Masaharu the middle finger. I must die today. You want to use me as a guinea pig? With that said, he without hesitation, and amid the terrified gazes of everyone, powered his legs, and directly crashed through the remaining half of the glass, leaping backward. No. Sometimes the difference between this thing and reality is like heaven and earth. Lin Fan, leaping backward, could only feel the wind howling. Suspended in midair, yet cursing. It was a miscalculation. Though he jumped decisively, his botus coordination had yet to catch up with his mind. He envisioned a perfect head-first dive, his crown striking the concrete, resulting in an instant explosion of brain matter, departing in peace and dignity. But reality was that no matter how he flailed in the air, he completely lost control of his posture. It was quite embarrassing. If he landed on his, but it would only add to the orthopedic doctor's workload, he wouldn't die from it. If that were the case, that group of special police would take him back, without even needing to interrogate him, directly sending him to the operating table for dissection. Whatever you do, don't land on your butt. Just as this thought flickered in Lin Fan's mind. Splash. A dull thud, followed by the sound of branches snapping. Lin Fan's first feeling was that he seemed to have crashed into a pile of firewood. His falling body was cushioned, and he did not experience the anticipated excruciating pain of shattered bones. It's over. Ultimately, he had miscalculated. What kind of hospital is this, putting so much effort into landscape? A wave of despair surged within Lin Fan. Just as he was preparing to open his eyes to see if there was any hope of escape, he suddenly felt a sharp chill at his neck, immediately followed by intense pain. He distinctly felt as if some foreign object was piercing into his neck. Warm liquid gushed out wildly along his neck, and a wheezing sound came from his trachea. Huh. Lin Fan's eyes widened. Did I succeed? Enduring the severe pain, he instinctively raised his hand to touch his neck. In the next moment, he felt a branch the width of a child's wrist crudely embedded in his neck, and the position seemed to be right in the carotid artery. Blood sprayed out as if it were free, and before long his hand became sticky. Realizing the situation, despair in Lin Fan's eyes instantly transformed into wild joy. Heaven does not completely cut off paths for people. Who said Tokyo would defeat me? If this probability could be encountered, what else could it be but the chosen one? Quick! Over there, in the flower bed. Medical team. Where the hell is the medical team? As Lin Fan's neck throbbed with pain and his heart swelled with joy, chaotic voices came from not far away. Lin Fan instinctively turned his head to look, his vision somewhat blurred. He could only vaguely see a group of people in special police uniforms rushing toward him. Before long, that group reached him. At that moment, he also felt all his strength rapidly draining away his mind, becoming increasingly sluggish. Before long, that group reached him. At that moment, he also felt all his strength rapidly draining away his mind, becoming increasingly sluggish. Before long, that group reached him. At that moment, he also felt all his strength rapidly draining away his mind, becoming increasingly sluggish. The reason he rushed down so quickly was to prevent Lin Fan from seizing the opportunity to escape. However, what he never expected was, upon reaching the flower bed first, and seeing Lin Fan lying there oozing blood, he was completely stunned. No. No. Matsumoto Masahiro quickly reacted, rushing to Lin Fan's side, and kneeling down, trembling hands, wanting to stop the wound, but hesitating to touch the branch, fearing that a single touch might cause further injury. Linson, hold on. Don't close your eyes. Matsumoto Masahiro shouted until his voice was hoarse. You are a miracle. You cannot die. The Empire needs you. He was frantically anxious. After all, there was a death order from above, capture alive intact. Now it was as if this person had skewered himself right under his nose. This would make him a sinner among the cherry blossoms. Cough. Cough, cough. Blood foam surged from Lin Fan's mouth, his vision becoming increasingly blurry. This would make him a sinner among the cherry blossoms. Cough. Cough, cough. Blood foam surged from Lin Fan's mouth, his vision becoming increasingly blurry. Matsumoto Masahiro thought he had something to say or a plea for help and hurriedly leaned in closer. Speak. What do you want? The doctor is on the way. Lin Fan's trembling finger pointed at the branch that had taken his life. Then he gave a thumbs up. Matsumoto, you are dead for sure. What I mean is. Lin Fan used the last bit of his strength, then his head tilted, his pupils dilating, a strange, yet serene smile on his face, as he completely ceased to breathe. The world fell silent. Matsumoto Masahiro stood frozen in place, maintaining a listening posture. Dead. Just like that. Killed by a mere branch. The one who had caused an earthquake in Akihabara, who could resurrect from the dead, even danced under a taser, just like that, died in the hospital's flower bed. Bakayuru. Matsumoto Masahiro roared to the heavens, his voice piercing. Get out of the way. Everyone get out of the way. A group of doctors in white coats rushed in, pushing a stretcher. But when they saw the branch piercing through the neck and the already still chest, all their movements slowed down. No saving. Even the gods could not save him. Soon Lin Fan's body was collected and temporarily placed in the morgue of the emergency center. Although Lin Fan was dead, Matsumoto Masahiro did not dare take it lightly. After all, this guy had a history of resurrection. In an instant, the entire emergency center was taken over by fully armed self-defense forces, with every 3 steps a post, and every 5 steps a lookout. Not even a fly could escape. In a temporarily requisitioned office, the overall commander of this operation was shouting vehemently at Matsumoto Masahiro. Useless trash. A bunch of useless trash. How could hundreds of fully armed special police fail to keep an eye on one person? Let him jump off a building. Let him get killed by a branch. Do you know what this person means to us? He could be a talent never before disclosed. Now he's dead, and it's all your fault. How am I supposed to report this to the higher-ups? Matsumoto Masahiro hung his head silent, allowing the spittle to splatter on his face. He felt bitter inside. Who would have thought that guy had such a determined desire to die? Who would have thought there was a fatal branch in that flower bed? Who the hell can I complain to? I'm sorry, officer, this was my oversight, but what do we do now? The experts from the research department are already on their way. They said that even if he's dead, we must extract the brain and spinal cord while it's still fresh. What else can we do? Guard the body. The high-ranking official slammed the table loudly. If anything goes wrong with the body, you can prepare for seppuku. Hi. Matsumoto Masahiro stood at attention and saluted, turning to walk out. But he did not notice that the sky outside had darkened completely without him realizing. It wasn't the kind of normal nightfall. Instead, it was a murky darkness filled with an ash-like quality. In the morgue of the emergency center basement, level 1. The temperature here is kept constant at -4 degrees Celsius and eerie cold. Lin Fan's body lay quietly on the metal slab of morgue cabinet number 3. The branch had been removed, leaving a gaping hole in his neck that appeared ghastly, but due to the blood draining out, the wound glowed an ashen white. However, no one knew that above this body, an invisible figure floated, undetectable to the average person. The figure was ethereal, flickering in and out of view. It was none other than Lin Fan, entering a special state once again. What's going on? Did the talent malfunction? Lin Fan looked at his own corpse below, his face filled with confusion. Previously, after dying, he could at least see the prompts indicating disasters caused by the calamity body talent. But now, having entered this wondrous state for quite a while, he hadn't seen a single hint. Could it be that I've hit a bug? I can't be stuck living in this state, right? No way. I haven't even had a proper meal yet. Lost in thought, Lin Fan began to feel uneasy. Buzz. Just then, the fluorescent light above and, Noticing this situation, Lin Fan looked curiously, but his surroundings returned to normal. Is it over? However, just then an inexplicable connection suddenly surfaced in his mind. Meanwhile, 2 special police officers stationed outside the morgue also felt a flash before their eyes. What's going on? Is the voltage unstable? One of the special police officers looked up in confusion. At that moment a chill surged from the soles of their feet straight to the crown of their heads. This was not the cold from air conditioning, but a sinister chill, as if someone was blowing decayed cold air onto the back of their necks. Hey Tanaka, do you smell something? The other special police officer wrinkled his brow, sniffing the air. It smells like something burnt, and there's a hint of rust. Don't scare me, this is the morgue, where would the burnt smell come from? Tanaka smiled, and turned back, intending to mock his partner for being timid. However, his smile froze on his face. The previously shiny stainless steel door of the morgue was now covered with mottled reddish-brown rust, as if it had endured decades of weathering. The originally white floor tiles now appeared as if splattered with countless layers of dried black blood, and one could even see chunks of wall plaster peeling off, revealing bricks smeared with blood and unknown viscous substances behind. The originally white floor tiles now appeared as if splattered with countless layers of dried black blood, and one could even see chunks of wall plaster peeling off, revealing bricks smeared with blood and Beyond the gate it was no longer the familiar corridor, but a thick, impenetrable white fog. In that mist something seemed to be slowly writhing indistinctly. Whoosh! The mist surged through the gaps in the gate into the morgue. Meanwhile a sound suddenly came from inside the morgue, like nails scratching against the metal slab. Screech! Screech! The sound was grating, making one's teeth ache. The pupils of the two special police officers contracted sharply, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. It's a zombie. Before they could raise their guns, a piercing, high-pitched, penetrating alarm bell, like it came from the depths of hell, suddenly exploded in their ears. Whoa! This sound echoed not only in the underground morgue, but also instantly penetrated the thick concrete, resonating throughout the entire emergency center, and even spreading across the skies of Sumida District. Where did that alarm sound come from? He shouted loudly. But no one answered him. The surrounding special police doctors and nurses all stared blankly out the window. Where did that alarm sound come from? He shouted loudly. But no one answered him. The surrounding special police doctors and nurses all stared blankly out the window. The original afternoon sunlight had vanished, replaced by an endless fog. The mist was thick as if it had substance, instantly swallowing the streetlights, vehicles, and pedestrians. Inside the hospital, the originally bright lights began to dim and flicker. The white walls, visibly aged, darkened and oozed blood. The floor cracked, and countless black insects crawled out from the crevices. The air was filled with the nauseating smell of sulfur and charred flesh. What's going on? What the hell is this? Matsumoto Masahiro drew his pistol, shouting into the intercom control center. Suddenly the noise from the intercom disappeared. A heavy metallic dragging sound came through the intercom, clear and distinct. Suddenly the noise from the intercom disappeared. A heavy metallic dragging sound came through the intercom, clear and distinct. Zzz. Zzz. That sound was like heavy iron dragging across the ground. Matsumoto Masahiro's body stiffened, and unprecedented fear gripped his heart. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the center of the hall where the hospital's directory map used to hang. At this moment what hung there was no longer a directory map. He slowly raised his head, looking toward the center of the hall where the hospital's directory map used to hang. At the Zzz. The crackling sound from the intercom echoed piercingly in the silent hall. Matsumoto Masaru pressed the talk button tightly. His face, covered in flab, was now as pale as paper. Moshi. Headquarters. This is the action team. We need. No one responded. Only the electric crackling noise, reminiscent of nails scraping against a blackboard, surged into his eardrums in waves. Baka. Matsumoto Masaru suddenly smashed the intercom onto the ground. The black plastic shell shattered into pieces, scattering components everywhere. Around him the SWAT members and medical staff all shrank back, not daring to breathe. The once bright and clean emergency center hall had now transformed into a scene reminiscent of an abandoned slaughterhouse. The wall paint curled and peeled, revealing a dark red surface that seemed to writhe like raw flesh. A strong stench of rust and a mixture of formaldehyde filled the air. What was most dire was the fog. Outside the window there were no streets, no vehicles, only a white wall. The fog was dense and unyielding. Occasionally distorted black shadows could be seen flickering within, accompanied by the roars of unknown creatures. "See, Commander." The aide Tanaka trembled as he approached, gripping his submachine gun tightly. "The phone lines are dead, the internet is gone, and even the satellite signal has been cut off. We are trapped." Matsumoto Masaru took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He was the commander. He could not lose composure. "What are you panicking for?" Matsumoto Masaru shouted sharply, his voice echoing in the empty and eerie hall. "This must be the ability of some high-level illusion-type awakened being. Where is that Lin Fan? That corpse now, Mentioning Lin Fan, everyone's faces turned even grimmer. In the morgue. Tanaka swallowed hard. "But the elevator to the basement is broken, and the stairwell is filled with that red viscous liquid. We can't go down at all." Matsumoto Masaru gritted his teeth. "Damn it. What kind of monster is that Huaxiao person? First causing an earthquake, and now this inexplicable situation." This is definitely related to that already dead guy. But now even if he understood all this, it was of no use. What he should consider now is how to get out of here. Listen. Matsumoto Masaru drew his handgun, disengaged the safety, and his eyes turned fierce. There are dozens of us inside the building. Even if there are monsters, we will shoot them to pieces. Now everyone split into 5 small teams and search for an exit. Hi. Although the SWAT team was terrified with a leader emerged, they immediately began to act. However, at this moment, they did not know that every move they made was under the watchful eye of another consciousness. Drifting around, Lin Fan sensed all of this and nearly laughed out loud. Split up. He sat cross-legged in the void, translucent fingers stroking his chin. Tisk, the first law of horror movies, whoever splits up dies quickest. This group must be tired of living. At this moment, Lin Fan felt incredibly strange. He was indeed dead. His body was cold, lying in the yet his consciousness was more awake than ever, and he discovered that as long as he focused his thoughts, he could clearly sense every corner of this inner world. This feeling was akin to playing a real-time strategy game from a god's perspective. And this hospital, along with its surroundings, was his map. Matsumoto Masaru and his group were simply prey intruding into his territory. Since these fools are so generous, I can't let them down by not creating some chaos, can I? Lin Fan focused his thoughts, his gaze piercing through layers of walls, locking onto a small team exploring the West Corridor. West Corridor. This was originally a passage leading to the pharmacy and emergency room. Now the floor had become a hollow iron mesh with a deep darkness below that echoed with the sounds of massive gears turning and steam erupting. This 10-person team was moving with extreme difficulty. What is that sound? The scout in the front stopped the beam of his tactical flashlight, swaying in the darkness ahead. Click-clack, click-clack. A strange and crisp sound of impact came from the darkness at the end of the corridor. It was rhythmic. It sounded like high heels striking the ground, but heavier, accompanied by a bone-grating sound that made one cringe. Who is there? Come out. The scout shouted, gun aimed forward. No one answered. Only that sound grew closer. Suddenly, the oil-stained chandelier above flickered a few times. Zzz. In the instant the light went out, it suddenly brightened again. In that moment of alternating light and dark, all the SWAT members gasped. They saw several figures appearing a few meters ahead in the corridor, though they did not know when they had arrived. Those were nurses. If one only looked at their attire, they indeed resembled nurses. Tight, stained, short-skirted nurse uniforms with low necklines exposing pale skin riddled with bluish veins. Their figures were extremely alluring, with curves in all the right places, even considered sexy. But they had no faces. The entire head was wrapped in a mass of twisted, decaying flesh-like substance devoid of features, only a vague fleshy lump. Moreover, these nurses did not carry syringes or medical records. Instead, they dragged rusty iron pipes, bloodied scalpels, and even firefighting axes still dripping with blood. Under such bizarre circumstances, no matter how sexy these nurses were, no one could muster any interest. What the hell are these things? One SWAT member trembled severely, barely able to steady his gun. Floating on the ceiling, Lin Fan watched this group of uniquely shaped monsters and couldn't help but scoff. Wow, just as I thought, this disaster indeed involves these things. Tisk, I have to say, in my past life, I thought these nurses were sexy, and now I actually get to see the real deal. This figure undeniably deserves full marks, but that face. Forget it, it doesn't matter with the lights off. Lin Fan's eyes turned. Since he could feel every area shrouded in fog, could he also control them? Stop. Lin Fan tried to issue a command in his mind. The next second, the group of silent nurses poised to attack suddenly froze in place. They maintained various twisted poses, some holding iron pipes, others twisting their waists, as if they were puppets paused by a remote control, frozen in the same spot. One nurse even had one leg raised in midair, standing still like a golden rooster. What the heck? This really works. Lin Fan was overjoyed. Meanwhile, the SWAT members below were utterly confused. What happened? Are they stuck? Is this some kind of trap? Or a holographic projection? One brave member took a step forward, poking the shoulder of the nearest nurse with his gun barrel. There was a tactile response. It's real. He turned to his teammates. At that moment, Lin Fan watched the SWAT member's clueless expression, a wicked smile creeping across his face. Anyone who dares poke at me, then I'll give you a surprise. Lin Fan focused his thoughts. The previously motionless nurses suddenly began to convulse violently. Crack, crack. Bones crackled. Following this, to the horrified gaze of all the SWAT members, the faceless nurses began to shake their hips in unison. Though their movements were as stiff as rusted machines, this scene was 100 times more horrifying than when they were walking. A group of faceless, weapon-wielding, terrifying monsters began to dance a bizarre square dance in the dim, flickering lights, facing a group of heavily armed SWAT members. Fire! Fire! The SWAT members' mental defenses completely collapsed under this spiritual pollution, and they pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The tongues of fire erupted. Dense bullets struck those nurses, splattering black liquid everywhere, yet these monsters charged forward seemingly devoid of pain, brandishing their iron pipes. Screams instantly filled the corridor. Meanwhile, outside the emergency center, chaos was no longer confined to the hospital. Screams instantly filled the corridor. Meanwhile, outside the emergency center, chaos was no longer. The once bustling road was now a complete mess. The dense fog reduced visibility to less than 3 meters. Bang! A speeding taxi swerved sharply to avoid a shadow suddenly appearing in the fog, crashing directly into the roadside guardrail. Damn it! What's with this fog? The weather report said nothing about fog. The driver cursed as he opened the door, wanting to check the car's condition. However, as his feet hit the ground, he froze. The asphalt road beneath him had vanished, replaced by a sea of black ashes like countless burnt paper remnants covering the entire world. What is this? Before he could react, a chilling alarm rang out from the fog. Whoa! Then a massive shadow, seemingly dozens of stories high, slowly moved through the deep fog. With every step, the ground trembled. A monster! The driver screamed, trying to scramble back into the car, only to find the door had rusted shut and could not be opened. In Sakura country, the Prime Minister's residence. Inside the emergency meeting room, the atmosphere turned so heavy after losing contact with the emergency center that it felt like it could drip water. On the large screen, the surveillance footage of Sumida District, which should have been displayed, had been replaced by static. Can someone tell me what happened in Sumida? The Prime Minister slammed the table, roaring. Can someone tell me? Report to the Prime Minister. An intelligence officer in military uniform stood up, sweating profusely, according to the last thermal imaging returned by the satellite. It is covered by an unknown energy field. Our drone crashed as soon as it entered. What about Matsumoto Masaru? Wasn't he there? We can't contact him. Not just Matsumoto, but all members of the action team have lost contact with us. What a... The room erupted in uproar. Although Matsumoto Masaru was not a powerful awakened being, he was the most experienced commander, and now even such a person had lost contact, highlighting the seriousness of the situation. Moreover, the intelligence officer trembled as he pulled up a blurry photo. It was an image captured in the last second before the drone crashed. Despite the image being blurry and filled with noise, it still clearly showed a sexy and stunning silhouette on the street where the crash occurred. Only that silhouette's face was devoid of anything related, twisted and horrifying. Baka, what is this thing? The Prime Minister was instantly startled by the faceless nurse. Inside the emergency center. Is this the exit you mentioned? Matsumoto Masaru shouted angrily, pointing at a wall in front of him. This was originally supposed to be the hospital's main entrance. Pushing open this door would reveal the flower bed and parking lot outside. But now, the door was gone. Instead, there was a massive wall made of countless severed human limbs and rusty iron plates welded together. There were no gaps. Commander, there's really no way out. Tanaka's voice quivered. The third squad just reported that the windows can't be opened, the glass is... Commander, there's really no way out. Tanaka's voice quivered. The third squad just reported that the windows can't be opened, the glass is harder than diamonds, and outside the windows are all those monsters. Matsumoto Masaru leaned against the wall, slowly sliding down to the ground. He was in despair. As a battle-hardened commander, he feared neither death nor strong enemies. But he feared this kind of incomprehensible, uncontrollable, and even inescapable despair. This place was not human. This was hell. Whoa! At that moment, the heart-pounding air raid siren sounded again. And this time the sound was closer, louder. Suddenly, the floor in the center of the hall began to shake violently. Crack! Help! Is anyone there? Fourth floor of the emergency center rehabilitation zone. Beneath an overturned information desk, a young woman in a light sleeveless top clutched her selfie stick tightly curled into a trembling ball. She was an outdoor live streamer on China's Douyu platform known by her ID Daidame. She had merely come to ride the wave of publicity surrounding Japan's newly awakened class individuals. Yet no one could have foreseen that while she'd certainly captured the spotlight, she'd also endured unimaginable hardship. Having narrowly escaped death during the earlier earthquake, she now found herself entangled in something far beyond natural explanation. Truly, misfortune had struck twice. No signal. Why is there still no signal? Daidame stared at the red cross on her phone screen, tears welling up in her eyes. The surroundings were unnervingly silent. So silent that all she could hear was a deep pulsing thud from within the walls, like the rhythmic beat of a colossal artery. At that moment, a translucent figure drifted effortlessly through the wall, and upon spotting Daidame below on the verge of tears, he chuckled. Well, looks like I've stumbled upon a fellow countryman. Lin Fan floated above the information desk and gazed down at Daidame, huddled like a frightened quail. A grin spread across his face. What perfect timing. He'd just been wondering how to report to old Lin that he hadn't been idle, and here she was. With that thought, he willed it, and extended a semi-transparent finger, tapping lightly upon her phone screen. An invisible ripple shimmered outward. ZZZT. Instantly, the previously blank signal bars surged to full strength. There's internet. Daidame blinked in disbelief at the sudden appearance of the 4G icon. then erupted into wild elation. Frantically, she fumbled to dial emergency services, but the call failed to connect. Only then did she realize her phone had regained data access, but not voice communication. It dawned on her too that she wasn't in China, but in Japan. After brief deliberation, she hastily launched her live streaming app, skipped editing the title entirely, and went live immediately. The moment the broadcast began, dozens of viewers flooded in, thanks to her status as a top-tier platform host and her massive fan base. Seeing her surroundings, netizens bombarded the comment feed with cascading messages. "Whoa, you're still alive, old lady. Incredible. Every other streamer chasing traffic has gone dark, yet you still have signal. Did you evolve from a cell tower? Where is this place? Why so dark? Holy. Could this be that fog-shrouded district of Sumida circulating online? Don't back down, streamer. Take us to see how those Japanese are faring. Is it true? Rumor says Sumida district is under military lockdown. Is that real?" Watching the torrent of comments, died May's heart, nearly frozen with terror, finally steadied, warmed by a fragile sense of safety. Family. They were all family. Thousands of miles away, yet surrounded by kin. It brought tears to her eyes. Family, it's not that I don't want to show you. I simply can't leave. Something's deeply wrong here. Her voice trembled with sobs as she turned the camera slowly around the room. The walls, they're bleeding. And there are strange sounds. I'm terrified. Terrified. Nonsense. Fortune favors the bold. Send a super firework. Go explore the hallway. This set design is impressive. Must have cost a fortune. Wait, is this scripted? Looks like Universal Studios' haunted house. Reading the skepticism and teasing, especially those blazing super rocket effects, May gritted her teeth. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. If she couldn't escape, then she'd stream. Trembling, she crawled out from beneath the desk, raised her phone high, and edged toward the corridor, one hesitant step at a time. Lin Fan, hovering overhead, stroked his chin. This generation of netizens lacks faith. Looks like I'll need to deliver something truly authentic. With a mischievous smile, Lin Fan shifted his intent. At that very instant, May reached the mouth of a dim, elongated corridor. The ceiling lights had glowed with steady, muted amber. Until suddenly, FZZZT, the lights died. Darkness swallowed everything. And from deep within the corridor echoed the grating metallic screech of rusted wheelchair wheels rolling across concrete. Rumble, 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 rumble. Then the walls on both sides began to writhe violently. Faces twisted and malformed, surfacing beneath the peeling plaster, mouths agape in silent, eternal screams. May leapt straight into the air, urine spilling involuntarily, and nearly dropped her phone. Inside, the livestream chaos erupted. High-intensity warning. High-intensity warning. What was that? Were people inside the walls? That VFX is flawless, Hollywood level. Wait, this feels real. Streamer run. Thrilling. This is exactly what I love. More, please. Lin Fan watched May's near breakdown. Not pressing further, but subtly guiding mist currents to carve out a narrow, seemingly safe path before her. Panic-stricken, she bolted blindly down that deceptively normal passage, only to round a corner, thud, and collide heat with something soft and yielding. Ghost. Yada. Two piercing shrieks erupted simultaneously, so loud the ceiling light bulbs trembled. May collapsed onto the floor and looked up. Opposite her sat another young woman in a nurse's uniform, equally pale, tear-streaked, and wide-eyed with shock. None other than Sato Saori, the nurse who had previously tended to Lin Fan. Sato Saori's delicate features were drained of color, her expression stricken with raw terror. They stared dumbfounded eye to eye, and seeing a human being clad in medical attire, May seized her like a lifeline. "Nurse sister, help me." She didn't pause to consider whether the woman understood Chinese. She lunged forward and clung desperately to Sato Saori's thigh. Sato Saori, recognizing another living girl, felt her own fear recede slightly. "Dangerous, here, must flee." Sato Saori stammered broken Chinese, pointing urgently ahead. The two most timid souls in the entire emergency center forged an unspoken pact: survival through solidarity. Leaning on each other, they descended the staircase together. Lin Fan escorted them all the way, occasionally conjuring eerie noises or flickering shadows to heighten the livestream's drama. He was thoroughly enjoying himself. At last they reached the second-floor landing. A thick, coppery stench of blood assaulted their senses. May clapped a hand over her mouth, fighting back violent nausea. She thrust her phone forward, and in the next instant the live stream exploded. Littering the corridor ahead lay 7 or 8 corpses strewn haphazardly. Most horrifying of all, every face was frozen in paralyzing dread, as if in their final moments they had glimpsed some nameless Some had iron pipes driven clean through their chests, pinning them upright against the wall. Others' necks bent at impossible 90-degree angles. Most horrifying of all, every face was frozen in paralyzing dread, as if in their final moments they had glimpsed some nameless cosmic horror. Sato Saori fainted outright at the sight. May remained conscious, but her legs gave way, leaving her slumped against the wall, gasping raggedly into her phone lens. Meanwhile, the comment feed transformed utterly. Whoa, real corpses, eh? Check those armbands. That's Japan's SAT Special Assault Team, and all appear to be physically awakened individuals. Good riddance. Pop the champagne. Keep the music playing. Celebrate. Let joy reign. Serves them right for dumping nuclear wastewater. Karma's arrived. That makeup work is phenomenal. Give the artist extra chicken legs. Hold on. This doesn't look like makeup. That blood is still flowing. Does it matter? If it feels satisfying, then it is. Don't be afraid, streamer. Zoom in for a close-up. Though some expressed genuine dread, most viewers reveled in chaotic, carnival-like delight. After all, this was Japan, and these were heavily armed officers dispatched to suppress civilians. Such a plotline surpassed even the wildest fantasy novels in sheer cathartic satisfaction. At that same moment, Jiangnan Province People's Republic of China, a dilapidated residential complex. Inside a modest living room, the television displayed Dai Demei's livestream. What a fine young man. My son possesses the potential of an emperor. Lin Jiangwo watched the footage of Special Forces agents impaled upon the wall, not flinching but applauding vigorously. Knock, 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 knock. A sharp, urgent rapping sounded at the door. Lin Jiangwo raised an eyebrow and ambled leisurely to answer it. As the door swung open, a stern-faced, middle-aged man in a black Zhongshan suit stood framed in the doorway, flanked by two solemn youthful attendants. Old Lin, you've handed us quite the predicament. The man wasted no pleasantries upon seeing Lin Jiangwo. Oh, Director Zhang. Yet Lin Jiangwo feigned ignorance, chuckling warmly as he stepped aside. What wind blew you our way? Come in. Just roasted peanuts still warm. Ignoring his banter, Director Zhang strode in, and his gaze locked instantly onto the live stream playing on the camera lingered on the squad leader, pinned to the wall by a steel pipe. Director Zhang's jaw twitched. Old Lin, this time you've crossed a line. He turned, fixing Lin Jiangwo with a hard, unblinking stare. Do you grasp the gravity? If Japan confirms this incident, it will constitute an act of war. Lin Jiangwo merely settled back onto the sofa, popped another peanut into his mouth. Crunch. Chewed slowly, then lifted his gaze with quiet amusement. Director Zhang, I take offense at that remark. My son's grown. He wishes to travel abroad. As a father, am I to forbid him? Besides, Lin Jiangwo gestured toward the screen, a knowing smile playing on his lips. If you took him into custody, you'd lock him away, shield him from the world. You know his talent well enough. Under your stewardship, it would only wither. He raised a small wine cup, sipped deliberately, and continued. Now this is how his gift should truly. Director Zhang met Lin Jiangwo's fervent gaze and sighed inwardly. He knew full well once this man had made up his mind, not even he could sway it. He softened his tone, appealing gently. Old Lin, sure, let him travel abroad, but surely he'll return home someday. Wouldn't you agree? Return. Lin Jiangwo turned, flashing a broad, gleaming smile, revealing perfectly white. He's grown now. He needs to venture forth to hone himself through experience. I'm already thinking. Once he tires of Japan, he'll journey onward. It's been such a long, hard road for this boy. You? Hearing Lin Jiangwo's words, Director Zhang trembled. Do you know that if you continue like this, our country will be isolated? In my opinion, you are just timid. As for my son, if any country does not comply, they'll let him take a trip. I don't believe they would have any objections. Lin Jiangwo appeared completely unyielding. Seeing this, Director Zhang felt that his trip had been in vain. Meanwhile, due to the live broadcast by the dazed girl, the internal footage from the Modi Emergency Center quickly spread across the internet. In less than 10 minutes, it became a sensational topic known worldwide. Suddenly, the entire Sakura country became a hot topic. To mitigate the impact, the officials of Sakura country had to respond immediately. Within 5 minutes, the cabinet secretary called for an emergency press conference. Under the flashing lights, the small mustached official wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and spoke earnestly into the microphone. Dear citizens and international friends, please do not panic. What is happening in Modi district is neither a biochemical crisis nor a terrorist attack. It should be some kind of ability of a high-level awakener, which we will tentatively call spiritual pollution. What everyone is seeing are scenes of spiritual pollution, including that host who is live streaming. This explanation, instead of clarifying, left global netizens utterly baffled. Well, are you treating everyone like fools? What on earth is this spiritual pollution? What the hell? This spiritual pollution is so powerful that it can pin people to the wall. If you don't understand, this is called craftsmanship spirit. As long as I bow quickly enough, black can be claimed as white. To be fair, even if this is just an illusion, I'd still be willing to buy a ticket. Isn't this 1,000 times better than those domestic horror movies that only focus on romance? Sakura country, as long as I say it's an illusion, then the blood on the SWAT officer is just ketchup. I just want to know, can that guy pinned to the wall be saved if he is pulled down? After all, it's just an illusion, so there shouldn't be a hole when pulled out. I'm just waiting for the slap in the face. I've already uploaded the recording to YouTube titled Daily Illusions of Sakura Country's SWAT. Baka, baka, baka. At the Sakura Country Prime Minister's residence, the current Prime Minister was about to explode with rage upon seeing the report and the debunking content handed to him by his subordinates. He even smashed the tablet in his hand onto the ground. Bang! The screen cracked, but the footage continued playing. In the footage, the dazed girl was pulling a fainted nurse crying out for help with snot and tears. These idiots, couldn't they find a better excuse instead of this pathetic one? Damn it, is this what you call debunking spiritual pollution, eh? Is this what you meant by being unable to establish a connection inside? The Prime Minister pointed angrily at those technical officials, shouting, "Who can tell me what this live broadcast is about? Is this how you let the whole world see our SWAT officers displayed like dead dogs on the wall?" A technician wearing thick glasses stood up, trembling, his calves cramping. Prime Minister, we truly did our... The base station in Modi district has long been out of order. But that host's phone. We really cannot interfere. You are all useless. The Prime Minister's chest heaved violently as he ripped off his tie and gasped. A chief aide hurriedly handed him a glass of water and cautiously suggested, "Sir, it is impossible to contain the news now. Rather than covering it up, we should demonstrate our strong measures. If we can swiftly eliminate the source of the illusion, whether it's a person or a ghost, as long as we can rescue that host or make her forever silent, public opinion can reverse." The Prime Minister's expression turned cold as he gulped down the water. "Are you suggesting we let the special team take action?" "Yes, sir. The SAT and self-defense forces can no longer handle this incident. This kind of supernatural phenomenon can only be dealt with by those people over there." Coincidentally, the A-class Special Operations Team Demon Slayer just finished their mission in Hokkaido and is on their way back. The Prime Minister fell silent for 2 seconds, and a glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. "Transmit my orders. Let the Demon Slayer team directly parachute into Modi district. Tell that team leader that no matter what is inside, I want it alive. If we cannot capture it alive, then bring back the corpse. As for that host..." The Prime Minister paused and chuckled coldly. "If she is unfortunately injured by a monster during the crossfire, that can't be helped, right?" The chief aide understood. High sacrifices are unavoidable for the honor of the empire. Meanwhile, in the Modi Emergency Center, the inner world consumed by thick fog. The disturbances from the outside world seemed to have no impact here at all. Lin Fan, who was not in a hurry to revive, maintained his spiritual state, floating on the ceiling of the corridor following 2 timid girls. At this moment, if he had a bucket of popcorn, he would definitely be enjoying it. To be honest, the bureaucrats in Sakura Country are truly talented. Even spiritual pollution has emerged. But speaking of which, this disaster does indeed seem to be spiritual pollution. He looked down at the dazed girl and Sato Saori, who were still bumping around in the second-floor corridor like headless. Sato Saori was in a half-crazed state of shock, repeatedly muttering, "That's fake, that's fake." The dazed girl, however, had a strong mental fortitude. Mainly because of the barrage of rockets and the carnival, she grit her teeth and dragged Sato Saori forward. "Hey folks, it seems like there's an exit sign ahead." The dazed girl excitedly pointed at a glowing green emergency exit sign at the end of the corridor. However, just when they were 10 meters away from the exit, creak, a nearby patient room door slowly opened. A few silent nurses dressed in nurse uniforms with voluptuous figures, but heads that were a mass of quivering flesh, approached, with an eerie gait, dragging rusty surgical knives and iron pipes blocking the way. The sudden scene startled the dazed girl and Sato Saori, who both screamed and turned to run. "Don't run so fast, we just want to give you a shot." Lin Fan floated behind them, wearing a mischievous grin as he watched their retreating figures. Under his control, the silent nurses did not actually rush up to chop the two into pieces, but maintained a just fast enough to chase, but never catch speed, relentlessly pursuing them. This was entirely a game of cat and mouse. "Help! Family members! This nurse sister is too feared." While running, the dazed girl yelled at her phone. "Is there a big brother who can swipe a Porsche? I want to take a taxi." User, "I don't eat beef, send a Carnival 10. I don't eat beef, don't be afraid." Host, "Turn around and fight back. I see their figures are nice, can I get a wee chat?" One silent nurse suddenly accelerated, swinging the iron pipe with a whoosh, smashing it towards Sato Saori, who was running behind. One silent nurse suddenly accelerated, swinging the iron pipe with a whoosh, smashing it towards Sato Saori, who was running behind. She closed her eyes in despair. Bang! A crisp sound. The iron pipe smashed into the wall just 1 centimeter away from Sato Saori's head, sending sparks flying. The tiles on the wall cracked, revealing dark red flesh inside. The silent nurse froze for a moment, seemingly confused about why she had missed. Lin Fan, however, wore a playful expression. Since he could control these monsters, he could decide their life and death. Although these two women were a bit noisy, one was his exclusive nurse from before, and the other was his little hometown girl. He certainly would not let them truly die here. Thus, under Lin Fan's precise control, the entire chase unfolded with the visual flair of a Hollywood action blockbuster. Each attack grazed their scalps. Every turn led to newfound love. Each fall narrowly avoided a fate. The dazed girl and Sato Saori felt they were repeatedly jumping on the edge of life and death, but to the viewers in the live chat, they seemed like the chosen ones blessed with luck. Quick! The room ahead can be a hiding spot. The dazed girl with sharp eyes spotted a utility room with a slightly open door, grabbed Sato Sari from the ground, dashed in, and locked the door behind them. Then the two leaned against the door, sliding down to the floor, gasping for breath. Outside the door, they heard the eerie sound of nails scraping against the door and the chilling sound of bones grinding. I was scared to death. The dazed girl patted her chest, glanced at her phone, and saw that the popularity was still rising, revealing a smile more hideous than crying. Family, I almost met my end here, and you don't even press follow. A crowd of netizens. At this moment, you still remember to ask for follows. You are indeed a talent. However, compared to the close call of these two, the people outside the hospital were not so fortunate. Outside the emergency center building, 2 squads of self-defense force soldiers arriving to seal off the scene were experiencing a true hell on earth. The thick fog had spread, enveloping the entire Modi district. The surrounding defensive lines had completely collapsed. Fire! Fire! Don't let those things get close. A commander screamed, his assault rifle spraying fire like mad. But bullets striking the shadows in the fog only splattered a few dark droplets of blood, unable to halt the advance of the enemy. These were not ordinary monsters. They were creatures that lay on the ground, their limbs twisted, with a large gash in their chests, constantly spewing strong acidic liquid. A yellow-green liquid shot out from the fog, accurately dousing the first few soldiers. A chorus of screams erupted. The soldiers' bulletproof vests corroded within seconds, followed by their skin and bones. They writhed in agony on the ground, emitting clouds of white smoke, and in the blink of an eye turned into a puddle of blood. The soldiers' bulletproof vests corroded within seconds, followed by their skin and bones. They writhed in agony on the ground, emitting clouds, but behind them there was no way to retreat. The asphalt road had somehow transformed into an unfathomable black abyss, where several giant human-faced monster worms were crawling up from the edge, waving scythe-like forelimbs. Giggling. The monster worms emitted baby-like laughter, and with a swing of their scythe, they instantly severed a few soldiers who had just turned to flee. Guts spilled everywhere. Blood gushed forth, staining the monsters' bodies, which only made them more excited. The area covered by the thick fog was also Lin Fan's domain. He watched the Sakura country soldiers being slaughtered, feeling not a single ripple in his heart. Instead, he even wanted to laugh. This feeling was incredibly satisfying. Especially the continuous influx of fear and despair fueled his sense of growth. For these people, no, for the entire region, he had no intention of holding back. You lot increased the intensity. Lin Fan issued the command in his mind, the more that die, the stronger I become. Following his thoughts, the fog thickened even more. More monsters crawled out from the seams of the inner world. Just as Lin Fan greedily absorbed the infinite panic and despair surrounding him, a loud roar suddenly echoed above the fog-covered Modi district. Lin Fan was slightly taken aback and instinctively released his spiritual sense. Soon he sensed 3 dark-painted Showdown transport planes hovering above the emergency center building, battling the strong airflow. On the side of the planes was a blood-red ghost head insignia. He also sensed the presence of several awakeners on the plane. Oh. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Are they deploying real power now? Just then the transport plane's hatch opened. 12 dark figures leaped down from over 10 meters in the air without any ropes. Bang, bang, bang. The 12 landed heavily on the hospital's rooftop helipad, cracking the ground like a spider web. As the smoke cleared, one man slowly stood upright. The man wore a specially designed black combat suit, carried a katana that looked like it belonged in a cosplay, and wore a half-mask, his exposed eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. On the rooftop helipad, the fierce wind howled as mist gradually enveloped the area. 12 members of the Ghost Slayers team, clad in black tactical suits, landed and swiftly formed a defensive formation. Their movements were synchronized, clearly the result of rigorous training. The team leader Yamamoto Ryuichi stood tall, pressed a hand to his earpiece, and scanned the surrounding mist with a disdainful gaze. Calling command center, Ghost Slayers have arrived at the designated location and are establishing a defensive line. ZZZZ. ZZZZ. However, no expected response came through the earpiece, only the sharp, piercing sound of static. ZZZZ. Rustle. Still nothing but chaotic noise mixed with an eerie sound of a woman's soft ZZZZ. Rustle. Still nothing but chaotic noise mixed with an eerie sound of a woman's soft. Captain, the GPS has failed. The infrared imaging device is just noise. I can't see anything. The drone lost control as soon as it ascended and fell down. The reports from the team members came one after another, and the previously confident expressions faded into seriousness. Yamamoto Ryuichi snorted coldly and drew the alloy katana from his back. What's with the panic? It's just some magnetic field interference. Remember our mission: eliminate all anomalous creatures here and strive to capture the target alive. Group A follows me. Group B guard the rear. Group C search for survivors. Hi. The team responded in unison, their morale seemingly high. Unbeknownst to them, just a few meters above their heads, a transparent figure was floating cross-legged in midair, observing everything. Oh, look at this setup. It's an elite team. Lin Fan grinned as he watched the aggressive group below, his smile stretching from ear to ear. I just wonder how long they can withstand. As he spoke, his figure flickered and floated along with the team. At the same time, the entire structure of the emergency center began to distort silently. The safety door leading to the helipad slammed shut with a loud bang. Immediately, rust crept up the doorframe at an alarming rate, and the once sturdy alloy door decayed instantly, as if it had endured a century of storms, eventually merging with the surrounding walls. The loud noise instantly drew the attention of the team that had just entered the building. Yamamoto, Ryuichi, and the others turned around sharply, their pupils constricting. The door is gone. In its place was a flesh wall continuously seeping dark red liquid. Baka, what the hell is this thing? A team member reflexively raised his assault rifle and unloaded a burst into the flesh wall. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets struck the wall, splattering blood, only to be swallowed by the writhing muscle tissue. Then the wall seemed to be enraged, shaking violently and emitting a nauseating gurgling sound. Don't waste. Maintain formation, move down. Yamamoto Ryuichi forced himself to calm down, stopping the others as he pointed toward the only dimly lit staircase filled with the smell of sulfur. Upon hearing this, the team cautiously and vigilantly stepped into the stairwell. As soon as they entered, they were met with an unpleasant odor. The air was thick and suffocating, each breath felt like sandpaper scraping against their lungs. Especially those mottled rust stains on the walls that formed distorted human faces appearing and disappearing in the beam of the flashlight, evoking a sense of horror. Though the environment was oppressive, it was still devoid of immediate danger. Tap, tap, tap. As the team reached the fourth floor, they heard heavy footsteps echoing from deep within the corridor. Something's wrong. Prepare for battle. Yamamoto Ryuichi whispered a warning, drawing his katana from his back. Suddenly, a faint blue arc of electricity appeared around the sword. The other team members also revealed their unique abilities, ready to strike. Meanwhile, the heavy footsteps grew closer, and gradually 3 eerie figures emerged within their line of sight in the dim corridor. They were 3 creatures clothed in filthy trench coats, lacking arms, with a massive gash across their chests, swaying as they emerged from the shadows. Is this the best they can do? A fire element awakens, scoffed, launching a fireball from his hand. Boom. The fireball accurately struck the center creature. The flames erupted and the creature let out a sharp shriek, its body charred black as it fell to the ground, convulsing. Too weak. The team member, seeing this, casually blew on his fingers, wearing a smug expression. However, his smug expression froze before he could hold it for a second. The charred creature on the ground suddenly inflated like a balloon, its chest gash wide open. Puff! A stream of yellow-green acidic liquid shot out fast enough to catch everyone off guard. Watch out! Yamamoto Ryuichi swung his sword to block, but the liquid, being a fluid, could not be severed. The fire element awakened didn't have time to evade and was splashed head to toe with the acid. Alt! In an instant, a piercing scream shattered the corridor's silence. Everyone watched in horror as the teammate splashed with liquid had his facial skin corroded away in an instant, revealing his white bones, followed by the bones beginning to melt. In merely 2 breaths, all that remained on the ground was a steaming puddle of blood and a set of tactical gear not entirely corroded. Silence. A deathly silence. The remaining 11 team members stared in disbelief. Just like that, he's gone. That recently deceased one was a Blevel awakened. Even as a newly awakened with physical capabilities far exceeding ordinary people, he didn't even get a chance to retaliate before being killed in an instant. What are you all waiting for? Open fire. Long-range attacks. Yamamoto Ryuichi's roar jolted everyone back to reality. Various abilities and bullets poured forth madly toward the creatures. But soon expressions of terror appeared in everyone's eyes. They had thought they were only facing 3 creatures, but who could have imagined that as the brief exchange of fire unfolded, even more monsters emerged from the depths of the dark corridor. In just a few breaths, over a dozen similar monsters appeared. And it wasn't just on the ground, the ceiling and walls were also crawling with these twisted beings without arms. They surrounded Yamamoto Ryuichi and the others like a pack of wolves that had caught the scent of blood. Lin Fan, floating above, couldn't help but chuckle. So it turns out I'm this badass. As he muttered to himself, he willed the floor of the 4th floor to suddenly writhe, countless black beetles emerging from the cracks in the ground. Each of these beetles was the size of a fist, with miniature human faces on their backs and sharp mandibles. The moment they appeared, they surged toward everyone. Insects. The ground is crawling with bugs. My leg. Oh, they're crawling in. One unfortunate team member, unable to dodge, felt a beetle burrow into his pants leg. Immediately, he felt a tearing pain in his calf, followed by a sickening chewing sound emanating from within him. He frantically tore at his pants, but all he could see were bulging lumps moving rapidly beneath his skin. Quick, kill me. He rolled on the ground in pain, desperately pleading for his teammates to help. The others, witnessing this, quickly dodged. Only Yamamoto Ryuichi gritted his teeth, swung his sword, and a bolt of lightning pierced through the teammate's body, giving him a quick end. Everyone retreat. Back to the stairwell. At that moment, Yamamoto Ryuichi showed no sign of the earlier bravado, his face slick with cold sweat. In his eyes, this was no longer a battle. It was pure slaughter. Moreover, the monsters in this place did not follow any rules and seemed to have a targeting. The remaining 10 dared not hesitate, retreating back to the stairwell in disarray, but before they could catch their breath, they found that the stairs had also changed. The stairs that once led upward had vanished, leaving only an endless abyss leading downward. Since we're here, why rush to leave? Lin Fan, floating above the entire team, looked down at the somewhat desperate group, a smirk of mockery on his face. However, he didn't use human language, but directly projected this thought into everyone's minds. That feeling was as if countless ants were gnawing at the cerebral cortex. The eerie voice, filled with deep malice, startled everyone. Who's playing tricks? Come out. Yamamoto Ryuichi instinctively swung his sword at the empty, deep void. A flash of lightning erupted, but he only struck a mass of fog. Help! At that moment, a sudden scream came from the rear of the team. Everyone turned in shock, only to see two faceless nurses in revealing short skirts moving stiffly as they executed a bizarre dance, cornering two team members. The two team members instinctively resisted, but the abilities they unleashed merely left minor wounds upon contact with the nurses. Swish! Swish! The two eerie nurses swiftly approached the two, their rusty scalpels slashing through the air. Two heads flew into the sky, blood splattering against the white walls, instantly turning black. How is this possible? How could their abilities be so weak? The remaining team members were immediately shattered by this situation. However, they were unaware that here their proud powers would be suppressed. In this realm known as the inner world, Lin Fan was the sole rulemaker. It was also due to his current low energy level, otherwise it wouldn't be merely suppression. Run, scatter. At that moment, Yamamoto Ryuichi could no longer care about formations or missions. If they didn't run now, they would likely be killed here. His body surged with lightning as he forcibly charged through the mist, sprinting deep into the corridor. The screams behind him rose and fell, each sound representing the fall of an elite team member. Yamamoto Ryuichi dared not look back, burying his head as he ran. He must survive. He must bring back the information from here. This is not some awakened person's mental pollution, it is a hell. Moreover, it was a hell from which there was no return. After running for an unknown amount of time, the screams behind him finally faded away. The surroundings fell into a terrifying silence. All that remained was his heavy breathing and heartbeat. Yamamoto Ryuichi stopped, leaning against the wall to catch his breath. He was in a dire state. Where is this? He looked up and found himself in a spacious hall. The decor wasn't like the tiled walls of a hospital, but rather rusty wire mesh, gigantic exhaust fans, and flowing sewage across the ground. A strong smell of blood and rust permeated the air. Ahead, a massive iron door stood with a faint glow seeping through its cracks. An exit. Yamamoto Ryuichi's heart surged with joy. If he could just rush out, if he could just leave this damned building. He exerted his last strength and stumbled toward the iron door. However, just as he was less than 10 meters away from the iron door, a chilling sound of metal grinding pierced the sound. The sound was heavy and harsh, as if a massive dull object weighing tons was being dragged across the rough ground. Yamamoto Ryuichi's steps abruptly halted. An unprecedented sense of dread surged from his tailbone to the top of his head. It felt as if he had been targeted by some ancient beast. Thud, thud, thud. Simultaneously, heavy footsteps approached. Like a startled bird, Yamamoto Ryuichi hurriedly looked around, and the next moment a towering, despair-inducing figure emerged from the shadows. It was a giant at least 2.5 meters tall. Its upper body was bare, covered in scars and grime, with muscles coiled like dragons, exuding explosive power. Its lower body was clad in a blood-stained butcher's apron. What was most terrifying was its head. It had no human features, only wearing a massive triangular rusty metal helmet. The helmet was smeared with dark red blood and unknown flesh fragments. In its hand, it dragged a tumtor-long giant cleaver. No, rather than a knife, it was more fitting to describe it as a thick steel plate with a sharpened edge. Zzz. Grating, the triangular-headed figure stepped closer. Without any words, without any roars. Only that suffocating sense of oppression enveloped them. Don't. The overwhelming pressure made Yamamoto Ryuichi's legs buckle, almost making it impossible to grip his sword. As an level awakened, he had killed numerous mutated beasts and witnessed many terrifying scenes. But this monster before him brought not only the threat of death, but also a judgment and fear from the depths of it. It was as if just one glance would require him to pay for all his life's sins. The triangular-headed figure ignored his cries, simply walking closer. Seeing the figure come ever closer, Yamamoto Ryuichi couldn't hold back the intense pressure any longer, letting out a desperate roar. He didn't dare hold anything back, squeezing all the lightning power within him, gathering it onto the broken katana, and struck fiercely at the giant. Thunder slash. Blue lightning illuminated the dim hall. Clang. A crisp sound of impact. Yamamoto Ryuichi's katana struck the triangular head's metal helmet, breaking into two pieces. Not even a scratch was left behind. The triangular head didn't even flinch. Instead, the giant's calloused hand shot out, suddenly grabbing Yamamoto Ryuichi by the neck, lifting him off the ground. Cough. Cough. Yamamoto Ryuichi struggled, desperately kicking his legs, but against that overwhelming strength, all resistance was futile. The triangular head tilted slightly, raising the heavy, giant cleaver with its other hand. A huge shadow loomed over Yamamoto Ryuichi. He stared at the coagulated black blood on the blade, his pupils dilating and his pants suddenly wet. No. Don't. Lin Fan floated above, watching this scene without intervening. He simply commented indifferently, "Some sins cannot be washed away. Since you are here, you must accept judgment." Whoosh! The giant cleaver swung down. The sound of wind slicing through the air was as piercing as a ghost's wail. What on earth was that just now? Was that real? A single stroke, bisected in an instant. Where are the moderators? Step forward and clean this up. The moderators must be paralyzed with terror. Haven't you noticed the Douyu platform hasn't even banned the live stream yet? Who dares block this traffic? Honestly speaking, was that truly a living person? Just, snick, gone in an instant. Did anyone capture a screenshot just now? That hulking man wearing the triangular helmet is absolutely magnificent. That brutal elegance. I'm setting it as my wallpaper. You're disturbed, aren't you? That's a corpse. Now this is live broadcasting, infinitely superior to those hip-wiggling performers. I hereby dub it the year's most terrifying film, and one without any script whatsoever. Inside a phenomenally popular live streaming room on the Douyu platform, the barrage of comments had grown so dense that the video feed itself was completely obscured. Gift effects exploded across the screen. Rockets, yachts, carnivals, flashing endlessly as if money were no object. Yet the streamer of this very room, Daidama, had no heart to thank donors. Or rather, she dared not utter a single sound. Crouched within the narrow gap between rusted oil drums behind a chain-link fence, Daidama clutched her mouth tightly with both hands. Tears had washed away her makeup, leaving her face streaked like a tear-stained feline. Beside her, Sato Saori buried her head deep into her knees, trembling violently, her entire body shuddering like a sieve, while a large dark patch already soaked the floor beneath her. A pungent odor filled the air. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be a mortifying social catastrophe, but now who cared whether one had wet themselves? Just a dozen meters away from them stood the horrifying triangular-headed monster, having just cleaved a living human being in two. The visceral impact, the raw authenticity of spurting blood, no cinematic special effect could ever rival it. "Wah, I want to go home," Sato Saori whispered through muffled sobs, her voice barely audible. Terrified, even the faintest tremor might rouse the creature outside. Trembling, Daidama raised her smartphone, its lens still trained through the crevice between oil drums toward the hall's center. She had staked everything, even her life, for this stream. Don't cry. If you do, you'll draw it closer." Daidama's teeth chattered as she stammered reassurance. "We must trust science. This has to be special effects, or perhaps holographic projection." Even she didn't believe her own words. Whose hologram could shatter floor tiles? Whose special effect could emit such thick, coppery reek of blood? Meanwhile, far across the Pacific Ocean, in China, inside a top-secret conference room at a certain bureau, a massive screen broadcast Daidama's live feed in real time. Dozens of high-ranking officials in uniform sat in solemn silence, their expressions ranging from disbelief to awe. This. Director Zhang swallowed hard, pointing at the screen where the triangular-headed figure dragged its colossal blade slowly away. "Old Lin, did your son create this?" "I swear I had no idea. Would you believe me?" Lin Jiangwo scratched his head awkwardly, though pride gleamed unmistakably in his eyes. "Still, let's be fair. He certainly brought honor to our family. Look at that design. How imposing." Silence fell over the room like a shroud. All eyes turned to Lin Jiangwo, expressions layered with shock, exasperation, and quiet elation. Some stared in stunned silence, others rolled their eyes, but few suppressed grins. "Old Lin, you're laying it on thick," remarked a senior military officer beside him. "Your son just unleashed something of staggering magnitude. If I'm not mistaken, that man who got sliced was an rank cultivator. This is no trivial matter. A rank. More like a grade counterfeit," Lin Jiangwo scoffed. "If he couldn't even withstand what my son summoned, does he really deserve the title?" Director Zhang shook his head wryly. "Old Lin, can we keep this low-key? This incident has gone global. If the world learns we're behind it, we'll face serious censure." "Censure? Huh. Who'd know unless we admit it? And besides, it happened in Sakura Nation. What business is it of ours? Moreover, my son was merely traveling there. This talent activation was purely incidental. Is it forbidden for a young man to have personal hobbies?" The room fell silent. Personal hobby. His hobby threatened to obliterate Sakura Nation entirely. Though many secretly shared the sentiment, they couldn't possibly voice it aloud. "Enough. Stop looking like mourners," Lin Jiangwo waved dismissively. "Not everyone's dead yet after all." As the screen flooded with comments. "Good death. Time to feast. More courses." Many present, though feigning concern, couldn't suppress broad, involuntary grins. Indeed, watching Sakura Nation suffer was undeniably exhilarating. Yet human joys and sorrows seldom intersect. At that very moment inside the Prime Minister's official residence in Sakura Nation, tension hung suffocatingly thick. Baka! Baka! Bakire! The incumbent Prime Minister roared once more, his third teacup shattered upon the floor. He swore he was the unluckiest Prime Minister in decades. The entire Oni-slaying unit annihilated. Sakura Nation's elite force forged through immense resources and unparalleled investment. Yet no one foresaw they'd vanish within 10 minutes, leaving not even whole corpses behind. Baka! Idiots! Is this what you call psychic contamination? He jabbed a finger at the technical officers before him. Whose psychic contamination can sever a lightning-cut blade? Whose psychic contamination lifts men like chickens to slaughter? Speak up. Are you mute? In the chamber, officials bowed their heads, too terrified even to breathe. The mustachioed bureaucrat who'd first proposed this psychic contamination theory wished desperately for a crack in the floor to swallow him whole. How could he have imagined this reality? Minister, the chief of staff stepped forward, steeling himself. Our immediate priority isn't assigning blame. It's containing the crisis. You've seen the triangular monster's combat prowess. Conventional weapons are utterly useless. Moreover, according to latest satellite surveillance, the mist surrounding Motoden Emergency Center continues to expand. At the word expand, the Prime Minister's pupils contracted sharply. Expand. It keeps expanding. The Chief of Staff activated an electronic map, the crimson zone marking Motoden district spreading outward visibly relentlessly. Without intervention, the entire district will be consumed by the mist within 3 hours. Thud. Hearing the report, the Prime Minister collapsed into his chair, pale as ash. Consume the entire Motoden district. Then, without containment, would Tokyo itself fall next? Was the nation facing imminent collapse? Seal it off? Seal it off immediately. At the thought of becoming the last Prime Minister of a fallen state, he leapt up, shrieking hysterically, deploy all self-defense forces, Army and Air Force. Surround Motoden district. Not a single fly must escape. And build walls. Reinforced concrete. Steel plating. Seal that accursed place completely. But there are still civilians and survivors inside. A junior official ventured timidly. The Prime Minister whirled around, eyes blazing with the ferocity of a starving wolf. Civilians. Their sacrifice is glorious for the survival of the empire. From this moment, Motoden district ceases to be part of Tokyo. It is now a forbidden zone, a land of death. Anyone emerging shall be executed on sight. Hi. With the Prime Minister's decree, officials scrambled frantically, fear for their lives overriding all hesitation. Orders cascaded downward. Armored vehicles roared toward Motoden district. Fighter jets screamed overhead. Engineering units mobilized overnight, erecting high-voltage fences and pouring concrete walls along the mist's advancing edge. Meanwhile, deep within the origin of it all, the Motoden Emergency Center, Lin Fan hovered cross-legged midair above the Grand Hall, observing his subordinates bustling below. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. And yes, he perceived every detail unfolding beyond the mist's boundary. As a being capable of viewing the entire inner world from a godlike vantage, those perimeter blockades and armored columns appeared laughably childish, like children playing house. Blockade. Dream on. Lin Fan sneered, curling a finger lightly. My minions, don't just slaughter. Add some challenge. At his mental command, the inner world's very laws warped anew. The hospital's long-dead public address system flickered back to life, unmanned, untriggered. At his mental command, the inner world's very laws warped anew. The hospital's long-dead public address system flickered back. Its shriek echoed not only within the hospital, but pierced the mist, reaching far beyond the blockade. Soldiers erecting electric fences dropped tools from trembling hands, faces drained of color. What is that sound? Civil defense alarm. Where's it coming from? Why does it feel like the sky's gone black? They looked up, to find the gray sky transformed into a deep, desiccated crimson, as if dried blood had been smeared across the heavens. Vast flakes of black ash drifted down like snow. This was no ordinary dust. It marked the inner world's encroachment upon reality. Inside the emergency center's hall, Dai-Dama and Sato Saori huddled in a corner, shaking uncontrollably. The moment the alarm sounded, reality twisted. Barbed wire on the walls erupted, growing like sentient vines snaking across the entire hall. Blood pooled on the floor, boiled, bubbling furiously. Corpses of slain special agents blanketed in ash began twitching unnaturally. Crack, crack. Bones snapped and ground together. Dai-Dama watched in horror as Yamamoto Ryuichi's bisected corpse slowly reassembled, not restored but grotesquely fused, organs and bones entangled into a writhing, nauseating mass. Ugh! Dai-Dama turned away, dry heaving violently. What is this? Sato Saori, utterly catatonic, repeated the same phrase like a broken record. High alert ahead. Non-combatants evacuate immediately. How can it transform again? This imagery shatters sanity. I need to scrub my eyes. Run, streamer, run. Viewers flooded the chat with frantic warnings. Lin Fan floated serenely above, watching the reassembling flesh mass with quiet satisfaction. Excellent. An rank cultivator's corpse proves truly premium material. He snapped his fingers. The mass's eyes flew open, not eyes but dozens of orbs sprouting chaotically across its surface, rotating simultaneously, glowing with venomous malice. Ruhar! The beast bellowed, a sound stripped of humanity, saturated with Yamamoto Ryuichi's final despair and fury. Legless, it propelled itself with jagged bone spikes, crawling with terrifying speed toward Daidama and Sato Saori in the corner. Done. 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 Daidama squeezed her eyes shut in utter despair. This is truly the end. Yet, just as fate hung by a thread, the triangular-headed figure reemerged, not from the front but from the shadows at the side. It ignored the two women entirely. Instead, it strode directly toward the newly birthed flesh monster. The two abominations met heated in the hall's center. No words exchanged. The triangular figure raised its massive greatsword. The flesh monster gaped wide, teeth bristling, and spat corrosive acid. A battle erupted, monster versus monster, savage and instantaneous. Huh. Daidama cracked one eye open, cautiously bewildered to see them locked in furious combat. Are they turning on each other? Lin Fan rolled his eyes from above. What nonsense are you thinking? I'm adding drama, for you foolish woman. Of course he wouldn't let them die. After all, the livestream must continue. Who else would hold the phone, so the world could witness his masterpiece? So humanity could behold Sakura Nation's ruin. Lin Fan guided the triangular figure, deliberately feinting, to let the flesh monster bite deep, spraying black blood for maximum spectacle. Fight! Kill it! Instantly the live stream became a gladiatorial arena, viewers placing bets wildly. I bet on the triangular one. That's the boss deer. I backed the flesh monster. It was an rank cultivator, surely it deserves respect. This is far more thrilling than watching Ultraman smash kaiju. Yet while netizens fixated on the stream, a parallel horror unfolded around Motoden Emergency Center. The remnants of the self-defense forces, those who'd retreated to the mist's edge, now faced fresh monstrosities. What is that? A soldier stared in horror at the mist's border, where a flayed humanoid crouched, limbs bent backward at impossible angles, clinging to the pavement. It had no features, only a smooth, featureless skull. Then another emerged. And another. Hundreds, then thousands, swarmed forth like migrating cockroaches, dense and relentless. Fire! Fire now! The surviving soldiers screamed in panic. BRRRT. Heavy machine gun fire engulfed the street. Monsters shredded into crimson mist. Yet more surged forward, undeterred, unstoppable. Yet instead of attacking the soldiers, they scattered wildly in all directions, as if fleeing for their lives. The commander froze, bewildered. What in the world was happening? Then, deep within the mist, a heavy rhythmic thudding approached. Tum, tum. Each step vibrated the earth. Searchlights snapped toward the sound. Beams cut through fog, illuminating a silhouette vast enough to steal breath. It was no human, nor any monster previously witnessed. It was a living building. Twisted bodies, rusted metal, rotting flesh, woven into a towering giant over 10 meters tall. Its torso bore the shattered sign of the Motoden Emergency Center, its Red Cross lamp still blinking like a mocking cyclopean eye. What is that? Boom. What's happening? A sudden violent tremor jolted Daidama, who had been crouching in the corner. She instinctively raised her hands to shield her head. Yet unexpectedly her grip grew suddenly weightless. The smartphone she'd been holding slipped from her grasp. Ah, my phone. Her eyes widened in shock. She lunged forward on pure reflex. But the device seemed to sprout wings, shooting straight toward the shattered window and vanishing into the void with a sharp whoosh. Across the livestream, hundreds of millions of viewers watched the screen spin violently out of control. What the hell is the streamer doing? Activating flight mode. Flight mode. More like it's possessed. Stop talking. Look outside. What is that? What is it? As torrents of real-time comments flooded the feed, the camera rapidly ascended and refocused. In the next instant, every single comment froze midair. There on screen, the emergency center building, once standing tall in Matian district, had undergone a grotesque metamorphosis. That structure had awakened and transformed into an abomination beyond human comprehension. Its rooftop Red Cross sign glowed faintly in the ashen mist, like a blood-engorged solitary eye. That structure had awakened and transformed into an abomination beyond human comprehension. Its rooftop Red Cross sign glowed faintly in the ashen mist, like a blood-engorged solitary eye. Contact. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch this stream. This VFX. Hollywood would kneel and call it daddy. VFX. This is real. Summon Ultraman Digga from the Western Paradise. Now. Huh. Good times. Those little days are well and truly doomed. While netizens flooded the chat with frenzied commentary, the monstrous skyscraper advanced relentlessly, each step triggering seismic tremors while its colossal frame shed debris ceaselessly. The monstrous skyscraper advanced relentlessly, each step triggering seismic tremors while its colossal frame shed debris ceaselessly. But when those debris struck the pavement and emitted eerie guttural shrieks, the truth became horrifyingly clear. They were no stones. They were faceless nurses, pale, featureless gray-skinned, and sleek, fast-crawling figures clad in skin-tight suits. And above all, enormous winged insects, each bearing a human face. A teeming horde, swarming forth like an unleashed ant colony. Open fire! Open fire! The squad leader could bear it no longer. He bellowed, voice raw with desperation. He raised his assault rifle and emptied a full burst into a writhing creature ahead. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Bullets slammed home, splattering thick black ichor. Yet no one felt relief. Each impact only caused the creatures to stagger briefly, before surging forward faster than before. His magazine spent, the squad leader stood exposed at the front line, before two faceless nurses slammed him to the ground. A rusted scalpel descended without mercy. Before he could even scream, his gurgling breath replaced the cry, a wet, bubbling choke as his throat was severed. Monsters everywhere. Bullets don't work. They won't die. Fall back, retreat. Morale collapsed instantly among the retreating soldiers. To them, this was no longer war. It was slaughter, standing helplessly before annihilation. More monsters rained down from the towering entity, landing, fighting, tireless, deathless. Some soldiers scrambled for armored vehicles. But before they could seal the hatch, a massive, triangular-headed monstrosity drove its blade into the roof seam. Then pried open the reinforced steel plating like a tin can. Inside, soldiers stared in mute horror at the blank metallic visage looming over them. Then, darkness. Lin Fan stood atop the emergency center, gazing down upon the infernal carnage below, his expression devoid of pity. Though not the rabid nationalist his father was, he held no affection whatsoever for Sakura Nation. Toward this people he felt not a shred of compassion. Moi. A strange, subtle tremor stirred within him. This sensation did not emanate from the inner world, but rather resonated like a distant, inexplicable call. Closing his eyes gently, he swiftly traced its source. It came from his own corpse, the physical body lying motionless in the morgue. Even now that body was stirring, a heartbeat, or perhaps rising body temperature. He couldn't be certain, but he sensed unmistakably resurrection was imminent. So this revival comes with mandatory enforcement. Realizing he'd revive regardless of will, Lin Fan felt a flicker of irritation. After all, the dominion he wielded within the inner world intoxicated him utterly. And the thought of waking, of losing his ability to absorb negative emotions and grow stronger, ignited a feverish gleam in his eyes. If I cannot alter this trait, then let me amplify the chaos instead. With that thought, he rose, stretched, gazing down upon the fleeing, ant-like masses below. A faint, cruel smile curved his lips. My minions revel. Boom. At his silent command, the mist, previously confined to a 2-kilometer radius around the emergency center, surged outward with unnatural ferocity. Its speed multiplied tenfold. Where before it had seeped like a slow river, now it roared like a breached dam. Gray-white fog, carrying the stench of oblivion, engulfed entire streets in seconds. 2 kilometers away, in a luxury high-rise apartment, Tanaka stood before floor-to-ceiling windows sipping red wine, his gaze disdainful as he surveyed the fog-shrouded district. Humph. Fools, frightened by mere mist. As part of the elite he saw not disaster, but opportunity. To him the fog likely carried only hallucinogenic properties. And against such a threat, staying indoors, with doors and windows sealed, was enough. His apartment's state-of-the-art air filtration system could neutralize any toxin. Once this passes, property prices there will plummet. I'll buy low. Tanaka savored the prospect, swirling his. Just then, the view beyond his window shifted. Dusk's golden light blurred, dissolving into haze. Fog. Rapidly expanding fog. And in an instant, it breached his room. What? Is the ventilation system off? Tanaka frowned, setting down his glass to check the control panel. Crack. A sharp, brittle sound echoed from. He froze. That noise, like snapping bone. Yet he lived alone. An icy dread slithered up his. Slowly, stiffly he turned. His pristine living room, now corroded with rust, walls peeling to reveal pulsing crimson flesh beneath the wallpaper. And on the leather sofa sat something. A grotesque mass, swollen to riddled, stitched together from countless In its clawed hand dangled Tanaka's prized Persian cat. Crunch. It squeezed once. The cat shrieked, a final piercing wail, before collapsing into a shapeless pulp. The creature lifted its head. Its face bore no eyes, only a vertical gaping maw. Yet somehow it wore a ravenous, twisted grin. Irk, irk. Tanaka's knees buckled. He collapsed. The monster rose, dragging itself forward step by heavy step. At the same moment, in a convenience store 2 kilometers away, part-time clerk Komatsu restocked shelf. Hearing the door chime, he called out reflexively. No reply. Only the heavy metallic scrape of something dragging across the floor. SSSSS. GRRRAA. Curious, Komatsu leaned out. In the next second, a bag of chips slipped from his fingers. The figure entering wasn't a customer. It was a towering man in a black raincoat, clutching a massive fire axe. From his coat's hem dripped but blood. "You, sir, we're..." Komatsu barely got the words out before the figure lunged, axe whistling through air as it cleaved downward. Thwack! A display rack split cleanly in two, along with half its merchandise sliced clean down the middle. Komatsu dropped, covering his head, then scrambled blindly into a narrow gap between shelves, clamping both hands over his mouth. But the footsteps kept coming, stopping directly before the gap, blocking every exit. Cowering deep in shadow, Komatsu saw a pair of battered leather boots appear in the slit. Then, a pale, sutured face loomed upside down at the opening. The creature had bent low, peering. Two jet-black eyes, devoid of scara, locked onto him. "Found you." Its voice rasped, like sandpaper grinding bone. I'm out. I'm out. This stream is too grim. Why are there bystander POVs? Whose camera is this? How is it this crisp? It's over. Matian district has fallen. Is this still Earth? Still our world? Feels like the apocalypse. Huh. Serves them right. Those little days deserve exactly this. The livestream flickered between scenes, not just the towering skyscraper monster, but dozens of fragmented perspectives revealing the fog's toll. A woman strangled by her own hair in the shower. Commuters devoured by swarms of beetles in a subway station. A driver throttled by his own seatbelt, now animate and alive. In that moment, terror and despair crawled down fiber optic cables into the hearts of every viewer. And the architect of it all, Lin Fan, stood atop the colossal building, eyes closed, inhaling deeply. Countless invisible threads of black energy converged from every direction, racing into his body with intoxicating intensity. A shiver ran through him, half ecstasy, half groan. Indeed. Fear is my fuel. Suddenly Lin Fan's eyes snapped open, sharp alert. He whirled, locking his gaze on Tokyo Tower far beyond the mist's edge. Though his consciousness was bound to the inner world, he could see the outer realm, as if through a divine lens. Yet observation alone was all he could do, no intervention possible. And there, beyond Tokyo Tower, a pillar of golden light erupted skyward, blindingly brilliant. Instantly, a vast sacred aura surged forth, pushing back the encroaching fog by hundreds of meters. Lin Fan arched a brow. Whoa. So, they're going all out. Looks like Sakura Nation's foundations aren't just for show. His playful smirk didn't fade. In fact, it deepened. Good. Perfect. Let's test the very limits of the inner world. Boom. So fast. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Lin Fan felt a golden light fiercely penetrating into his inner world amidst a burst of explosive sound. In the next moment, the golden light receded, revealing a figure hovering right in front of the Motion Emergency Center building. It was an old man dressed in hunting attire, wearing a tall black hat. Beneath him was a giant crane formed entirely of pure light, and in his hand, he held a string of prayer beads radiating a golden halo that was blinding to behold. In this dark, bloody, rust-ridden, and rotting inner world, the old man's appearance seemed out of place, yet exuded an overwhelming presence. Zizi. The swirling gray mist upon touching the golden light surrounding him melted away instantly, like snow meeting hot oil, even emitting a painful hissing sound. Lin Fan, intrigued, pointed the live-streaming phone camera at the old man. Wow. A deity. Did he fly over? His appearance fee must be quite high, right? Look at that light. How many watts is it? Don't be ridiculous upstairs. Isn't this an on my OG from the Cherry Blossom Nation? With this setup, it feels like a divine battle is about to commence. The comments in the live stream were scrolling wildly, but the nearby monsters cared little for any divine beings. Roar. A dozen faceless nurses perched on nearby rooftops sensed the presence of a living human. They twisted their bodies, wielding rusty scalpels like a swarm of frenzied spiders pouncing towards the old man from all directions. Their speed was blinding, leaving only afterimages behind. The old man didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely flicked the prayer beads in his hand. Break. He moved his lips, uttering a single word. Boom. A golden circular ripple undulated from his body. The faceless nurses, still suspended in the air, instantly stiffened. Immediately after, bang, 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 bang. A series of muffled sounds. A dozen monsters did not even have time to scream before they exploded into clouds of black ash in the air, scattering with the wind. Instant kill. A complete and utter instant kill. The live stream fell silent for a split second before erupting with even crazier comments. 666,666. That's it. That group of special police was just chased and killed by these nurses. Is this what it's like for a max-level character to bully low-level ones in a newbie village? Special effects. It has to be special effects. I refuse to believe someone is this powerful. My sexy nurse sisters, you died so tragically. Old Lantern better not die badly. At this moment, the stunned Daimai and Sato Saori hiding in the building were also dumbfounded. Is there hope? After a pause, Sato Saori trembled with excitement, pointing at the glowing old man outside the window. That's the legendary guardian deity, Lord Abe Tenkai. It's in Sklas. We have one of the old Sklas awakeners from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Sklas. Upon hearing this term, Lin Fan's spiritual form floating in midair was not frightened, but instead stroked his chin with interest. Seeing as he is also Sclass, why does it feel like that previous high-humidity guy was just trash? But thinking about it, it wasn't surprising. After all, this old fellow was an established Sclass powerhouse. And that guy called Dao Miao was merely newly awakened, but despite possessing immense power, he was still a rookie. It was just unclear how great the gap was between him and these veteran Sclass powerhouses. With this thought in mind, he focused his intention. In the center of the hall, the triangular-headed monster which had just defeated the meatball beast and was in an invincible state suddenly turned around. Under the heavy metal helmet, a low growl emitted. Boom. The triangular head, dragging a tunter-long broadsword, burst through the window and landed heavily before Lord Abe Tenkai. Filthy creature. He snorted coldly, and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Those who combat in the line of duty. Filthy creature. He snorted coldly, and a yellow talisman appeared in his hand. Those who combat in the line of duty. As he spoke, the talisman in his hand ignited instantly. A golden lightning bolt as thick as a barrel appeared out of thin air, carrying a destructive aura, and struck directly at the triangular head that had just charged to the window. Boom. A tremendous sound echoed. The triangular head raised the broadsword in a bid to block it. But in the face of that terrifying lightning, the blade, capable of slicing through tanks, shattered like tofu. Only a large area of charred marks remained on the ground, proving it had once existed. I can't believe it. Triangular head brother. Only a large area of charred marks remained on the ground, proving it had once existed. I can't believe it. Triangular head brother. You died so tragically. Is this old man cheating? Report. Must report. Is this the power of Sclass? Terrifying indeed. In Hua country. In a top-secret conference room. The atmosphere froze to an extreme. On the big screen, the scene of the golden light, old man effortlessly killing the monster, left all the bigwigs present in silence. Although they were separated by a screen and could not sense the atmosphere on sight, the sense of destructive power in every move was palpable. Abe Tenkai. Director Zhang stared intensely at the screen, his face dark as if water could drip from it. I didn't expect the Cherry Blossom Nation to invest so heavily this time, even calling out this old immortal. This is their national-level combat power, usually only unleashed during a national catastrophe. Sclass Awakener skilled in Onmyoji techniques and talisman manifestation, known as Tokyo's Guardian. A nearby intelligence officer quickly read from the materials, his voice trembling slightly. According to assessments, his maximum destructive power is equivalent to a walking tactical nuclear bomb. It seems the Cherry Blossom Nation is determined to thoroughly handle the Motion District incident. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Lin Jiangwo. Everyone knew that the one causing trouble was the son of this man. Now that Sclass Powerhouse was unleashing their might, wouldn't this father be anxious? However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Jiangwo not only remained calm, but leaned back in his chair, curling his lip. TCH, just a piece of trash. He pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, not even lighting it, just holding it in his mouth, muttering indistinctly. After all these years, he hasn't improved at all, and he dresses like someone in a play. Isn't he ashamed? Everyone, isn't this the time to mock someone's fashion sense? Your son is about to be finished. Old Lin, is your focus a bit off? Is it a? Lin Jiangwo looked bewildered, then disdainfully remarked, did I say something wrong? Just look at this thing that I used to beat up back in the day. What are you all nervous about? This. A chorus of gasps filled the conference room. Although everyone present knew Lin Jiangwo was speaking the truth, his casual bravado was utterly shameless. Director Zhang was speechless, then finally spoke. Your son. Although he's causing quite a commotion, he's still newly awakened. If he encounters. He didn't finish his sentence. But the implication was clear. It meant your son might meet his end. What are you afraid of? Lin Jiangwo scoffed. Are you stupid? My son can infinitely resurrect. If that old man kills him once, my son will cause a catastrophe. Let him kill. I want to see how many times he can kill. This is perfect for my son to gain experience points. If that old man kills him once, my son will cause a catastrophe. Let him kill. I want to see how many times he can kill. This is perfect for my son to gain experience. Everyone exchanged glances. This thought process is indeed inherited from the father. Using Sclass Powerhouse for infinite cloning of his own son. It seems that not just any father could pull this off. But, compared to everyone's bewilderment, Director Zhang pondered for a moment, then suddenly said softly, Old Lin, have you considered one possibility? What? Lin Fan's talent triggers disasters after death, meaning he must die to become stronger, right? Of course. Then what if? Director Zhang paused. What if Abe Tenkai doesn't kill him? What if he notices Lin Fan's unique constitution and directly seals your son or captures him alive to study? Silence. A deathly silence. The smug expression on Lin Jiangwo's face instantly froze, as if he had hit the pause button. Right? He was so focused on the idea of his son resurrecting and infinitely cloning that he forgot the most crucial point. The premise of resurrection is to first die. What if he's captured alive? Especially since Abe Tenkai is an Onmyoji who specializes in seals. If his son were sealed by the opponent, wouldn't he be trapped in that country forever? Damn it. Lin Jiangwo suddenly sprang up from his chair, his face turning crimson, the veins on his neck bulging. No, absolutely not. He stood up abruptly and dashed towards the exit. Prepare a vehicle. No, prepare a plane. Get me the fastest plane. I'm going to Tokyo. Old Lin. Director Zhang was so frightened, he nearly lost his mind, blocking his path. Old Lin. Are you insane? You can't go. Let go. Don't stop me. I'm going to save my son. If that old bastard dares to touch a hair on my son, I'll tear down his shrine. At this moment, Lin Jiangwo refused to heed any advice, dragging Director Zhang towards the door. Several guards attempted to help, but were sent flying by the overwhelming aura emanating from Lin Jiangwo. Old Lin. Calm down. An elderly man in military uniform stood at the door, sternly shouting. Have you forgotten your identity? Every move you make is being watched by the entire world. Do you know what it means if you step out of Hua country? The old man pointed to the ceiling. As long as your signal appears beyond the border, do you know how many countries will go on high alert? The military bases across the entire Asia-Pacific region would aim their missiles at you. I don't care about any great war. Lin Jiangwo shouted with red eyes. He's my only son. If he gets sealed, I'll make sure the entire Cherry Blossom Nation pays for it. Going there won't help. Director Zhang desperately clutched his waist, shouting, by the time you fly to Tokyo, it will already be too late. Moreover, once you enter the Cherry Blossom Nation, will definitely attack you with all their might. By then, not only will you not be able to save Lin Fan, but you'll also find yourself in deep trouble. Then what do you suggest? Huh, just sit here and watch. Lin Jiangwo halted, panting heavily like a beast trapped in a cage. Watch. Keep watching. Director Zhang pointed at the big screen. Lin Fan has infinite resurrection and reorganization abilities. We must believe in him. That kid's talent is definitely more than this. Haven't you noticed? Although Abe Tenkai seems powerful, he can't even find Lin Fan's true body. Lin Jiangwo paused. He turned to look at the screen. Sure enough, while Abe Tenkai had instantaneously killed the triangular head, he hadn't proceeded to the next action. He hovered in midair, his brows tightly knit, the beads in his hands spinning rapidly, as if he were sensing something. MOT on Emergency Center. Inner World. Abe Tenkai was indeed encountering difficulties. He had initially thought this mission would be simple, merely a runaway spiritual anomaly, just a matter of cleaning up the trash and eliminating the source. But once he truly entered, he realized something was off. Very off. The rules here were chaotic. Moreover, he could not find that source. Logically speaking, any supernatural event has a core. As long as the core is destroyed, the area will naturally dissipate. However, after sensing around, he found that the entire inner world was filled with cores, yet at the same time there were none. The entire building, even every brick and every wisp of mist, was infused with that nauseating malice. Sneaky little rodents. Abe Tenkai snorted coldly. Since he couldn't find it, then he would destroy everything. He formed seals with his hands, and behind him 3 gigantic, golden magical arrays appeared. As Abe Tenkai chanted, 3 colossal golden formation arrays began to rotate. A low-frequency hum, grating upon the teeth, reverberated across the entire Sumida ward. Vajradhata Mandala. The old man roared. In an instant, 3 radiant pillars converged into one, transforming into a torrent of golden light vast enough to engulf the entire emergency center, descending with apocalyptic force. This was no mere light. It was spiritual energy compressed to unbearable density. Where it passed, even dust motes in the air were pulverized into absolute void. Though not his ultimate strength technique, this attack bore innate suppressive properties. Should it strike true, it might well have purified him outright. TCH. Lin Fan hovered midair and curled his lip. Is this old man here for light pollution? Though he mocked aloud inwardly, he dared not underestimate. Should the old man truly purify this place, what would become of his entire collection of little friends? More critically, his physical body remained unconscious. If both his body and its containment vessel were obliterated, reduced to scattered molecules beyond resurrection, the consequences would be catastrophic. Old man, you cannot be allowed to act unchecked. Lin Fan watched the golden torrent plummet, his eyes flashing with wild resolve. Let us see whose light is harder or whose appetite deeper. At that thought, his inner world erupted into chaos. The mist sea churned, fleshy walls undulated. At the very moment the golden beam grazed the lightning rod atop the building, mutation struck. Glup, glup. The concrete facade instantly liquefied into pulsating crimson flesh. Then the flesh walls violently expanded outward, splitting open into countless gaping maws lined with jagged fangs. No defense, no parry. Faced with the purifying golden light, the entire building performed an action no one anticipated. It opened its mouth. Dozens of them. Schlorp. An obscenely slick yet startlingly clear swallowing sound echoed through the live stream, reverberating across the globe. What in the blazes is that? Wah, I'm done watching. If I keep going, I'll move out of my own apartment building. It's F me. I swear. This is the most infernal live stream I've ever witnessed. Amidst a flood of such comments, the terrifying golden torrent, before it could detonate, plunged directly into those blood-red maws. Then, before the stunned gaze of millions online, Burp, the grotesque flesh-wrapped building, emitted a deep, resonant belch. That energy, potent enough to level a skyscraper, simply vanished. Not only vanished, but the once pale flesh walls, having absorbed it, now glowed with ruddy vitality, as if craving more. Midair, Abe Tenkai remained frozen in his mudra, his wrinkled face a canvas of bewildered disbelief. Stupor, confusion, utter incredulity. His clouded eyes bulged wide, forgetting even to blink. What is this thing? He had lived over 80 years. Spent his life exorcising spirits. He'd seen resistance, evasion, even reflection, but never suction. What infernal maneuver was this? It defied science, and even esoteric law. Tastes good. Thanks, old man. Lin Fan cast one final glance at the man, unraveling in existential crisis. Then his consciousness plunged downward, seized by overwhelming gravitational pull. Time had come. Basement Level 1 Emergency Center. Morgue. Here, amid the devastation, stood the soul space, unchanged. Upon the icy metal autopsy slab, a corpse crusted in dried blood trembled. Then Lin Fan snapped his eyes wide open. HSSSS. Agony pierced every fiber. A sensation like being sawn apart by a dull blade or tumbled raw through a meat grinder. The side effect of infinite cellular reassembly was excruciating. Lin Fan vaulted upright from the slab, clutching his chest and gasping ragged breaths. Sweat drenched him instantly. Damn it. Next time, I'll pick a quicker way to die. He gritted his teeth, enduring the soul-deep tremors. After several seconds, the tearing pain receded slightly. Lin Fan looked down. Wounds on his chest and neck had sealed, leaving only faint pink traces. Even the leg bones shattered in his fall had fully reknitted. His physical capabilities hadn't merely returned to peak condition, they surpassed it. He clenched his fist. A surge of immense strength flooded his veins, more than double his pre-death power. Indeed, each resurrection amplified him. Rewarding, yet perilously costly. Lin Fan grinned, wincing. Painful, yes, but the result, undeniably exquisite. He swung his legs off the slab. His bare feet slapped the frigid floor. His gaze swept toward the door, where lay a disfigured corpse in tactical gear, a special forces officer who'd guarded the entrance. Lin Fan approached, knelt, and searched the waistband, retrieving a Glock 17 and 2 spare magazines. Borrowing this, brother. With practiced ease, he racked the slide, chambered around, and engaged the safety. Though never a soldier, his father had raised him amidst realistic replicas. He knew firearms like his own pulse. Outside, the tremors had ceased. His dominion over the inner world had dissolved entirely. Yet he knew the monsters still lingered. Lin Fan tucked the pistol into his waistband and burst from the morgue, sprinting toward the stairwell. Ground floor. Lin Fan tucked the pistol into his waistband and burst from the morgue, sprinting toward the stairwell. Ground floor. Lobby. Two figures lay slumped motionless on the floor. The terrified live streamer and Nurse Sato Saori. Earlier, within the inner world, Lin Fan had deliberately shielded them from the horrors. Now they slept like the dead. Lin Fan halted, eyes narrowing into sharp furrows as he surveyed the two women, one young, one older, sprawled before him. Trouble. Abandon them. Likely the roaming faceless nurses would carve them into sashimi moments after he left. Carry them. An obvious burden. Lin Fan sighed. Fine, call me soft-hearted. After all, the live streamer hailed from his hometown. And the nurse, kind enough to feed him. He wasn't ungrateful. Stepping forward, he gripped the streamer's belt with one hand and lifted Sato's collar. He heaved. Two adult women, easily 200 pounds combined. Yet in his hands they weighed no more than sacks of rice. Whoa, this body's enhancement is absurd. Lin Fan shifted his grip, testing their weight. Perfect. As long as he avoided that deranged elder, escape was certain. He bypassed the main entrance, kicking open the fire escape door leading to the hospital's rear alley. Through that alley lay the residential district, where he could vanish without trace, leaving no clue linking him to the catastrophe's origin. Outside, the fog had yet to lift. The air reeked of sulfur and ozone. Visibility barely exceeded a few meters. Everywhere echoed frantic footsteps, desperate shouts, and gut-wrenching screams. Perfect. Lin Fan slipped out the side exit, bearing both women, vanishing into the fog. He darted across the wreckage-strewn parking lot, racing toward the perimeter. Though his godlike command over the inner world had faded, he himself was the calamity's source. Thus no monster dared approach. Farther and farther he ran. Just a little more beyond the emergency center's epicenter, and he'd be utterly free. Lin Fan drew a deep breath, then launched forward like a released arrow. Thud. He kicked aside a trash bin blocking his path, leaping clear. Adieu, dear sir. A triumphant thrill surged within him. Yet, just as he cleared the parking lot, he glanced up, then froze mid-stride. His shoes screeched, carving twin black streaks across the asphalt. 5 meters ahead, hovering midair, stood an elderly man in ceremonial Shinto robes and a black lacquered cap. The old man clutched prayer beads, brow deeply furrowed. lost in profound existential doubt, still pondering how his technique had simply vanished. At the noise, Abe Tinkai instinctively looked down. Lin Fan's shoulders straining under his dual burden, looked up. Their gazes locked. Silence fell thick and suffocating. Even the swirling mist seemed to pause. Lin Fan blinked. Abe Tinkai blinked. They stared, unblinking, for 3 full seconds. Lin Fan tightened his grip on the two women, forcing a strained, courteous smile. Have you eaten yet, sir? Have you eaten? Abe Tinkai was filled with great confusion, looking at the young man in tattered hospital clothes who had a woman slung over each shoulder. What puzzled him even more was the lack of awe or fear in the young man's eyes as he looked at him. It was just so extraordinarily ordinary. Well, it seems you haven't eaten. Seeing the other party's silent, Lin Fan shifted the two women on his shoulders and without hesitation chose to slip away. That's perfect, I haven't eaten either. I left the gas on at home, see you. Before his words finished, Lin Fan didn't give the other party a chance to react. He suddenly exerted force in his legs and like a rabbit darted towards a nearby special police vehicle. The speed of his movement caught everyone off guard. Abe Tinkai didn't know Lin Fan, but this slick maneuver truly left him bewildered. To be fair, Lin Fan's series of actions was exceptionally smooth. Holding a prayer bead, his mouth slightly opened, but the phrase he had prepared, "Survivors, please evacuate quickly," got stuck in his throat. But this old man was after all a battle-hardened strength powerhouse. Just a second later he reacted. No wait. This is the Mokushin Emergency Center. It's a scene of a special-grade supernatural disaster. Not to mention living people, even the bacteria, had just been purified by his Diamond Realm mandala. Where did this kid come from? Stop. Abe Tinkai wanted to stop Lin Fan to ask about the situation. However, his response was to shove the two women into the car. Then with a smooth slide he dove into the driver's seat and roared off in a cloud of dust. The fluidity of his actions left Abe Tinkai stunned. Baka, stop. Abe Tinkai finally completely reacted. With a revered status in Sakura country, who didn't show him utmost respect? When had he ever been so ignored? Moreover, his instinct told him that this young man was unusual, and he absolutely couldn't let him escape. As he spoke, a talisman in his hand glimmered. Bind. A golden light chain appeared out of thin air like a spiritual snake and aimed to wrap around the off-road vehicle's rear wheel. But just at this critical moment, a spine-chilling eerie sound echoed from behind Abe Tinkai. The sound was akin to countless people groaning in water or rotting flesh being pressed together. Abe Tinkai's heart skipped. A strong sense of crisis surged, forcing him to interrupt his spell and turn around abruptly. In the next moment, his pupils involuntarily constricted. How could this be? Abe Tinkai looked at the emergency center in disbelief. The emergency center, which had just returned to calm, suddenly changed again. Roar. Accompanied by hundreds of piercing screams, all the windows of the building shattered simultaneously. Crash. Countless black shadows surged out like a flood released from a dam. Faceless nurses, crawlers, and grotesque flesh blobs covered in pus. Even a few giant triangular heads mixed in. The moment they appeared, they pounced towards Abe Tinkai like they had gone mad. Countless monsters surged forth, piling up like waves. In the blink of an eye, a tide of flesh made of monster corpses and living bodies rose up, rushing towards Abe Tinkai. Damn it. Abe Tinkai had no choice but to temporarily give up on Lin Fan and deal with those monsters instead. He was confident that these filthy creatures couldn't harm him, but as the saying goes, too many ants can kill an elephant. Thunder prison. Abe Tinkai shouted. Boom. Countless golden lightning bolts fell from the sky, densely striking the pile of monsters. Crackle. The smell of charred flesh filled the air. Hundreds of monsters were instantly reduced to ashes. The mountain of flesh that had been piled up was flattened significantly. But in the next second, Abe Tinkai's brows furrowed tightly. Just as those monsters were turned to ash, even more surged out from the building. Moreover, those ashes floating in the air upon hitting the ground actually reformed and twisted into new monsters. Killing them brought no end, they just kept coming back. It was simply endless. What on earth are these things? Abe Tinkai looked at the bizarre building that was still vomiting monsters, a chill rising in his heart for the first time. This was not an ordinary supernatural outbreak. It could possibly be some kind of rule. A rule akin to immortality. Lin Fan had already driven the off-road vehicle, crazily weaving through the ruins like a wild dog. Crash. The wheels rolled over. Lin Fan had already driven the off-road vehicle, crazily weaving through the ruins like a wild dog. Crash. The wheels rolled over a broken slab, jolting violently. Oh damn it. A sudden cry of pain came from the back seat. The previously unconscious Days May was jolted awake by the sudden bump. She opened her eyes groggily, her brain still rebooting. What met her eyes was a gray world. Broken streets, collapsed streetlights, and ashes floating in the air. And the distant flickering eerie lightning. Where is this? Days May covered her throbbing head, her voice carrying a hint of tears. Am I dead? She remembered her last moment was when the building came alive, and then her phone flew by itself, followed by her crashing into a wall. Opening her eyes again, it was this apocalyptic scene, and she instinctively thought she had perished. Hearing the familiar words, dazed May froze for a moment. She suddenly looked up at the driver's seat and saw a figure. Hearing the familiar words, dazed May froze for a moment. She suddenly looked up at the driver's seat and saw a figure in tattered hospital clothes. "You, who are you?" Dazed May's eyes widened. "Me." Lin Fan abruptly turned the steering wheel to avoid a wrecked bus ahead, his mouth still chattering. "Just a passerby." Dazed May. "Is this person seriously sick?" Not a single serious word. But for some reason, hearing this annoying voice, her immense fear surprisingly dissipated somewhat. That meant the situation wasn't as dire as she had imagined. "Where are we going?" Dazed May grasped the back of the front seat, looking at the ruins rapidly retreating outside, her heart feeling a bit more settled. "Where to?" Lin Fan slammed on the brakes, then slammed the gas, using the inertia to break through a barrier. "Of course, each goes home, each finds their mom." "What? Do you really want to reincarnate?" While they were talking, neither of them noticed that the phone Lin Fan had thrown in the passenger seat was still live streaming. And their entire conversation was also being broadcasted. "Wow. Finally there's sound. I thought the streamer—" It's Daisy's voice. "She didn't die. She's still alive." "Who is that male voice?" "Ha, this little brother is so funny when he talks. This car is driving you, just listening to the sound makes me feel like throwing up." Is this the real-life version of GTA? At this moment, the off-road vehicle finally broke through the last blockade. The fog ahead gradually thinned. Faintly, the flashing police lights and the fully armed self-defense soldiers. "Hold on tight. I'm going to charge." Lin Fan called out, then pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He absolutely couldn't stop at this moment. If he stopped for inspection now, with his current identity, he would undoubtedly be treated as a target to be captured. He had to break through in the chaos. Vroom. The off-road vehicle with the gas pedal floored charged like a crazed bull, heading straight for the barbed wire blocking the road. Screech. The off-road vehicle crashed into the barbed wire, instantly tearing a gap, with the piercing sound of metal scraping. Lin Fan and the others along with the vehicle completely burst out of the fog area and into the sunlight of the real world. The long-lost twilight light streamed into the cabin. Finally feeling a hint of the mortal realm, Lin Fan instinctively looked back. Through the rear windshield, what met his eyes was a sea of gray fog. No matter how strong the sunlight outside was, it couldn't penetrate that layer of fog at all. At this moment, he had already burst out of the inner world. Yet he could still faintly feel that the inner world had not disappeared because of his departure. On the contrary, it seemed to have solidified. It even gave him the impression that the place had become a forbidden zone, an alternate space that couldn't be separated from the real world. Lin Fan's pupils constricted slightly. A realization from deep within his innate understanding surged to the forefront of his mind. This time it seemed he had truly stirred up big trouble. "This thing," he murmured, a hint of shock in his voice that even he didn't notice. "It's actually become a forbidden land." Boom! The police SUV charged out of Matian district like a wild boar, trailing sparks and thunder. As the surrounding lights began to flicker into life and the nauseating smell of sulfur disappeared from the air, Lin Fan knew he had completely escaped. Hey, where are you taking me?" The girl in the back seat clutched her still dizzy head, fearfully watching the scenery fly by outside the window. They say it's a joyous occasion to meet an old friend in a foreign land. But why did she encounter a madman? Especially that series of reckless maneuvers earlier, more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. Lin Fan remained silent. He glanced at the rearview mirror, confirming that the old light hadn't caught up. Only then did he slam on the brakes. Screech. The tires left 4 long black streaks on the asphalt, the piercing sound of friction turning the heads of several yellow-haired youths wandering nearby. The car jolted abruptly. The massive inertia caused the girl to crash into the backrest of the front seat. "Ouch! What are you doing?" She rubbed her nose, tears almost spilling out from the pain. Click. The central lock popped open. "Get out." Simple and concise. No extra words were spoken. The girl was stunned, feeling her brain couldn't keep up with the madman's logic. She blinked, her large expressive eyes a look of disbelief on her face. "Huh? What do you mean, huh?" "I said get out." Lin Fan repeated impatiently. "What? Do you want me to treat you to— Wait. You're just going to let me out here?" The girl glanced at the unfamiliar street outside, then looked at her tattered clothes, saying, "Big brother, it's late at night." "Not my problem." Lin Fan rolled his eyes. "What? Do you want me to take you home and feed you?" He was here in the land of cherry blossoms to cause trouble. Carrying 2 burdens was not part of the plan. Bringing her out had already been a great mercy. "Get out." Lin Fan's tone turned colder. "Don't make me take action." The girl shrank back. "Fine, I'll get out. No need to be so fierce." She mumbled as she pushed open the car door and stumbled out. As soon as she hit the ground, a gust of evening wind made her shiver. It was then she remembered there was still someone in the car. Miss Sari." She was about to plead, but Lin Fan had already pushed open the passenger door. Then he opened the back door, and like picking up a chick, dragged the still unconscious Sato Sari from the car, casually placing her on the flower bed by the roadside. Hey, be gentle. She's an injured person." The girl panicked hurriedly, trying to support Sato Sari. "It's a miracle she's not dead." Lin Fan dusted off his hands, glancing at both of them. Thanks for saving us." The girl felt that despite his bad attitude, he was ultimately her savior, so she politely asked, can I have your contact information? Don't wait, do it now. Lin Fan interrupted her directly. The girl was stunned, somewhat confused, huh? In the next moment, she watched as he confidently stretched out his hand and began rummaging through the pocket of her dust-covered shirt. The girl froze. What's he doing? Typically, in a hero-saving beauty scenario, shouldn't a handsome guy just wave his hand and leave without taking anything? What does this mean? Found it. After a while, Lin Fan's eyes lit up as he pulled out a pink wallet from her pocket. He opened it to find it quite stuffed. Apart from a dozen bills, there were also several black cards. Lin Fan unceremoniously withdrew all the cash, stuffing it into the pocket of his ragged hospital gown, then stuffed the empty wallet back into the girl's hands. Consider this your thank you fee, we owe each other nothing. Saying this, he turned to look at the unconscious Sato Saori, thought for a moment, and chose not to act. After all, she had fed him before. Leave a line for future interaction. Why you re-robbing us? The girl finally reacted, staring wide-eyed at the brazen man before her. What do you mean by robbing? Don't say such harsh words, this is called a reward. Lin Fan said with confidence. I saved both your lives, it's reasonable to collect a fee, right? After saying that, he didn't give the girl a chance to retort. He turned around, got into the car, and closed the door. Goodbye, or rather never see you again. Boom. The engine roared. The SUV belched out a cloud of black smoke and shot away instantly, leaving the girl alone in a whirlwind of confusion. Hey, wait, are you really leaving us here? Bastard. Scoundrel. Row. Watching the taillights of the departing car, the girl stomped her feet in anger. He swore to heaven that he had never met someone so devoid of sentiment in his life. In the car, Lin Fan, with this money he could at least buy decent clothes and have a good meal. This infinite reconstruction was good in many ways, but the pain and exhaustion were truly hard to bear. I need to find a place to change into some decent clothes and get something to eat. This hospital gown is too eye-catching. Lin Fan thought about his next plan while steering the wheel. Just as he was pondering, he caught a glimpse of something glowing under the passenger seat out of the corner of his eye. Leaning forward to take a look, he was surprised to find it was the phone he had casually tossed into the car earlier, but had forgotten about. Tisk, that girl didn't have a phone, so it should be fine, right? Lin Fan freed one hand and retrieved the phone. What a surprise. The live stream was still running. The screen was filled with a barrage of comments. Looking at the heat value in the upper right corner. Units, tens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Lin Fan counted the number of zeros after that number and gasped. What the hell? 10 billion. What kind of absurd data is this? How many people are there in the world? How many trolls are in this live stream? This was probably not just a sensation. It was about to explode. On the screen, the gift effects were being crazily spammed as if they cost nothing. Rockets, yachts, carnivals. All combined into a sea of light. It was impossible to tell who was who. Where's the host? Where's the host? What was that car noise just now? Was he caught? Who was that mysterious male voice? I'm dying to know. I want to see the hero who saved the host. Looking at these comments, Lin Fan curled his lip. Hero? Who? I came here to cause trouble. However, seeing those gifts constantly being spammed made Lin Fan feel a pang in his heart. How much money is this? Unfortunately, it wasn't his account, otherwise he would have said a few words to thank the fans. Forget it, let's turn it off. Lin Fan was afraid of being tracked. This phone was broadcasting live, it was a moving GPS. If the land of cherry blossoms traced it back through the internet, it would be a big problem. He extended his finger ready to tap the X in the upper right corner. The car was speeding down the highway. The road surface was a bit uneven due to the previous earthquake. He extended his finger ready to tap the X in the upper right corner. The car was speeding down the highway. The road surface was a bit uneven due to Lin Fan's finger twitched. He missed the close button and instead hit the rotating arrow icon next to it. Switching the camera. Whoosh. The originally dark screen suddenly changed. A young, handsome face, slightly pale from the recent jarring movements, appeared unguarded in the center of the screen. It was a very pleasing face. Features were defined with sharp brows and bright eyes. At that moment, it seemed like the entire global network paused for a second. Whoa, he's showing his face. Is this the big shot who saved the day? So young, so handsome. I declare him my new husband. Was he the one who saved the girl? Was he the one who toyed with Abe Tenka? Screenshot. Quick, take a screenshot. Lin Fan at the screen had no idea that his face was already imprinted on the retinas of countless people worldwide. He stared at the sudden appearance of himself on the screen, momentarily stunned. Watching the rockets and yacht effects flying around the screen, he wore an awkward yet polite smile. How did it turn into a selfie? Out of courtesy, he smiled at the camera, showing a slightly weary yet radiant, thanks for the rockets, my friends. After saying this, he abruptly closed the live stream. The broadcast, the world fell silent. Lin Fan casually tossed the phone onto the passenger seat, humming an unknown tune, and pressed the accelerator, the SUV disappearing into the night of Jiangdong district. He thought this was just a small episode. Little did he know, at that very moment the entire world network exploded. Twitter crashed. Weibo collapsed. Major forums were instantly flooded with massive traffic, and the servers melted as if hit by a nuclear bomb. That face adorned with a devilish smile was shared over 1 billion times in just a few minutes. Who is that man? Mystery Man reveals in Matian District. Thanks for the rockets, my friends. These 3 trending topics dominated the global hot search charts at a terrifying speed. Countless people screamed in front of their screens, frantically searching for information about this face. Mysterious, full of swagger. Plus that phrase filled with the earthy flavor of huagua, yet inexplicably catchy. Thanks for the rockets, my friends, instantly struck a chord with countless people. In the land of cherry blossoms. At the Prime Minister's residence, in a temporary command room. Bakayiru. A furious roar echoed throughout the room. The head of the intelligence department ruthlessly smashed the coffee cup in his hand to the ground. Fragments scattered. Scalding coffee splattered onto his pants, but he felt nothing. His eyes were fixated on the big screen. The image frozen on the screen was Lin Fan's smiling face. This radiant smile would haunt everyone present until their dying breath. It was this face, the owner of this face, who consecutively brought disasters to their land of cherry blossoms. Moreover, this anomaly had died in front of them twice. The first time he hanged himself on a big knife. The second time he jumped off a building and hit a major artery, dead beyond dead. If the first time could be considered a coincidence, what was the second time? Investigate. The minister squeezed a word through gritted teeth, his voice dark and chilling. Utilize all resources. Whether it's facial recognition systems or traffic surveillance. We must find this person immediately and send this face to every officer on patrol. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we need to find this bastard. Yes. With the order given, the machinery of the land of cherry blossoms began to operate. As the instigator of all this, Lin Fan parked his car in front of a convenience store. He patted his pocket, pulling out the fare he had taken from the girl earlier. I wonder if the Odin here is authentic. Humming a tune, he pushed open the car door and swaggered inside, complete that his face had become the top priority of the entire land of cherry blossoms wanted list. Boom. A jagged, thunderous bolt of lightning crashed violently onto the ground before the Machida Emergency Center, scorching a blackened crater into the earth. Countless chunks of flesh and severed limbs were instantly vaporized by the savage strike. The acrid stench of charred meat hung thick and suffocating in the air. Not far away, Abe Tenkai gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently. His once pristine hunting robes clung damply to his gaunt, sweat-slicked back. Strands of graying hair fell across his forehead, lending him a disheveled appearance. Surely it's over now. His gaze locked onto the blackened ground before him, the smoldering fused remnants of twisted limbs, and he exhaled deeply. Yet, before that breath could fully leave his lungs, clack, 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 a grating bony-on-bone grinding echoed anew. The charred mass suddenly split open, and crimson tendrils of raw flesh erupted like spring bamboo shoots after rain. Swift, relentless, unceasing. Within seconds, the creature, reduced moments earlier to little more than ash, had not only regenerated completely, but swelled in size, having devoured the corpses of its fallen kin. Roar. The monster threw back its head and unleashed a guttural roar. From its maw, bristling with serrated fangs, spewed a noxious yellow-green mist. Abe Tenkai's weathered face twitched violently. Will this nightmare never end? Even a man of his legendary composure could no longer suppress his inner 30 minutes. An entire half-hour. He had cycled through every technique he'd mastered over a lifetime. Vajradhata, Mandala, Garbhodhatu, Mandala, thunder arts, spirit summoning rituals. Nothing worked. No matter the method, the creatures multiplied faster than they could be slain. Now, even his spiritual energy was nearly depleted. At this rate, he couldn't guarantee whether the monsters would ever be eradicated, but he knew he would collapse first. Something is wrong. This is no ordinary conglomeration of vengeful spirits. As he flicked his wrist to dispel several lunging horrors, Abe Tenkai retreated backward, his face ashen. Ghosts dissipate upon destruction, but demons perish when slain. Yet whatever festered here refused to die, no matter how thoroughly it was obliterated. The creatures turned to ash upon death, only for that ash to coalesce, reforming them anew. It defied all logic. He even suspected that detonating a nuclear warhead here would do nothing but deepen the horror, not cleanse it. A chill ran down his spine. Then abruptly he recalled the young man who had slipped past him moments earlier. Suddenly that youth seemed infinitely more suspect. A chill ran down his spine. Then abruptly he recalled the young man who had slipped past him moments earlier. Lin Fan was speechless. Holding the bank card, he looked at this pair of outrageous parents who were sending their own son off as a self-destructing foot soldier. In his heart, 10,000, though bitter, Abe Tenkai knew instinctively some battles cannot be won. Retreat. He clenched his jaw and made his decision without hesitation. His hands flashed through a rapid series of seals. Golden light flared around him, forcibly repelling the faceless nurses surging forward. Then, without pause, he blazed outward in a streak of light, vanishing into the periphery. Beyond the perimeter, cordoned hundreds of heavily armed self-defense force soldiers stood tense, and vigilant rifles trained steadily at the swirling ashen mist. None knew what transpired within. None dared enter. Only distant thunderous explosions and unearthly shrieks pierced the silence, each more harrowing than the last. Just as nerves reached their breaking point. Whoosh! Shoo! A figure shot forth from the mist, stumbling heavily onto the pavement. The radiance faded, revealing Abe Tenkai. It's Master Abe. Lord Tenkai has emerged. Commanders and officials rushed forward in relief, crowding around him. Master, what is the situation inside? Was the fiend vanquished? May rescue teams proceed. Voices overlapped eagerly, eyes alight with hope. After all, he was Japan's unshakable pillar, the man whose intervention guaranteed resolution. Abe Tenkai drew a slow, steadying breath, calming the turbulent chi coursing through his meridians. He met their expectant gazes, then glanced back at the churning fog still roiling behind him. His aged cheeks flushed with heat. After a long, heavy silence, he spoke, voice drained hollow. Seal it off. The commander blinked, startled. Seal it off. Complete quarantine. Abe Tenkai closed his eyes, as if aging 10 years in that single moment. Erect a permanent isolation barrier centered on the emergency center, extending 5 kilometers in all directions. No one enters, ever. What a... Every official present sucked in a sharp collective breath. A permanent isolation barrier. Did this mean, Master, surely even you? A trembling official ventured softly. Are powerless. Abe Tenkai refused to utter those words, but they were undeniably true. Still, he would not confess weakness. Instead, a cold, razor-edged glint flashed in his eyes. This place is no longer fit for the living. Silence descended, absolute suffocating. What did that mean? Mouths gaped open, expressions contorted into disbelief, far deeper than any ghostly apparition could evoke. Found them here. Quick, medical team, move in. A flurry of Japanese voices erupted as found them here. Quick, medical team, move in. A flurry of Japanese voices erupted as police, soldiers, and paramedics sprinted forward. Seeing only 2 women beside the flower bed, one unconscious, the medics rushed to assess them. Moments later, more vehicles converged in rapid succession. Some carried rifles, self-defense force units, but others bore cameras and microphones. Instantly, reporters swarmed like sharks, scenting blood flashbulbs popping relentlessly, turning night into searing daylight. Ugh! Dai-Dama was blinded by the glare, instinctively shielding her eyes. Her mind remained a foggy, disoriented haze. Who am I? Where am I? What in the world is happening? What do they want? Before she could gather her thoughts, dozens of microphones pressed against her lips. Are you Chinese live streamer Dai-Dama? Was that live broadcast yours? Who was that mysterious man who rescued? Where has he gone? Why did he save you? What is your relationship? Questions barraged her ears like rapid-fire artillery. Dai-Dama stood utterly dazed. She stared at her empty pink wallet, then at the frenzied journalists around. That bastard. He stole her money and left her drowning in chaos. I don't know. She crumpled hands, clutching her head in despair. He robbed me and fled. Reporters stared, speechless. This wasn't the narrative they'd expected. Meanwhile, in Jiangdong district, a 24-hour Lawson convenience store. Ding dong. A cheerful electronic chime announced the customer's arrival. Lin Fan pushed open the door. His hospital gown was torn and dust-streaked, but in Tokyo's streets, confidence rendered such flaws in. The clerk, a young man, slumped over the counter, eyes glued to the wall-mounted television. He murmured, "Welcome," without glancing up. The screen broadcast breaking news from Machida Ward. Urgent Machida Emergency Center hit by levels supernatural catastrophe. Government declares immediate lockdown. Preliminary reports confirm nearly 10,000 dead or missing. Master Abe Tenkai declares the zone forbidden territory. Citizens urged to remain clear. This marks Japan's most severe supernatural terror attack in 50 years. As the mist receded, horrifying street scenes emerged. Devastation laid bare. Only 10,000. He ambled to the shelves, picked up a tuna onigiri, and shook his head, mildly disappointed. I'd assumed at least 30 or 50,000. Only 10,000. He ambled to the shelves, picked up a tuna onigiri, and shook his head, mildly disappointed. I'd assumed at least 30 or 50,000. Looks like I've been too merciful after all. Muttering inwardly, he grabbed a bottle of cola, then casually selected a paper cup, and began choosing items from the Odin pot. Finally, he returned to the counter, dumping his haul with a soft thud. The clerk finally stirred, then recoiled sharply at Lin Fan's tattered, blood-crusted hospital attire. You escaped from Machida Ward. After a stunned pause, he asked timidly. Yeah. Since the clerk had already drawn his own conclusion, Lin Fan simply nodded. Relief washed over the clerk, but his hands still trembled slightly as he scanned the items. Total 3,800 yen. Lin Fan pulled a crumpled Tinthasandian note from his pocket and slapped it onto the counter. Keep the change. The money was after all acquired without cost. Spending it brought no regret. The clerk's eyes lit up. He bowed deeply. Arigatou gozaimasu. Lin Fan unwrapped the onigiri and took a hearty bite. Mediocre. Nowhere near as satisfying as the jianbing guozi from his neighborhood stall. He leaned against the store's floor-to-ceiling window, chewing thoughtfully while watching Tokyo's ceaseless flow of traffic. Outside, sirens wailed in overlapping waves. Far above, helicopter searchlights swept back and forth across the night sky. The entire city, because of him, had spiraled into chaos. A peculiar sensation rose within him. Not guilt, but an intoxicating swell of pride and inexplicably exhilaration. What his ancestors had never achieved, he was accomplishing now. Where next? Swallowing the last bite, Lin Fan's gaze settled on the subway map posted beside the store entrance. His eyes traced the lines, Shinjuku, Ginza. Then, his focus locked onto a bold red circle. Tokyo's busiest, most vibrant intersection, where thousands crossed with each cycle of the traffic light. The city's densest human nexus. This spot suits me, crowded lively. He drained the cola in one smooth gulp, then tossed the empty bottle perfectly into the bin by the door. Clang. A crisp ringing echo. He stepped out, into the cool night breeze. Next stop, Shibuya. In Hwawa, the capital, a secret military base is located in the western suburbs. In an underground conference room, smoke swirls around. A massive LED display hangs on one wall. At this moment, the screen freezes on an image. It is a screenshot of Lin Fan in an off-road vehicle flashing a peace sign, to the camera, his smile radiant. It was indeed a still image from before he ended his stream. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a bold and somewhat manic laugh echoed in the serious conference room. Well done, truly well done. Lin Jiangwo beamed with pride, ignoring the strange looks from those around him, as he looked at everyone in the conference room. Did you see that? Did you see that? This is my son, this is the glory of our Lin family. At this moment, he was grinning so widely that his back teeth were showing. Look at this kid, he's truly my son. He already has the strength to have a page dedicated to him in the family tree. I ask you, whose son can compare to my son? The people in the conference room looked at his boisterous demeanor, feeling an urge to give him a good thrashing. Sitting beside him, Director Zhang was in agony, covering his forehead. He felt his head buzzing. Old Lin, we know your son is impressive, but can we tone it down a bit? Tone it down? Not a chance. Lin Jiangwo had no intention of holding back. Old Zhang, just say my son is impressive, and that's it. My son brings honor to the country. What's wrong with me being a bit happy about it? Can we have a little dignity here? Director Zhang sighed, helplessly, feeling that his blood pressure was rising faster than his savings. But he knew now was not the time to address that. Old Lin, let's calm down for a moment. Do you know that the Foreign Affairs Department has already exploded? Now the Sakura country's Ministry of Foreign Affairs demands that we immediately confirm the identity of the man in the footage and take responsibility for the terrorist actions in the Sumida district. Terrorist actions, Old Lin. If this label sticks, you wouldn't want your son to follow in your footsteps, would you? Hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's smile faded, and he calmly picked up a cigarette box from the table, took one out, lit it, and took a deep puff. Responsible? What nonsense. I think we are giving them face. You want to label my son as a terrorist? Who gave them the guts? My son can only be a legitimate descendant of martyrs. I'm not dead yet. Anyway, my son is innocent. His entry into Sakura country was legal. Passport, visa, which of those is? How did he become a terrorist? I just want to say, why are you getting so worked up with me? Director Zhang rubbed his temples in frustration and pointed at the screen. Can you discuss reason? Look, the entire Sumida district is almost ruined, and that so-called emergency center has become a no-go zone. Even if we don't want to admit it, the facts are right there. How do we explain this? Explain what? Lin Jiangwo snorted coldly. What are we explaining to them? Before he could finish, a link request popped up on the big screen. Director Zhang quickly pulled Lin Jiangwo back. Don't say anything, it's a video call request from Sakura country. Be careful with your words. He took a deep breath and signaled the technicians to connect. The screen shifted. A middle-aged man dressed in a sharp suit, sporting a thin mustache and a face full of anger, appeared on the screen. The background was the residence of the Prime Minister of Sakura country, Director Zhang. The other party wasted no time and directly bellowed in Chinese. This is an act of war. This is a blatant provocation. That young man from your country has continuously caused disasters in our nation, resulting in losses of trillions of yen. We need an explanation. We hope you can hand over. What the hell are you shouting about? However, before the Sakura official could finish, Lin Jiangwo thrust his face directly into the camera, his loud voice echoing through the microphone. The Sakura diplomat turned pale, struggling to contain his anger, and said in broken Chinese, Sir, please mind, your young man caused a horrific disaster in our country. Ooh, I have reason to. You have no reason. Without waiting for the other party to finish, Lin Jiangwo interrupted him. He was just traveling. Do you understand what traveling means? He was unfamiliar with the place and the language. He went to a hospital for treatment and ended up encountering your so-called supernatural outbreak. That's a matter of your country's public safety. It's a problem with your construction quality. My son was acting in self-defense. He's just a kid in his 20s. He's still a child. Just think about it, a child in that situation would be terrified, utterly helpless. In his panic, he might have reacted excessively to save his life. Oh, what's wrong with that? The conference room fell into a dead silence. Everyone gaped at Lin Jiangwo, dumbfounded. Even Director Zhang, who was used to facing storms, was left speechless. Excessive response. flattening an entire district and wiping out their ace ghost-slaying team. Is that called an excessive response? What the hell, he's still a child. The Sakura diplomat on the other end was completely thrown off by Lin Jiangwo's twisted logic. Wait, who? Who are you? Lin Jiangwo's expression turned serious. Listen, well, I am indeed the father of that young man you mentioned, and my name is Zhang Taijun. Not. Can you at least act like a person? The expression on Director Zhang's face turned to one of disbelief upon hearing this. You can flaunt your connections, but what's the point of dropping my name? Hearing this, the Sakura diplomat's eyes turned red. Good. Very good. Since the parent is present, that makes it even better. Your son committed a massacre at our Sumida Emergency Center, created supernatural panic, and even publicly humiliated our Onmyoji Abe Tenka. These crimes have all been recorded live. You cannot escape responsibility. He grew increasingly agitated, spitting as he spoke. Lin Jiangwo, however, just cleaned out his ears and wore a look of disbelief. Waiting for the other party to catch his breath, he slowly spoke. Massacre. Creating panic. Do you have evidence? Which of your eyes saw my son doing that? As for humiliating Abe Tenka, Lin Jiangwo sneered. Isn't it the old lantern's own ineptitude that he couldn't catch the person? Why blame my son for running fast? You are grasping at straws. The Sakura diplomat trembled with rage. Don't talk to me about grasping at straws. I don't care. I just know my son was acting in self-defense. Lin Jiangwo slammed his palm down on the table louder than the other party. My son was traveling. He's a leak. Who in the world doesn't know that your place is inherently unclean with all kinds of Sadako and Kayako roaming? My son, a frail student, got lost in the hospital late at night, faced with a ghostly wall, terrified, and made a bit of noise to bolster his courage. That's very reasonable, isn't it? In the conference room, Director Zhang and the advisors were almost unable to contain their laughter. A frail student, making noise to bolster courage. The Sakura diplomat was nearly choked to death by this absurd logic. He had never seen such shamelessness in his life, and still unwilling to give up, asked then, what about the police blockade? He seized a police car and crashed through the blockade. My son is still a child. If he did that, he was scared by you. Lin Jiangwo replied defiantly. Just think about it. When hundreds of guns are pointed at you, any normal person would run. You. The Sakura diplomat pointed at the screen, his finger trembling, completely at a loss for words. What do you mean, you? Lin Jiangwo didn't give the other party a chance to breathe and directly turned the tables. I haven't even demanded an explanation from you yet. What about the mental distress fees, fright fees, and lost work fees? How do you plan to calculate that? Let me tell you, if a single hair on my... What about the mental distress fees, fright fees, and lost work fees? How do you plan to calculate that? Let me tell you, if a single hair on my son's head is harmed, I will raise your broken island to the ground. What about the mental distress fees, fright fees, and lost work fees? How do you plan to calculate that? Let me tell you, if a single hair on my son's head is harmed, I will raise your broken island to the ground. The screen went black. The world quieted down. The conference room also fell into silence. Everyone gaped at Lin Jiangwo. Well, you could have just said what you wanted, but why hang up? After several seconds, Lin Jiangwo seemed to realize that he might have gotten a bit carried away. Old Zhang, is it okay that I hung up? You hung up, or what else can I say? Director Zhang rolled his eyes in exasperation. If it weren't for the fact that this guy was reckless in a dangerous existence, he would have wanted to strangle him. Huahua has such a father-son duo, who knows if it's a blessing or a curse. Director Zhang was also at a loss for whether to laugh or cry. Although old Lin was reckless, his words were indeed satisfying. Old Lin, you felt good venting, but the pressure from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs is. Director Zhang shook his head and handed over the tablet. And you should take a look at the current international public opinion. Lin Jiangwo took the tablet and swiped his finger. The tension in his mouth slowly turned into a grin. Weibo Douyin Bilibili. The top 10 trending topics are all related to his son. My son is about to debut. Anti-Sakura hero Lin Fan crowdfunding for fan guest flight first player to clear Sumida district. Seeing these topics about his son, he couldn't help but click into a comment section, and instantly various messages flooded his view. This guy is too tough. I just want to ask, who else is there? Lin Fan, the god who soloed the Sakura dungeon. When will you return? I want a signature. I suggest Fan not return to the country and develop over there. See if there are any other dungeons to clear. Crowdfunding. I want to send money to Fan Go. Not just for a flight, but also for equipment. Looking at these comments, the pride in Lin Jiangwo's eyes could not be hidden. Did you see that, old Zhang? This is called the people's will. The eyes of the masses are bright. What the hell was that? What I wanted you to see. Director Zhang was about to explode with anger, helplessly sighing. Alright, although public opinion is in our favor, the more dangerous your son becomes. It's likely that his abilities will soon be completely exposed. Just think about it, what will it be like then? Mentioning serious matters, Lin Jiangwo's expression darkened. He crushed the cigarette, but in the ashtray. The mischief in his eyes vanished, replaced by a sharpness and ruthlessness unique to a veteran. Find. Then let them find. Lin Jiangwo's voice lowered. He knew deep down that his foolish son had no guile. Perhaps all he had were two unique talents. So for that kid to grow rapidly, there was only this one way. Son, don't blame your father for being ruthless. In this world, if you want to stand tall, you must be harsh on yourself. Father believes in you. Meanwhile, in Sakura Country, Tokyo, within the temporarily established Intelligence Investigation Department, the atmosphere was 100 times more oppressive than in Wagwo's conference room. High-ranking officials from the Prime Minister's residence and dozens of top data analysts gathered here. On the massive holographic projection were displayed all of Lin Fan's movements. From landing at Haneda Airport to the monitoring screenshots of him diving towards the parade float, then hanging himself in the Sumida Emergency Center, and finally escaping. Every timestamp, every appearance had been compiled into photographs and documents analyzed by the entire team. Suddenly, a middle-aged analyst jumped up, his face filled with terror, as if he had discovered something horrifying. I found it. The temporarily appointed investigation team leader hurried over to the analyst's desk. Did you find that guy's location? Where is he? No, I didn't find that young man's location. I found something else. The analyst swallowed hard, not daring to hesitate, and immediately laid out the documents and photos he had just analyzed. He pointed to the first image. Team leader, look at this photo, that young man. This photo is from before. And this one is the photo of him committing suicide at the Sumida Emergency Center yesterday. As the middle-aged analyst combined one photo after another, even the team leader, who had been indifferent, grew serious. And that intelligence analyst continued to throw out bombshells. Based on my model simulations, all disaster triggers precisely correspond to the death of this young man. Silence. The entire command center felt as if a pause button had been pressed. Everyone widened their eyes, staring at the overlapping timeline displayed on the big screen, a chilling sensation creeping up from their feet to their heads. What is this? The trigger for the disasters wasn't the young man actively using powers, but the death of that young man. This was absurd. The intelligence chief was stunned. The task given to him was just to investigate the young man's whereabouts. Who would have thought that something this explosive would come up? What does this mean? Are you saying we can't kill him? If we kill him, will there be disasters? The analyst hesitated and nodded, then added, yes, and according to energy level simulations. The first disaster triggered after the young man's death was only a small localized earthquake, but the second was an inexplicable supernatural disaster. Nanny. Hearing this, all the high-ranking officials present turned pale. It's one thing that death triggers disasters, but what is this about getting stronger with each? Nanny. Hearing this, all the high-ranking officials present turned pale. It's one thing that death triggers disasters, but what is this about getting stronger with each death? What kind of unreasonable talent exists in this world? If this analysis continues, will our island end up buried? What the hell is this monster? Responding quickly, the Prime Minister's aide immediately shouted, quick, notify all action teams. I found it. Report. I have located the suspect from Huagua. In the investigation room, a technician responsible for monitoring stood up excitedly. The technician did not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly projected the computer screen in front of him onto the big screen. Soon the technician did not hesitate for a moment and hurriedly projected the computer screen in front of him onto the big screen. Soon the monitoring footage of a bustling intersection appeared before everyone. Although it was nighttime, the intersection was brightly lit. As the camera zoomed in, they quickly locked onto a young figure in a brand new hoodie among the crowd. Shibuya. This is Shibuya. As the investigation team recognized the environment around the young man, their eyes widened in disbelief, clearly not expecting him to appear on the streets of Shibuya. At the same time, those searching for Lin Fan outside also received urgent news. The person in charge of the investigation room, hearing the news from the headset, was drenched in cold sweat and did not dare to hesitate, quickly reporting to the still shocked Prime Minister. Prime Minister, we have found the suspect in Shibuya. One of the teams has a sniper locking onto him and is requesting shooting permission, claiming they can make a headshot with certainty. Hearing the words headshot, all the high-ranking officials present felt a chill run down their spines. A headshot? What the hell? Who is this bastard? Do they think Tokyo isn't sinking fast enough? The Prime Minister, upon hearing this news, snapped back to reality in an instant, disregarding all decorum, grabbing the communication device on the table and shouting into the microphone, stop. Everyone stop. Notify everyone. Cancel the shooting permission. No one. Absolutely forbidden to fire. Meanwhile, in Shibuya at the center street, the vibrant neon lights dyed the night sky a hazy purple. A massive advertisement screen played. Meanwhile, in Shibuya at the center street, the vibrant neon lights dyed the night sky a hazy purple. A massive advertisement screen played a music video of a popular girl group. Although it was already late at night, the young men and women here were still as numerous as sardines in a can. Lin Fan held a paper bag with the Uniqlo logo, a freshly bought lollipop, in his mouth. Still claiming it's branded, but I find the 19 yuan shipping-free ones from Pinduoduo way more comfortable. He glanced down at his newly changed black hoodie and work pants. He had spent over 10,000 yen on this outfit. While he didn't mind the money, he felt that the fabric was a bit rough on his skin. It really wasn't as comfortable as the bloodstained hospital gown he wore previously. He exhaled a breath of stale air, glancing at the huge crowded intersection not far away. There are enough people and the road is wide. It really is a perfect place for seeking death. Just thinking about dying and experiencing that pain made him feel a bit uneasy. It wasn't that he was afraid of death, it was that thing that hurts. If someone else could kill him, he sincerely didn't want to commit suicide. After all, suicide is a psychological challenge. Anyone with a sound mind wouldn't think about suicide. Based on the temperament of those military folks, they must have already set up an ambush around here, right? Lin Fan stood on the street looking around, but not seeing any military or police presence. However, at this moment, a strange feeling arose in his heart. He felt that if he died here, or if this time of death could definitely trigger a disaster. It might even cause a disaster that could affect all of Tokyo. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's gaze turned resolute. He strode forward, directly mingling into the crowd waiting for the traffic light. At this moment, on the top floor of the Shibuya front building, two figures were lying down. One of them, named Viper, is a top sniper of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's SAT. He was assigned here to search for and prevent the terrorist Lin Fan. Initially, he did not have high hopes, because Tokyo is not small, and the probability of the suspect appearing in Shibuya was low. However, he never expected that just moments ago he and the observer actually spotted the terrorist. Viper lay on the cold waterproof layer, the crosshairs of the scope tightly locking onto the young man in the black hoodie amidst the crowd. The target has entered the shooting dead zone and is about to enter the open area. Wind speed 3, humidity 60. Corrections completed. As soon as he steps onto the crosswalk, I can send him to meet Amaterasu. Viper's voice was cold. As the top sniper of the police department's SAT, he had never missed a shot. The confirmation voice from the observer came through the headset. Target confirmed, can fire at any time. Viper's finger rested on the trigger, even starting to pre-press it. However, at that moment, a sudden harsh electrical noise blared through the headset, followed by the captain's frantic shout. Cancel the mission. Repeat. Cancel the shooting. Don't shoot. No one is allowed to shoot. Viper was momentarily stunned, his finger frozen in midair. Captain, the target has entered the optimal shooting position. If we don't act now, he will blend into the crowd. Damn you. Do you want us all to end up in hot water? The captain's voice sounded as if someone had stepped on his tail. The higher-ups have issued a death order. You must not kill him. Not only must you not kill him, but you must also ensure his safety. From now on, your mission has changed. Mission code protect. Protect the suspect's safety at all costs. Viper. Observer. What the hell does protecting at all? The two exchanged glances, both seeing the doubt of life in each other's eyes. Who am I? Where am I? At this moment, Lin Fan had already stood at the edge of the intersection. The red light countdown began. 3, 2, 1. The green light turned on. The famous surge of people instantly activated like two black torrents converging at the center of the intersection. Lin Fan walked at the forefront. His perception was fully activated. Although he wasn't a perception type awakened after 2 enhancements from death, his sense of danger was remarkably keen. Though he couldn't see any military or police presence, he vaguely sensed at least a dozen indistinct gazes locking onto him. Some came from rooftops, others from nearby fast food restaurants, and even a few plainclothes officers disguised as passersby. I wondered why no one seemed to notice. So they had all changed to laying in ambush. Feeling the faint gazes around him, a smile crept onto Lin. At this moment, he could already predict that in a moment, if he caused a commotion here, it would undoubtedly draw the attention of those hidden special personnel. At that time, all he needed was for someone to give him a bullet, and he could immediately bid farewell to this world. Then a disaster would break out. This way it would be much more pleasant than committing suicide. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath, suddenly stopped in his tracks, standing right in the center of the intersection. The crowd rushed past him like a river split by rocks. In the flow of people, he discarded the shopping bag, opened his arms, tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and wore a look that was both tragic and provocative. Come on, shoot at me. 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. However, as the green light was about to end, there was not a single gunfire, or even the sound of a police whistle. In Hwawa, the capital, a secret military base is located in the western suburbs. In an underground conference, on the streets of Shibuya, the green light extinguished and the red light illuminated. On the famous diagonal crosswalk, the surging crowd had retreated, leaving only a solitary figure in a black hoodie standing in the middle of the road. At this moment, Lin Fan maintained the posture of a middle schooler with arms outstretched, looking like a mentally unstable patient just released from the hospital. Many passers-by stopped in their tracks and turned their heads. Some raised their phones to take pictures, others pointed and commented, while a few well-made-up girls covered their mouths and giggled, perhaps mistaking him for an internet celebrity filming a video. 1 second. 2 seconds. The anticipated gunshot did not sound, nor did the excruciating pain of a bullet piercing his skull. Not even the sound of police sirens. Only the sickly sweet voice of a female idol group echoed in the air from a nearby big screen. What the hell? Lin Fan, now awake, had to lower his aching arms. Looking around, the crowd continued to flow, and the glass facades of the skyscrapers shimmered with cold light in the night. Everything appeared perfectly normal. Could it be that he guessed wrong? Had Sakura not tracked his whereabouts? Or was there no ambush waiting for him? But that didn't make sense. Just a moment ago, he had barely been taken to the emergency center when Sakura's officials had already come looking for him. Why was there not a single movement? What did this mean? It doesn't make sense. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling puzzled, while also growing somewhat uneasy. Why was there not a single movement? What did this mean? It doesn't make sense. Lin Fan scratched his head, feeling puzzled, while also growing somewhat uneasy. As the saying goes, it's not the thief that is feared, but the thief who has not been caught. If they really hadn't noticed him, it would be fine, but if they had noticed and chose not to act, then that would be a serious problem. It's possible that these people wanted him alive. Just the thought of being captured for dissection research or locked away in a small dark room with only natto rice for meals sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. It's possible that these people wanted him alive. Just the thought of being captured for dissection research or locked away in a small dark room with only natto rice for meals sent chills down Lin Fan's spine. The ancestors do not deceive me. Indeed, only by taking action myself can I ensure my well-being. But I wonder what would it feel like to blow my own head off with a gun. It should hurt a lot, right? But this is a situation with no alternatives. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his gaze turning fierce. He reached into the large pocket at the front of his hoodie. This action was slow, so slow that it was filled with a heart-pounding sense of ritual. Not good. What is he going to do? His hand. Look at his hand. The moment Lin Fan's hand reached into his pocket, the undercover agents hidden among the crowd around Shibuya Crossing erupted into chaos. For ordinary people, Lin Fan's motion of reaching into his pocket might not even warrant a glance. But when it came from a terrorist who could trigger disaster at any moment, it was enough to send various thoughts racing through their minds. For ordinary people, Lin Fan's motion of reaching into his pocket might not even warrant a glance. But when it came from a terrorist who could trigger disaster at any moment, it was enough to send. Considering Lin Fan's history of causing 2 terrorist incidents, they had no doubt that he intended to self-detonate. Damn it. Stop him. A disguised agent closest to Lin Fan nearly had his eyes popping out. He even risked exposing himself, throwing aside his briefcase and charging like a madman toward Lin Fan. With this man's movement, the second, the third. Suddenly 7 or 8 terrified agents who had previously been watching from the crowd burst forth from all directions, united in purpose. They all recklessly charged toward the solitary figure in the middle of the road, shouting a series of incomprehensible cries. This sudden scene left the surrounding bystanders dumbfounded. Screams erupted and the previously orderly intersection descended into chaos. In fact, this scene startled not only the bystanders, but also Lin Fan himself. What the hell? Just a moment ago no one came out, and now so many are rushing out at once. Watching a group of burly men charging at him like hungry tigers, Lin Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. His hand that had gone into his pocket involuntarily trembled, and he quickly pulled it out, inadvertently bringing out whatever was in his pocket as well. It was a rectangular object. Watch out, it's a bomb. The agent at the front let out a high-pitched scream, then executed a perfectly standard tactical evasion maneuver, crashing to the ground, covering his head with his hands trembling in fear. The others followed suit. Some lay down, others crouched down, covering their heads. Some were completely paralyzed with fear, staring in horror and despair at the weapon of mass destruction in Lin Fan's hands. The others followed suit. Some lay down, others crouched down, covering their heads. Some were completely paralyzed with fear, staring in horror and despair at the weapon of mass destruction. Disaster did not befall them either. Everyone instinctively looked at the young man still standing there. Their eyes met in silence. This can't be. Is there a misunderstanding? Lin Fan also stared blankly at the crowd before him. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette to calm my nerves before dying. Is it really necessary? Looking at the terrified faces frozen in fear, Lin Fan felt somewhat bewildered. Yet he instinctively flicked open the lid of his 7-star cigarette box and leisurely pulled out a cigarette to put in his mouth. Then he reached into his pocket, awkwardly glancing at the burly man closest to him, who was lying on the ground with his butt in the air. Hey, buddy, can I borrow a lighter? I forgot to buy one. Lin Fan mumbled with the cigarette in his mouth, his words somewhat slurred. He was afraid of the sudden silence in the air. The burly man on the ground understood Chinese, and because he did, he found the situation even more absurd. What kind of situation is this, and you still have the nerve to ask for a lighter? And you, a terrorist who single-handedly turned Sumida Ward into a no-go zone at a time of high tension in public, reach into your pocket just to pull out a pack of cigarettes. Isn't this a bit unprofessional? At that moment, all the agents felt their intelligence was being thoroughly insulted. They felt like clowns. Baka. However, just as the tension blended with awkwardness, a furious shout shattered the awkward atmosphere. A young police officer in a brand new uniform rushed out from the crowd, his gun's dark muzzle pointed directly at Lin Fan's forehead. Don't move. Raise your hands. The young officer shouted loudly, his voice tinged with a hint of fear, but mostly excitement. As long as he could eliminate the wanted terrorist, he would become the god of guns in Shibuya. Then he would be the hero of the entire police department. Lin Fan, who was just asking the burly man for a lighter, brightened at the sight of the black muzzle. Huh. I knew it, there are still good people in this world. Finally, I wouldn't need to prepare myself for suicide anymore. Come on, shoot here. Thinking this, Lin Fan pointed to his forehead, a look of impatience on his face. Buddy, please don't shake, just take me out with one shot, I beg you. The young officer froze. He had only graduated from the police academy a short while ago, but had studied criminal psychology. He had seen people begging for mercy, resisting, and even wetting their pants from fear. But he had never seen someone begging for someone to shoot them dead. Is this guy insane? You. Don't come any closer. If you come closer, I really will shoot. The officer's finger trembled on the trigger from the tension. Hey. Buddy, don't shake. Lin Fan hurriedly comforted him. If you miss, I'm the one who'll suffer. Provocation, pure and simple provocation. Go to hell. The young officer was enraged, closing his eyes, and prepared to pull the trigger. However, at that critical moment, a shadow collided from the side. Bang! A dull thud echoed through Shibuya's night sky. The burly man who had just borrowed a lighter from Lin Fan knocked the young officer to the ground. To prevent accidental discharge, he even stepped on the officer's wrist holding the gun. Crack! The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The young officer let out a wail like a pig being slaughtered, his handgun slipping from his grasp. You bastard! Who told you to draw your gun? Who told you to draw your gun? The burly man shouted while pressing down on the officer, unleashing a flurry of slaps across his face, as if they were free. Do you want to get us all killed? Huh? After several heavy slaps, the young officer was left dazed. Covering his face, he looked both wronged and confused. He's a wanted criminal. Didn't the higher-ups say to kill him without mercy? Who told you to draw your gun? The burly man shouted while pressing down on the officer, unleashing a flurry of slaps. Protect, understand? Protect. The young officer, upon hearing this, lost all clarity in his eyes. Take him away. Get him out of here. The farther the better. Soon 2 plainclothes officers rushed in, dragging the already dazed young officer away like a dead dog. Only a crowd of onlookers remained, along with Lin Fan, who was still bewildered and had yet to light his cigarette. The cigarette in Lin Fan's mouth fell to the ground. He glanced at the officer being dragged away, then looked at the agents around him who regarded him as an enemy, yet dared not approach, and the absurd conjecture in his mind seemed to slowly turn into reality. Police fighting police, just to avoid him getting shot. This doesn't feel right. Something is very off. They are afraid. Afraid not of me killing someone, but rather afraid for their own lives. Lin Fan was a smart man, and with a little thought he pieced together most of the situation. The Sakura country officials were certainly not foolish. So that's how it is. It seems they have figured out my characteristic of causing disasters after death. TSK. This could get a bit tricky. Hey. With this thought, Lin Fan tentatively took a step forward. Crash. The encirclement instantly retreated 3 meters. You aren't going to arrest me. He took another step forward. The encirclement retreated another 3 meters. Some agents even instinctively extended their hands, making a please walk slowly gesture, their faces adorned with smiles that were more painful than crying. Mr. Lin, watch your step, don't trip. The burly man who had just beaten the young officer wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. There are many cars here, it's dangerous. How about you? Go to the sidewalk. Lin Fan. As expected, these sons of bitches know. And these people not arresting him right away might be because they aren't confident enough or are uncertain about whether he possesses any deadly weapons. Understanding this, Lin Fan bent down to pick up the dropped cigarette, blowing off the ash before putting it back in his mouth. I want to die, but it's not something you can stop. Just then, vroom, vroom. A low, violent roar of an engine echoed from the distance. A heavily modified silver GTR sports car was speeding toward the intersection at maximum velocity. That was the infamous street racing gang of Shibuya, who made late-night street racing their signature event. The car was going at a rapid speed, at least 100. At this speed, even a light bump could send the shoes flying, making it impossible to save anyone. Would they still recklessly throw themselves in to save him if he charged toward the car? Lin Fan cast a playful glance at the burly man who seemed to be leading the group. Then, without any hesitation, he lifted his foot and charged toward the oncoming GTR. I'm all in if you dare follow me. This scene unfolded too quickly, too suddenly. The burly man felt his heart leap into his throat. No, stop him. Quickly stop him. Damn street racers. The burly man was paralyzed, and the agents were also left dumbfounded. This guy really was fearless. As Lin Fan was about to have a close encounter with the steel beast, the burly man, unable to react in time, closed his eyes in despair, waiting for disaster to strike. At the critical moment, bang! A muffled gunshot shattered the night sky of Shibuya. It was not the sound of an ordinary handgun. It wasn't a bullet striking his body. Instead, the speeding GTR suddenly had its left front tire blow out. The car lost control and flipped over violently due to it wasn't a bullet striking his body. Instead, the speeding GTR suddenly had its left front tire blow out. The car lost control and flipped over violently due to inertia. The strong wind from it rushed past him. SKRT, bang! The sports car skidded across the ground for dozens of meters, sparks flying before crashing hard into the roadside guardrail, unleashing thick black smoke. And Lin Fan, however, remained unharmed in a running stance. The wind blew past. Lin Fan stood in the middle of the road watching the wrecked sports car, then looked up at the tall building in the distance, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Is this really possible? To prevent my death, they directly used a sniper against the GTR. I never expected that in a foreign land I could also enjoy the privileges that come with the title of international friend. At this moment on a not-so-distant rooftop, Viper also secretly wiped away a cold sweat. That was close. Report. Report. Target is safe. That shot was the fastest, most accurate, and also the most life-questioning shot of his career. The captain's voice came through the earpiece, sounding exhausted. Well done. Viper, you've made a significant contribution. Remember this well. Standing on the streets of Shibuya, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming mix of emotions. He never expected that these little Japanese would be so ruthless for his sake as an international friend. The night breeze, tainted with the acrid scent of burning rubber, blew by. Not far from him was that silver GTR. However, at this moment the sports car, spewing thick black smoke, was completely wrecked. Even the driver in the car had already met his end. Lin Fan withdrew his gaze and looked at the top of a nearby building. Though he couldn't see it, he inexplicably felt that there were numerous eyes staring intently at him from there. What is wrong with this world? When did it become so difficult to die? The surrounding agents and plainclothes officers witnessing the crisis averted all let out a sigh of relief. What is wrong with this world? When did it become so difficult to die? The surrounding agents and plainclothes officers witnessing the crisis averted all. The leading burly agent, no longer pretending, wiped the cold sweat from his face and cautiously approached, wearing a smile that looked worse than crying. You were startled. It was too dangerous just now. How about we change locations? It's windy here. You might catch a cold. What the hell, catching a cold? Lin Fan shot him a sideways glance and said nothing. Since the hard approach of playing the victim was futile, he would have to resort to something more severe. Without hesitation, he mimicked his West Coast buddies, reaching to the back of his hoodie to pull out the handgun he had borrowed from the emergency center. Clatter. The agents around him instantly turned into startled birds, taking 3 steps back in unison. Listen. Don't be impulsive. The burly agent's eyes nearly popped out, his hands pressing down in a futile attempt to calm the situation, his voice trembling. Be careful not to misfire. Please be careful not to misfire. That's very dangerous. Lin Fan nodded, slightly twisting his wrist. Click. The gun was loaded. Then, before everyone's horrified gaze, he pressed the barrel against his own temple. Silence. A deathly stillness. The entire Shibuya intersection seemed to have been paused. The onlookers who had been taking photos from a distance upon witnessing this scene were silenced before they could even scream. Holy crap. Does it have to be this horrifying? Is this a movie shoot? But aren't cops in action films always pointing guns at hostages? Why is this guy pointing a gun at himself? Listen, don't. Please don't. The burly agent's legs went weak, nearly kneeling before Lin Fan. Let's talk this over. Mr. Lin, let's talk this over. Please don't be impulsive. As long as you put down the gun, we will agree to any conditions. Oh, is that so? Lin Fan tilted his head, the gun barrel pressing into his forehead, forming a small dent, looking nonchalant. I want to die. Oh, can you agree to that? The burly agent was speechless. Was this even human language? How could they agree to that? If he wasn't dead, it would trigger a disaster, and they would have already killed him. Looks like there's no way around it. Lin Fan sighed, pressing his index finger slightly on the trigger. Then I can only do— Damn it. At that moment, a shrill scream came from behind. The crowd parted automatically as a middle-aged man in a high-ranking police uniform tumbled in. The chief of the Shibuya police station, Sato Masayoshi. At this moment, Masayoshi was not at all, just his face was drenched in cold sweat, and his hat was askew. Mr. Lin, spare him. No, spare him from the gun. There's an old saying in Hua country. A good death is worse than living well. Sato rushed to a spot 5 meters away from Lin Fan, skidding to a halt, both hands raised in surrender. I am Chief Sato Masayoshi of the Shibuya police station. Everything here is my responsibility. You can state any demands. Don't shoot. Please don't shoot. Before coming here, he had received a death order. No matter the cost, he had to ensure Lin Fan's survival, and he must buy as much time as possible. If Lin Fan died in his jurisdiction, he might as well take his own life. Lin Fan looked at the panting, chubby police officer in front of him, raising an eyebrow. These little Japanese, one by one, were all hoping for his well-being. Something was off, clearly off. He was in no rush to die, so he decided to play around with the other party. Demands, huh? He maintained the posture of the gun pressed to his head, using his other hand to rummage through his pocket and pulling out a cigarette. I wanted to borrow a light just now, but was interrupted. Lin Fan spoke indistinctly, the cigarette, but bobbing up and down with his lips. Now I want to smoke. Borrow a light. Just that. Sato was momentarily stunned, then filled with overwhelming joy. As long as he wasn't trying to die, he could borrow a light, or even borrow his wife. Cough, cough, that one wouldn't do. I have a light. I have a light. Sato frantically searched his body, finally pulling out a golden Zippo lighter from his inner pocket. This was a wedding anniversary gift from his wife, something he cherished dearly. Here you go. Sato was about to throw the lighter over. No need to throw it. Lin Fan raised his chin, his eyes playful. Come here and light it for me. Sato, as a police chief in front of so many subordinates and onlookers to light a cigarette for a terrorist. If this got out, would he still have a career? Where would the face of the Sakura country police go? What's wrong? Unwilling. Lin Fan tightened his finger on the trigger again, pretending to pull it. Then forget it. Ooh, I might as well die. Dead people don't need to smoke. No, let me light it. Sato instantly broke down. All dignity and face were worth nothing compared to his little life and the hat on his head. Gritting his teeth, he slowly moved closer to Lin Fan. Facing the dark barrel of the gun up close, Sato felt his heart was about to leap out of his throat. Ding! A crisp metallic sound rang out. A flame burst forth. Sato's hands trembled like he had Parkinson's disease. Lin Fan remained calm, quietly watching him. Finally, zing! The cigarette tip was ignited and a wisp of blue smoke rose. Lin Fan took a deep breath. The nicotine filling his lungs eased his previously restless emotions. Ooh! A mouthful of thick smoke was directly blown onto Sato's pale face. Thanks, fat man. Lin Fan patted Sato's stiff shoulders, speaking in a tone as if inspecting a work. Not bad service. If we cross paths again, I might spare your life. Sato. What does he mean? Does this guy still want to die? Really? If looks could kill, Lin Fan would have already been 1,000 times over. The world is so beautiful, why die? I beg you not to. I have 1 month left until retirement. Crackle crackle. However, compared to Sato's mournful face, the surrounding intersection was flashing wildly with lights. The onlookers were holding up their phones. This scene was far more exciting than any Hollywood blockbuster. Shock. The most amazing passerby appears on the streets of Shibuya. Is the police chief's humble act of lighting a cigarette a twist of humanity or a decline of morality? This man pointing a gun at himself is too handsome. The trending topics on Twitter exploded in an instant. Lin Fan was completely indifferent to it. He held the cigarette, the gun still not lowered, swaggering through the intersection. This look was akin to a patient who had just escaped from a research center on abnormal humans. The red light is too glaring. Ew, I don't like it. Lin Fan pointed at the traffic lights at the intersection. Sato immediately roared into his walkie-talkie. Traffic division. Turn off the traffic lights immediately. Switch them all to green. Hurry up. In the next second, all the traffic lights at the Shibuya intersection turned green. This trash can is blocking the way and is annoying to look at. Lin Fan kicked over a roadside sorting garbage bin. Move it. Move it right now. Without a word, several SWAT officers rushed over, hoisting the garbage bin and running away, their movements faster than a rescue operation. Oh, my shoelace came undone. Lin Fan stopped. Before he could bend down, 2 plainclothes officers slid over, one on each side, expertly tying his shoelaces and even making a neat bow. Lin Fan. This service would make even Hidaleo cry. They were treating him like a god. At this moment he felt incredibly pleased. As long as he moved the gun slightly, the surrounding police would be frightened into collective CPR preparation. If conditions allowed, he would have loved to video call his old man at home. Of course, he knew very well that this was just the surface. If it weren't for his unique talent, these people would have turned him into a sieve in an instant. He also understood that while these people dared not kill him, it didn't mean they would allow him to continue making trouble. He had guessed that they were buying time. But wasn't he doing the same? He was also waiting for more officials from the Sakura country to gather, ideally more awakens. That way his death wouldn't be in vain. Suddenly, a loud whirring sound of helicopter blades echoed above. The gale lifted trash and dust from the ground, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Take action. Meanwhile, a sharp command echoed in Sato Masayoshi's ear. The gale lifted trash and dust from the ground, making it hard for people to open their eyes. Take action. Meanwhile, a sharp command echoed in Sato Masayoshi's earpiece. In an instant, his humility vanished, replaced by ferocity and ecstasy. He suddenly dove backward, rolling behind a police car. At the same time, 4 massive metal canisters were released from the helicopters above. Bam! 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 The canisters exploded in midair. There was no fire. Instead, a massive metal net shimmering with blue arcs of electricity descended from above. Holy crap! They actually used an anti-explosion weapon. Lin Fan, seeing the descending electric net, couldn't help but widen his eyes. He never expected that these little Japanese would resort to this to capture him. He had thought they would use tranquilizer darts or something like that. Who would have thought they would use electricity? If this thing landed on him, the electric shock would probably incapacitate him instantly. Even if he had a gun in hand, he might not even have the strength to pull the trigger. However, just as the crowd realized the electric net was about to fall on Lin Fan, they saw the young man smile. Sayonara. Lin Fan, without any hesitation, decisively pulled the trigger. Bam! Bang! A gunshot. The sound was not loud, yet under the gaze of the crowd it was as shocking as thunder. There were no slow-motion scenes like in the movies, nor were there any recollections flashing by. All that remained was the bullet piercing through the temple, splattering red and white. Lin Fan didn't even have time to exhale his last puff of smoke before his body fell straight backward. He died with remarkable decisiveness, without any hesitation. Thud! He crashed heavily onto the asphalt, his handgun slipping from his hand and sliding 2 meters away. A massive blue electric net fell right after enveloping the motionless corpse within. The electric current crackled ominously, but it held no significance anymore, because he was already gone. Gone utterly and decisively, and in a manner that could not be salvaged. The sudden turn of events left Sato Masayoshi, who was preparing to evade, frozen in place. He maintained the posture of falling backward, but his expression was one of anguish worse than losing a beloved father. He widened his eyes, staring fixedly at the corpse. 1 second. 2 seconds. Mr. Lin. Suddenly a heart-wrenching wail pierced the night sky. Sato scrambled up from the ground like a madman, rolling and rushing toward the electric net, jumping up and down in panic around it. Medical team. Where the hell is the medical team? Quick, save him. Even if his heart has stopped, bring him back to life. He can't die. He mustn't die. You bastards, why are you just standing there? Hurry and cut off the power to save him. Sato knelt outside the electric net, his hands tangled in his hair, his face twisted in despair. It's over. It's all over. His retirement fund, his life after retirement, that house still under mortgage. Along with him, those agents, plainclothes officers, and SWAT members also looked as if their spines had been pulled out, their faces pale as death. Mission failure. Target deceased. According to the simulations from the intelligence department, does that mean everyone will accompany him to the grave? It's over, we're going to die. At this moment, in the Prime Minister's residence of Sakura Country, the highest operational meeting room, a massive screen was broadcasting the high-definition footage of Shibuya streets in real time. When Lin Fan fell, the meeting room fell silent. Crash. The Prime Minister abruptly stood up, knocking his chair to the ground. He trembled, pointing at the screen with quivering fingers, his lips shaking for a long time, but unable to utter a word. Why? Why was he not stopped? The Minister of Defense's face turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. The net was just a moment too slow. We never anticipated that this young man's determination to commit suicide would be so strong, and his reflexes were too fast. Baka, is now the time to discuss reflexes. The Prime Minister slammed his hand on the table. Quick. Lock down. Seal off the entire Shibuya. Not a single fly is allowed to escape. But Prime Minister, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people in Shibuya right now. Then evacuate them immediately. The Prime Minister screamed hysterically, his eyes filled with bloodshot rage. If this disaster spreads across all of Tokyo, we will become eternal sinners. Cut off transportation. Cut off signals. Activate the highest level emergency protocol. Hurry. On the streets of Shibuya, the chaos did not cease with the gunshot. Instead, it grew louder with the arrival of officials. Run. There's a murderer. Why are the police shooting randomly? The bewildered crowd began to flee in all directions while more onlookers held up their phones to record. An elderly detective with graying hair was evacuating people while glancing at his watch, sighing to his young partner beside him. Don't be nervous, Koizumi. After midnight tonight, he'll officially retire. After 30 years, this is my first time encountering such a grand scene. I suppose it's a fitting conclusion to my career. The young partner looked at him with admiration. Congratulations, sir. Today is also my first day on the job. I didn't expect to encounter such a major case right away. I will definitely become an elite in the future. Nearby, a young couple was tightly embracing each other. The boy shielded the girl from the rushing crowd, speaking affectionately. Yuko, don't be afraid, I'm here. Tomorrow is our wedding. No matter what happens, I will never let go of your hand. The girl was moved to tears. Kinnikin, as long as I'm with you, I won't be afraid of death. Nearby, on a bus that had been forced to stop, a weary driver looked out at the chaos, taking out his phone to call home. Hey honey, I might be late tonight. Yeah, after this last shift I'm going to quit. We're going back to our hometown to open a small shop, and I want supper in the big... In a corner of the sidewalk, an old professor with thick glasses and disheveled hair tightly held his briefcase, excitedly shouting into the phone, I did it. Dean, my experiment succeeded. The formula for the cancer treatment miracle drug is in my bag. This is undoubtedly a miracle in medical history. Humanity will no longer suffer from cancer. I'm sending it over right now. Even if the apocalypse comes, I will deliver it. Underneath a streetlight, a seemingly timid high school boy watched Lin Fan's tragic demise, contemplating life, deeply mustering the greatest courage of his life. He said to the phone, Misaki-chan, actually, I've always liked you. On the other end of the line, there was silence for 2 seconds, then the girl responded with a surprised, tearful voice, really? I've been watching you too. If you can walk out of Shibuya alive, let's date. The boy clenched his fist, his face flushed, eyes burning with the flame of hope. Great. I will definitely. Countless voices, countless wishes intertwined at this bustling intersection. Everyone believed this was just a minor episode in life. Everyone thought that tomorrow the sun would rise as usual. Until, boom, a deep rumble of thunder abruptly exploded over Shibuya. Though it was night, the sky was still relatively clear, but it was suddenly enveloped by heavy dark clouds. Oppressive. Utterly oppressive. Everyone instinctively halted, looking up at the sky. This thunder sounded strange. It was unlike natural thunder. It resembled the low growl of some giant beast deep within the clouds. Drip. A drop of icy liquid landed on Sato Masayoshi's nose. He reached up to touch it. It was rain. But why is it gray? Sato looked at the murky water stain on his fingertip, and the anxiety in his heart suddenly surged to its peak. Rain? Is it raining? The elderly detective who was evacuating the crowd also looked up rainwater, soaking his graying hair. Pitter-patter. The rain suddenly intensified. The grayish rain curtain quickly enveloped the entire Shibuya intersection. As the rain fell, a faint smell of blood began to permeate the air. This smell was not the stench of sewage, it was more like the scent of decayed flesh being forcefully exposed. This rain is a bit strange. Among the crowd, a girl wearing heavy smoky makeup and a super short skirt disdainfully brushed off the rainwater on her arm. She was about to open her umbrella. Suddenly her movements froze. Her eyes, once lined with exquisite eyeliner, rolled back, revealing large areas of white. A strange sound resembling a broken wind instrument emerged from her throat. A Mediterranean uncle standing beside her kindly asked, "Young lady, are you okay? Are you hypoglycemic?" The girl did not answer. Her body began to convulse violently, joints making a sickening cracking sound. The next second she abruptly turned her head. Her once relatively fair face had turned a shade of purple, countless black veins bulged under her skin like worms. Her mouth split open at an incredible angle, revealing teeth smeared with slime. Roar! Without a second's hesitation, the girl lunged at the kind-hearted office worker uncle. Her speed was astonishing. "Hey, what are you doing?" The uncle's words were not finished. Splat! The girl bit down on the uncle's neck. Blood gushed out instantly. The scalding red liquid splattered onto the faces of surrounding bystanders, mixing with the cold gray rainwater and sliding down their cheeks. The uncle let out a heart-wrenching scream, desperately trying to push the girl off him, but her strength was astonishing, biting down hard on his carotid artery. Murder! The surrounding crowd erupted in chaos. Screams and cries burst forth at once. Yet this was merely the beginning. The bitten uncle's scream suddenly cut off. His body jerked violently, and then he too began to convulse. In just a few seconds, he stood up again, eyes rolling back, face twisted in a grimace, turning to pounce on the high school boy who had not just here. As the gray rain soaked them, more and more people in the crowd began to collapse, only to rise swiftly again. Roar! Help! Don't bite me! Husband! What's wrong with you? Imuko! The couple who had just vowed to marry tomorrow now saw the boy bite off the girl's nose, blood staining the ring that had yet. Whoa! The young partner's mouth was full of blood, his eyes devoid of admiration, filled only with insatiable bloodlust. The old professor holding the cancer-curing miracle drug was surrounded by 3 zombies, his briefcase torn apart, the white pills scattered everywhere, mixed with blood and trampled into mush. On the bus, the driver, wanting to return home, slammed the accelerator to the floor. The out-of-control bus, resembling a steel beast, crushing countless fleeing people before crashing into a drugstore. It was chaotic. Completely chaotic. The Shibuya intersection had instantly transformed into a hell on earth. And in the center of the road, beside Lin Fan's body covered by the electric net, Sato Masayoshi stared blankly at everything unfolding. He looked at his former trusted subordinate charging toward him, the decayed and twisted face of the other, and his mind held only one thought. It's over. Sato Masayoshi watched in horror from behind the police car, his eyes wide, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. He witnessed the most shocking scene of his life. A dense, almost tangible green gas erupted from Lin Fan's corpse, spewing forth from all 7 orifices. As the green gas made contact with the gray rain falling from the sky, it reacted violently, like sodium dropped into water. There was no sound of an explosion. Only the thick white smoke from the intense chemical reaction expanded instantly, spreading rapidly. Within a mere 3 seconds, a bizarre yellow-green mist completely enveloped a 100-meter radius centered around Lin Fan's body. What? What is this? It stinks. The nearest agents were the first to bear the brunt. Just a few breaths later, they were clutching their throats as the skin on their faces began to rot at a visible rate, like wax figures melting under intense heat. Roar! Meanwhile, the first mutated girl had torn a bloody piece of flesh from the bald man's neck. Before the man's screams could fade, his body convulsed violently, as if electrocuted. His pupils dilated, the whites of his eyes rolled back, and his previously pained and twisted face turned blank, only to morph into a frenzy. Roar! The man suddenly jumped up from the ground, his movements stiff yet swift, lunging at other bystanders. Everything felt as if the first domino had been toppled. In mere moments, the Shibuya intersection had transformed into a hell on earth. Open fire! Shoot! A frantic special police captain shouted. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of gunfire erupted. Bullets struck the mutated girl, splattering black blood in all directions. If she were a normal person, she would have already collapsed by now. But the mutated girl only staggered a few steps, as if she felt no pain, charging through the hail of bullets, her sharp claws plunging directly into the police captain's eye socket. The police captain screamed as he fell to the ground, his submachine gun going off, and sweeping down a crowd of panicking pedestrians. It was chaos. Complete chaos. The men and women who had just been lamenting life live streaming for attention and confessing over the phone were now all running around like headless flies. Decency, politeness. Everything was thrown to the dogs in that moment. Get out of the way. Don't block me. A sharply dressed elite man in an Armani suit waved his briefcase, madly striking an elderly woman who was blocking his path. Help! Someone pull me up. The elderly woman lay on the ground, desperately reaching out. Die already. The elite man kicked the elderly woman in the face and dashed into a Lawson convenience store. As soon as he stepped inside, he turned around and barricaded the glass door. Please, open the door. A young mother holding a 5 or 6-year-old girl frantically pounded on the glass door, her face filled with tears and fear. Less than 5 meters behind her, 3 blood-soaked zombies were charging towards them. The elite man through the glass looked at them with an icy gaze, as if viewing 2 dead fish. Less than 5 meters behind her, 3 blood-soaked zombies were charging towards them. The elite man through the glass looked at them with an icy gaze, as if he moved his lips slightly, revealing a hint of relief at having survived. However, compared to the man's fortune, that young mother outside was far less lucky. The desperate cries were soon drowned out by the roars of the zombies charging up. Blood splattered across the convenience store's transparent glass windows, slowly sliding down and leaving horrifying red streaks. The elite man stood inside, his hands trembling slightly, yet his eyes were filled with only indifference. This group of inherently flawed cherry blossom people displayed their nation's apathy to the fullest in that moment. It's over. It's all over. Sato Masayoshi trembled as he looked outside. Gazing at the scene that resembled a hell on earth, then at the swirling strange mist, he quickly called out for his colleague nearby. Hey, Koizumi, quickly get the gas masks. However, before he could finish his sentence, his tone changed to a high-pitched scream of terror. The subordinate he called Koizumi slowly turned around. Sato Masayoshi would never forget that face for the rest of his life. Koizumi's face, which had once been fairly handsome and scholarly, was now completely dissolved. Yes, it was dissolved. Like a wax figure that had been scorched by a high-temperature flamethrower, his eyelids melted away, revealing 2 murky eyeballs that seemed ready to pop out, covered in spiderweb-like black blood vessels. His lips had vanished, exposing 2 rows of teeth, with his gums displaying a poisonous purple-black color. Moreover, beneath his skin it appeared as though countless small snakes were writhing frantically, the swollen black veins reconstructing his muscle fibers. Okay, Koizumi. Sato trembled, scrambling backward with his hands and feet. He couldn't comprehend how someone who had been a living person just moments ago could transform into such a monstrous sight. Roar. In response, there was a beast-like roar. In the next moment, the mutated Koizumi kicked off, with his legs moving as swiftly as someone with awakened physical talents, yet he did not lunge at Sato. The target of his attack was a special police officer who was closer. There was no back-and-forth struggle. It was the most primitive act of predation. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. The officer hadn't even unlashed his weapon before Koizumi bit down on his neck. Splash. The artery burst instantly. Hot blood sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun. Run. Run away. At this moment, the entire Shibuya intersection was chaos upon chaos. Hundreds, if not thousands, of people screamed simultaneously, running around like headless flies. The onlookers who had originally been live streaming and taking pictures now wished they had extra legs, frantically surging towards the surrounding streets. Shoving, trampling, crying. Shoes were lost, phones were flung away, and some were tripped and instantly stomped into a bloody pulp by countless feet. Next to a luxury car at the intersection stood the couple who had just declared their eternal love in front of the camera, touching countless netizens. The man who had just vowed to protect the woman for life was now being held tightly by a zombie that had lost half an arm, gripping his pants leg. The zombie's strength was astonishing, and he couldn't kick it off no matter how hard he tried. He watched as 2 other zombies approached, claws bared. Kentakin, save me. The girlfriend beside him had already lost her legs in fear and reached out to grab her boy. The man turned his head, looking at the face he was usually infatuated with, but now his eyes were filled only with madness and a desperate urge to survive. I'm sorry, Yuko. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed the girlfriend's long hair. Edge. The woman didn't even react to what was. She was forcefully pushed towards the 2 lunging zombies. I'm sorry. Splash. Splash. The 2 zombies were instantly attracted to the woman, their sharp claws piercing her delicate skin and their jagged teeth tearing her clothes apart. Kenta. What? The woman's desperate gaze was fixed on the back of the man, running away, blood pouring from her. However, the man did not look back, disappearing into the chaos of the crowd. Meanwhile, on the other side, a glamorous socialite dressed in Chanel and carrying a Hermes Birkin bag was screaming as she retreated. Don't come any closer. Do you know who I am? I am from the Mitsubishi Group. Roar. The zombie in front clearly did not care about financial reports or stocks. It was only interested in filling its belly, lunging forward with blood on its face. The socialite instinctively threw her platinum bag worth 2 million yen at the zombie. Thud. The bag hit the rotting face, but did not hinder the zombie in the slightest. As the zombie's claws were about to scratch her face, the socialite suddenly reached out and grabbed her tall bodyguard, who was loyally protecting her. Block it. He'll dock your pay. Block it. The burly bodyguard was already struggling with another zombie on the other side, and had no idea the betrayal was coming from his employer. With his balance destabilized, the bodyguard was directly pushed into the zombie's embrace by the socialite. Madam you. The bodyguard turned back in disbelief. In the next second his neck was bitten through. The socialite, without sparing a glance, turned and ran one of her high heels lost limping towards a jewelry store. Hell, this was no longer the bustling Tokyo Shibuya, but a stark hell on earth. Sato Masayoshi lay beneath the police car, trembling all over. Peering through the gaps under the car, he watched the frantic legs running outside, the blood dripping down, and the chunks of entrails falling to the ground. Ugh! A wave of intense nausea made him gag, but he held his mouth shut, afraid to make even the slightest sound. He knew that if he made any noise, countless mouths would come to tear him apart. How could it come to this? How could it? Sato closed his eyes in despair. At that moment, a strange sound of water flowing caught his attention. He slightly opened his eyes and looked towards the storm drain not far away. He saw that the strange green liquid oozing from Lin Fan's corpse had not fully evaporated into toxic mist. It mixed with rainwater and blood, forming a murky stream that flowed into the city's vast underground drainage. In the dark and damp sewer, countless pairs of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness. Thousands of rats living in the shadows of the city. They greedily licked the flowing green liquid, their bodies swelling rapidly for falling out. In the Shibuya 109 building, a high-end smartphone brand experience store. The heavy bulletproof glass curtain wall, originally meant to showcase the luxury of high-end products, has now become the last line of defense for survival. Tu was so scared. The girl sat helplessly in the corner of the counter, clutching the new phone that she hadn't even paid for, her chest heaving violently. Beside her, Sato Saori was staring at the hall outside through the counter's glass, her face pale. Why does this always happen wherever we go? The girl wanted to cry, but had no tears. At this moment, she even began to miss that scumbag who had stolen her wallet and kicked her out of the car. Although that guy wasn't human, at least being with him meant she didn't have to face these monsters that devoured people in the streets. Outside, screams rose and fell, intermingled with gunfire explosions and the sound of shattering glass. Dai-san, do you think? Are we going to die? Sato Saori's voice trembled as she clutched an aluminum selfie stick. Dai-Daime took a deep breath, her expression suddenly shifting from fear to a strange determination. Dai. She glanced at her phone with full signal in hand, her professional instincts instantly overriding her survival instincts. If I die, I want to trend on social media. As long as I have views, the country will find a way to rescue me. Let's go live. She skillfully opened the live streaming app, typing in the title, "Family, I am experiencing a biohazard in Shibuya Online and an urgent need." Click, and she was live. Almost simultaneously, in a top-secret conference room in Huagua, the previously oppressive atmosphere was interrupted by a technician who suddenly stood up. Report. The Dai-Daime we monitored has gone live again, and it's right in the center of Shibuya. What a... Director Zhang almost spat out his tea. Is this girl also a disaster magnet? Makoto was one thing, but how did Shibuya get dragged into this? Through certain channels, those present had already learned that a disaster had broken out in Shibuya. It's just that we only know the information, but not the specifics. Now this Dai-Daime has gone live again. What is this? Heaven is helping me. Without waiting for Director Zhang to give the order, the technician projected the live stream onto the conference room's large screen. On the screen, Dai-Daime's face, though haggard, still retained its youthful collagen, appeared with a glass counter in a shopping mall as the background. In the background, the faint sounds of roaring could be heard. Damn, it really is that girl. Seeing the real Dai-Daime, Lin Jiangwo, who was sitting there, perked up. This is the girl who went on the run with my son. She really is tough. With that figure and those curves, she's definitely someone who can bear children. The others in the conference room were speechless. Not to mention, why are we discussing childbirth here? Are you picking a daughter-in-law here? Old Lin. Can you be normal for once? Director Zhang rubbed his temples. Shibuya is already in chaos because of your son. Whether this girl can live or not is another matter. I believe this girl won't die. Lin Jiangwo nodded seriously. If she could stick with my son for so long, it means she has a strong life force. Everyone. On the screen, as the live stream began, the heat in the room exploded instantaneously. The bullet screen flooded the chat. Damn, the streamer has come back from the dead. I knew this woman was tough. She survived in Makoto Hospital before. Where's this? What's with the noise? Those upstairs haven't seen the news. Shibuya has exploded. There are zombies everywhere. Is the streamer going to promote products in a pile of zombies? Dai-Daime watched the rapidly scrolling bullet screen, and her previously fearful emotions surprisingly calmed down a lot. As long as there were comments, she felt she wasn't fighting alone. This must be what they call bullet screen protection, right? Family. Who understands this? Dai-Daime lowered her voice, frantically complaining to the camera. I just bought a phone to contact people back home, and now I run into a live biohazard. And that Lin Fan is no human. He robbed me of all my money and then threw me to the roadside. What a scumbag. Family, I am currently hiding in the mall while outside are all monsters that eat people. Shoo. Sato Saori suddenly turned around, making a shushing gesture. Through the glass of the counter, they could see the hall on the first floor of the mall, where a group of well-dressed men and women were frantically banging on the glass door of a luxury store. Open the door. Hurry up. I am a VIP member here. A middle-aged man with a big belly waved his golden card, yelling with a face full of sweat, "Let me in." Inside the store, several elegantly dressed staff and a few socialites were desperately holding the glass door shut, their eyes filled with indifference and fear. Get lost. Don't attract the monsters here. A socialite screamed, "It's full here. We can't take any more. You all go somewhere else." Baka, I am the son of a congressman. The young man outside grabbed a nearby advertisement board and smashed it. "If you don't open the door, none of us will survive." In that moment, the worst traits of the people outside were laid bare. Outside was the relentless horde of zombies. Inside were cold-blooded and selfish humans. Roar. A zombie in a security uniform lunged from the side, biting down on the congressman's son's neck. Blood sprayed onto the transparent glass door, leaving a glaring red mark. The socialites inside screamed in terror and retreated, causing the previously firmly held door to suddenly loosen. "Help! Help me!" The crowd outside pushed and shoved frantically, and the fragile glass door finally succumbed under the pressure. Crash! The glass shattered. Dozens of zombies surged through the gap, instantly engulfing the socialites who usually looked down on everyone. The screams echoed throughout the hall. An expensive Hermes platinum bag fell into the pool of blood, crushed by a zombie with a broken leg. A custom Chanel dress was torn into shreds. Dai Mei pointed her camera at this scene. The live stream fell into silence, followed by an explosion of frantic comments. "Damn, this is too real. This is karma. Those who didn't open the door will all die now. Is this what they call the upper class? Dying is no different from ordinary people. It's the streamer that makes this first-person perspective even more thrilling than a movie. I still prefer the flying mode perspective from Makoto before." Meanwhile, several dozen meters above Shibuya, Lin Fan once again entered that magical soul state, sitting cross-legged in midair, grasping a ball of fear energy that floated up from below and stuffing it into his mouth like cotton candy. Having experienced death and resurrection again, he was no longer the passive absorber of energy as before. Now he could actively gather this energy. However, there was too much energy to consume. Completely insatiable. Smack smack. Lin Fan smacked his lips. Tastes good, but these zombies are too stupid, lacking any technical skills compared to the silent nurse. Well, what a coincidence. Lin Fan's mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin. Since this girl is so well, what a coincidence. Lin Fan's mouth stretched into an exaggerated grin. Since this girl is so dedicated as an acquaintance, I should give her some face, right? Since it's a biohazard, classic characters must make an appearance. With that thought, he voluntarily extended his pale finger, the tip swirling with a wisp of the dark death energy he had just absorbed. This wisp of death energy was not aimed at the living, but at the underground. Go make things tough for that girl's family. He flicked his finger. That wisp of death energy instantly penetrated the ground, drilling into the huge sewer cover at the entrance of the mall. Within Shibuya's massive underground drainage system, thousands of venom-contaminated rats were frantically gnawing at each other, and under the catalysis of this pure death energy, their bodies began to undergo violent mutations. Bones were expanding for shedding, and muscle fibers were writhing and reorganizing as if they were alive. Meanwhile, several corpses of homeless people living in the urban underground system were also undergoing a more terrifying evolution under the dual effects of death energy and virus. On the surface, the tragedy at the entrance of the mall was still ongoing, and the zombies were enjoying this feast. Suddenly, boom. A dull thud came from the ground below, shaking the surface slightly. Dai Mei, hiding behind the counter while live streaming, trembled and almost dropped her phone. "Family, did you hear that? It feels like an earthquake." As soon as she said that, she turned the camera towards the mall's main. In the next moment, the heavy cast iron manhole covers outside the mall unexpectedly shot up into the sky, flying at least 10 meters high before smashing down hard onto the roof of an abandoned taxi, crushing it to pieces. Everyone was stunned. Even the zombies busy devouring corpses stopped, turning their heads blankly. From that dark hole, a hand slowly emerged. No, that couldn't be called a hand. It was a huge claw covered in dark red muscle fibers with half-meter-long bone blades at the fingertips. Next, a horrifying monster crawled out from the sewer. It had no skin. Its bright red muscles were directly exposed to the air, writhing with every breath. Its brain was directly exposed with gray-white brain tissue covered in pulsating blue veins. It had no eyes, and its entire face was almost occupied by a huge mouth filled with sharp teeth. Hiss! The monster crouched on the ground, letting out a hiss similar to a snake flicking its tongue. The live stream exploded in chaos. Damn! What the hell is that? Is that a liquor? Am I seeing this right? Is that a liquor from Biohazard? Is this for real? This thing has appeared, Is it reasonable? What's unreasonable? Zombies have appeared, oh what else could be absent? This is definitely real. Look at those muscle textures, look at that drooling saliva. So realistic. It's over. It's over. With this kind of monster appearing, the streamer is really going to be in trouble. But that was not the end. As this monster crawled out, the manhole seemed to open the gates of hell. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A dense stream of black flowed out. They were rats. But each was the size of a domestic cat, completely hairless with skin in a sickly gray-white color, red eyes, and sharp teeth like nails. The rat swarm instantly flooded the streets. A zombie that had not yet died was covered by the swarm, and in just a few seconds only a pale skeleton remained. As for that enormous, skinless monster, it slightly crouched its body. Though it had no eyes, its acute hearing instantly detected a survivor at the mall entrance who was preparing to escape. Puff! A red afterimage flashed by. Its tongue several meters long shot out, in an instant accurately wrapping around the survivor's neck. The person did not even have time to scream before being lifted into the air by an overwhelming force, dragged toward that blood-filled maw like a rag doll. Crack! The sound of a skull shattering echoed clearly at that moment. Oh my God! May covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes, but her hand holding the phone remained steady. This is professionalism. This is dedication. Family. I want to ask, does this kind of monster have any weaknesses? This is professionalism. This is dedication. Family. I want to ask, does this kind of monster have... As soon as her words fell, the liquor that had just finished feeding slightly turned its exposed brain. It looked toward the direction of the mall. That was where May and the others were hiding. In the next second, it exerted force with its limbs, its sharp bone blade stabbing into the hard concrete wall, like a giant gecko instantly climbing up the mall's outer wall. Moving so fast that it left only a red afterimage. It did not go through the door, but instead went directly to the huge glass window. Through that seemingly sturdy bulletproof glass, the monster's featureless face faced the camera. Its long tongue, still dripping blood, slowly licked across the glass, leaving a foul-smelling bloodstain. Smack! It raised that huge claw and gently pressed it against the glass. Under the terrified gaze of May and the hundreds of millions of viewers in the live stream, the hard bulletproof glass centered around that claw instantly cracked with countless spiderweb-like fissures. Click! Even amidst the chaos and noise, the crisp sound of shattering glass remained exceptionally piercing. The enormous blood-red claw pressed against the glass with slight force, instantly shattering the web-like patterns with tiny shards of glass raining down like raindrops. In the entire mall, everyone stared in terror at the ugly monster that had leaped inside, instinctively running for their lives towards the exit. The girl finally couldn't hold it in any longer, letting out a piercing scream, shrinking beneath the counter, and shaking uncontrollably, nearly dropping her new phone. Next to her, Sato Saori collapsed onto the floor, a faint odor of urine quietly spreading. The liquor was evidently sensitive to the high-decibel noise. Its exposed brain twitched slightly, and the terrifying head, devoid of skin, slowly turned towards the two women and approached. It had no eyes, but its barbed tongue whipped through the air frantically, evidently trying to catch a scent. Just as the liquor was about to reach the counter, rat-a-tat-tat, a flurry of gunfire suddenly erupted at the entrance of the mall. In an instant, countless bullets struck the liquor's back. Although the bullets did not penetrate its tough muscle fibers, the tremendous kinetic energy still caused it to stagger, letting out an angry hiss. It abruptly turned around, abandoning its exploration, and with powerful limbs leapt directly towards the entrance. Huff! Huff! The girl sat helplessly on the ground, gasping for breath, the feeling of having survived a disaster making her body weak. She trembled as she raised her phone, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying at the camera. Family. Thank you for the cloud-piercing arrow from my bro. Oh no, thank you to the police for saving my life. The chat room was already exploding. Damn, that was terrifying. That tongue was just 0.1 centimeter from the camera. Does this monster really have no vision? Why do I feel like it's looking at me? Streamer stopped smiling foolishly. Look outside. The uncle in the hat is fighting. Steady the camera. Yes, streamer, don't move around. I just love watching these little cherry blossoms suffer. The girl, hearing this, mustered her courage to slightly peek out and aimed the camera outside. Although there was some distance, the viewers could see that the street had transformed into a battlefield resembling hell on. Dozens of special police armored vehicles with flashing red and blue lights had formed a temporary defense line on the street. Many survivors were rushing towards that line. The special police, clad in heavy black tactical vests, took cover behind vehicles, their MP5 submachine guns and automatic rifles spitting fire. A dense rain of bullets attempted to block the monsters that were either mutated or pouring out from the sewers. Fire! Concentrate fire! Don't let them get close. A commander shouted hoarsely into a megaphone. If they were facing human rioters, this firepower and formation would absolutely crush them. But unfortunately, their opponents were biological weapons that defied the laws of science. Hiss! A few lickers crouched low, their limbs scraping eerily on the ground, moving at speeds that seemed impossible for carbon-based life forms. Bullets struck them, splattering blood, yet they were unable to halt their charge. Even more terrifyingly, these monsters did not follow conventional paths. Two lickers suddenly leaped, directly adhering to the vertical walls of the adjacent buildings, running along the walls, as if they were on flat ground, swiftly bypassing the frontal fire net. Above, watch out above. A special police officer fearfully raised his gun, but it was too late. Puff! A red shadow descended from above. The licker didn't even land, it shot its tongue out from midair. The crimson long tongue pierced through the special police officer's bulletproof helmet in an instant. Click! The helmet shattered, and the head inside was directly penetrated. The licker, using the pole of its tongue, slammed its massive body into the crowd of special police officers. In the next moment, it was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The massive claws swept through. Tear. 3 special police officers didn't even have time to scream before being bisected, their intestines and organs spilling everywhere. Monster! Monster! Retreat! Quickly retreat! In an instant, the once imposing defense line crumbled at the touch. Meanwhile, in the sky, in a spiritual state, Lin Fan sat cross-legged, floating in the air like an audience member watching a show. Tisk, is this S? T. It's nothing much. Lin Fan floated to the top of an armored vehicle still smoking, and looked down at the special police officer, who was so scared, he wet his pants, shaking his head in disdain. Your shooting is terrible. Are you a contramaster? And that commander, what are you shouting with a megaphone for? Afraid the monsters won't find you? He reached out, wanting to poke the licker that was feasting, but his finger passed right through the monster's body. Sigh, being immaterial is inconvenient, it's hard to even pet a cat. Lin Fan sighed. Just then he suddenly felt a surge of heat entering his body. It was the overwhelming fear emanating from the countless people below. This fear energy was purer and more immense than what he had felt in the Modi hospital. With the influx of this energy, Lin Fan was astonished to find that some inexplicable knowledge seemed to have appeared, or rather it was an instinct. He looked at the largest and deadliest licker below, and suddenly had a thought: what would happen if he gave this guy a buff? Although there are no prompts from that system thing, it feels it should work. Lin Fan's playful spirit rose. He floated above the licker, extending a pale finger to gently touch the monster's exposed brain. With a thought: go Pikachu. Go Little Licky. Buzz. As he spoke, a portion of the death energy he had just absorbed flowed into the licker's body through his fingertip. In the next second, just as he had hoped, roar. Accompanied by a roar, the licker that had been gnawing at a corpse suddenly halted its actions. This roar no longer resembled a hiss, but rather sounded like the awakening roar of some prehistoric beast. Immediately after, an astonishing scene unfolded. The licker's previously crimson muscle fibers began to turn black at a visible rate and expanded wildly. Crackling sounds of bones echoed continuously. In just 3 seconds, the licker's size directly doubled, growing from over 2 meters to nearly 5. Moreover, its muscles were no longer the wet, fleshy texture, but shone with a metallic luster, even sprouting black bone spurs at the joints. The most terrifying thing was its claws, which were shrouded in a layer of faint black mist. Wow, it can really evolve. Lin Fan's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. He was quite satisfied with his creation. Now this has some flair. This is what a biohazard should be. The previous ones were at best just extras. Is the defense line not established yet? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, sitting at the front, asked. The entire conference room was deathly silent. All the high-ranking officials were agape, sweating profusely. If the previous zombies had only made them feel troubled, the wall-climbing monsters now made them feel despair. Is the defense line not established yet? The Prime Minister of Sakura Nation, sitting at the front, asked with an extremely grim face. Prime Minister. The Minister of Defense wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The first batch of 2 special police squads has already gone dark. This is impossible. There were over 100 fully armed people. Those monsters. Just as everyone was panicking, the screen suddenly changed. A massive pitch-black monster appeared in the camera. It casually swiped its claw. Boom. An armored riot vehicle weighing several tons was flipped away like a toy, rolling in the air before crashing heavily into a nearby store. The sound of twisted steel was jarring even from behind the screen. It made people's teeth ache. What kind of monster is this? Everyone was stunned. Is this even the power a carbon-based life form can possess? Before they could react, the black monster moved again. It did not attack the fleeing pedestrians, but instead locked its gaze on the self-defense forces blockade that had just arrived. Their several Type 96 armored personnel carriers had just blocked the road, and dozens of self-defense force soldiers were setting up machine guns, preparing to construct the final isolation wall. Roar! The black licker's hind legs suddenly kicked off. The asphalt road instantly exploded in a fissure. In the next moment, its massive body transformed into a black lightning bolt, crossing 100 meters in an instant. Boom. Accompanied by a dull impact sound, the foremost armored personnel carrier was directly knocked sideways several meters, its side armor caving in as if made of paper. The driver inside didn't even have time to scream and was killed by the massive impact. Immediately after, the claw shrouded in black mist swept by. Sizzle! The heavy machine gun along with its operator was sliced into several pieces. Fire! Fire! The nearby officer was terrified out of his mind, frantically pulling the trigger. But this liquor, already buffed, had reached an abnormal level of defense. Bullets struck its black muscles, sparking like metal collisions, and didn't even break the skin. It turned its head. That terrifying face without facial features was directed at the officer. Puff! The tongue shot out. This time it was not just a penetration. The thick tongue, as robust as a python, coiled around the officer's waist and violently swung. Bang! The officer was smashed against the nearby concrete wall like a meteor. Blood and flesh were mangled. It's over. The Prime Minister in front of the screen collapsed into his chair, his eyes vacant. We can't contain it. We simply can't contain it. The last line of defense in Shibuya was as fragile as a joke in the face of absolute power. Quickly summoned the special department. On the streets of Shibuya, Lin Fan floated above the elite liquor that was rampaging, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad, this destructive power, this impact, 5-star rating. He looked at the fleeing crowd below and the so-called elite individuals wailing in despair, feeling not a single stir in his heart. Not of my kind. But just this one seems a bit slow. Lin Fan stroked his chin, his gaze drifting towards the more liquors and mutated rats pouring out in the distance. This ability to create stronger monsters was a bit addictive. Since I'm going big, I might as well go all the way. Lin Fan's mouth curled into a mischievous smile, his hands spread wide. Come, everyone gets a share, don't fight, everyone wins. With his intent guiding them, countless strands of black energy surged from his body, spreading like a goddess, scattering flowers, falling into every corner of Shibuya. In just a brief moment, dozens of monsters on the streets of Shibuya underwent further mutations. Some rats grew wings, and some zombies had bone knives formed from bone growth in their hands. The entire Shibuya, under his influence, instantly evolved from a basic biohazard to an advanced stage. He, friends from Sakura Nation, enjoyed. Lin Fan hummed a tune, slowly rising, looking down at all of Shibuya. At that moment, his gaze was suddenly attracted by a helicopter in the distance. Was that a news helicopter from a television station? Looking at the logo on the helicopter, Lin Fan's eyes shifted, selecting a liquor from among the evolved creatures below, and attempted to communicate a simple command using his mental power. Go do something fierce, bring that big iron bird down for me. The black liquor that had been charging on the ground seemed to sense the creator's command. It suddenly looked up and roared at the helicopter in the sky. Then it crouched, starting to sprint. Faster and faster. When it reached the bottom of a building, it leaped, directly grabbing onto the building's outer wall, scrambling upwards like a giant gecko. 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters. At this moment, the reporter in the helicopter was still passionately narrating to the camera, viewer friends. We can see that the Self-Defense Force's defense line has completely collapsed. Shibuya has completely fallen. The government's rescue has yet to arrive. This place is simply a hell on earth. What? What is that? The reporter's voice suddenly turned into a scream. At the same time, the camera zoomed in sharply. On the roof of the building, a massive black figure shot into the sky. It actually used the building to leap dozens of meters into the air. In the terrified reflection of the reporter's pupils, the giant claw grew larger and closer. No. Boom. Accompanied by a violent explosion, the helicopter transformed into a massive fireball in the air, spiraling downward to the ground. The falling helicopter fortuitously crashed in front of a police car that was trying to escape. The shockwave from the explosion flipped the police car over. After a moment, the old police car door was kicked open and Sato Masayoshi crawled out, covered in dirt. Looking at the burning wreckage not far away, he glanced at the slowly rising black monster. His legs went weak and he knelt on the ground, utterly collapsing. Why am I so unlucky? In the air, Lin Fan also looked at this scene with some surprise. Wow, what a coincidence. Boom. Suddenly the ground shook violently. Just after having escaped death, Sato Masayoshi turned to look down the street, and in the next moment, the fearful expression on his face was replaced by an unprecedented joy, with a stunning light bursting from his eyes. Huh, it's here. The rescue has finally arrived. As he gazed at the iron tide slowly approaching in the distance, tears streamed down his face as he repeatedly bowed in gratitude. Our army, the ground self-defense force. Finally here. There's hope. With his words, bright searchlights ripped through the dust at the end of the Shibuya main road. Following that, massive iron beast slowly entered the battlefield, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. They were the Type 10 main battle tanks. This was what the Cherry Blossom Nation claimed to be the strongest land force in the country. Creak, creak. The heavy treads ruthlessly crushed everything in their path, pushing aside or flattening anything that stood before them. The surrounding zombies that heard the noise were instantly crushed on the spot. Crack, crack. Accompanied by the sound akin to bursting melons, those crushed zombies burst open like juicy tomatoes, instantly turning into a muddy mess. A putrid stench immediately spread through the air. Attention, all vehicles engage in free fire. The Prime Minister has ordered the elimination of all infected creatures. At that moment, the commander's voice came through the communication channel of the main battle tank. Boom. With the issuance of this order, The leading tank's cannon mouth suddenly spewed forth a ball of orange-red fury. A 120mm high-explosive shell crossed 100 meters in an instant, precisely drilling into the area where the zombie tide was densest. Boom. With a violent explosion, a small mushroom cloud suddenly rose in the center of Shibuya Street. The shockwave generated by the explosion tore apart all the zombies within a radius of several meters. Dismembered limbs rained down like a shower, pattering against the glass curtain walls of the surrounding buildings. Is this the combat power of the main battle tank? This is much more exciting than in the game. Hiding on the second floor of the mall, the wide-eyed girl holding her phone at an excellent vantage point stared in amazement. Although the explosion rattled her eardrums painfully, the fear in her eyes dissipated significantly. With the rescue coming, she now had a chance to survive. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were equally startled by this sudden artillery strike. Whoa. This thing has even entered the city. What the hell, why are we using an iron tide? At this rate, won't the zombie army be completely wiped out? Yeah, where's that eater from earlier? Come out and face me. I want to see if its claws are tougher or the depleted uranium armor. This is the romance of a man. Caliber is justice. Within range lies the truth. What nonsense justice, I still want to see Tokyo fall. Compared to the viewers in the wide-eyed girl's live stream, Lin Fan in midair raised an eyebrow at the 5 heavy iron beasts below that were sweeping the ground. Oh, what a bunch of petty players. Can't win, so you start calling for help. Using heavy weapons. I must criticize you on this. Game should be played with sportsmanship, understand? Looking at the one-sided battle below, Lin Fan's expression turned somewhat grim. At the same time, he was acutely aware that relying on these ordinary zombies to contend against the heavy tanks was indeed unrealistic. Even those ordinary eaters could only withstand a single shot in front of these main battle tanks. This won't do. If you keep killing like this, how can I create excitement in Tokyo? Calling for help, huh? As if anyone can't do that. With his words, his mind focused again, gathering immense fear. Calling for help, huh? As if anyone can't do that. With his words, his mind focused again, gathering immense fear. Under the tank's barrage. Little ones, it's time to feast. As Lin Fan's thoughts conveyed, those creatures that had previously acted on instinct suddenly flashed with a strange red light in their eyes. Their bodies swelled, and their bones strengthened, no longer charging mindlessly, but instead began to use the ruins and vehicles as cover to evade attacks. One injured black eater let out a piercing screech. The next second, its body underwent another transformation. The streamlined muscles originally designed for speed began to expand laterally, its limbs growing sturdier, and the black mist on its claws almost solidified. Since they want to suppress with firepower, I will pile on the armor. Roar. With a roar, the black eater suddenly leaped out from behind cover, this time not moving in a straight line, but zigzagging between the buildings. Damn, that monster is too fast. The fire control system can't lock on. The tank commander, who had previously managed to suppress this eater, yelled in panic. The already charging reinforced eater raised its claws without hesitation. Slash. With a sound that made one's teeth ache from the metallic tearing. The already charging reinforced eater raised its claws without hesitation. Slash. With a sound that made one's teeth ache from the metallic tearing. The claw of the enhanced eater, wreathed in black mist, pierced through the tank's skirt armor as if cutting through tofu, then violently flipped it. Several tons of side skirts were directly flung away. Following that, its thick tongue slithered through the gap and began to wreak havoc inside the tank. In an instant, the inside of the tank turned into a blender, and a piercing scream echoed out before it fell silent. Nanny. This sudden scene made the commander at the rear position's eyes nearly pop out. What on earth are these creatures? It's one thing to tear through the main battle tank's defenses, but they even use such bizarre attack methods. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Yet before they could react, bad news came from several other directions. The mutated rats that Lin Fan had enhanced were now also swarming into the gaps of the tank's treads. Their strengthened bones were harder than stone, instantly jamming the rotating shaft. Snap. A tank that was reversing had its tracks snap, instantly becoming a fixed target. Nice. In the air, Lin Fan snapped his fingers. This is more like it. Whether it's a black cat or a white cat, a cat that catches mice is a good cat. Oh no, a rat that can jam tanks is a good rat. With Lin Fan's thoughts, the previously one-sided situation was instantly reversed. The remaining tanks that could still move no longer dared to charge recklessly, starting to back off in a frenzy. It's over. Completely over. The recently hopeful Sato Masayoshi felt the light in his eyes extinguish once again. If even the king of the battlefield was defeated, could they really eliminate these monsters? However, just as the Cherry Blossom forces found themselves in despair, whoosh, 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 several sounds of cutting through the air suddenly rang out. In the next moment, several silhouettes flew in from the rooftops in the distance, moving so fast they were difficult to track with the naked eye. One figure even unsheathed a samurai sword midair. Clang, clang, accompanied by the unsheathing of a sharp blade. A visible white knife energy sliced through the air. The white knife energy swiftly passed, targeting a black devourer preparing to attack the fourth tank below. Puff. That black muscle impervious even to armor-piercing rounds appeared as fragile as paper before this knife energy. The blade light swept by, and a robust arm shot skyward, black blood splattering everywhere. Roar! The black devourer howled in pain, violently retreating, warily watching ahead. A cold, stern man dressed in a black trench coat with long hair stood on one foot atop a lamppost, the long knife in his hand still slightly trembling, emitting a buzzing sound. That is... The bewildered girl hiding on the second floor widened her eyes, zooming her phone camera to the maximum, and the live chat exploded instantly. Holy SHD! Who is this? What an impressive look. Cutting off the monster's arm with a single strike. Is this even human? Could this be the legendary special department from Sakura Country? Inyang Master. Ninja. Regardless of what it is, this move deserves a 666. So damn cool. FCK. You up there? Which side are you on? Did we not agree to watch Tokyo fall? As the barrage of comments surged in the live chat, several figures landed on the battlefield one after another. A fiery red-haired woman with an incredible figure played with two orbs of crimson flames in her hands. Next to her was a hulking figure over 2 meters tall with muscles like an iron tower, holding a massive owl. Lastly, there was a bespectacled young man looking refined, but the air around him constantly warped, clearly indicating he was some sort of psychic powerhouse. Special Response Unit First Squad reporting in. The long-haired man flicked the blood off his blade, his tone cold and devoid of warmth. All unrelated personnel evacuate immediately. This area is now under our control. As his voice fell, the red-haired woman chuckled lightly, casually tossing the fireball in her hand towards the approaching horde of zombies. Flames purify. Boom. The fireball swelled in midair with the wind, transforming into a massive fire dragon that instantly engulfed dozens of ordinary zombies. Those zombies didn't even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. The hulking man was even more ferocious, charging directly in front of several zombies, sweeping the totem pole like a golf club, turning the mutated rats attempting to ambush into a mushy pulp. What was once a favorable situation suddenly reversed. Before these awakened ones, the ordinary mutated creatures were utterly inadequate. Even the black devourer was forced to retreat under the blade light of the long-haired man, with several deep wounds visible to the bone. Tisk! Lin Fan in midair frowned. The exhilarating feeling of controlling everything was interrupted, leaving him quite displeased. What the hell is this not over? Lin Fan floated above the long-haired man, observing his pretentious expression, and sneered. A class awakened one, huh? Is that impressive? Fine, since you refuse to reason, let's end this. He scanned the surroundings, quickly searching the corpses below. Too skinny. This one is too short. This one is missing an arm and a leg not suitable. Finally, his gaze locked onto a gym entrance. A zombie was lurking there. This zombie was clearly a highly disciplined fitness trainer in life. Even after transformation, its muscles still stretched the t-shirt to the brink of bursting, standing at least 9 meters tall with a terrifyingly low body fat percentage. You're the one big guy. Lin Fan's lips curved into a mad grin. He did not casually release death energy like before. This time, he activated a trace of the dark green death energy accumulated within him. Since this is a bioweapon crisis, how could the true god be absent? Give me. Enhancement. Boom. Lin Fan forcefully pressed his hands down. A black light column visible only to him shot straight into the zombie trainer's head. Roar. As the torrent of black energy surged in a deafening roar, instantly drowned out all sounds of gunfire on the battlefield. The body of the zombie trainer suddenly stiffened. Immediately after, a chilling sound of bones cracking echoed densely. Crackling. Its t-shirt was instantly shredded. The already exaggerated muscles swelled like they were inflated. The grayish-white skin rapidly keratinized, transforming into layers of natural armor, as tough as rock. 2 meters. 2.5. 3 meters. In just a moment, its height surged to 3.5 meters before stopping. But this was not the end. In the next moment, its right arm began to twist and reorganize at a visible speed, ultimately transforming into a massive, terrifying bone hammer that hung down to the ground. Its fingertips sprouted half-meter-long pitch-black claws. The face that once resembled a human disappeared, completely replaced by a cold visage of only teeth and gray skin. A sense of oppression stemming from the level of life instantly swept across the battlefield, even causing the recently arrived awakened ones to flinch in shock. The long-haired man suddenly turned around, the warrior's blade in his hand, trembling for the first time. What kind of monster is this? The red-haired woman's fireball flickered in her hand, her face pale. Even the iron tower-like man looked like a child in front of this colossal being. Roar. Just as the few were in shock, the fully transformed giant zombie let out an enraged roar towards the sky. It stood beside the burning wreckage of a tank, surrounded by swirling black smoke like a demonic god. Countless ordinary zombies around it trembled in fear and retreated, not daring to approach even a bit. Lin Fan floated above it, gazing at his perfect creation, satisfied as he snapped his fingers. TSK, TSK. From now on you'll be called Tyrant T001. A true man should tear tanks apart. Go. Pika. No go on true man. Meanwhile, at the shopping mall, the selfie stick in the bewildered girl's hand shook, but she stubbornly pointed the camera at the terrifying figure standing in the sea of flames. Mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Is this the tyrant? Streamer run. This thing can really wipe out the entire map. Where's that handsome guy with the sword? Go up and chop it. Don't lose face. You people from Sakura Country are amazing. Sakura Country is finished. I have a feeling this thing can demolish Shibuya. Amid the enthusiasm of the live chat users, the battlefield, the monster enhanced by Lin Fan into a tyrant slightly tilted its head, its grayish-white eyes locking onto the nearest tank. Under the terrified gaze of everyone, it took a step forward, its speed not fast, but each step shook the ground. It approached the tank, extending its enormous mutated right arm to grasp the cannon. Then, with a sudden burst of strength, creak, a sound that made one's teeth ache resonated through the sky. That cannon was actually bent with its bare hands. Not only that, but even the tank was effortlessly lifted by it like a toy. Now round 2 begins. Lin Fan sat in midair grinning as he looked down at the pale-faced awakened ones. Don't let me down, a class big. Don't disappoint me, esteemed or rank cultivators. As Lin Fan's words faded, the main battle tank, weighing dozens of tons, became no more than a child's toy in the tyrant's colossal hands. Within moments it was utterly dismantled. Staring blankly at the motionless hulk before him, the tyrant's grotesque massive face twisted into an eerily human expression of bewilderment. Yet almost instantly he discarded it like a child abandoning a novelty, gripping the tank's chassis as his obsidian-black musculature rippled and tensed across his frame. Rue. In the next breath, the heavy iron monolith hurtled backward, propelled by raw inertia, straight toward the remaining tank formation. Evade. Evacuate immediately. Crew members inside the trailing tanks shrieked in abject terror, voices cracking with sheer panic. But it was already too late. Tum! A thunderous impact reverberated through the street as the hurled tank slammed squarely onto the turret of the second tank. 2 slabs of steel collided with cataclysmic force, warping, shearing, and erupting in blinding sparks. Before detonating in a deafening chain explosion, 2 titanic fireballs bloomed orange and searing. The shockwave obliterated storefront windows and tore advertising billboards from their mounts. Damn it! Open fire. Fire now. Kill that monster, immediately. Inside the surviving tanks, chaos erupted outright. Tactical coordination. Precision strikes. All abandoned. Gunners ceased aiming entirely, firing blindly point-blank at the towering behemoth. Boom, boom, boom. Cannon fire shook the street as 3 high-explosive armor-piercing shells screamed toward the tyrant, nearly muzzle to face. Fire blossomed violently. 2 shells grazed the tyrant's flank and detonated against storefronts, shattering concrete, glass, and debris alike in a storm of shrapnel. The 3rd shell struck true, but was intercepted by his reinforced forearm. It failed to detonate instantly. Instead, its immense kinetic force drove him backward, sliding over a dozen meters across asphalt. His boots carved deep furrows into the blacktop. With a contemptuous flick of his wrist, he hurled the unexploded round sideways. Kaboom! A deafening blast erupted, instantly engulfing the street in churning, suffocating dust. Is it dead, eh? A SWAT officer cautiously peered out, trembling. Moments later, as the dust settled, his pupils contracted sharply. The monstrous figure remained unmoved, standing defiantly in the center of the avenue. Yet his form bore signs of grievous damage. The rock-hard keratinous plating had ruptured open, exposing dark crimson muscle beneath, littered with embedded shrapnel. SSSSS. Glowing fragments sizzled like searing meat. Yet within seconds, undulating muscles expelled them, clattering metallically onto the pavement. And the wounds themselves sealed rapidly, reknitting beneath newly formed layers of denser jet-black keratin. What is this creature? Both tank crews and hidden SWAT operatives stood paralyzed, horrified by the tyrant's terrifying regenerative prowess. Indeed, enduring artillery fire with bare flesh remains rather taxing. Hovering midair above the scene, Lin Fan observed the tyrant's swift self-repair with wry amusement. Though mocking aloud, he inwardly admired the formidable resilience of his own bioengineered construct. After all, this was living flesh. To withstand main battle tank ordnance barehanded was nothing short of extraordinary. Yet while Lin Fan voiced mild dissatisfaction, the rank awakeners from Sakura Nation below stared utterly dumbstruck. Their expressions eclipsed even ghostly dread. Good heavens, can this truly be alive? Even most rank awakeners would hesitate to absorb direct artillery fire, let alone at such proximity. Its physical resistance is absurdly high. The long-haired man's palms slicked with sweat, his earlier composure vanished entirely. No time for chatter. The tanks are useless. We must stop it. Physical attacks fail. Surely magic will not. With that, the crimson-haired woman thrust both palms forward. 2 roaring serpents of flame surged forth, coiling tightly around the tyrant in an attempt to incinerate or immobilize him. Simultaneously, the mountainous warrior roared, a guttural bellow, and lunged skyward wielding his totemic pillar under cover of the flames, aiming a crushing blow at the tyrant's skull. Gravitational crush. His ability manipulated gravity, augmenting weight upon objects he held. Yet limited by his rank, he could amplify mass only up to 50-fold. Still, could such power possibly contend with a being who casually tossed main battle tanks like pebbles? The outcome was inevitable, yet their synchronization remained flawless. Against ordinary monsters, or even other rank awakeners, this coordinated assault would have been fatal. Alas, their opponent was neither ordinary nor merely a tyrant. He was a boss-tier entity, buffed beyond measure. Facing their onslaught, he didn't flinch, merely raised a hand nonchalantly grasping upward. Clang! The alloy totem pole, charged with crushing gravitational force, was seized midair, clamped immovably in his grip, and the warrior clinging desperately to it dangled helplessly like an afterthought. The sudden reversal stunned the airborne giant, his eyes bulging wide. Feeling the unyielding, immovable force radiating from the pole, his face flushed deep purple with strain. No matter how fiercely he strained or intensified his gravity manipulation, the pole refused to budge. Humiliation. Absolute unbearable humiliation. Yet as shame and fury boiled within him, the tyrant, still gripping the opposite end, tilted his head upward. His emotionless ash-gray eyes locked onto the warrior without hesitation. In the next instant he rotated his wrist, yanking the pole violently toward himself, then swung his massive bone-forged right arm in a sweeping arc. No flourish, no artifice, only pure unadulterated strength, only raw devastating speed. Before the warrior could react, he was swatted aside like a fly, shattering a storefront's floor-to-ceiling glass and embedding himself deep into the interior wall, frozen there like a macabre fresco. Yamamoto. The crimson-haired woman screamed as her comrade became living wall art. To the tyrant, however, mercy held no meaning, not even for beauty. At the sound of her cry, he pivoted instantly, taking thunderous strides straight toward her, flames still wreathing his body. Yet beyond scorching his epidermis and filling the air with acrid smoke, the fire inflicted no substantive harm. Monster, truly a monster. Seeing her flames rendered impotent, the woman panicked, frantically hurling fireballs backward as she stumbled away. Then, a flash of cold steel. The long-haired man materialized behind the tyrant, his katana shimmering with eerie azure light, evidence of a forbidden esoteric technique. Steel-cleaving slash. This strike embodied his ultimate technique, capable of bisecting even in-strength physical awakener, if unguarded. Yet clang! A sharp metallic ring echoed. His finest blade struck the tyrant's nape, and opened only a shallow fissure, while the sword itself curled, its edge warped beyond repair. Impossible! How can this be? He stared in disbelief at his ruined weapon, just as the tyrant slowly turned his head. His gaze, void of emotion, utterly indifferent, locked onto the man. Run! The moment their eyes met, icy dread flooded the man's veins, his sole instinct flee. Before he could move, the tyrant lunged, seizing his shoulder in one brutal grasp, and yanked him forward with chilling detachment. He lifted the man aloft, then seized one leg with his free hand. Schlorp, effortlessly, as if tearing apart a malleable clay figurine, he ripped the limb clean from the man's body. Whoosh! A geyser of crimson blood saturated the ground. Nearby zombies surged forward like sharks scenting prey, yet recoiled at the tyrant's presence, jostling uneasily, just beyond his reach. Ahawk! His agonized scream pierced the night. Irritated by the noise, the tyrant snarled, then flung him, without hesitation, into the writhing horde. Ahawk! His agonized scream pierced the night. Irritated by the noise, the tyrant snarled, then flung him, without hesitation. Soon even those sounds faded, replaced only by the sickening slurping rhythm of feeding. I confess, I shouldn't laugh, yet I simply cannot help it. On the second floor of the mall, Daime stifled her grin. Though her limbs trembled, witnessing Sakura Nation's elite forces routed like rabid dogs ignited a primal genetic euphoria, an ineffable, deeply rooted satisfaction. Likewise, the livestream overflowed with cheers and mockery. So this is Sakura Nation's rank elite. Really? Laughing so hard my father fell over. Was that Fire Lady giving the tyrant an acupuncture session? That / left me breathless. It couldn't even trim the tyrant's toenails. Streamer. Fun's fun. But could you please steady the camera? Sigh. Gotta admit, the tyrant is Though Lin Fan paid no attention to Daime's stream, his thoughts mirrored those of the online crowd. Already done. Drifting above the tyrant, Lin Fan watched the self-defense force soldiers abandon their tanks and flee in disarray. Bored, he let out a languid yawn. Utterly dull. Profoundly tedious. Time for me to step in, little trash. My minions, conquer Tokyo. As Lin Fan issued the command inside the Prime Minister's office, a voice cracked with desperation. Your Excellency, the Shibuya defense line has collapsed entirely. The defense minister bowed so low his forehead nearly touched his crotch, his entire body shaking uncontrollably. First squad annihilated. All except the psychic specialist, who fled before even engaging. Silence choked the chamber. Every face paled, paper white. If rank awakeners fell, what hope remained? It's not just Shibuya. A city monitoring official rose abruptly, voice breaking into sobs. Moments ago, manhole covers across Shinjuku, Ikebukuro, and Ginza were all blown open. Countless mutated rats have breached the surface. If this continues, Tokyo's fall is inevitable. Trembling, he switched the surveillance feed to the main screen. Dozens of feeds showed the same horror, rivers of mutated rats and shambling green-dripping zombie hounds surging upward, from sewers into glittering shopping districts, residential neighborhoods, subway stations. Dozens of feeds showed the same horror, rivers of mutated rats and shambling green-dripping zombie hounds surging upward, from sewers into Your Excellency, if this persists, 60% of Tokyo's population will turn. Tokyo. It's over. Tokyo is lost. The Prime Minister slumped into his chair, eyes vacant. Your Excellency, evacuate immediately. An aide rushed forward, hoisting the Prime Minister upright. Our surveillance confirms rapid mutation. Within hours, even this residence will be overrun. Where shall we go? Yokosuka, Osaka, to Yokodai Air Base, to seek the Eagle Father's aid. Only they can save us. Damn it. Why is my connection still spinning in circles? No, it isn't your connection. Twitter won't open. Even YouTube has collapsed. Damn, I need to see what happens in This night was fated to be extraordinary. Not only Inghwa country, the entire Blue Planet's internet suffered an unprecedented congestion. In the server rooms of every major social platform around the world, red lights flashed like a 1980s dance hall. Even the system engineers seemed to lose 3 centimeters of hairline overnight. There was no other cause. It was simply too explosive, too gripping. The scene on the streets of Shegu was cinematic. No, even Hollywood blockbusters do not feel this real. Not only realistic, but utterly shattering. In the face of that one exploding tableau, celebrity scandals, stock market crashes, or oil price spikes were all mere child's play. Hua country, a male dormitory at a university. Holy. Even graduate hopefuls found themselves bereft of words to describe what they saw. Number 3, you having a fit? A roommate carrying instant noodles asked, puzzled. You calling for spirits or what? I am not calling for anything. Watch Daimius live. Shegu is imploding. Puffed, much ado about nothing, just a biocontamination. How bad could? Holy. A roommate leaned over to peek. The noodle bowl clattered onto his instep. He didn't even feel the burn. On the phone, a 3-meter beast was bowling a main battle tank into a department store as if it were a toy. Is that even carbon-based life? Even Kapu wouldn't be like this. Kid, you watched too much One Piece, didn't you? Meanwhile, 14 of the top 50 trends on Hua country's Weibo were stamped with the crimson word explosion. Trending Shegu biohazard monster that tore a tank. Daimii war correspondent, Inghwa country in ruins. The comments section displayed the 5,000-year art of online trash talk. Is this Inghwa craftsmanship? Even their zombies are made with such rigor. Muscle striations so precise. I'm in love. You folks are looking at the wrong thing. What I want to know is, with everything going on, why aren't more awakeners showing up in Inghwa? What can you expect to see? It's a tiny place. Awakeners are accounted for. What nonsense are people bragging about? Isn't there that newly awakened Strank? Where is he? Ha ha ha, this is karma. Remember how arrogant they were dumping nuclear wastewater? How's the swagger now? I suggest turning up the volume. For a spectacle like this, I'd gladly crowdfund a ticket. Daimii, hold on. As long as you survive, I expect to see you at next year's Pulitzer. While Hua country's netizens celebrated with drums and firecrackers, overseas commentary took on a tone of prayer and dread. On Twitter, pray for Inghwa country trended first, but the replies were full of panic. Oh my god, is this a movie come to life? Will it spread here? This is terrifying. Even tanks are useless. Is humanity finished? They must be quarantined. No one from Inghwa can leave that island. This is punishment from God for human arrogance, declared some. Fear like a pestilence spread into every corner of the world. At the epicenter of the panic, Dongjing had descended into utter chaos. Chiyoda, Ward Government Street. The once solemn avenue was choked by a tangle of black luxury cars. The shrill blast of horns, curses, and roaring engines intertwined into a symphony of apocalypse. Clear the way. Open a path for me. In an armored Mercedes, the Minister of Health and Labor pounded the back of the seat in front of him, his jowls trembling with each movement. I am the minister. I have priority evacuation. Tell those commoners to get out of the way. The driver, sweating profusely, gripped the wheel so tightly his hands trembled. Minister, sir, the road ahead is completely blocked. It is gridlocked. There is no way through. Baka, then ram through them. My life is 10,000 times more valuable than theirs. The minister shouted hysterically. At that moment, bang, a deafening crash struck the roof. The armored vehicle sagged, the bulletproof glass spiderwebbed with fractures. The minister trembled in terror. Before he could react, a grotesque, skinless face, raw crimson muscle exposed, hung upside down, pressed to the window. A long tongue left a viscous smear on the glass. Ah! The hideous liquor's appearance drew from the minister a blood-curdling scream like that of a slaughtered pig. Guards! Guards! Shoot! Even without orders, the surrounding bodyguards, shaken, instinctively raised their weapons and fired wildly at the liquor. In the dense traffic, stray bullets struck not only the creature, but also fuel tanks of nearby vehicles. Booms erupted, flames leapt into the air. What had been chaotic became far worse. The surviving civilians desperately squeezed through gaps between cars pouring toward the city limits. Amid the fire, the liquor that had been hit was unscathed and, enraged, swatted out a claw. The heavy bulletproof glass shattered in an instant. The next second, a jowl-laden head still attached to a bloody segment of spine was ripped through the sunroof, and blood spattered, staining the expensive leather of the back seats. Across the ocean in Yingjiang country, in the hexagonal building, 5 massive screens lit up around a great circular table. This was a highest-level emergency, a closed-door session of the planet's 5 greatest rogues, pardon benefactors. One screen replayed live footage of Dongjing's carnage. Beyond the tyrant in Shegu, Shinjuku, Ginza, Ikebukuro, and other districts also reported aberrations beyond human comprehension. For ordinary people, the rats were the most terrifying. They used the sewer network to spread through the city with terrifying speed. Everyone, I believe the situation needs no elaboration. The president of Yingjiang country bore a severe expression. According to our biological experts' assessment, the outbreak in Yinghua is completely uncontrollable. The Maoxiong country representative added coldly, that big brute withstood a tank's main. The Maoxiong country representative added coldly, that big brute withstood a tank's main gun. If something like that spreads, which family can weather such havoc? The Jiluji representative shrugged helplessly. Our intelligence suggests this is more than a mere viral leak. It appears to be a targeted biological strike. Measures must be taken immediately. Unlike the other delegates, the Hua country representative was privately well aware. But some truths are better left. We have severed all flights and maritime links to Yinghua country. Borders are at maximum readiness. For this kind of anti-human catastrophe, Hua country tolerates zero compromise. Between the lines, the message was clear: we are shut, do as you please. The Nyunyo country delegate adjusted his glasses. So what is the resolution? The Yingjiang country president inhaled deeply. A flash of ruthless resolve crossed his eyes. The sort of resolve a capitalist displays when preparing to cut a dead loss. It was like a kill line. Now the entire Yinghua nation stood inside Yingjiang's line of slaughter. We propose to activate the isolation and extermination protocol. Effective, immediately impose the highest level sea, land, and air blockade on all of Yinghua country. Any aircraft or vessel attempting to leave Yinghua airspace or waters, military or civilian, without warning. He paused and delivered the cold word: will be annihilated. The other 4 delegates exchanged a glance. There was no opposition, no challenge, not even an unnecessary. 5 hands pressed the vote buttons together. Unanimous approval. An unprecedented accord. In this hour of humanity's fate, the 5 benefactors displayed an almost terrifying unity. Yinghua country was abandoned by the world. Meanwhile, above Hengtian Air Base, an unmarked Black Hawk strained to climb, attempting to punch through the clouds. Inside the cabin, Yinghua's Prime Minister Sato Rongsuo clutched a satellite phone with a face more broken than tears. Connect. Please connect. At that moment, he was truly terrified. Moments earlier, he had watched his residence overrun by mutated, zombified canines. The secretary, who bowed to him daily, had been torn apart by a 2-headed Doberman. If not for the Special Forces' desperate protection, he would have become those beasts' next meal. At last the line connected, a red-hot line straight to the White House. Mr. President, this is Sato. Please help us. Sato clung to a lifeline, crying into the receiver. Dongjing is finished. It has entirely lost control. We need support. We need Marines and an aircraft carrier strike group. Send someone to pick me up over Hengtian Air Base. Mr. Sato's plea was cut short by the Yingjiang president. This time there was no perfunctory politeness. Only bone-deep coldness. I regret to inform you the UN Security Council has just passed Resolution 2501. As of now, Yinghua country is designated a biological exclusion zone. The word struck Sato like lightning. His mind went blank. What does that mean? It means, the president said without a trace of feeling, for the safety of all humanity, you are being isolated. No, you can't do this. We are allies. We need to come to your bases, to refuge on your soil. Sato made a final hysterical plea. No, you cannot go anywhere. The president interrupted. Hengtian Air Base's air defenses have locked on to all unidentified aerial objects. Prime Minister Sato, as an ally, my final advice is to descend back to the ground immediately. It is dangerous there, but at least preferable to being shredded by Patriot missiles. Beep, beep, beep. The line gave him no further words. The call was ended. Hearing the busy signal, Sato felt the world spin and his head buzz. How could this be? He stared unbelievingly out the window. Below, a city that had once glittered with lights now smoked and burned. Prime Minister. The pilot's trembling voice came over the intercom. We've been locked by Yingjiang's military radar. They've warned us if we do not land within 10 seconds, they will open fire. 10, 9, 8. The countdown in American English sounded like a death knell. The satellite phone slipped from Sato's hand. It clattered onto the cabin floor. He slumped in his seat, and watching the infernal vista below, tears of despair welled in his eyes. In that moment, he understood a harsh truth. When a dog is no longer of value and may carry rabies, the owner's first act is not to cure it. It is to kill it and bury it. Land. If there is anything that could bring together 5 great benefactors who have always looked at each other with disdain in absolute consensus within a minute, it must be because someone attempted to throw excrement into the pot of humanity. Unfortunately, the current Sakura nation is that piece of dung. Off the coast of Tokyo Bay, the sky was dark and gloomy as if a black pot had been overturned. The sea was tumultuous. But that is not the main point. The main point is the fleet of warships on the horizon, standing like a steel great wall. The 7th Fleet of Eagle Sauce Country, the aircraft carrier group of Hua Country, the cruiser fleet of Bear Country. In the past, these fleets, which could hardly wait to fire at each other, now appeared as old comrades. They were linked together, completely sealing off the waters of the Sakura nation. Radar was fully operational, and missile silos were ready. All the gun barrels were aimed in one direction. Tokyo Port. Reports, sir. Radar has detected a large number of civilian vessels preparing to leave the port. Inside the command room of Hua Country's 055 destroyer, a young operator stared at the radar screen, filled with lights, his voice somewhat dry. The captain stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the rolling waves outside, his expression as hard as iron. He did not issue a direct order, but picked up the communicator and connected to the Joint Command channel. The channel was very, but soon the cold voice of the Eagle Sauce Country fleet commander came through. This is the Navy of Eagle Sauce Country. According to Resolution No. 2501A, any object attempting to breach the blockade will be regarded as a virus carrier. For the sake of God and the safety of all humanity, free fire is permitted. Bear Country acknowledges this. We have long been displeased with these small boats. Gallic Rooster concurs. Cow Country concurs. The captain of Hua Country took a deep breath, his eyes instantly sharp, and waved his hand to the operator behind him. Did you all hear that? Execute the resolution. Please do not carry personal emotions. Meanwhile, at Tokyo Port, under the coercion that felt like an apocalyptic disaster, it had already become a hell on earth. At the port, tens of thousands of fleeing survivors. At this moment, these frightened survivors were scrambling on the docks like mad dogs, their cries, curses, and gunfire merging into a cacophony. Get away. I am an executive director of the Mitsui Group. This is my private yacht. A middle-aged man in a tailored suit waved a handgun that he had snatched from a security guard, crazily smashing through the crowd in front of him. The screams were drowned out by the crashing waves and the roar of engines. At this moment, the ugliness and selfishness of humanity were vividly displayed. The screams were drowned out by the crashing waves and the roar of engines. At this moment, the ugliness and selfishness of humanity were vividly displayed by these Sakura people. Set sail. Quickly set sail. Head to the open sea. The middle-aged man rushed into the cockpit, kicking open the door of the captain, who was still hesitating, and personally pressed the throttle. In the next moment, the luxury yacht worth hundreds of millions crashed through several small fishing boats in this chaotic port and charged into the vast sea. Some survivors who were pushed off into the sea were unfortunately caught in the propeller and instantly shredded. However, the tragedy at the port was far from over. Hundreds of boats of all sizes, yachts, cargo ships, and even speedboats were racing to flee this hell on earth. The people on the boats looked back at the city ablaze with fire, their faces revealing the ecstasy of having survived. They had escaped. As long as they reached the open sea, as long as they encountered the joint fleet with their status and identity, they would surely be saved. Some even took out their precious red wine, ready to celebrate their rebirth on the deck. However, just as the Mitsui Group director was about to uncork the bottle, he heard a sharp, whistling sound from the sky. The sound of the wind was like a sharp whistle. The crowd looked up in confusion. They saw the dark skyline, countless meteors trailing white tails coming towards them in a beautifully cruel... What? What is that? Is it a rescue flare? The fleet must be here to pick us up. On the deck of the boat, some fools with less wit waved their hands in cheer. But in the next second, the cheers abruptly stopped. What replaced it was the deafening sound of explosions. Boom. The fastest speedboat at the front exploded in response. In the blink of an eye, both the people and the boat turned into a ball of flames, leaving not even a complete plank behind. Then boom, boom, boom. The dense sounds of explosions merged into a single wave on the sea. Even the luxury yacht carrying the Mitsui director could not escape and disintegrated in an instant. The wealthy who had just been dreaming of escape instantly became debris on the coastline and sank into the icy waters of Tokyo Bay. And this scene unfolded like a domino effect on the surface of the sea. No warning, no shouting, only merciless artillery attacks. Those boats that had not fled far were terrified at this sight. Go back, quickly go back. They are not here to save us. They are here to kill us. The surviving boats madly turned around and desperately headed back to the port. But those at the port still wanted to squeeze onto the boats, and the two streams of people collided, causing countless individuals to fall into the sea, shredded by the propellers as blood instantly stained the nearshore waters. TSK. To be honest, above the port, Lin Fan looked at the tragic scene on the sea below. These great benefactors are indeed decisive, not even giving a chance to surrender. Lin Fan clicked his tongue, and while he spoke of cruelty, there was not a hint of pity on his face, but rather a delight in watching the chaos unfold. As those boats were sunk, waves of intense despair and fear surged towards him like black silk thread. Then his gaze shifted to a high ground not far from Tokyo Bay. Meanwhile, at a military base not far from Tokyo, 100 meters underground. This place has an independent air circulation system and enough supplies to last 10 years, and even backup generators. This was a military underground facility built to avoid nuclear incidents. Little did they know it would come in handy today. Just after taking refuge in this underground facility, Sato watched the horrific scene at the port displayed on the wall's big screen, feeling as if his bones had been extracted. How dare they? Sato's lips trembled. Even though Eagle Sauce had warned him before, he never expected them to actually take action. That ship has not only civilians, but also many corporate leaders, and even a few lawmakers. How could they dare to open fire directly? Mr. Prime Minister, Eagle Sauce Country has cut off all our official communications. A communications officer removed his headset, his face ashen. WWE have been abandoned. Bastards. Treacherous Anglo-Sax thieves. Sato jumped up, grabbing the microphone on the table. Use satellite signals for me. I want to start a global live broadcast. I will accuse them. I want the whole world to see their ugly faces. I will crush them with public opinion. I refuse to believe that there is no one in this world who speaks of human rights. At this moment, Sato had completely lost his ability to think. Even if he had to die, he wanted to drag Eagle Sauce down with him. Let the world see the true faces of these vampires. Soon, under the control of the technicians, the underground base's internal network successfully connected to the satellite link. The broadcast started and was synced to multiple global platforms. In the footage, Sato's hair was disheveled, his eyes red, with busy officials and technicians behind him. Friends of, I am Sato, the Prime Minister of the Sakura Nation. Sato bowed slightly to the camera. We Sakura are facing an unprecedented crisis. Just now, our ally, our protector, opened fire on innocent refugee ships. This is a massacre. This is a crime against humanity. Tokyo has millions of survivors. We are human, not a virus. We request international assistance and humanitarian corridors. Speaking, he deeply bowed 90 degrees towards the screen. His attitude was sincere, completely portraying himself as a victim. However, when he straightened up, looking hopefully at the screen, the heart-wrenching lines he had prepared seemed to be stuck like a fly in his throat, unable to come out. On the screen, bullet comments from around the world were wildly scrolling at thousands of messages per second. And they all shared the same tone. I can only say well done. I suggest Eagle Sauce intensify their efforts. Yes, the 5 great benefactors are still too conservative. I say they should be more nuclear benevolent. Don't let those Sakura people escape to harm us. Don't play the victim. Why didn't you say we are all one family when you dump nuclear wastewater? Massacre. Don't flatter yourselves. You beasts aren't worthy of that term. We have to be responsible for the earth. I am a taxpayer of Eagle Sauce Country. That missile that blew you up is partly my contribution. The brother from Eagle Sauce upstairs is generous. I, a Hua Country netizen, will contribute $200 for firecrackers. Is this what they call a boomerang? I wonder if it hurts when it hits. In the live broadcast room, there was no sympathy nor any pity. Only endless mockery and cheers. Some even advocated to nuke them. Even if a few saints occasionally popped up saying, this is too cruel, they would instantly be bombarded by hundreds of thousands of netizens. In the face of this impending global biochemical crisis, people around the world adhered to one principle. As long as it's not me who dies, as long as the danger doesn't spread to my doorstep. To save all humanity, sacrificing one island is a profitable deal. No, that's not how it is. Sato watched the screen filled with malice. His mentality completely collapsed. He thought he could stand on the moral high ground. Instead, the whole world turned the moral baseline into a slaughter line. These commoners. This mob. Sato hysterically slammed the table, roaring at the camera. Do you have no sympathy at all? If this is the consensus of humanity, then even if we Sakura Nation die, we will take you down with us. However, before he could finish his sentence, the broadcast screen suddenly went black. It was not a signal loss. Instead, the lights in the shelter went out. Immediately after, the backup power lit up a red warning light. What happened? Is the generator broken? Sato shouted in terror. No, it's not the generator. The officer responsible for monitoring security pointed at the surveillance screen, his voice trembling like a leaf in the wind. There. Something is coming in. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The grating sound, unbearable to the teeth, echoed through the ventilation ducts of the underground facility. It was the sound of bones grinding against metal, claws tearing through steel. Sato Masayoshi stiffly turned his neck to look at the massive vent overhead. The dust net was vibrating. No, it wasn't vibrating, it was bulging. as if something was about to burst out from within. Quick! Block the vent. The security captain was the first to react, raising his automatic rifle and unleashing a barrage at the ceiling. Rat-a-tat! Flames erupted and sparks flew as the ventilation duct was peppered with bullets. A few drops of dark red liquid dripped from the bullet holes onto the cement floor. Rat-a-tat! Flames erupted and sparks flew as the ventilation duct was peppered with bullets. A few drops of dark red liquid dripped from the bullet holes onto the immediately after a stream of hairless grayish-black figures poured out from the ventilation duct. 1, 2. In an instant they cascaded down like a floodgate bursting open. Each was the size of a house cat covered in tumors with eyes glowing a sinister red. Mutated rats. They had no skin, their dark red muscles were exposed, and their long tails whipped through the air like whips. The two technicians standing beneath the vent didn't even have time to think about escaping before they were instantly engulfed by the black tide. Their screams lasted barely half a second. As the wave of darkness passed, only two stark white skeletons remained on the ground, their clothes belts, and even shoes were gnawed clean. The scene was horrifying. Open fire. Fire now. Rat-a-tat. The elite special forces responsible for security frantically squeezed the triggers. Against humans, they were undoubtedly capable of taking on 10 at once. But now their opponents were thousands of rats. Bullets struck the swarm, only splattering a few drops of blood, utterly failing to halt the black tide. A mutated rat suddenly leaped up and sank its teeth into a soldier's wrist, its sharp incisors severing the tendon in an instant. The rifle fell to the ground. Before the soldier could even scream, dozens of rats swarmed over him, crawling up his pant leg and into the gaps of his bulletproof vest. In just a few seconds, a human-shaped bulge on the ground writhed violently, the screams turning dull and mournful before falling silent, leaving only a skeleton gnawed clean, with not even the toes and the military boots remaining. Run. Escort the Prime Minister to safety. The captain of the guards kicked two rats away and waved his tactical dagger, desperately carving a bloody path through the tide of rodents. The entire underground command center was thrown into chaos. The officials who had just been live-streaming condemning the Eagle Sauce for their disregard for human rights were now shoving each other in a desperate scramble for an escape route, with some even pulling out handguns to shoot colleagues blocking their way. I am the Minister of Finance. Let me go first. Sato was now paralyzed with fears swaying amidst the Prime Minister. This way. He was being dragged by two strong bodyguards, his feet off the ground like a rag doll, sprinting towards the emergency exit. Don't leave me. I'm a minister. Behind him, the bloodied Minister of Defense desperately reached out, trying to grab Sato's pant leg. Sato glanced back. He saw the mass of rats had already covered the lower half of the Minister of Defense, gnawing at him like he was a giant piece of cheese. Baka, get away. Sato unleashed all his strength, kicking the Minister of Defense in the face, using the recoil to roll and crawl into the stairwell next to the emergency elevator shaft, until the heavy fire door slammed shut, cutting off the unbearable sounds of gnawing and screams behind him. He finally exhaled in relief. The night was thick and the flames cast a red glow over half of Tokyo. Dozens of minutes later, Sato and his group emerged from the disguised emergency exit looking disheveled. When they entered, there had been several hundred elite guards along with the entire cabinet's senior officials. When they came out, only Sato and fewer than 20 bodyguards, all battered and out of ammunition, remained. Survived. Despite the heavy losses, at least they had preserved their lives. But what to do next? Sato slumped down on the ground, littered with rubble, gasping heavily, trembling, uncontrollably. He looked up at the sky, bewildered. No stars. Only a few drones with flashing navigation lights circled. It's Eagle Sauce's drones. One bodyguard's face lit up with excitement. Although Eagle Sauce had spoken cruelly, he believed they would not turn a blind eye. Prime Minister, they must think we are still useful, that our island nation still holds value, and have come specifically to rescue us. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope ignited in Sato's eyes. He still harbored a sliver of fantasy. Even though he had been hung up on, even though he had been abandoned by the world. But deep down, his reliance on his parent country made him instinctively feel that Eagle Sauce wouldn't really watch him die. Help! Over here. I'm Sato. Sato stumbled to his feet, waving his tattered suit jacket. However, high above, in the Global Operations Command Center of Eagle Sauce, a colonel watched the thermal images transmitted from the drones. In the images near the red dot representing Sato, the position of the underground exit had clusters of small red dots swirling, indicating intense heat signatures. Sir, the virus-infected rat swarm has breached the underground defenses and is spreading to the surface. The colonel nodded, his tone icy. According to the containment protocol, once high-risk biological overflow occurs in the quarantine zone. He paused and continued. There's no need to consult superiors to execute the purification procedure immediately. But sir, there may be the Prime Minister of Sakura country at that base. The operator hesitated. Right now there are no prime ministers, only virus carriers. The colonel's face was indifferent. Our mission is to protect the safety of all humanity and to contain the spread of the disastrous virus. As the colonel spoke, Two F-35 fighter jets already circling and on standby above the base suddenly opened their bomb bays. They did not dive, nor did they execute any flashy maneuvers. Only a few precision-guided bombs screaming with death flew straight toward the target. On the ground, Sato, who had been waving for help, suddenly froze at this sight. As a politician, he might not understand military matters, but he recognized that sound. No, no, as he screamed, one missile after another accurately drilled into the nearby ventilation shaft. Immediately after, the muffled sound of explosions echoed from deep underground. The earth trembled, moaning. The once flat ground visibly bulged like waves, then collapsed. Following that, hundreds of vents spewed flames soaring dozens of meters high. This was the spectacular sight of thermobaric bombs detonating underground, forcing out compressed high-temperature gas. Whoosh! A massive shockwave erupted from the exit behind, sending Sato and two bodyguards flying over 10 meters, tumbling like rag dolls. Sato felt at least 3 ribs snap, but he was still alive. He lay on the ground staring at the entrance of the base, which was now a crater, completely dumbfounded. Tisk, 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 what a tragedy. Amidst the smoke, Lin Fan, who had just arrived, began to absorb the surrounding resentment and death energy. Especially that old Sato. Though he was alive, the quality of negative emotions he provided was surprisingly pure, practically a top-grade supplement. Could this be the effect of a national leader? As he absorbed, Lin Fan suddenly sensed that pulling sensation as his body was about to reorganize. Damn it, can't I even enjoy myself properly? Lin Fan stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the ground littered with severed limbs and the bodies of elite soldiers from Sakura country blown to bits. These soldiers had been well-equipped and physically capable, and it seemed such a waste to have them blown up. Since revival was imminent, why not go big before the resurrection? With that thought, Lin Fan immediately poured all the energy he had just absorbed back down frantically. In an instant, a dark green energy rain began to fall within a radius of nearly 50 meters, centered on him, bathing the incomplete corpses on the ground. Zzz. As the energy rain poured in, the corpses on the ground began to change. Those who had been blown apart suddenly started convulsing violently. Bones reformed, muscles swelled. A corpse of an infantryman who had lost half his body suddenly shot up from his severed chest cavity. Countless black tendrils surged forth, forcibly pulling in the single-shoulder portable anti-tank missile scattered on the ground, merging with flesh and blood. The skin hardened, turning a leathery black-gray. The original head disappeared, replaced by a flesh ball with teeth and a large single eye. On his right shoulder, a missile launcher had fused with his flesh, becoming a part of his body. Not just him. Amidst the ruins, 7 or 8 equally terrifying monsters staggered to their feet. Each one wielded, or rather grew, heavy weapons. At the same time, the dismembered limbs of the blown-up mutated rats also underwent even more twisted mutations under this energy's catalysis. They fused with one another, growing membranous wings, their tails transforming into spiked bone whips. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, an E-2 early warning aircraft belonging to Eagle Sauce's 7th Fleet was on patrol. On the radar screen, the red dots representing the ground had disappeared by more than half. Target cleared, confirming only a few life signs remain. The radar operator yawned, took a sip of coffee. Such an easy job, just like playing a video game. Yet too bad we can't go down and loot the spoils. I heard there are plenty of good things in that base. Before the co-pilot could finish, he suddenly seemed to be choked. On the radar screen, in that area of ruins that had previously fallen silent, suddenly several glaring red dots emerged. Immediately after, the red dots turned into red lines, rapidly ascending into the sky at an incredible speed. What is that? Beep, beep, beep. Amidst the shock, a piercing missile lock alarm echoed through the cabin. It's missiles. Evasive maneuvers. Quickly evade. The pilot, frantic and terrified, pulled the joystick. But those missiles seemed to have eyes, making several bizarre turns in the air that defied aerodynamics, relentlessly locking onto the warning aircraft's body. Boom. A massive fireball erupted in the night sky. Accompanied by the brilliant flames, a chilling roar erupted from the ruins below. 7 or 8 terrifying giants over 3 meters tall, shouldering heavy weapons, stepped out of the raging fire, walking over the still-burning wreckage. They looked up at the sky, their single eyes glimmering with bloodthirsty red light. Above them, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, dozens of dragon-like monsters with wingspans exceeding 5 meters shrieked sharply like a squadron of bombers pouncing towards the center of Tokyo. At that moment, it wasn't just Sakura country. Even far across the ocean in Eagle Sauce's Pentagon, everyone watching the images transmitted by the satellite froze, their smiles vanishing. What kind of virus is this? How could these creatures evolve so quickly? Are we really going to have to use nuclear weapons to stop it? The hexagonal building, the Global Combat Command Center. A deathly silence. On the massive electronic screen, the last frame freezes on the group of newly emerged monsters. Especially that one-eyed monster. Even from behind the screen, everyone felt as if it was staring at each person present. And those terrifying flying dragons swirling like gargoyles. It had completely surpassed their understanding. Crack. A sharp sound shattered the silence. The defense minister, in shock, crushed the signature pen in his hand. Who can tell me? What the hell is this biological weapon? Is this what you call a rabies mutation? The director of the intelligence agency shrank, his neck, cold sweat streaming down his temples. He opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Truly, he had no idea where to start. Who could have imagined that the surprises brought by Sakura country would be like a blind box? From the initial zombie bites, to later wall-climbing lick-eaters, and now giants tearing apart airplanes and dragons attacking from above. The speed of this evolution had completely exceeded human understanding of biological evolution. Minister, a staff officer, stood up with a stiff expression. According to the data model simulation, if this virus spreads unchecked, it might only take 72 hours for the entire Sakura country island chain to have no survivors. Moreover, we cannot be certain whether those flying dragons have the ability to cross the sea. Crossing the sea. The moment those two words were spoken, the faces of everyone present changed. If these monsters were allowed to fly across the ocean. Nuclear flattening it. In the corner, a hawkish general with 3 stars on his shoulder coldly spoke. While the virus is still trapped on the island, we should launch a saturation strike and wipe Sakura country off the map. This is the most efficient and safest plan. As soon as these words were spoken, a stir arose in the conference room. Many nodded in agreement. After all, dead friends do not affect the Taoist. Although Sakura country is a little brother and a chess piece, if this piece turns into a bomb, we can only sacrifice it to save the king. No way. The Secretary of State interrupted, at least not now. Do you know how many foreign nationals are stranded in Tokyo right now? How many of our Eagle Sauce citizens? Plus embassy staff, military families. That's at least hundreds of thousands. If we drop a nuclear bomb, directly our own people will be blown up alongside them. What about next year's election? The domestic public opinion would tear us apart. Then what do you suggest? Wait for those flying dragons to reach Hawaii. The general retorted. What are you all shouting about? The minister rubbed his aching temples and tapped the table. Contact other countries and hold an emergency, closed-door meeting. We can't let this scapegoat situation fall solely on us Eagle Sauce alone. Half an hour later, a high-level video conference regarding the fate of Sakura country was urgently convened. 5 screens represented the 5 most powerful benefactors on Blue Star. The content of the meeting was simple. To bomb or not to bomb? I, Big Bear, have no objections, said the representative of the bear country, looking indifferent. Anyway, we don't have many people over there. As long as you Eagle Sauce are willing to give up that aircraft carrier base, we can even generously sponsor a few big Ivans. We, the Gallic Roosters, expressed concern, but in principle agree to take extreme measures. However, our people must be evacuated first. The representative from Nyo country seconded this. Everyone's gaze finally fell on the representatives of Hua country and Eagle Sauce. The representative from Hua country spoke calmly. Whether it is physical eradication or humanitarian destruction, that is your business. But we have a principle in Hua country, which is to not abandon any fellow countryman. There are still our expatriates and students over there. Before they evacuate, anyone who dares to drop a nuclear bomb will face our interception. The tone was unheavy, but the weight was substantial. The face of the Eagle Sauce representative darkened. In truth, they did not want to bomb now. After all, hundreds of thousands of Eagle Sauce citizens were there. If they actually bombed, domestic protests could demolish the White House. Since everyone has the demand for evacuation, the Eagle Sauce representative cleared his throat and forcibly took control of the rhythm. Let's set a plan. Establish a joint security zone in Yokohama where fleets from various countries will provide fire cover to evacuate people. As for Sakura country, once our people are evacuated, we will initiate the cleansing program. The so-called cleansing everyone understood. It meant mushrooming. Where will the evacuated people go? The representative from Hua country suddenly asked a crucial question. With so many people, if any of them carry the virus, bringing them back home poses too great a risk. We need a transit quarantine zone. Instantly, the conference room fell silent. No one was foolish. At such a time, whoever took on this hot potato would be the one in trouble. If the quarantine zone goes out of control, it would be like lighting a fire to oneself. The Eagle Sauce representative's eyes flickered as he suddenly focused on the map on the peninsula closest to Sakura country. He curled the corner of his mouth into a meaningful smile. I believe that for the safety of all humanity, a country needs to demonstrate an indomitable spirit of internationalism. Moreover, this country is nearby, making transportation convenient, and its medical facilities are decent. The representatives of the other 4 countries followed his gaze and instantly understood. Kimchi country. I agree. Big Bear was the first to raise his hand. I also think it's suitable. The Gallic Rooster followed closely. Seconded. Nyo country nodded. The representative from Hua country remained silent, tacitly agreeing. After all, as long as it wasn't back to Hua country, it could be anywhere. Moreover, that is the universe's #1 country, Kimchi country. Surely they can handle this little scene, right? In Seoul, the Blue House. While the meeting was ongoing, the leader of Kimchi country, Yoon, received a direct phone call from Eagle Sauce. On the other end of the line, Eagle Sauce's attitude was very firm, with an undeniable domineering tone. We have no capacity to take in hundreds of thousands of refugees. What kind of international joke is this? Are they refugees? What kind of joke is this? No, no, no. Respectful President, this is not acceptable. Absolutely not. We Kimchi country is small in area and has a high population density. If even one zombie slips and we are all done for Samida. We have no capacity to take in hundreds of thousands of refugees. What kind of international joke is this? Are they refugees? They are walking biological bombs. This is for the safety of all humanity, and it is the responsibility of the free world. You Kimchi country, what's the difference from suicide? Yoon, the voice of the Eagle Sauce president on the other end turned cold. I am not negotiating with you. I am notifying you. This is for the safety of all humanity, and it is the responsibility of the free world. You Kimchi country, as our most important ally in Asia, can't you bear this little responsibility? Is this even about responsibility? But, Leader Yoon wanted to say something else, but was ruthlessly interrupted. There are no buts. If you do not agree, then we might have to consider redeploying our troops stationed in your country. Moreover, if we do not send people over if those monsters fly across the strait, our fleet might not arrive in time. Threat. An openly bold and naked threat. Leader Yoon's hand holding the microphone trembled violently, his face pale as paper. If he does not agree, Eagle Sauce would withdraw its troops, or even possibly ignore them. If he agrees, it means inviting the wolf into the house. This is the tragedy of being a dog. When the master wants to throw garbage into your doghouse, you not only cannot bark, but you also have to wag your tail and say, well thrown, well aimed. I understand. Leader Yoon slumped to the ground, feeling hopeless. We will cooperate fully. After hanging up the phone, he gazed despairingly at the ceiling. It's over. This time it's really over. In Hua country, the imperial capital. In a certain classified meeting room, smoke swirled. The atmosphere here was no less tense than that of Tokyo. On the gigantic projection screen, a series of disaster highlights triggered by Lin Fan's death were playing. From the initial earthquake to the terrifying resurrection in hospitals, and now the chaos in Shibuya and the tyrant tearing tanks apart. Each frame made the big shots present feel their eyelids twitch. Sitting at the end of the long table, Lin Jiangwo no longer had his previous arrogance. He now appeared like a primary school student, lowering his head and smoking, trying hard to reduce his presence. Although he looked like this on the surface, his downcast eyes occasionally glanced secretly at the screen, hiding a barely noticeable delight. Indeed, it was delight. Look at this. This is my seed. One person taking down an entire country. This is what they call a tiger father with no dog son. Cough, cough. Just as Lin Jiangwo felt proud, the elder sitting in the first seat tapped the table and looked sternly at Lin Jiangwo. Lin Pao, stop pretending to be invisible. Tone down that arrogance of yours. Are the others blind, or what? Having his thoughts exposed, Lin Jiangwo awkwardly chuckled. Old chief, what are you saying? How could I dare? I am just worried that kid might mess things up. Worried? A middle-aged man responsible for intelligence pushed up his glasses, pointing at the tyrant on the screen, who was tossing tanks around like a yo-yo. Do you call this worrying? I think the ones who should be worried are the people in Sakura country. The whole world is starting to panic now. Comrade Lin Jiangwo, let's get to the point. The middle-aged man said solemnly. The commotion your son has caused this time is too great and has exceeded our forecasts. Sakura country is now a powder keg, and it could be nuclear flattened at any moment. Hurry up and blend into the evacuation team and come back. This time it's a biochemical crisis. Who knows what the next time will be? If he keeps doing this, Blue Star might just be blown up. Hurry up and blend into the evacuation team and come back. This time it's a biochemical crisis. Who knows what the next time will be? If he keeps doing this, Blue Star might just be blown up by your son. We won't concern ourselves with other countries, but our own country can't withstand it. Those present finally understood. Both Lin Jiangwo and his son from the Lin family are toxic. Moreover, it's the kind that the new generation pushes the old generation. Hearing this, Lin Jiangwo's smile stiffened slightly. He frowned and spread his hands. Leaders, you are making it difficult for me. If I could contact him, I would have already sent him to bomb the shrine. No, I mean I would have sent him to report to the embassy. Really can't get in touch. The old chief looked at him suspiciously. Really can't get in touch. Lin Jiangwo shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum. That kid's phone got wrecked in the earthquake. I am anxious too. I want to scold him too. But being outside, orders from the emperor do not take precedence over the father's orders. He doesn't even listen to me. In fact, Lin Jiangwo was very clear in his heart. Contacting him is useless. That kid is probably having the time of his life right now. Moreover, Lin Fan's talent is most evident to him. The more he dies, the stronger he becomes. Wanting him to come back now, isn't that cutting off his upgrade path? Besides, this is just the beginning. The shrine hasn't been bombed yet, and Mount Fuji hasn't erupted. Going back now would be too much of a loss. Of course, these words he would never dare to say out loud. You? The intelligence head was so infuriated that he could not articulate his words as he pointed at Lin Jiangwo. Enough. The old chief waved his hand aside. If you can't reach him, contact the agents over there. See if you can wait for that kid to wake up in Shibuya. Enough. The old chief waved his hand aside. If you can't reach him, contact the agents over there. See if you can wait for that kid to wake up. Lin Jingwo immediately stood at attention and saluted, his voice loud. I guarantee to follow the arrangements from the higher-ups. I will absolutely not cause trouble for the organization. As for what he truly thought in his heart, only he knew. Yokohama port. Several massive searchlights illuminate the entire harbor as if it were day. Originally a trade hub, the container terminal is now surrounded by barbed wire and roadblocks, rendering it impenetrable. Dozens of Black Hawk helicopters hover at low altitude, their enormous rotors stirring the air and producing a buzzing sound. Meanwhile, throughout Sakura, countless cities of all sizes are broadcasting a looping announcement. Warning: this is the command center for United Nations Evacuation Operation No. 2501. All foreign citizens stranded in Sakura, please proceed immediately to Kanagawa Yokohama Port Zone 4 for assembly. Repeat, only citizens holding foreign passports. Those without valid foreign documents, please stay at home and await domestic rescue. Even a fool could hear the hidden implication behind the phrase await domestic rescue, which essentially meant waiting to. The already anxious citizens of Sakura, upon hearing this dreadful news, instantly collapsed in spirit. Years of suppressed politeness and craftsmanship crumbled in that moment. Under this collapse of morale, the people of Sakura unhesitatingly began to vent their frustrations and seek revenge. They vandalized, looted, and burned, expressing their apocalyptic despair. Under this collapse of morale, the people of Sakura unhesitatingly began to vent their frustrations and seek revenge. They vandalized, looted, and burned, expressing their apocalyptic despair. Nanny. Evacuation. Only evacuating foreigners. A delinquent with dyed yellow hair stood on the street in disbelief, gazing at the LED screen embedded outside the mall. The screen displayed scenes from Yokohama Port. It was brightly lit with warships flying the flags of the Eagle Country, the Cow, and the Gallic Rooster docked at the shore. Those foreigners who usually considered themselves superior were boarding the ships in an orderly manner under the escort of soldiers. Outside the isolation fence, countless Sakura citizens reached out their hands, crying to be let in. Baka. Why? The delinquent gritted his teeth. This is our country. Why save them and not us? This is invasion. This is racial discrimination. Anger. Extreme anger. The feeling of being discarded as garbage by the entire world ignited the twisted pride of the islanders. However, this anger lasted for less than 3 seconds. In the next moment, a jaw-dropping, face-changing act unfolded on the streets. The delinquent, upon seeing a terrified black exchange student dragging a suitcase, froze. A crisp sound. An unexpected scene unfolded. The delinquent dashed towards the black student with the speed of an Olympic sprinter, then executed a crisp sound. An unexpected scene unfolded. The delinquent dashed towards the black student with the speed of an Olympic sprinter, then executed a smooth slide tackle. Don't spray, it's inherently a silly story. The sound of his knees smashing against the concrete was painful to hear. Otosan. The delinquent clung to the black student's thigh, tears and snot flowing out instantly, his expression more sorrowful than if he had lost his father. Take me with you. Please take me with you. I can be your luggage. I can carry your shoes. As long as you take me with you, I'll do anything. The black exchange student. Meanwhile, the surrounding delinquents also reacted, dropping their weapons and kneeling on. Taikoin. Take me with you. I can shine your shoes. I have money. I'll give you all the money I stole. Just let me follow you. Even more extreme, a girl dressed in torn stockings rushed over and grabbed the black student's arm, desperately pulling down the scant fabric. She wore her flirtatious eyes filled with panic. Brother, please take me with you. I'm yours. You can do whatever you want with me. I have skills. I'm very good. However, this scene was not limited to just this. At this moment, the entire Sakura, in every street and alley, was crazily reenacting this scene. Just a moment ago, the delinquents were indiscriminately attacking passers-by, and now upon seeing foreigners, they looked as if they'd found a long-lost father. Regardless of whether they were black or white, even the Southeast Asian laborers they usually looked down upon. As long as they held a foreign passport, it was like a Noah's Ark ticket to them. It was their lifeline. What was previously the baseness of humanity was now the lowest point of humanity, vividly displayed by these people of Sakura. Tisk finally remembered to evacuate the citizens. In the skies above Tokyo, Lin Fan listened to the broadcast and couldn't help but mutter a phrase. Looking down at Tokyo, which resembled the end of the world, he felt a stirring in his heart and issued a command to the mutated creatures he had enhanced to drive away the hordes clearing the road from Tokyo to Kanagawa. At Yokohama Port, the entrance to Zone 4. In less than half an hour, it had become a sea of people. In front of the entrance, a dozen Bradley infantry fighting vehicles from the Eagle Country lined up, their dark cannon muzzles aimed forward. In front of the vehicles were 3 barbed wire barricades. Behind the vehicles was a group of fully armed Eagle soldiers. Their eyes were cold and even carried a hint of mockery as they watched the frenzied crowd pushing against the barbed wire. Step back. Everyone step back. A young Eagle lieutenant shouted through a megaphone in broken Japanese. Non-foreign citizens are prohibited from approaching within 10 meters of the warning line. Those who violate will be shot on sight. Sir, please, let me through. A middle-aged man in a suit, hair slicked back, waved a thick wad of dollars as he desperately pushed to the front of the barbed wire. I am a Sony executive. I have money. I'll give you guys cash. 100,000. Let me on the ship. The lieutenant glanced at him, his expression that of someone looking at a fool. Though he too wanted to earn that $100,000 given the current situation, if he dared to reach out for it, the consequences would be dire. Bang! A gunshot. A blood hole appeared on the middle-aged man's forehead, his expression frozen as he fell straight. The stack of dollars scattered in the pool of blood, trampled into the dirt by the terrified crowd. The lieutenant, with smoke still rising from the gun barrel, coldly stated, "Sorry, we do not accept cash transactions here." Next, the crowd instantly fell silent. But after just 2 seconds of quiet, a bigger uproar erupted. "Isn't this murder? Is this the human rights you preach?" Countless people cried out and cursed, but under the cold barrels of machine guns no one dared to take another step. At that moment, a group of exchange students and expatriates, here escorted by several soldiers in camouflage uniforms with red flags on their chests, slowly approached. The crowd automatically parted to make way. The Sakura citizens, watching the neighbors they usually mocked being treated this way, had eyes that seemed to emit green light, a jealousy that made them want to rush up and strip them of their skin. Wait. A Sakura youth wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking refined suddenly rushed out, blending into the end of the line, shouting in fluent Chinese, "I am also a citizen of the Hua country. I am an exchange student. I lost my passport." One of the soldiers checking stopped him and looked him up and down. "Lost your passport?" The soldier's expression was impassive. Yes. I lost it while running. I am a genuine citizen of the Hua country. Comrade, save me." The youth's eyes were brimming with tears. Such acting was a pity not to be filmed in a skit. The soldier didn't waste words, merely asked, "Imperial Palace, jade, liquid wine." The youth was stunned. "Nah. Nanny." The soldier's eyes suddenly sharpened, and he struck with the butt of his gun without hesitation. "Don't even know the price of 180 a cup, yet you dare to pretend." Bang! The youth was struck, his face bloodied, screaming as he flew out. "Take him away." Next, the soldier scoffed, glancing at the surrounding imposters who were eager to act. "Don't pull any tricks, no matter how good you are at pretending. It won't work here." Meanwhile, on the Eagle evacuation route, the situation was even more straightforward and brutal. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed white man approached, holding a petite Sakura girl. "Hey buddy, this is my girlfriend. She's coming with me." The white man raised his blue passport, looking relaxed. The guarding Eagle soldier glanced at the passport and saluted. "Welcome home, sir. Please enter." The white man smugly pulled the girl and was about to walk in. "Wait." The soldier's hand, clad in tactical gloves, grasped the girl's arm like a vice. "The gentleman can enter, but pets cannot." The soldier wore a mocking smile. "What? Pets? She's a human." The white man was enraged. "She's on the evacuation list. Locals without passports are considered potential virus carriers." The soldier's voice was cold. "Sir, you can choose to stay and accompany her, or you can enter by yourself." The white man was stunned. He recalled the hellish city he had just escaped, glancing at his tearful girlfriend. Yeah, I'm sorry." The white man dashed through the barbed wire, running faster than a rabbit. "Ken, don't leave me behind. Ken." The girl desperately clutched the barbed wire, her fingers pierced and bleeding, but all she could do was watch helplessly as his figure disappeared into the crowd. "Get lost, bitch." The soldier kicked the girl in the stomach, sending her back into the pile of refugees. Don't leave me behind. Ken." The girl desperately clutched the barbed wire, her fingers pierced and bleeding, but all she could do was watch help. Tokyo Shibuya district. The air is thick with the smell of burnt rubber and a heavy scent of blood. The streetlights flicker, casting intermittent shadows on the ravaged streets. Just 10 minutes ago, this place was a hell on earth. Tyrants tore apart tanks, devourers scaled walls, and rats gnawed at everything. They abandoned the fresh meat by their mouths and leaped down from the car roofs. Not just them. Even the hundreds and thousands of zombies and mutated dogs around them They abandoned the fresh meat by their mouths and leaped down from the car roofs. Not just them. Even the hundreds and thousands of zombies and mutated dogs around them halted all movement. They all turned toward the same direction, not even glancing at the survivors hiding in the corners, and vanished into the dark alleys or scurried into the sewers. They retreated, like the tide receding. The once crowded and roaring street instantly became empty, littered only with severed limbs and smoldering flames. 2 pairs of eyes peering from behind a floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor of a nearby mall looked down at the deserted street, filled with disbelief. Did they just leave? The dazed girl swallowed hard, struggling to accept the reality. Behind her, the already dirty Sato Saori clasped her hands together, muttering incantations. "Buddha bless, God bless, Jade Emperor bless." "You're saying it wrong." The dazed girl turned and shot her an annoyed look, whispering angrily, "Our deities don't care about outsiders." "Then, who should we pray to?" Sato Saori pouted in grievance. "It doesn't matter who we pray to, we need to rely on our legs." Taking a deep breath, the dazed girl cautiously confirmed there were no monsters outside before carefully approaching the elevator leading downstairs. No monsters below, let's run. Saying this, she was the first to dash down the elevator to the first floor, then sprinted out onto the street without incident. It wasn't until she stood on the street that she realized the scene before her was even more horrific than what she had seen from above. Everywhere was scrap metal, everything was a mosaic. At this moment, if it weren't for the urgency of her life, she would have loved to livestream a Gundam battle. The dazed girl felt her stomach churn, fighting the urge to vomit as she ran along the wall like a headless fly. At this time, other survivors hiding in the surrounding buildings also sensed something unusual. One by one, people began to emerge from stores, convenience stores, and malls. No one spoke. Everyone shared a tacit silence. Their eyes were filled with fear as they gazed at the empty boulevard before them. Though they didn't know why the monsters had disappeared, the instinct to survive compelled them to form a stream of people rushing south in a frenzy. Ouch! At that moment, Sato Saori, who had been closely following the dazed girl, suddenly cried out, tripping and falling to the ground. What the heck? You can still fall flat at a time like this. The dazed girl turned back instinctively, trying to pull her up with little patience. No. No. Sato Saori remained on the ground, not in a hurry to get up, but pointed at the intersection, not far away, her eyes wide open. Sister, look at that. The dazed girl followed the direction of her finger. Not far from them there lay a large metal net covering something. And beneath that net there was actually a person. To be precise, it seemed to be a corpse. However, this corpse was intact compared to the surrounding debris. Of course, the most crucial part wasn't the corpse, but that person. That face. What the hell? The dazed girl paused for a moment, instinctively cursing. She leaned closer, carefully distinguishing features in the dim light of the street lamp. What the hell? It's really that bastard. Despite some dust on his face, those chiseled features, that damn good looks, and that signature black hair were unmistakable. Lin Fan. Lin, how could Lin Fan be here? Sato Saori, who had caught up, also recognized Lin Fan, covering her mouth in surprise. You asked me, I asked who. The dazed girl rolled her eyes. She held no good impression of Lin Fan. Even if he was handsome, it did not change the fact that he had robbed her money and phone. Is he dead? By the way, are you a nurse? Oh. Sato Saori froze, then bravely approached, reaching out to check Lin Fang's breath. Just as her fingertips touched the metal net, zing, a weak current jolted her back. Yeah. The little nurse withdrew her hand, her fingers tingling. But the next second she joyfully exclaimed, he's alive. There's warmth. Sister, he's not completely dead yet. The dazed girl rolled her eyes. Not completely dead is still not dead. Let's go, don't get involved, saving our lives is the priority. Finishing, she pulled Sato Saori to leave. Yada. Sato Saori clung to the edge of the electric net, stubbornly refusing to let go. He's Chinese. He's still my patient. And he doesn't look infected, not a single piece of bad flesh. No, he's all good flesh. Sato Saori spoke in a rushed manner, but her gaze was exceptionally determined. We can't just watch him die. The announcement said that any foreign citizen can evacuate. One more person is one more strength. The dazed girl laughed in anger. One more strength. What kind of nonsense is that? She pointed at Lin Fan, who was unconscious on the ground. Are you sure bringing along this burden won't get us fed to the zombies? But Sato Saori's eyes turned red, tears welling up in her eyes. I can't just leave him here. This was too cruel. Looking at Sato Saori's overflowing compassion, the dazed girl felt a headache coming on. She wanted to just walk away. But seeing Lin Fang's familiar face and the surrounding Sakura country people who were still shoving each other while fleeing, this is a sin. The dazed girl sighed heavily, fiercely thrusting the baseball bat she had picked up into the ground. Was I in debt to you in my past life? You robbed me, and now I have to save you. Although she grumbled, she stepped forward to give it a try, fortunately finding that the electricity had run out, leaving only a bit of static. The two of them struggled to push aside the heavy metal net. Looking at Lin Fan on the ground, aside from some blood crust on his head, he had no other injuries. If the dazed girl had known that this man was the root cause of all this, she would have probably kicked him straight into the sewer. Lift. The dazed girl gritted her teeth, propping up Lin Fang's left arm. The little nurse quickly supported his right arm. 1, 2, 3. This wasn't necessarily their fault. At this moment, Lin Fang's body had been reinforced again through infinite recombination with bone density and muscle fibers far exceeding that of ordinary people. This wasn't necessarily their fault. At this moment, Lin Fang's body had been reinforced again through infinite recombination with bone density and muscle fibers far exceeding that of ordinary people, so his weight naturally increased exponentially. Just drag him. Left with no choice, the dazed girl had to abandon the idea of carrying him. She found a piece of a broken advertising board on the roadside and tossed Lin Fan onto it. Then she found a few frayed ropes and tied them at the front of the plastic board. Let's go. Just like that, the two dragged him along like a makeshift sled across the rubble-strewn street. Zing, zing. The plastic board scraped against the ground. Lin Fan lay unconscious on the sled, his head bobbing with the bumps of the road. I'm exhausted. The dazed girl panted heavily, inwardly cursing Lin Fang's entire ancestry. When this guy wakes up, he must repay me. No, he must take me to the carnival for 1,000 times. Sister, why do you think he passed out here? Sato Saori asked as she pulled the sled, still having the leisure to gossip. Ask me. The dazed girl shot a glance at Lin Fan. He looks good, but he's utterly useless at a crucial moment. P.S. for the noble patrons urging for updates. Hey race, an additional chapter. I don't know which old man who can't stand the Sakura is reporting, but it's been changed to a literary format. Zila. The rough plastic board rubbed against the asphalt road, producing a sound that made one's teeth ache. Dai Demii felt as if her 2 legs no longer belonged to her. I can't do it anymore. Really can't. Dai Demii sat down heavily on the curb, gasping for breath, without regard for her image. Sister, just hold on a little longer. Sato Saori, her small face pale from exhaustion, was also marked with dirt and scratches, her originally white stockings now resembling a fishing net. Though she was tired, she still gripped the nylon rope tightly, which was even starting to cut into her hands. At the other end of the rope lay Lin Fan, sprawled on a broken billboard, snoozing like a dead pig. Hold on. With what? Dai Demii pointed at her trembling calves. Andy, we've almost walked 2 kilometers. Why is this guy so heavy? She glared at the unconscious Lin Fan, feeling furious. Especially at the position he was currently in. With blood scabs all over his head, his face peaceful, he exuded an irritating aura. How about we just leave him here? Dai Demii tentatively suggested. After all, he can't feel any pain anyway. No way. Sato Saori shook her head like a rattle drum, without a second thought. Linson is a patient, and he saved us. Saved us? Who do you think saved me? Dai Demii rolled her eyes, though she cursed under her breath, and stood up. This is really cruel. I must have dug up his ancestor's grave in my past life. She walked over to the sled and kicked Lin Fan's calf. Hey, are you dead? If you're not dead, make a sound. No response. Not even a blink of an eye. TCH, playing dead is quite a skill. Dai Demii spat, bent down to pick up the rope again. Let's go, we'll be killed by this guy eventually. The 2 were just preparing to continue being porters on the ravaged street. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps came from around the corner ahead, followed by the sound of a can being kicked away. Is someone there? Dai Demii's heart leapt with joy. In this godforsaken place, encountering a living person, even if they were from Sakura country, could boost their courage and perhaps lend a helping hand. Hey, you in front. Can you help us? However, before she could finish her request, her voice got stuck in her. Following him were several thugs with dyed yellow hair and a big man in work clothes. The leader wore a torn suit and held a golf club, the club head stained with dark red liquid. Following him were several thugs with dyed yellow hair and a big man in work clothes. Each of them held weapons, watermelon knives, baseball bats, and even a fire axe. The most concerning part was their eyes. They didn't reflect the surprise of survivors seeing their kind, but rather the greed and ferocity of beasts spotting prey. With blatant malice. Oh, what luck we have. The suited man stopped, his gaze greedily sweeping over Dai Demii and Sato Saori. Watermelon knives, baseball bats, and even a fire axe. The most concerning part was their eyes. They didn't reflect the surprise of survivors seeing their kind, but rather the greed and ferocity. The men behind him chuckled. Big brother, this white silk girl is quite nice, full of spirit. That one's not bad either, look at that figure, TSK. Feeling the ill intentions in their gazes, Dai Demii's hair stood on end. She was too familiar with that kind of gaze, as she had encountered perverts while streaming, but back then it was through a screen now. It was face to face. Run, Dai Demii hissed, pulling Sato Saori to run back. Run. The suited man scoffed, waving his golf club. Where can you run? Now the entire Tokyo is filled with monsters, where can you escape to? The men quickly spread out, surrounding them in a fan shape. Their escape route was blocked. Don't come closer. Sato Saori's voice trembled with fear as she instinctively shielded Lin Fan. I'm a nurse from the emergency center, we need to evacuate to Yokohama port. Evacuate? The yellow-haired thug laughed as if he heard the biggest joke. Don't dream, girl. Didn't you hear the announcement? Only foreigners are being evacuated. People like us have long been abandoned. He spat. Since we're all going to die, we might as well enjoy ourselves first. Despair spread in the air. This group had gone mad. Under the pressure of the apocalypse, they had completely torn off the facade they usually wore, becoming beasts more cold-blooded than zombies. Don't mess around. Dai Demii forced herself to calm down, picking up the baseball bat she had found. This was her only support now. I warn you, Auntie is not someone to mess with. She raised the baseball bat, striking a fierce pose. But, still a Chinese woman. The suited man paused for a moment, then burst into even more brazen laughter. Huh. He stepped closer, completely disregarding the baseball bat. Speaking of which, I've never enjoyed a Chinese woman. I should have some fun first. Bang. He suddenly swung the golf club down hard on a nearby abandoned car, sending glass Everyone charge. The suited man commanded. The other men shrieked and charged forward. Up. Sato Saori screamed and shut her eyes. Dai Demii's hands and feet turned cold, her grip on the baseball bat trembling. It was over. This was truly the end. If they fell into the hands of such scum, it would be better to be bitten by zombies. However, just as the men were about to reach them, hiss, a faint yet exceptionally clear sound suddenly rang above everyone's heads. The sound resembled a snake's tongue flicking or a blade gliding across glass, followed by a thud. A thick liquid dripped onto the suited man's nose. He instinctively reached up to touch it, looking at it in front of his eyes. Blackish brown. It even had strands. Nanny. The suited man hadn't reacted yet. Suddenly, a long pink barbed object descended from the streetlight above. That was a tongue. The tongue was as swift as lightning, instantly wrapping around the suited man's neck. Ugh! The suited man's eyes bulged as he desperately clawed at the flesh around his neck, his feet leaving the ground. In the next second, PSH'd. Blood gushed forth. The head that had been shouting moments ago was brutal. The headless corpse swayed twice and then slumped to the ground. The blood-soaked golf club clattered to the ground beside Daidimi. Silence. A deathly quiet. The originally aggressive four men were suddenly frozen in place, as if they had been hit by a binding spell, their savage grins turning into extreme terror. What is that? The yellow-haired thug trembled, a wet patch forming between his legs. Thud. A massive shadow landed on the streetlight, then jumped heavily in front of the men. With limbs on the ground, its muscle-bound body was covered in a bizarre red hue, with the brain directly exposed, especially its enormous claws which gouged deep grooves in the concrete. A licker. It was a licker, and it was a specimen significantly larger than the usual ones. It crouched beside Lin Fan, its head devoid of eyes, slightly turning as it emitted a low hissing sound. A monster! Someone shouted first. The remaining four men instantly collapsed, tossing their weapons aside and running away, crying for their mothers. However, running in front of a licker. Roar! The licker suddenly kicked off the ground, causing the earth to crack. It transformed into a red blur, directly pouncing towards the fleeing crowd. Help! Don't eat me! Yumidii! Screams, tearing sounds, and the cracking of bones echoed through the empty street. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 previously arrogant thugs had all been reduced to a mosaic on the ground. After dealing with the trash, this terrifying monster did not leave. It turned around and with heavy steps walked towards Daidimi and Sato Saori. It's over. The baseball bat in Daidimi's hand clattered to the ground. Her legs softened, and she slumped to the ground, her face ashen. Just out of the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. What virtue did she possess to be targeted like this? Sato Saori was so frightened that she didn't even dare to cry, tightly clutching Daidimi's arm, trembling like a... The liquor approached the two. The nauseating stench hit them like a wave. It lowered its grotesque head. That murderous long tongue probed through the air. The two women had already closed their eyes in despair, waiting to become a mosaic. However, the anticipated excruciating pain did not come. Hiss! The liquor surprisingly bypassed the two of them and went straight to Lin Fan, who lay on the plastic board. Its massive body crouched down, extending its tongue to test. Then it became still. Daidimi opened one eye, witnessing this scene, and was utterly dumbfounded. What is this thing doing? Her mind was a muddle. This was a monster that could treat tanks like cans. Now it was squatting by the corpse. What was it trying to do? Sato Saori was also wide-eyed, tears still hanging at the corners of her eyes. It seems to be protecting Linson. Protecting? Daidimi gave Sato Saori a strange look, her mouth twitching. Did this thing even know? But upon closer inspection, it did seem to be like that. However, what to do now? Hiss! Just as Daidimi's mind was in chaos, the liquor suddenly turned its head and called out to Daidimi and Sato Saori, then pointed at Lin Fan with its claws, and then at the road ahead. It seemed to imply, what are you standing there for? Keep pulling the sled. Daidimi. She swore she could read urgency and disdain on the face of a monster without eyes. Should I be thanking it or calling the police now? Daidimi was almost in tears, but the situation was stronger than her. With a supervisor in front and no way to retreat. Pull. Is it fine if we pull it? Daidimi trembled as she stood up, picking up the rope again. Saori, get up and get to work. This isn't saving someone. We've picked up an ancestor. The two resumed pulling the simple sled. Behind them, the terrifying liquor followed closely like a loyal body. As long as any unwise zombies or mutated creatures dared to approach, it would be the first to charge in and tear them to shreds. The journey was smooth and unimpeded. The road that was once the most dangerous for evacuation had now turned into a VIP passage. Only the two pulling the sled suffered. So, who exactly is Linson? Sato Saori asked softly, while walking, unable to help but glance back at the monster. You're asking me? Daidimi panted, turning back to glare fiercely at Lin Fan, who still showed no signs of waking, cursing under her breath. I don't think he's even human. 2 kilometers of road, though it may not seem far, feels like a monumental distance for 2 delicate women, especially when dragging someone along. Especially with a monster nearby that could spring into action at any moment. They truly couldn't afford to rest. At this moment, Daime felt as if her legs weren't even her own. Sato Saori was no better off. Her little shoes had long since rubbed her feet raw, and now she was limping, relying solely on her willpower to carry on. The only exception was the skinless red monster, which was bursting with energy. It frequently leaped onto streetlights and cars like a dutiful sheepdog, herding away all nearby creatures. Suddenly, a roar of an engine broke the air. A Toyota SUV came barreling down the road like a frenzied wild bull, ignoring obstacles in its path. Car. There's a car. Daimai's eyes instantly lit up, a glimmer of hope shining through. She waved her battered baseball bat, trying to flag it down. Here. Help. But the vehicle showed no signs of stopping. Instead, it pressed harder on the gas, the engine roaring in a manic growl. In this apocalyptic world, stopping meant certain death. Get out of the way. Sato Shirori yanked Daimai towards the roadside, but the sled dragging Lin Fan was still in the way. Seeing the SUV speeding towards the sled, without slowing down, Sato Shiori's face turned pale with terror. Danger. Just as the SUV was about to crush the sled, a red blur descended from the sky. Boom. The ground shook violently. The speeding SUV collided with something akin to a solid wall, causing its rear end to lift high before crashing down heavily. A massive devourer squatted in front of the severely deformed front of the vehicle, letting out a chilling roar at the occupants. Roar. The driver, a middle-aged man, was jolted into confusion. As he opened his eyes, he saw a terrifying face with exposed brain tissue and no skin roaring angrily at him through the window. Ah! The man screamed like a pig being slaughtered, scrambling to kick open the door, not even bothering to take out the keys, and he fled into a nearby dilapidated alley, drenched in sweat and fear. The speed was so astonishing that even Bolt would have to take a smoke break. Is this road rage? Daimai and Sato Shirori stood frozen, swallowing hard. However, their focus quickly shifted back to the SUV. Although the front was crumpled, it was still operational. Get in. Hurry. Daimai suddenly exhibited an incredible burst of energy. She rushed over and opened the door. Although the engine sounded off, it was certainly still running. Shirori. Quick. Drag that bastard over here. Daimai shouted from the driver's seat. It was only then that Sato Shirori reacted, turning to grab the plastic board on the ground. However, before Sato Shirori could act, another presence moved first. The devourer tilted its massive head, seemingly pondering something. It glanced at Sato Shirori, then at Daimai in the vehicle. Then it made a move that left both women utterly. It glanced at Sato Shirori, then at Daimai in the vehicle. Then it made a move that left both women utterly. Then, without acknowledging the two women, it used its hind legs to leap onto the nearby building's outer wall, disappearing into the vast night after a few quick hops, leaving behind an empty street and two stunned women. Huh. Sato Shirori held her hand out, frozen, and Daimai's mouth was agape, unable to close for a long time. It took Linson away. Sato Shiori's voice trembled. This monster. Is it crazy? Daimai's mind clearly hadn't caught up. She glanced in the direction the devourer and Lin Fan had disappeared. A strange sense of loss unexpectedly welled up within her. Bastard, don't die, even though you still owe me money. Then, without hesitation, she emulated the previous driver and slammed on the gas. The SUV emitted a dying gasp, hurtling towards Yokohama port with two women in a state of shock. It hurt. It hurt a lot. This pain wasn't from a wound, but rather from every single cell in his body being dismantled and reassembled, causing a deep ache. Lin Fan felt like he had been thrown into a tumble dryer with 2 bricks added. Hiss. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, slowly opening his eyes. All he saw was darkness. The air was thick with a musty, damp hiss. Lin Fan inhaled sharply, slowly opening his eyes. All he saw was darkness. The air was thick with a musty, damp smell mixed with a strong odor of decay. Where's this? Didn't I order that devourer to take me out of the city? Lin Fan sat up in confusion, feeling the cold concrete floor beneath his palm. Surrounded by piles of abandoned shipping containers and rusty machinery, it appeared to be a large, derelict warehouse. Roar. At that moment, deep, oppressive growls resonated from all directions. Lin Fan jolted upright. He stiffly turned his neck, his vision gradually focusing. Then he froze in shock. What the hell? Lin Fan's mouth twitched, a phrase of disbelief escaping him. There were many onlookers, but this group of crowd looked exceptionally unique. On the left, squatting, were 7 or 8 devourers, their bright red muscles, exposed long tongues drooping to the ground like dogs waiting to be fed. On the right stood a tyrant nearly 4 meters tall, its rock-like skin glistening with a black sheen, its massive bone club arm restlessly rubbing against the ground. In addition, there were countless zombies. Unlike the mindless moaning of the zombies outside, they formed a neat circle surrounding Lin Fan in the center. Countless gray-white eyes stared intently at him. There was no hunger in their gaze. Instead, it conveyed a sense of fervor, admiration. There was even a hint of affection. What the hell? Can someone tell him what's going on? Lin Fan tentatively spoke, even though he knew zombies couldn't understand human language. However, as soon as his words fell, the massive tyrant Lin Fan tentatively spoke, even though he knew zombies couldn't understand human language. However, as soon as his words fell, the massive tyrant suddenly knelt on one knee. Boom. The ground shook. Immediately, all the zombies, including those devourers perched on the containers, lowered their heads in unison. A strange wave of thought, or rather a mental connection, abruptly appeared in Lin Fan's mind. It was a chaotic yet unified emotion. Mother. King. Creator. Don't leave. Lin Fan. Who? Who is the mother? I'm a pure man. Lin Fan's mouth twitched uncontrollably. He suddenly realized that these monsters had mutated and evolved because of him. In a sense, they were flowing. So, what does this mean? No, please don't. Lin Fan waved his hands in panic, a chill running down his spine. Let's keep it simple. I'll call you Big Brothers, and you call me Passerby, A-OK. There was no response. Only the leading tyrant carefully pulled something from behind and presented it to Lin Fan. It was a beating heart. Judging by its size, it belonged to some kind of large beast. The tyrant emitted a low growl of submission, nudging the heart closer to Lin Fan's mouth. Eat. Replenish. Ugh, thank you so much. Lin Fan nearly vomited his bile. Quickly take it away. He swatted the giant claw away. The tyrant retracted its hand, looking wronged like a child who had done something wrong, making whimpering sounds. Eat. Replenish. Ugh, thank you so much. Lin Fan nearly vomited his bile. Take it away. Its gift, or perhaps one devourer ran over with a severed leg in its mouth. Another zombie held a still dripping helmet. Stop. Everyone stop. Lin Fan shouted in exasperation. What kind of hellish family reunion is this? His shout was incredibly effective. All the monsters froze instantly, behaving obediently like a group of school children. Lin Fan took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. The situation was clear. These creatures had gained a basic level of intelligence and regarded him as their leader or mother. Does this mean? Step aside. Lin Fan pointed to the warehouse door. I need to go out. This time the monsters did not move. The tyrant stood up, its massive form blocking the entrance like a mountain. It shook its head. Danger. Outside. Death. Protection. Lin Fan. Good grief. Am I under house arrest? Or is this for your own good? This is even more domineering than my military father. I don't need protection. I want to die. No, I want to go outside. Am I under house arrest? Or is this for your own good? This is even more domineering than my military father. I don't need protection. I want to die. No, I want— Lin Fan lay on the dirty mattress, staring at the leaky ceiling, nearly in tears. What is this? I just wanted to come to Sakura country to die and cause some havoc. And now here I am forced to be a full-time mother to a group of monsters. This is way too filial. Meanwhile, across the ocean in the Eagle country, the Pentagon's Operational Command Center was displaying real-time satellite imagery of Tokyo on a massive screen. The once dazzling and prosperous international metropolis had now turned into a desolate gray. Only a few fires were still burning. Red thermal imaging spots were densely scattered across various areas, representing millions of zombies and mutated creatures. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense to the extreme. All of Tokyo had completely fallen. Oh God. A general looked at the data on the screen, his voice trembling. In just a few hours, the infection rate has exceeded 95. And, according to the last footage from the front lines, these monsters are evolving. General, the latest drone reconnaissance report has arrived. All major districts, including Shibuya, Shinjuku, and Ginza, are out of control. He paused, pulling up a blurry photo. The image depicted a black tyrant tearing a tank apart with its bare hands. These monsters are evolving. Our intelligence department has analyzed that they seem to be developing some form of collective consciousness and even organized tactical behavior. The conference room fell into a deep silence. An organized zombie army. This is a nightmare for humanity. We can't wait any longer. An elder with a hooked nose sitting at the head of the table spoke coldly. He was the Minister of Defense of Eagle Country, and there was no trace of compassion in his eyes, only absolute coldness. The blockade won't hold much longer. Once these monsters break out of Tokyo and cross the sea— He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone present understood what that implied. If these monsters could indeed cross the sea, it would spell disaster for the entire world. Activate the purification protocol. But Minister, a young staff officer couldn't help but speak up. There are still hundreds of thousands of civilians who haven't evacuated, along with foreign nationals at Yokohama port. That is a necessary sacrifice. The Minister of Defense interrupted him, his expression unchanging. Tell the 7th Fleet to enter a state of Level 1 combat readiness. Authorize the use of tactical nuclear weapons. Codename: Peace. Approaching target airspace. The pilot in command once again confirmed with the higher-ups. This is the Undertaker requesting final confirmation. The time. Bang bang bang. However, surrounding him were terrifying monsters both in front and behind, and even on the high buildings beside him. Several lickers clung to the exterior walls of the shops nearby, occasionally causing a clatter of broken glass and dripping saliva. These monsters surrounded him completely. It was more about fear of him escaping than protection. I say. Lin Fan tossed the iron rod aside. I just want to find a place to relieve myself. You don't need to follow me so closely. Yet as he paused, all the surrounding monsters kept their eyes fixed on him as if afraid he would suddenly vanish. Among them, a particularly clever tyrant even raised its hand and pointed at the nearby trash bin as if to say, if you want to relieve yourself, do it here, no need to go far. Lin Fan's forehead twitched with anger. He couldn't stand this life any longer. This group of unruly creatures. They were truly too clever. Ever since he was brought back by that liquor, he had completely lost his freedom. This group of monsters had an almost pathological protective instinct towards him. Not only could he not leave the city, but even stepping outside was a challenge, with them following in droves. Under normal circumstances, this might have been acceptable. However, now he wanted to leave and stir up trouble elsewhere. How could he do that with such a large crowd of weirdos? I am your leader, not your pet hamster. Lin Fan scolded, pointing at the tyrant's nose. Get out of the way. I won't go anymore, alright? Hearing this, the tyrant moved aside, creating a path for him. Yet the gaze of all the surrounding monsters did not leave him for a moment. Alright. Thinking about it, sometimes being overly protected might not be a good thing at all. Just like now, everything was just as both sides were at a standstill. The previous liquor that had kidnapped him suddenly came sprinting from afar. It rushed up to him with a gust of wind, then flicked its tongue to present something wrapped up to him. Watching the liquor's actions, an animal suddenly popped into Lin Fan's mind. A dog that fetches sticks. However, while he was lost in his thoughts, he inexplicably sensed the liquor's intention. Play. Lin Fan. Play your grandfather. Do you really think of yourself as a dog? Why is a dignified liquor picking up a baseball bat for no reason? Lin Fan, in despair, turned his head away, having completely surrendered to these creatures. In fact, he had misunderstood. The liquor's intention was not to have him play along. Instead, it thought that when he threw the iron rod, it meant that its mother did not like that stick, so it picked up another to please. Of course, it was fortunate it didn't know. If it did, he might feel even more speechless. At the same time as Lin Fan and these creatures were crowding the streets due to his awakening and revival, the previously manageable horde of corpses had also completely lost control. Originally, they had some discipline, only moving around Shibuya and its surroundings. Now they were completely out of control. Moreover, it was not only spreading throughout Tokyo, but also showing signs of extending to the outside world. Meanwhile, at Yokohama port, if the previous chaos was just a mess, now it was hell. And a hell where people were packed tightly together. A dense crowd was crammed at the dock, cries, curses, and gunfire mixed together. No one knew how many spots were left on the ships, and everyone was doing everything they could to escape. As for civilization and humanity, sorry, they no longer mattered. Some people even resorted to stabbing others from behind to gain a few spots, making the already chaotic scene even more chaotic. Get lost. This is our ship from the Eagle Sauce country. A fully armed soldier from Eagle Sauce slammed his rifle, but into the face of a man from the Cherry Blossom country who attempted to force his way through blood splattering. I have a green card. I'm a noble American of Japanese descent. The man cried, covering his face. Only pure Eagle Sauce people can board now. Get lost. The soldier pulled back the gun's bolt, pointing the dark muzzle at the man's head. One more step forward, and I will shoot without hesitation. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, someone trying to climb the anchor chain fell into the sea, instantly staining the water red. Despair. Suffocation. On the edge of the chaotic crowd, a black smoke-emitting Toyota SUV drifted and came to a halt outside the barricade. The car door swung open. The dazed girl carrying a bulging backpack rushed out, pulling along a limping Sato Saori. Hurry, hurry. Don't stop. At this moment, the dazed girl had lost all traces of a delicate live streamer. Her hair was a mess and her face was smeared with dirt, carrying the supplies prepared by the previous car owner. Sato Saori's face was pale, gasping for air. Her white stockings had already turned into tattered rags. I can't go on, sister. Sato Saori's voice was filled with tears. You have to. The dazed girl grabbed her wrist. Do you see that red flag? That's our lifeline. At the far east side of the dock, a huge white passenger ship was quietly docked with a bright red flag fluttering in the sea breeze. That was the evacuation ship of the Hua country, the Great Wall. Compared to the chaos and bloodshed at the evacuation points of other countries, although it was crowded here, there was a sense of reassuring order. 2 rows of armed Hua soldiers formed a human wall among the crowd. Please line up. Those holding Hua passports and ID cards will board first. The loudspeaker repeated this in standard Mandarin. Hearing this familiar voice, the dazed girl nearly burst into tears. This is what a real mother feels like. She grabbed Sato Saori and, taking advantage of her petite size, slipped through the crowd like an eel. Excuse me. I'm from the Hua country. Make way. The surrounding Cherry Blossom country refugees, their eyes dull, subconsciously opened a gap upon hearing Hua country. At this moment, this identity was the most powerful ticket to the Ark of Noah. Although they were envious, they did not dare to do anything. They had a deep understanding that those soldiers were not just for show. Finally, the 2 squeezed to the checkpoint. A young soldier blocked them, eyes alert, identification. The dazed girl hurriedly fumbled out her passport from her pocket and handed it over. Here. I'm from Magic City. This is my passport. The soldier took a glance at the passport and then looked at the dazed girl in surprise. You are the dazed girl. Have I become so famous? Upon hearing the soldier's words, the dazed girl immediately smiled, though given her current disheveled appearance, it was somewhat hard to appreciate. You know me? Haha, big streamer. The soldier smiled, and then stepped aside. After the cherry blossom incident, the dazed girl's name had gained recognition, not just in the Hua country, but internationally. There was no helping it. With her flashy style, it was hard not to be noticed. Seeing this, the dazed girl felt a weight lift off her heart, but knowing the current situation, she didn't say more and pulled Sato Sari along. Wait. Unexpectedly, the soldier leveled his rifle across to block Sato Sari. Who is she? Sato Sari stiffened, lowering her head in silence. She was from the cherry blossom country and had no passport, which meant she couldn't board according to regulations. The dazed girl's heart skipped a beat. This is bad. She had completely forgotten about this. Countless eyes were focused on them, filled with envy, jealousy, and more so schadenfreude. She's my assistant. The dazed girl thought quickly. She was doing live streaming with me in the cherry blossom country. The soldier, hearing this, felt a bit speechless. Did she really think he was a fool? Do you have any other form of identification? An ID card? A copy of your household registration? It's all gone. I lost everything while escaping. The dazed girl stomped her foot anxiously. Comrade, please make an exception. Look at her injuries. Do you have any other form of identification? An ID card? A copy of your household registration? It's all gone. I lost everything while escaping. The dazed girl stomped her foot anxiously. The soldier's expression softened a bit, and he looked at the dazed girl with a kinder gaze. You're fine, but she... The soldier looked at Sato Sari, who had been keeping her head down. Actually, I've watched your life. This one sentence instantly broke the awkward tension. The dazed girl hadn't expected that the soldier had seen her streams. He should already know Sato's identity. This was going to be difficult. Just as the dazed girl was thinking of how to speak up for Sato, a thunderous explosion suddenly echoed from afar in Kanagawa. Boom. Followed by a burst of flames soaring into the sky. Even from a distance, one could see the sky lit up red. Quick, board the ship. We're sailing immediately. Urgent orders rang out from the Great Wall. The soldier glanced at the distant sky, then at the pleading dazed girl, and finally reluctantly turned his gun aside. Get on. This is a one-time exception. Thank you, soldier. The dazed girl felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, grabbing Sato Sari's hand and scrambling up the gangway. Soon the two reached the deck. The deck was filled with Hua compatriots who had escaped. Everyone was wrapped in blankets, shivering, silent except for low sobs. The dazed girl and Sato Sari found a sheltered corner and collapsed. We survived. The dazed girl looked at the direction of the fiery explosion, feeling a sense of unreality. Sato Sari hugged her knees, gazing at that direction. Suddenly she said, I wonder if Lin Fan is still alive. The dazed girl fell silent. Could this girl have developed feelings for that bastard? Thinking of how Lin Fan had robbed her and left her by the roadside, she couldn't help but curse. Don't worry, that kind of disaster won't perish even if the world ends. When you reach the Hua country, just hang out with me, and we'll relax in eagle sauce first. Just as she finished speaking, the ship's broadcast suddenly sounded. Dear compatriots, this is the captain of the Great Wall broadcasting. Following an urgent notification from the highest command of the Hua country. Everyone looked up, facing the loudspeaker on the deck. In light of the uncontrolled situation in the cherry blossom country, signs of collective evolution of mutated creatures have emerged, and they have breached the last line of defense. After emergency consultations by the UN Security Council, we have decided to initiate the extermination program. The Eagle Sauce country will launch tactical nuclear weapons codenamed Peace on the Tokyo metropolitan area in 5 minutes. Repeat, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. The Eagle Sauce country will launch tactical nuclear weapons codenamed Peace on the Tokyo metropolitan area since the day humanity created it, except for this land. But now it seemed it was happening again. This nation was truly quite fortunate. Extermination program. Compared to the dazed girl's internal complaints, the impact on Sato Sari was unprecedentedly strong, causing her body to tremble and tears to stream down. That was her hometown. That was her hometown. Although it had become a paradise for monsters, it held her memories. Now all of it was about to be lost. Watching Sato Sari's expression of despair, the dazed girl suddenly seemed to remember something, and her heart tightened. She thought of Lin Fan. That bastard was still there. Earlier she said that the universe would not perish, that bastard wouldn't either. But now there was no need for the universe to perish. A nuclear strike would likely turn everything to ash. Her heart felt heavy. Just as the port was in shock, the Eagle Sauce country at the Guam Air Force Base, a B-2 Spirit strategic bomber quietly ascended into the night sky under heavy guard. In its belly it carried only a single massive warhead. In the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters, a completely black B-2 Spirit strategic bomber, shaped like a giant dart, glided silently through the thin air. Inside the belly of the aircraft, a massive warhead was loaded. In the cockpit, 2 pilots from the Eagle Sauce wore heavy oxygen masks, the dim green light from the instrument panel reflecting on their visors. Approaching target airspace, the pilot in command once again confirmed with the higher-ups. This is the Undertaker requesting final confirmation. Though he appeared calm on the surface inside, he was extremely anxious. Although soldiers are born from war, this mission held extraordinary significance for him and was a test of his willpower. After all, what he was dealing with was not just millions of zombies, but also countless living people. In the silence of waiting, an emotionless directive came through the headset. Confirmation received. Target all areas of Dongjing. Execute extermination. Upon hearing the order, the pilot hesitated and pressed the unlock button, his finger hovering over the red launch cover. He lifted the cover and decisively pressed down hard. As the button was pressed, the belly of the aircraft slowly opened. He lifted the cover and decisively pressed down hard. As the button was pressed, the belly of the aircraft slowly opened. A bomb entirely black detached from the rack under the push of a mechanical arm. In the next moment, this heavy object weighing several tons screamed downwards with the world's kindness. Meanwhile, the scene inside the bomber was captured on camera. In a display of supposed decisiveness and the image of a responsible power, the Eagle Sauce crazily initiated a global live broadcast. And through technical processing, the screen was split in half. On the left was the interior view of the B-2 bomber, and on the right was footage of the entire bombing captured by a high-altitude drone. The title of the live stream was modified to, "For the Future of Humanity." At this moment, it undoubtedly became the hottest live broadcast in the world. In the live stream, billions held their breath. The comments section scrolled frantically, even leaving after images due to the rapid refresh. Oh my God, are they really going to bomb? There are still living people there. This is slaughter. This is anti-human. Shut up, Saint upstairs. If we don't clean it up, the virus will spread worldwide and everyone will die. But that's a nuclear bomb. Are they really going to use a nuclear bomb? Oh no. Will the radioactive dust drift to our pickled vegetable country? Protest. Serious protest. Compared to the panic, overflowing sympathy and sorrow for the impending destruction of another country from foreign netizens. On the Chinese side, however, there was a sudden and complete turnaround. The atmosphere was surprisingly harmonious. It could even be described as somewhat festive. Good days. MP3 is playing. Selling sunflower seeds, peanuts, and mineral water in the front row. Keep your feet in place. This is not nuclear annihilation, it's clearly an overdue apology from decades ago. This big firework is impressive. Thanks to Eagle Sauce for sending this big rocket. Screenshot. Everyone screenshot this. This is a historic moment. I even want to open a bottle of 1982 Sprite to celebrate. Upstairs, I've already taken out the firecrackers saved for New Year's. When I hear them go off, I'll light them. I must screenshot this as wallpaper. This is definitely the most relieving scene of my life. Across the nation, there was applause, no sympathy, no compassion. What remained was the historical memory etched in their bones, and the exhilarating sense of evil people will have their comeuppance. If it weren't for the character limit of the comments, someone would have probably written an eulogy for the martyrs on the public screen. Meanwhile, on the streets of Tokyo, Lin Fan was unaware that he had become the lamb to be slaughtered in the eyes of billions around the globe. He was very annoyed. Very annoyed. Can you give me some personal space? Lin Fan, holding a baseball bat, helplessly pointed at the monsters surrounding him in a circle. Just a moment ago, he was unsure if the Odin he got for free in the unmanned store was undercooked, and now his stomach was really hurting. But who could understand what it felt like to be squatting on the street trying to relieve oneself, only to have a group of good big boys suddenly surround you? It's a testament to his mental strength that he didn't break down. Get away, all of you. Get far away. Lin Fan kicked at the face of one of the lickers. Although he didn't kick it hard, it still expressed his anger. The monsters took 2 steps back, looking aggrieved, but still stared at him intently. Their eyes seemed so innocent, rumbling. Just as Lin Fan was speechless, a low rumble echoed from high above. The sound was not loud, but it was incredibly penetrating and deep, completely unlike the noise made by a passenger plane. Lin Fan instinctively looked up. The night sky was pitch black, nothing could be seen. Yet somehow the deep sound stirred an unprecedented sense of crisis in his heart. This feeling, it felt like something was about to drop. Moi. Lin Fan squinted, trying to see through the thick layer of clouds. They threw their heads back and let out ear-piercing roars towards the sky, filled with unease, fear, and they threw their heads back and let out ear-piercing roars towards the sky, filled with unease, fear, and like livestock going crazy before an earthquake. What's going on? Lin Fan scratched his head. Could it be a... Although he felt uneasy, he didn't think too much about it. However, the next second his pupils contracted sharply. The clouds parted. A small black dot fell from the sky. Its speed was incredibly fast, generating a dark red halo due to air friction as it accelerated by gravity. Though it was still several thousand meters from the ground the moment Lin Fan saw it, he couldn't help but think of a scene he once saw online. Oh crap. It can't be the legendary little boy, can it? Oh crap. Lin Fan's mouth dropped open. What virtue do I have that you think so highly of me? After the shock, Lin Fan was not afraid. Instead, he felt a bit excited. He just wondered if he could come back to life after turning to ash. Perhaps. He could. He had to believe in himself. However, just as he was pondering whether he could resurrect after vaporization, someone No, a monster reacted first. Roar. The tyrant closest to Lin Fan let out a heart-wrenching roar. Immediately after, it made a move that left Lin Fan dumbfounded. It lunged forward using its massive body like a small mountain to cover Lin Fan underneath. Then came another licker, a third. All the surrounding monsters seemed to go crazy at that moment, rushing towards Lin. They used their bodies layer upon layer like stacking a tower to protect Lin Fan in the center. They had no intent. Even if it meant sacrificing their own flesh and blood, they had to bear the subsequent danger for their mother. Being pressed at the bottom, Lin Fan felt, even if it meant sacrificing their own flesh and blood, they had to bear the subsequent danger for their mother. Being pressed at the bottom, Lin Fan felt as if he were crushed under a mountain. Even if it meant sacrificing their own flesh and blood, they had to bear the subsequent danger for their mother. Being pressed at the bottom, Lin Fan felt as if he were crushed under a mountain. Get off. All of you get off me. You're crushing me. You ungrateful kids. Quickly get away. Lin Fan's voice was drowned out by the roars of the monsters. This group of creatures who usually obeyed him now displayed astonishing stubbornness. They built a fortress of flesh and blood with their bodies, protecting Lin Fan so tightly that not a single strand of hair was exposed. In the sky, that black dot grew larger. The piercing sound of it breaking through the air had transformed into a thunderous roar. The global live broadcast camera was locked onto the sky above the eastern longitude. At that moment, the barrage from Chinese netizens eerily stalled for a moment. Everyone was waiting for that evil flower blooming in a foreign land. Lin Fan, buried in the pile of corpses, ultimately gave up struggling. He could feel that devastating energy had reached above his head. Even though there was a thick layer of monster flesh shielding him, the stinging sensation of his skin being burned was still vividly felt. Lying beneath the tyrant's hard chest, he saw the last glimmer of light through the gaps. It was a beam of light. A white light, more dazzling than the sun. Instantly, it consumed everything. Thank you to the top supporter for the big rocket. No time to say goodbye. The next second, the world fell into an eerie silence. Light. Pure white light. In that moment, the darkness over Tokyo was violently torn apart. No sound, no image, only that moment of overexposure filling the screens of billions around the globe. Immediately after, the live stream went dark. The final image froze on a massive light orb, rapidly expanding, resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. Zzz, zzz. The static of electricity replaced the originally noisy background. The world fell into a brief silence. A full 10 seconds passed before the delayed barrage of comments flooded the screen like a dam breaking. Holy shit. Did it really explode? My eyes are going blind. This is art. This is Patrick Star. It didn't actually explode, that was just overexposure. But at that magnitude, there's really no one left. Who took a screenshot just now? Please share the original unwatermarked image. I want to make it my computer wallpaper. Is this what nuclear peace looks like? Love it. On the social networks of Huawei, the atmosphere was as lively as a festival. Many netizens even expressed that due to the blinding light, they missed the details and strongly requested Eagle Sauce to do it again, preferably in slow motion. As for humanitarianism, an innocent civilian, sorry, the signal is bad, can't hear you. In Huawei, inside a conference room, Lin Jiangwo's wrinkled old face flushed bright red. He watched the fleeting white light on the television along with the current black screen. Cough, cough, cough. Refreshing. Lin Jiangwo slapped his thigh, though his eyes were slightly red. The few old fellows beside him stared at him in astonishment. Are you sure this is your real father? Old Lin, that was the center of Tokyo, if that went off. Your kid. Though nobody said it outright, under such a nuclear strike, magnitude for carbon-based life forms to survive was basically a pipe dream. Don't even mention humans. Even reinforced concrete would turn to glass shards. Lin Jiangwo slammed the wine jug down on the table. What are you crying about? That's my seed. He held his neck high, voice booming. That kid did well. Having this experience in this lifetime, even if he goes to the afterlife and meets his grandfather, he can still hold his head high and brag. Although he said that his reddened eyes clearly held tears. Besides, have you forgotten that my kid has dual talents? Since the concept of talent appeared, there seems to have been no failure cases, right? Meanwhile, in Tokyo, or rather the place that used to be called Tokyo, the massive mushroom clouds still rolled in the stratosphere, not dissipating. Dust carrying lethal radiation fell like black snowflakes from the sky. No whales. No surrounding skyscrapers were either reduced to rubble or only left with charred steel skeletons, or had completely collapsed. The ground exhibited a bizarre glass-like texture. That was the crystallization formed by the high-temperature melting asphalt and sand. The heat waves rolled. The air warped. The temperature here was still high enough to instantly roast a person. And in this giant pit, there was a strange little hill particularly eye-catching. It was a mound of charred carbonized material that had completely lost its shape. One could vaguely discern that this seemed to be some kind of biological tissue piled together and carbonized instantly by high temperatures. Beneath this thick layer of carbonized hard shell resembling obsidian, a mass of dark red flesh was weakly writhing. Pain. It hurt so damn much. This was Lin Fan's first sensation upon regaining consciousness. This pain was not from being cut by a knife or punched. Rather, it was a swelling sensation as if every cell in his body was being torn apart, being restructured, being forcefully stuffed into something. I didn't die. Lin Fan attempted to open his eyes, but found that he didn't have eyelids at all. Even his consciousness, which had left his body after his previous death, had become quite mysterious now. There was no sense of bodily boundaries. He couldn't observe freely. It was as if he were trapped somewhere. All around him was a viscous, scalding liquid filled with a foul odor. He actually had a sense of smell. He tried to move a finger. No response. He attempted to open his mouth to speak. Glub glub. A sound of bubbling. Lin Fan was confused. What was happening? Based on past experiences, if he were dead, he would definitely have his eyes go black, and then his consciousness would float to the disaster scene. It was supposed to be a smooth process with very good service. But what was happening now? Is it a bug? Lin Fan calmed down and tried to use the non-existent senses to probe the surroundings. This probing nearly made him vomit on the spot. He found that he seemed to be wrapped in a massive chunk of flesh. To be precise, he had merged with the surrounding matter. Where's the disaster? Why isn't it following the script? Ugh. By the way, why do I have a sense of smell? This smell is just too disgusting. If Lin Fan had a stomach right now, he would have definitely thrown up. No disaster has come, and instead he has turned into a meatball. Or a radiation-flavored giant meatball. Just as Lin Fan was feeling sick to the point of wanting to die, a strange warm current suddenly surged into his consciousness. That was energy. The lethal nuclear radiation surrounding him was a death sentence for ordinary organisms, but felt like a top-notch buffet for Lin Fan now. Every cell was cheering. Every gene fragment was crazily devouring these restless particles. Infinite reconstruction had not stopped. It was adapting. It was evolving. It was proceeding in an entirely new way. Since the flesh had been destroyed, then let's reconstruct it with the materials available. Since the environment has changed, let's evolve a body that adapts to it. Lin Fan felt that those originally fragile genes belonging to humans were being eliminated, replaced by the tyrant's powerful muscular fibers and the predator's sharp sensory nerves. And some even older, more terrifying genes. Thud. A dull heartbeat sounded from beneath the sound was not loud, but it caused the scorched earth to tremble slightly. Thud. Another sound. This time clearer and more forceful. The carbonized hard shell that originally covered the dark red mass of flesh cracked open with a tiny fissure. A wisp of bluish light shone through the gap. That was not fire. That was high-concentration radiation fluorescence. Beneath the ruins, Lin Fan's consciousness began to grow somewhat hazy, replaced by an indescribable hunger. Hungry. So hungry. Want to eat something. Want to eat. Energy. His body instinctively began to expand outward, and the originally dead flesh of the monsters seemed to come alive, turning into his nutrients, rapidly absorbed and assimilated. The originally small mass of flesh began to swell at a visible speed. 3 meters. 5 meters. 10 meters. The rubble on the ruins started to slide down, and the originally unremarkable dirt mound was slowly rising. Yokosuka Eagle Sauce's naval base. Inside the command hall there was a lively atmosphere. Champagne had been opened, and cigars were lit. Although Tokyo was gone for Eagle Sauce, it was merely a loss of a vacation spot, gaining a leverage that could be manipulated at will. General, the reconnaissance plane has reported back. The radiation levels in the target area are off the charts, and all life signs have been zeroed out. A major reported with a beaming face. Those monsters, not even a trace left. Very good. The commander of the 7th Fleet, MacArthur, too, nodded in satisfaction. Notify Commander Ian that Tokyo is gone. We need to establish another base in Seoul and have him clear the land. Yes. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, suddenly a piercing alarm blared throughout the command. Woo! 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 The red warning lights flashed wildly. What's going on? MacArthur too frowned. An earthquake. No. It's not an earthquake. The operator at the monitoring station turned pale, staring fixedly at the waveform on the screen, his voice trembling. General, look at this. The screen switched. The energy monitoring graph that should have been a straight line now showed a strange peak. Moreover, this peak was continuously rising. At the epicenter of Tokyo, which had already been leveled, a colossal and suffocating energy reaction was rapid. The energy level even exceeded the residual force from the previous nuclear explosion. This is impossible. MacArthur too widened his eyes in disbelief. Is it a system malfunction? The operator swallowed hard, turning his head, his eyes filled with an unprecedented fear. General, I'm afraid it's not a system failure. A look at the thermal imaging from the reconnaissance satellite. The temperature there is dropping. It's not natural cooling. It's something is consuming the heat and radiation there. Consuming radiation. Tokyo ruins. The risen mound finally stopped growing. At this point it was already 20 meters high, its surface covered with pitch black scales with magma-like blue light flowing between the scales. Crack. A gigantic claw covered in sharp barbs suddenly shot out from the flesh mound and slammed heavily onto the scorched earth. In that moment the ground cracked. Immediately after, a massive and hideous head slowly lifted. It had no skin, its face resembling that of a skull stripped of flesh with rows of interleaved fangs glinting coldly. On its back, rows of bone spines resembling sword blades shimmered with a chilling bluish light. Finally freed from that prison. Roar. Feeling as if he had been reborn, Lin Fan instinctively began to rant. However, unexpectedly, as he opened his mouth, an earth-shattering roar erupted from him. This sound didn't sound human at all. Moreover, Lin Fan looked down at his claw that was as big as an excavator's shovel, then at the thick tail that was swaying back and forth covered in spikes and occasionally glowing blue. He fell into deep thought. No way, no way. I can't possibly have become a monster, right? Lin Fan. Good news, I didn't die. Bad news, I'm no longer human. This is too absurd. But there's something even more absurd. I'm hungry. Very, very hungry. Lin Fan, feeling frustrated, wanted to scratch his head, but his claws were too big, directly sparking off sparks from the bone spines on his head. Forget it. Let's fill the stomach first. Fukushima is a good choice. Lin Fan raised his head, his enormous amber vertical pupils looking toward the distant sea. There. Smells crunchy. He took a step forward. Boom. With a single step, the ground trembled. His massive figure cast a huge shadow in the dust as he slowly moved toward Fukushima. With every step, he left deep footprints in the ground, each print still retaining the lingering heat and radiation fluorescence. The storm has ceased. Yet the dust has not settled. The entire Tokyo and its surroundings are shrouded in a gray haze of radioactive dust, with visibility under 100 meters. From this day forth, this place has become a forbidden zone for humanity. Even the surrounding areas are uninhabitable. To say it is a barren wasteland would be an understatement. To allow the people to more vividly experience the aftermath of a nuclear explosion, various countries have sent out reconnaissance drones. Above the stratosphere, dozens of Global Hawk drones and pterodactyl reconnaissance aircraft modified for radiation resistance circle over Tokyo like a swarm of flies drawn to a scent. Eagle Sauce Bear, Hwagwajan Bull. None of the old rogues were left out, not even the still recovering Kimchi Nation, which sent a drone to gather first-hand information. Eagle Sauce Bear, Hwagwajan Bull. None of the old rogues were left out, not even the still recovering Kimchi Nation, which sent a drone to gather first-hand information. The screen displayed a dark chaos. Occasionally the wind would blow open a small gap, revealing charred earth and deep pits still flowing with glass-like lava. Stop the saintly talk upstairs, those are zombies, not humans. May the deceased rest in peace, amen. The comment section from foreign netizens was filled with sorrow candle emoji. Stop the saintly talk upstairs, those are zombies, not humans. May the deceased rest in peace, amen. The comment section from foreign netizens was filled with sorrow candle emojis flooding the screen. However, the scene shifted to the Hwagwa livestream. The atmosphere changed abruptly. It was as if they were watching a replay of a grand fireworks show that had just ended, not a disaster scene. Goodness, crops won't need fertilization here in the future, right? The folks upstairs are overthinking it, or what grows here will probably be three-legged carrots. Is there anyone who can confirm if it's really hot in Tokyo now? Thanks for the invite, just got off the plane, I'm in Tokyo, it's indeed very hot, about medium rare, the texture is crispy. What do you mean medium rare? It'll turn to ash if you go there. This is called physical purification, and do you understand what the value of a great power-heavy industry means? The comments were rolling in wildly, with various memes flying across the screen. No one felt it was cruel. After all, some hatred is etched in the bones, not something a few words of humanitarianism can erase. Moreover, everyone is aware that there are likely no living humans left there, probably not even a single zombie remains. Not only did it purify the zombies, but it also eradicated the virus with high temperatures. Well done, a two-for-one deal. In the Hwagwa conference room, Lin Jangwo held a teacup, legs crossed high, with a proud expression on his face. Look, everyone, look. He pointed to the ruins on the screen and said to several stern-faced old generals, if my son were here, he would definitely come up with a couplet for you all. What something like the setting sun and solitary wild goose fly together, the nuclear bomb shares the same color as the sky. A gray-haired old general twitched at the corner of his mouth. Old Lin, your son is buried down there, aren't you sad? Lin Jangwo took a sip of tea and spat the tea leaves back. Sad my ass. Do you really think my son's talent is just for show? Although his words were as hard as granite, the knuckles of the hand holding the teacup were slightly pale. At that moment, the screen suddenly shook. It wasn't a signal interference. The camera was trembling. Immediately after, everyone in the live stream heard a sound. Boom, deep and oppressive, like some enormous heart beating or the war drums of hell being sounded. The previously frantically scrolling comments suddenly came to a halt. MacArthur, too, was startled. What? Did it trigger an earthquake? Report, General. The quake's depth. To the surface. The operator's voice changed pitch, pointing at the monitoring data in panic. It's not an earthquake. The previously frantically scrolling comments suddenly came to a halt. MacArthur, too, was startled. What? He could hardly believe his subordinate's words. He would rather believe that the instruments were malfunctioning. However, the reality is often more fantastical than movies. On the live stream, the swirling radioactive dust suddenly seemed to be drawn by some force. A gigantic vortex formed at the center of the ruins. On the live stream, the swirling radioactive dust suddenly seemed to be drawn by some force. A gigantic vortex formed at zzz. The drones in the sky were subjected to intense electromagnetic pulse interference. The footage began to flicker, wildly snowflakes scattering everywhere. In the intermittent footage, a long black tail covered in barbed thorns suddenly smashed through the smoke. A roar. This sound did not belong to any known creature on Earth. It contained the friction of metal, the shattering of rocks, and an overwhelming force from ancient times. The sound waves transformed into tangible shock waves, instantly sweeping through the area. Several drones flying lower disintegrated midair, becoming fireballs that plummeted. At that moment, viewers around the world were collectively left speechless. As the dust settled, a massive beast stood prominently atop the ruins. It stood over 30 meters tall, its entire body covered in rough scales resembling obsidian, with magma-like, ghostly blue light flowing through the gaps of each scale. Behind it, 3 rows of massive dorsal fins pierced the clouds like swords, shimmering with a flickering halo as it breathed. Its thick legs were like 2 pillars deeply embedded in the scorched earth. Those huge amber vertical pupils coldly scanned the buzzing flies in the sky. Godzilla. Though it was still in its juvenile form, this iconic appearance exuded a terrifying, oppressive aura. Anyone who had seen the movie would instantly think of these 3 words: King of Monsters. The arrival. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? In the Huawei livestream, apart from these 2 words, there was no other language to describe. Am I seeing things? Is that Godzilla? Did Eagle Sauce's nuke blast out Godzilla? Is this really a carbon-based life form? It's over, it's all over. This is truly the end of the world. Is this the mutated product of nuclear wastewater? This is too absurd. Panic spread instantly. If the zombies before were still within the realm of human understanding, this giant before them was a completely supernatural monster. A monster that even nuclear bombs could not kill. It seemed it had grown up feeding on nuclear bombs. In the conference room, there was a death-like silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the beast on the screen that was howling at the sky. Only Lin Jiangwo, he stared blankly at the beast's eyes. In those amber eyes, there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity that he could not articulate. It was a feeling: this couldn't possibly be my dear son, could it? What the hell? Speaking of which, I've lived so many years and have never ridden the king of monsters. Lin Jiangwo suddenly seemed to have a moment of clarity, slamming his hand on the table. The loud sound nearly made the nearby generals dive under the table. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. Lin Jiangwo laughed so hard he nearly burst into tears. Everyone looked at him as if he were a madman. Old Lin, are you crazy? This monster has emerged and you can still laugh. Monster. Old Lin, are you crazy? This monster has emerged and you can still laugh. Monster. Is this how your son looks? Did your family's genes mutate a bit too wildly? Old Lin, you must have been too traumatized, we understand. Shouldn't you go to the infirmary for a break? The old general looked sympathetic. Break my ass. Lin Jiangwo's face was radiant as he pointed at the screen and analyzed. Have you all forgotten what my talent is? This kid has perfectly inherited my genes. And look at that beast's eyes. Lin Jiangwo pointed at Godzilla's fierce eyes, so clear, so foolish. Who else could have such an eager-eating gaze besides my silly son? Everyone. What the hell, clear and foolish? That was clearly violent and cruel. However, with Lin Jiangwo causing such a commotion, the fear in everyone's hearts dissipated somewhat. Upon reflection, although it was absurd if it combined with this unreliable talent that made various countries headache, well done. This old Lin family must have had their ancestral grave blown up. In the ruins of Tokyo, Lin Fan was unaware that he had already been claimed by his father. He was feeling quite uncomfortable now. It felt like having just run 5 kilometers, his throat was burning, desperately needing a bottle of iced cola. Yet the radiation here, though dense, did not quench his thirst. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Those flies above were still buzzing around. Lin Fan irritably flicked his tail. Damn, I've turned into a monster, and you're still filming. He looked up at the drones. A sudden impulse surged in his mind to spit them all down. The barbs on his back started to heat up, a massive energy gathering in his throat. But in the next second, Lin Fan held back. No way. Too wasteful. Although he wasn't sure what was going on yet, he could feel that he was in urgent need of energy. It would be shameful to waste energy on a few mosquitoes. Moreover, the priority now was to find food. The immediate task was to head to Fukushima. That place has an allocaniate buffet. It is said that there are canned goods that have been saved for many years that they couldn't bear to throw away. Roar. Lin Fan let out a low growl of excitement. Lin Fan took a step forward. His enormous foot left deep pits smoking with blue vapor on the already glass surface. Lin Fan took a step forward. His enormous foot left deep pits smoking with blue vapor on the already glass surface. He ignored the drones above, ignored the ruins around him. His target was clear. With determined steps, he headed toward the sea, toward Fukushima. In Eagle Sauce country, at the command center of the 7th Fleet. What is it trying to do? It is moving. Its direction is the sea. MacArthur too stared fixedly at the screen, calculate its trajectory. Fast. Seconds later a staff officer raised his head with a pale face. General, its target seems to be the Fukushima nuclear power plant. What a... MacArthur too felt darkness sweep before his eyes. Fukushima is piled with tens of thousands of tons of nuclear wastewater and nuclear waste. If this monster that grew up eating nuclear bombs gets there, the scene is too beautiful, he could hardly dare to imagine. Stop it. We must stop it. MacArthur too screamed hysterically, mobilize all firepower. Missiles. Torpedoes. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let it approach Fukushima. But General, our fleet is still outside the blockade, the missiles need time. Then let the planes intercept. Damn it. We absolutely cannot let it go to Fukushima. In the Huawei livestream, netizens also noticed the movement of the monster. Hey, why is it leaving? Not going to demolish the house. Looking in that direction, that's toward the seaside. That's the direction of Fukushima. What? It's going to Is it going for a buffet? Got it. It's going to take the first sip of soup. Since Tokyo is too hot, it's going to Fukushima for a drink to calm its nerves. No, this is called nuclear dietary intake. On the deck of the Lin Fan aircraft carrier, the atmosphere was heavier than mere gravity could describe. Almost a tangible despair. A few ace pilots stared at their mission briefs with faces drained of hope, as if they had swallowed something vile. Shit. Major Yema, call sign Yema, slammed his helmet onto the bench. Have the old men up there stuff their heads with stale hamburgers. They want us to take F-35CS to fight Godzilla. The rookie pilot Jeka crossed himself frantically over his chest, muttering prayers under his breath. God help me, God help me. I only joined to pay off student loans. I would gladly eat sand in some Middle Eastern desert. What is this? Trembling Jeka shoved a crumpled photograph into his breast pocket. The picture of an online girlfriend had known for less than 3 days. Major Yema gave him a withering look. Save it. That thing just shrugged off a nuclear blast. Do you think God will do anything? At that moment, the lounge loudspeaker crackled with an unambiguous announcement. All units attention. Operation commences in 10 minutes. Repeat, this is not an exercise. Target codename Jusho. Good luck. For freedom. For Xinjiang. Screw that. Still the swearing ended with resignation. Those men climbed into their cockpits obediently. Our refusal would be mutiny, and mutiny meant a court-martial. And still the swearing ended with resignation. Those men climbed into their cockpits obediently. Our refusal would be mutiny, and mutiny meant a court-martial, and likely personal financial ruin. Better perhaps to die aloft than to face a slow social death at home. At least a martyr's death might yield some compensation for the dour woman waiting at home. With the engines roaring, afterburners spat blue tails of flame. Several F-35C carrier fighters were catapulted skyward, forming up and streaking toward the ruins. 3 people sat in the studio, the host and 2 gray-haired, bespectacled authority figures. In the lower right corner, a small window relayed the live. 3 people sat in the studio, the host and 2 gray-haired, bespectacled authority figures. In the lower right corner, a small window relayed the live feed of Xinjiang jets taking off. Professor Zhang, what is your assessment of Xinjiang's operation this time? The host handed over the microphone. As one of the world's most advanced 5th-generation fighters, can the F-35 inflict real decisive damage on this creature? Professor Zhang adjusted his glasses and cleared his throat. Ahem. If we analyze this from aerodynamics and biomechanics. He tapped a blurred photograph of the monster with a baton. A creature of this size has tremendous skeletal density and muscle strength, but it remains fundamentally a carbon-based organism. The munitions Xinjiang carries are likely not ordinary missiles, but earth-penetrating or high-explosive anti-armor rounds. If they strike vital points, eyes, oral cavity, or the soft lower abdomen, I assess the odds are good. The other expert Dr. Li chimed in at once. Precisely. According to my rigorous conjecture, this beast has recently endured a nuclear explosion. It is probably hollowed out, bluffing strength. Its current motion is in fact a dying struggle to flee. No sooner had the expert finished than the live comments erupted. The barrage of live comments exploded across the screen. What a speech! So many words, so little help. Experts, please, don't advise if you haven't watched the films. Dying struggle. Did you hear that roar earlier? If a carbon-based creature could shrug off a nuke ID, stand on my head, and eat dirt live on stream. Here come the freeloaders again. Quiet, look, contact. Above Tokyo Bay, clouds tore apart. 6 F-35CS screamed through a sky still thick with choking dust and radioactive particulates. Radar contact. Jeek's voice warped over the comms. God, it's enormous. On the radar, the red return was terrifyingly large, nearly filling the entire sector. Through the canopy, Jeka saw an image he would never forget, a titanic black silhouette marching with ponderous steps, pushing the ruined city aside like driftwood. Literally shoving aside anything in its path. Wreckage and collapsed buildings were crushed by those thick legs. Bone spines along its back shimmered with a ghostly azure in the gray dust like breathing indicator lights. All units open fire at will. Major Yima's voice was dry. Aim for the back and the head. Fire and run. Do not turn back. Roger. The pilots responded and missiles suspended from their pylons streaked away. Several AIM-120S and air-to-ground missiles trailed long, brilliant plumes as they became arrows aimed at that colossal form. They closed in. Closer still. Heartbeats climbed into throats. Boom, boom, boom. The next instant fire tore open across the creature's back. Dust and smoke billowed. The explosion overpowered even the sound of the surf. Jekka stared, palms slick with sweat. Did we hit it? As the wind blew the smoke away, the giant figure halted. It slowly turned its head. Lin Fan was at that moment very irritated. Very irritated. The sensation was like being ravenous for 3 days and nights, finally reaching the buffet line only to have a cloud of flies buzzing around your head. The buzzing would be one thing, these flies kept colliding with him. Who was it so lacking decency? Lin Fan felt a faint itch along his back. It felt like someone flicking him with a tiny pebble. A mere tap, hardly worth calling a scratch. At most, the sensation was like dusting off an old coat. Perhaps. Instinct told him nothing had pierced his defenses. Not even a mark. Truth be told, he had no clear idea what was happening to him. But the boat's resilience was undeniable. That black exoskeleton had absurd hardness. Lin Fan cocked his massive head, and with amber vertical pupils regarded the sky. A few silvery gray little insects circled there. Are those Yingjiang's planes? Lin Fan he did not need his eyes to register them. He could feel their heat signatures and the engine's vibrations as clearly as breath. They were pitifully weak. So weak he could not summon the desire to bother. He was hungry. Fukushima's nuclear wastewater still awaited him. That was vintage stock. With that thought, Lin Fan flicked his tail and ignored the buzzing, continuing his march. Inside the cockpit, there was a suffocating silence. Jekka stared at the radar returns until his eyes nearly bulged from his sockets. Command. Commander. Target vital signs. No change. Armor integrity. It didn't even glance at us. That felt worse than being slapped to death. It was naked utter contempt, a disdain from the apex of the food chain. Major Yima ground his teeth. Veins stood out on his forehead. Damn it. I knew this wasn't going to be simple. Switch to armor-piercing rounds. Aim for the eyes. I don't believe its eyeballs are made of bulletproof glass. But sir, it's ignoring us. It's heading for Fudao? Stop it. You must stop it. If it reaches the nuclear plant, who knows into what it'll mutate. After a brief exchange, they executed another attack run. Cannons roared. Thick, depleted uranium penetrators rained down like a storm, clanging off Lin Fan's head and back. Sparks flew. But beyond metallic clangs, there was no effect. Those repeated pings had pushed Lin Fan from merely annoyed to thoroughly impatient. After a brief exchange, they executed another attack run. Cannons roared. Thick, depleted uranium penetrators rained down like a storm, clanging off Lin. A low humming vibration swept across the sea. It was not a sound so much as the precursor to concentrated. A low humming vibration swept across the sea. It was not a sound so much as the precursor to concentrated high-energy particles converging. Alarms in the cockpits suddenly shrieked with a high-pitched urgency. Warning! Warning! Detection of extreme energy reaction. Pull up! Pull up! Pull up! Major Yima's desperate roar erupted over the channel. But it proved futile. Lin Fan did not unleash a searing beam. He inhaled sharply, then let out a single massive roar. That bellow carried no special name technique, only raw volume and breath. The terrifying sound wave married to a palpable shock wave detonated through the air. F-35CS that had been flying steadily hit an invisible wall of air. Airframes shuddered violently, warning lights painted the cockpits red. Damn it! Engines out! Damn it! All my instruments are dead. Is that an electromagnetic pulse? Its roar produced an EMP. This makes no sense. These multi-million-dollar fighters like kites cut from their strings spun and staggered before plunging into the sea. In Wawo's live studio, the image steadied after violent shaking. Even through a screen, that single roar had made view. The live comments detonated anew. Holy shit. Holy shit. I lack culture, but one holy shit will do. Is that it? Where are the experts? Come out and take a walk. Where's the dying struggle? Dying struggle, my foot. This is straight up spraying nuclear radiation. Yingjiang, this battle can't be fought. The thing has no honor. It roars at people. Does anyone care if the pilots bought insurance? To the person above, in such cases, insurance companies typically define it as force majeure, no payout. At that very moment on the live feed, the enormous back turned not even to glance at the falling aircraft. It strode onward with cold indifference. It continued resolutely toward Fudao. No one could stop a being whose only agenda was to feed, not even. On the highway along Tokyo Bay, a scene reminiscent of a blockbuster once shot in the island nation is currently unfolding. However, unlike in the movies, there is a lack of light at this moment. Lin Fan strides along the coastline. With each step he takes, the asphalt cracks like a spider web, and the road signs and lampposts along the way are easily swept aside like fragile toothpicks by his robust tail. Boom, boom, boom. A few remaining fighter jets circle overhead. This time, they've learned their lesson, daring not to fly too close and begin to rain down missiles from several kilometers away. Countless Hellfire missiles trail flames as they slam into Lin Fan's back. The flames soar and smoke billows. Yet as the smoke clears, not a single white mark is left on his black-scaled armor. Instead, the heat generated by the explosions is greedily absorbed through the gaps in his scales by his bluish skin. Lin Fan shakes his head irritably. These flies are indeed bothersome. Although these missiles do not hurt upon impact, the incessant buzzing is rapid. Moreover, he is genuinely hungry now. Every cell in his body roars, craving a higher concentration of radioactive energy. That hunger makes him anxious, agitated, and eager to tear apart any obstacle in his path. Ahead lies the cross-sea bridge leading to Fukushima. Just as he was about to step onto the bridge, he suddenly halted. That primal instinct told him something was ahead. "Baka, you shall not pass here." A sudden roar echoed from the opposite side of the bridge. Immediately, a dozen figures leaped from the ruins, blocking the center of the bridge. These individuals were dressed in various styles. Some donned samurai armor, while others wore the hunting garb of Onmyoji. With the survival of Sakura Nation at stake, these awakened talents could no longer sit idly by. If this monster continues to rampage recklessly, their homeland might be submerged. And leading this group is none other than the recently escaped new strength summoner Inamiyo. For the dignity of the Yamato people, everyone fight to the death. Inamiyo's eyes redden as she gazes at the ravaging monster. With her roar, the ground begins to tremble violently. Underneath the originally shattered cross-sea bridge, the sea water surged wildly. A colossal figure towering at 20 meters broke through the surface. It was a giant composed of countless vengeful spirits and flesh, its body of vivid red with 3 eyes flashing in eerie red light, wielding a massive blade. Shikigami Akuma no O. Kill. With the appearance of Inamiyo's Shikigami, the remaining awakened talents roared in anger and charged forward. In that instant, wind, blades, fireballs, lightning, and telekinetic shockwaves. Various colorful supernatural beams rushed toward Lin Fan's face without hesitation. In the live broadcast room of Huagua, watching the footage relayed by drones, the comments exploded instantly. "Wow, is this the depth of Sakura Nation? That's something. That red giant looks fierce. Is this the legendary Shikigami? 20 meters tall. Isn't that a Gundam? These special effects could make Hollywood kneel. It's over, this monster is doomed. A fist cannot fight 4 hands. Can someone upstairs have a bit of confidence in our brother against the monster?" In the conference room, the atmosphere became slightly tense. The energy fluctuations emitted by the Akuma no O indeed reached the pinnacle of strength, and with so many rank awakened ones assisting, even a fully equipped armored division could be instantly annihilated. However, Lin Jiangwo merely scoffed, lifting his teacup to blow on it. All show and no substance. The old general beside him, also holding a teacup, looked somewhat worried. "Old Lin, this thing looks quite sinister. That bone blade looks sharp." "Sharp, my ass." Lin Jiangwo rolled his eyes. "Its size is just right. Have you ever seen a kindergarten kid stab an adult with a pen? With this kind of crap, I wouldn't even need to transform to easily beat it with one hand." "Everyone, you are impressive. You are noble. You are remarkable. Then why haven't you thought about why you can't leave the country?" In the center of the battlefield, Lin Fan looked at the rushing red little one, feeling no fluctuation in his heart, even wanting to laugh. "Is this the roadblock? Just this?" The Akuma no O let out a thunderous roar, and the white bone blade howled as it struck down fiercely at Lin Fan's knee. "Is it trying to break my leg first? A good idea." Lin Fan lowered his head, glancing at the red thing that only reached his waist. He did not dodge. He allowed the seemingly intimidating blade to hit his thigh-scaled armor. Clang! A crisp sound echoed. The blade, capable of slicing through tank armor, shattered upon contact with the black scales, scattering broken fragments that injured several unfortunate rank awakened ones nearby. The Akuma no O froze in place. The air on the bridge seemed to solidify. Inamiyo's eyes nearly bulged out, a mouthful of old blood lodged in her throat. This is impossible. However, Lin Fan did not give them the chance to ponder life. He was quite displeased. "I'm in a hurry to eat, and you insist on poking me with a toothpick." Roar! Lin Fan suddenly extended his claw. The movement was not fast. In fact, due to his size, it looked somewhat awkward. The black claws quickly gripped the Akuma no O's head, as if an adult had picked up a basketball with one hand. That absolute power suppressed it to the point where the Akuma no O had no room to struggle. He squeezed. He lifted. And then, he slammed it down hard onto the ground. Boom! The sturdy cross-sea bridge instantly shattered. The massive body of the Akuma no O was brutally smashed into the muddy seabed by Lin Fan like a dog being thrown. Before the seawater could fill in, Lin Fan lifted his right foot and stomped down on the exposed torso of the Akuma no O. Splurt! It was like stepping on a rotten tomato. However, no blood flowed out, only dissipated energy. The once imposing and invincible strength summon did not have a chance to utter a final word before being trampled into an unrecognizable mess. On the bridge, Inamio suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Her whole body instantly wilted, collapsing to the ground, as if her bones had been pulled out. Having their main Shikigami killed in an instant, the other awakened ones were left dumbfounded. Their proud attacks barely tickled the monster, while the other side merely needed a basic attack to annihilate their strongest combat power. What is there to fight about? Despair began to spread. Lin Fan disdainfully rubbed the soles of his feet on the broken bridge. It's filthy. These Sakura people even summoned creatures that exuded a stench of decay. He lifted his head, his enormous amber vertical pupils scanning over the remaining 10 or so humans on the bridge. His gaze was indifferent. There was no killing intent, merely a sense of a giant looking at ants. Roblox die. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Deep in his throat, blue light began to gather. It was not an atomic breath that would waste too much energy. Just a simple breath of high-temperature radioactive exhaust. Whoosh! A wave of blue heat swept over. His gaze was indifferent. There was no killing intent, merely a sense of a giant looking at ants. Roblox die. Lin Fan opened his mouth. Deep in his throat, blue light began. However, compared to the battle scene at Tokyo Bay, the viewers in the live broadcast room were left dumbfounded, yet equally thrilled. A vacuum period of 10 seconds appeared in the comments. Then a flood of filled the screen. Is this it? I took off my pants and this is what you show me. 1 second. Did it really just take 1 second? That's in Srank. That's the last hope of the Yamato people. And it was just stomped. This is too brutal. But I like it. It's like I'm going to the newbie village with max level gear to slaughter, completely ignoring the rules of combat. Monster, I haven't even used my strength. How did you fall down? This is just like an old lady crawling into bed, made me laugh. Meanwhile, MacArthur too, who was also keeping an eye on the situation, was left stunned. And Srank was killed instantly. The trembling voice of the data analyst next to him said, "Sir, based on the energy readings just now, this monster didn't even use its core energy, it simply used raw physical strength to stomp once. Not even in Srank Awakened 1 could withstand a single blow. Regular missiles were ineffective. Nuclear bomb. Not even in Srank Awakened 1 could withstand a single blow. Regular missiles were ineffective. Nuclear bombs were merely its fodder. How could such a thing exist in this world? What does the president say?" he asked weakly. The president is arguing with Congress, discussing who approved dropping that damn nuclear bomb. Additionally, Hua was sent a congratulatory letter. A congratulatory letter. MacArthur too nearly jumped up. What are they congratulating at this time? Hua was said, congratulating all of humanity for witnessing the miracle of biological evolution. Fuck. Tokyo Bay. Lin Fan did not care about humanity's intrigues. His mood had slightly. Having crushed a few ants, he stretched his limbs, but that hunger felt even more intense. He crossed the broken bridge, his massive form sinking into the sea. The cold sea water did not cool the high temperature within him akin to a reactor. Instead, it produced large clouds of white steam. From a distance, it appeared as if a moving volcano was gliding across the sea surface. Ahead, the massive storage tanks of the Fukushima nuclear power plant were now faintly visible. In his eyes, those were not nuclear waste to be feared. They were jars filled with fine wines. The radiation concentration there, even from dozens of kilometers away, made every cell in his body cheer with joy. In his mind, the clarity regarding the control over his body became increasingly vivid. He could sense that as long as he ingested those substances, his body would undergo a terrifying transformation. His dorsal fin heated up. His tail itched. Even the energy mass that had been brewing in his throat began to stir restlessly. Lin Fan quickened his pace. His urgent demeanor resembled a hungry worker rushing towards the cafeteria after work. No one shall obstruct me from eating, he thought fiercely in his heart. However, just as he was about to land on the Fukushima coastline, 2 ghostly green lights suddenly illuminated from beneath the sea. A massive aura, completely different from before, rapidly surged up from the depths of the ocean. It was not a human presence. No. Do I still have kin? 100 meters beneath the sea. The light was not entirely absent. Lin Fan's spine was crowned with a row of bluish barbs, like a string of high-power LEDs bathing the murky water around him in an eerie glow. 2 pools of phosphorescent green light drew nearer. Lin Fan halted, his enormous tail swept gently behind him, stirring the seabed currents. He readied himself for combat. After all, this was the waters of Inghuagua. Who could tell what unholy things those perverse experiments beyond Aotman had produced? Soon a string of vast bubbles rose from ahead. The 2 green lights gradually revealed their true forms, but when he made out those shapes, Lin Fan was momentarily dumbfounded. A flicker of disdain crossed his great amber vertical pupils. There were no kin as he had imagined, no ancient leviathans. What floated before him were simply 2 enormous squids. No, more precisely, 2 great cuttlefish. Giant squids. Yet their size, to be frank, was a bit excessive. Each exceeded 50 meters in length. Their tentacles were as thick as subway tunnels, cloaked with dense suckers, each sucker rimmed with serrated barbs. Where their skin should have been white, it now wore a nauseating dark purple slicked with streams of glowing green mucus. Clearly they had drunk of nuclear wastewater. Is that it? Lin Fan felt the taut string inside him loosen. He had half expected lost brethren or some rival beast staking a claim. Instead, 2 plates of teppanyaki ingredients had arrived at his door. He felt a little disenchanted. These soft-bodied creatures did not whet his appetite. Chewy, unpleasant, and likely to get stuck between the teeth. He turned intent to continue to Fudao for a meal. But in that instant the 2 mutated giant squids moved. They did not attack. Instead, they performed a motion that astonished Lin Fan. The 2 colossi swam swiftly to his flanks, drawing in their menacing tentacles, bowing their soft heads, and pressing close to the silt of the seabed. The posture resembled ministers paying homage to an emperor of old. Or perhaps a husky reverently meeting the Wolf King. A peculiar sensation rose within Lin Fan. There was no overt signal, yet he understood. This was surrender born of genes. Having absorbed nuclear blast energy and undergone a secondary evolution, Lin Fan radiated a dense aura of radiation and dominion. To these lowly mutants, it was an irresistible lure and absolute authority. Was this them paying homage? Interesting. Lin Fan tilted his massive head. Though ugly, their physiques might pass as bodyguards or beasts of burden. From now on, if he encountered nuisances he did not wish to handle personally, he could simply unleash the squids. Lin Fan emitted a low, commanding roar. Follow. The guttural cry burst from his throat and traveled swiftly through the water. Like recipients of an imperial edict, the 2 mutated squids flailed their tentacles with excitement, taking positions to his left and right, like twin guardian generals flanking and protecting Lin Fan. Thus a strange formation coalesced beneath the waves, its destination unanimous: the Fudao nuclear power plant. On the surface, the Yingjiang 7th Fleet stood watch. Sonar reports the target has not vanished. We are also detecting a new high-energy reaction, 2 large biological signatures adjacent to the primary signal. The intelligence officer's voice sharpened with panic. Good God, has it split? Or is it spawning on the sea? Mikey's Urshi stared in disbelief. Spawning? Are you joking? You mean to tell me that thing threw a family reunion on the seabed and is now taking the kids sightseeing? I don't know, but they're enormous. Each as big as a destroyer. The intelligence officer went pale. They're surfacing. They moved with frightening speed. They were less than 2 nautical miles away. An effortless stride for beast. Prepare all guns. Ready the CIWS. Torpedoes. No, never mind, launch everything you've got. Mikey's Urshi roared hoarsely. We cannot allow them near the fleet. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were thrust skyward by an unfathomable force, forming a wall of water. Tens of thousands of tons of seawater were thrust skyward by an unfathomable force, forming a wall of water 100 meters high. Then the black silhouette that had made the world tremble breached the surface. Its gargantuan bulk sent waves that nearly capsized the nearest frigate. Water cascaded down its obsidian scales like a waterfall. Before the sailors could recover from their shock, more thunderous impacts followed. 2 gigantic shadows burst from the sea to either side of the black behemoth. They were 2 colossal squids whose visages would shred a man's sanity. They brandished a dozen or more thick tentacles, wildly thrashing in the air. Each limb was draped with tangled kelp and silt, evoking Cthulhu's uncanny horrors. The sight was overwhelming. At the center rose a mountainous colossus flanked by ghastly sea fiends like vengeful specters. The visual impact was 10 times more terrifying than a lone monster. In Wagwo's live broadcast room, viewers were stunned into silence as the spectacle unfolded. Across countless streams and feeds, astonishment rippled through audiences, incredulous murmurs and shocked laughter accompanied the unfolding scene. Across countless streams and feeds, astonishment rippled through audiences, incredulous murmurs and Across countless streams and feeds, astonishment rippled through audiences, incredulous murmurs and Mikey's Urshi watched the large screens and visibly aged by a decade in an instant. His proud carrier strike group looked in that moment like plastic toys drifting in a bathtub. General. Fire, the aide asked, voice trembling. Mikey's Urshi opened his mouth, but his throat was dry and uncooperative. Earlier 6 F-35CS and dozens of missiles had failed to pierce that defense. Now the adversary had assistance. If provoked further, he drew a ragged breath, as if summoning his last reserve of strength. All ships maneuver to the flanks. Clear the lane. General. The aide cried in disbelief. Are we to retreat? This is not retreat, it is tactical. Mikey's Urshi bellowed. I am thinking of the fleet. If you wish to die, do not drag the whole force with you. 1 monster we might handle, but 3. That is a catastrophe. This is not an army of slippers. As the Yingjiang fleet scrambled frantically attempting to give way, Lin Fan paid them no heed. To him, nothing mattered more at that moment than the prospect of a meal. As long as they did not block his path, he cared little for their maneuvers. Of course, once he had eaten his fill, everything else would be different. His gaze was fixed on the coastline ahead, or rather on the rows of enormous white, cylindrical storage tanks standing. From so far off, he could almost smell it, the temptation that made every cell in his body leap for joy. Fudao incoming. Lin Fan accelerated. The 2 giant squids behind him mimicked his motion, paddling with their tentacles to keep close. The The scene was bizarre yet curiously harmonious. At the Fudao nuclear power plant, the Inghuagua self-defense forces had long since fled during the blast. All that remained were the scarred factories and rows of tanks groaning under their burdens. Here lay millions of tons of nuclear-tainted water. For humanity, it was a poison and unsolvable nightmare, a ticking bomb that vexed the entire world. For Lin Fan in that moment, it was sustenance. It was like a bottle of 1982 Lafite, a decadent vintage A-like protein to bulk him up. Lin Fan soon beached himself. Without hesitation, he strode toward the nearest cluster of storage tanks. He reached the tanks, looked over the dense array, and extended a claw. No flourish, just a single decisive. His sharp black talons sliced cleanly. One massive tank tore open and years of concentrated nuclear runoff gushed forth like a breached dam. Another creature would have dissolved under such contamination. Lin Fan merely squinted with pleasure. He opened his great maw and inhaled the spouting filth. The toxic water that would have poisoned the seas rose into a column and was swallowed whole into his belly. At the same moment, his dorsal barbs flared with dazzling blue light. An ineffable pleasure spread through him. Energy, pure radioactive energy, coursed through him. Behind him, the two mutated giant squids watched their leader dine with greedy, trembling tentacles. They dared not wrench the tanks from his grasp. Instead, they lay and licked at the scraps and splashes that had fallen to them. Even so, the intensity of the radiation made their bodies convulse and begin to metamorphose violently. Across global streams, people watched a monster gorge itself at the Fudao plant, even crushing tanks like crushed cans and pouring their contents down its throat. Viewers around the world fell silent. After a long moment, one comment wondered aloud whether, horrifying as the image was, the creature might actually be doing the world a favor by consuming the waste. Observers speculated, half in jest and half in awe, that perhaps this beast had solved a problem governments had failed to handle for decades. Lin Fan remained unaware that many had christened him an environmental ambassador. He only knew he felt euphoric. As he swallowed vast quantities of nuclear wastewater, the energy core within him underwent a qualitative transformation. What had been an azure flame now began to hue with an uncanny violet. Muscles tore and recomposed, bones compacted and hardened. The ecstatic pain of evolution drove him to raise his head and howl to the heavens. The terrifying roar shattered every pane of glass nearby. Even the distant Ingjiang fleet felt their hulls resonate with the cascade of sound. Lin Fan glanced down at the wreckage beneath his feet, then at his two squirming squid lieutenants. Eat. When you're sated, it'll take you both for a workout, he thought, and his gaze drifted slowly toward the horizon. There lay his inheritance. The zombie hordes he had left behind, those that had not yet perished. They too were his. Undead scourges. A calamity legion. On the aircraft carrier of the Eagle Nation, which is blocking the cherry blossoms inside the command center, a massive electronic sand table displays the thermal imaging of the Fukushima area in real time. In the red zone, representing radiation concentration, 3 high-energy biological reaction sources are crazily devouring everything around them like a bottomless pit. Ladies and gentlemen, said MacArthur II, holding a cigar with greed gleaming in his eyes, crisis often accompanies opportunity. He glanced at several video conference screens in the meeting room and continued, this creature resembling Godzilla, along with the 2 accompanying soft-bodied organisms, demonstrates an unimaginable resistance to radiation and evolutionary potential. At this point his eyes burned with intensity. For us they may not be a disaster, but rather the key bestowed by God to unlock the genetic code for humanity. On the screen, a simulated animation was playing. It was an analysis report hastily prepared by the Eagle Nation's top biological laboratory. According to the estimations from our military's top laboratory, as long as we can extract their genes, we may conquer cancer and even enable humanity to resist nuclear radiation. MacArthur II's voice was filled with incitement. Therefore, the President has ordered the formation of the joint capture. Since the nuclear bomb cannot kill it, we will use the maximum dose of neurotoxin and specially designed high-strength carbon fiber nets to capture it. After success, we will transport it to Antarctica. I second that. For the Eagle Nation's proposal, John Bull was the first to raise his hand, wearing a fake, gentlemanly smile. This threat must be controlled, and the scientific achievements should be shared. I second that, the Gallic rooster shrugged. As long as we don't have to spend too much money. I second that. Even the remaining representative of the cherry blossoms, the former prime minister, expressed agreement, but still stubbornly stated, but this monster has destroyed our country, its corpse. No, its ownership, we must claim the majority. MacArthur II glanced at him and remained silent. A stray dog is not qualified to negotiate. His gaze then fell upon the silent representative from Hua Nation. That was General Zhang Dingwa, the commander-in-chief of the Hua Nation's joint fleet, an old general with graying temples, but a straight posture. General Zhang, what is Hua Nation's opinion? MacArthur II exhaled a puff of smoke. This is a matter concerning the future of all humanity. Hua Nation has always prided itself as a responsible major power, but surely you won't back down at this time. In the video, everyone's gaze turned to Zhang Dingwa. The pressure was on Hua Nation. However, Zhang Dinghua merely picked up the thermos cup in front of him, twisted off the lid, blew on the floating goji berries, leisurely took a sip, and then said, "We will not participate." Just 5 simple words. Yet they caused the entire video conference to fall silent for a moment. Not participate. MacArthur too looked shocked. "General Zhang, do you know what you are saying? This thing is currently consuming nuclear waste. Once it finishes and causes havoc, Hua Nation is the closest to it. Isn't there Jeju Island?" Zhang Dinghua half-jokingly slammed the pot down, then put down his cup and said flatly, "Moreover, even if we do come, that is our business, so you need not worry about it. And compared to this, what we need to do now is to check if there are any infected individuals on the evacuation ship. We care more about our people than studying some monster." "You?" MacArthur too was momentarily choked. However, what he did not know was that Zhang Dinghua had just received the highest-level encrypted telegram from home an hour ago. The message was very brief, translating to a single meaning. "That thing is a friendly force. Do not interfere, just watch the show and prepare to respond at any moment." Although Zhang Dinghua's head was still buzzing, unable to believe that the creature was also a little cub of Lin Jian's country, the duty of a soldier is to obey orders. Since the higher-ups say it is a friendly force, then it is a friendly force. Since Hua Nation has given up when the research results come out, do not blame us for technological blockades. MacArthur too snorted coldly and made a decisive decision. Operation Codename Emperor Capture Plan. All fleets, stand by, prepare special tranquilizer warheads and neurotoxic gas, target Fukushima. Fukushima, the nuclear power plant ruins. Gulp, a huge belch erupted from Lin Fan's throat, accompanied by blue electric sparks. The surrounding temperature spiked several degrees instantly. So refreshing. So delightful. Lin Fan felt that in his life. No, in these 2 lifetimes combined, he had never had such a satisfying meal. The high-concentration, nuclear-contaminated water stored in jars truly entered cool with a sharp metallic taste, but once it slid down to his stomach, it instantly transformed into a scorching stream, flushing through his limbs. There were no system prompts nor any attribute panels. Yet the clarity of control over his body and his mind grew stronger. It was an instinctive feedback originating from deep within his genes. But at the same time, he could also sense that this body seemed to have reached its limits. Lin Fan looked down at his claws. The black scales that were originally covering the surface were now undergoing strange changes. They became heavier, with the edges gleaming with a cold metallic luster, as if each scale had been reforged. Not just the exterior. He felt his bones itching. The sensation was peculiar, like an amplified version of growing pains from childhood, but it didn't hurt. Rather, it was a feeling of breaking free from constraints. And just shortly after he lay down, his originally 20-meter-tall body suddenly began to swell against the laws of physics, as if inflated like a balloon. 30 meters, 50 meters, 70 meters. The already damaged factory buildings and nuclear facilities around him were all pushed down and flattened by his sudden growth. At this moment, no reasoning could be discussed. As long as the energy was enough, the body could evolve without limits. And at his feet, the 2 giant squids which were licking the remnants on the ground were also startled by this sudden commotion. They raised their heads, dozens of compound eyes looking at their leader in fear. The leader had grown larger and longer. This won't do. If the leader grows bigger, wouldn't they be looked down upon if they did not change? The dozens of eyes of the 2 squids exchanged glances, and immediately their tentacles began to wildly thrash, seemingly stirred by a competitive spirit or the terrifying radiation field emanating from Lin Fan. In any case, upon witnessing Lin Fan's evolution, they seemed to have found a direction. Hiss hiss. The 2 squids emitted a sharp shriek. Their bodies also began to twitch violently. The previously soft and flabby flesh tentacles quickly hardened, and a layer of shell-like substance began to grow on them. The internal barbs of the suckers became longer and sharper, glimmering with a ghostly green toxic light. Their body size also inflated, doubling from 50 meters to nearly 80 meters. They looked completely like the deep-sea behemoths from Norse mythology that could drag down warships. Kraken. Although the 2 giant squids had evolved in front of them, they looked completely like the deep-sea behemoths from Norse mythology that could drag down warships. Kraken. Although the 2 giant squids had evolved in front of Lin Fan, they still appeared as 2 undeveloped younger siblings. Minutes later, the commotion finally ceased. Lin Fan lay on the ground, rolling around, emitting a thunderous sound from his entire body. Even without standing up, wherever he looked, it was all a low wasteland. He tried to sit up and turned to look around. The nuclear power plant area that had once been spacious now felt a bit cramped for him. As for his height, although he had not stood up, he was definitely much taller than before. Judging by the cooling towers, which were dozens of meters high, his line of sight was almost level with the tops of the towers. If I stand up, I might be over 100 meters tall, right? Lin Fan calculated in his heart. Has he entered puberty? At the same time, on the flagship of the Eagle Nation's joint capture fleet, the frontline commander was confidently issuing orders into the intercom while holding a telescope. All units pay attention, the target is right ahead on the coastline. According to intelligence, the target stands about 20 meters tall, large in size, but sluggish in movement. Group A will flank from the left, Group B from the right, and Group C is to prepare to launch special tranquilizer rounds and neurotoxin. Remember, we want it alive. This is a walking tens of billions of dollars. The commander lowered the telescope, a smug smile curving at the corners of his mouth. No matter how monstrous you are before modern technology, you are merely a slightly stronger beast. Just 20 meters. Even a Trex would have to obediently sleep after a shot of an overdose tranquilizer. However, when the fleet rounded a reef and the entire outline of the Fukushima nuclear power plant was fully revealed to them, the commander's smile froze. The previously noisy channel in the intercom suddenly fell into a deathly silence. The entire team, all of them, dumbly raised their heads. Their necks strained to the limit and their hats were blown off by the sea peaks, but no one paid any attention. In their line of sight, a black mountain was slowly rising from within the nuclear power plant. That was no 20 meters. That was blocking out the sun. At the same time, Lin Fan also noticed the fleet appearing on the coastline. He did not lower his head, but his huge vertical pupils slightly moved, instantly locking onto those toy-like ships. The air at this moment solidified. What is most feared is this extreme silence of deathly gazes. The sea breeze mingled with a strong radiative stench, forcefully invading the nostrils of the hunting operation commander Davis. At this moment, he stood frozen on the deck, allowing the crackling of the walkie-talkie in his hand to continue on. Just a moment ago, he had confidently declared to everyone in the fleet his intention to capture the beast and return it to Antarctica for dissection. But who would have thought that reality would slap him in the face so swiftly? Now he could only crane his neck to gaze at the colossal creature, especially at its fearsome spiny head and those huge eyes coldly surveying the ants beneath. A wave of unprecedented dread surged within him. Can this thing even be captured? How tall is it really? 100 meters. Surely it must be more. Is this really the 20 meters reported in the intel? Davis' voice was hoarse. Those bastards in the intelligence agency, how could they call this 20 meters? The lieutenant nearby was trembling, his pants soaked. Sir, should we still launch the capture net? Fire, damn it. Davis slapped the lieutenant's face, roaring. You idiot, do you think those few carbon fiber lines can restrain this thing? Retreat. Immediately retreat. Full speed reverse. We need to get the hell out of this cursed sea. At this moment, the creature that had stood up was far beyond their comprehension. This was no longer something that could be resisted by human strength. If they didn't run now, when would they? It was already. In Lin Fan's enormous amber-slit pupils, a hint of impatience and disgust flickered. Did this group of American hawks really think of him as a docile monster? They dared to repeatedly push their luck. It seemed that unless they were taught a lesson, they truly believed themselves to be some mascot. Thinking of this, he cast his enormous slit pupils at the two little brothers still crouched on the ground like sycophants. A sudden idea came to him. It was reasonable to enjoy a show while eating right. With that thought, he unhesitatingly attempted to order his two huskies, no, his two giant squids, without the need for words or gestures. It was merely a commanding low growl. Roar, kill them. The instant Lin Fan's thought was conveyed. The two mutated squids that had been licking the ground for nuclear radiation energy sprang into action. Their numerous compound eyes instantly glowed with a fierce red light. Since they acknowledged their boss, they had to pledge their loyalty. This group of tin shells dared to disturb their boss meal. It was perfect to use them to entertain the boss. Whoosh, whoosh. The two giant squids immediately rushed towards the coast and quickly slid in. Only two massive whirlpools remained on the sea surface. Radar alert. High-speed underwater objects approaching. The sonar operator of the capture ship screamed in terror. Speed 100 knots. God, their speed is insane. Damn it, what are you still marveling at? Open fire. Anti-submarine depth, quick. Hearing the commotion in the communication channel, Davis shouted in a panic. With his command, all the weapon systems on the fleet activated and fired at the target in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, depth charges exploded on the sea surface, sending up columns of water. However, this kind of attack was merely a tickle to the already evolved and tough-skinned sea monsters. The next second, a Arleigh Burr-class destroyer on the far left of the fleet lurched violently. The sailors aboard hadn't reacted when they saw the water on both sides of the ship explode. For thick, barbed purple-black tentacles like hellish vines tightly wrapped around the hull. God! The observer on the deck hadn't finished speaking. Crack, accompanied by a grinding metallic distortion. That steel battleship with a displacement of nearly 10,000 tons was actually broken in half by those tentacles. The steel plates shattered and explosive flames soared into the sky. The broken hull arched high before crashing down onto the sea, creating monstrous waves. Meanwhile, on the other side, the second mutated squid clearly didn't want to be outdone by its companion. It chose a more visually appealing method rather than simply breaking it violently. It directly attached itself to the bottom of a cruiser from below, then, with all its tentacles exerting force simultaneously, it spun wildly. The next moment, a terrifying whirlpool of death appeared on the surface. The cruiser spun like a toy duck tossed into a washing machine, while the American soldiers on board were flung into the air like dumplings. In less than 2 minutes, this elite force, aside from the flagship, still barely hanging on, had lost all 6 escort ships. Lin Fan didn't even need to lift a finger. Just the 2 little brothers were enough to sweep through this sea area, stirring up a storm. Meanwhile, the hovering live-streaming drone captured the entire scene. Watching the 2 gigantic sea monsters rampaging in the ocean, the live stream chat exploded into frenzied comments after a moment of dead silence. Good lord, I dare say this is the best monster movie I've ever seen. Those 2 squids are incredibly ruthless. Watching the 2 gigantic sea monsters rampaging in the ocean, the live stream chat exploded into frenzied comments after a moment of dead silence. After a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Good. Well done. This is how you deal with these American hawks. If only I were there, I would definitely have. After a long time, he suddenly slapped his thigh. Good. Well done. This is how you deal with these American hawks. If only I were there, I would definitely have caused a ruckus with those 2 giant squids. The people in the conference room looked at each other in speechless disbelief. What kind of family is the Lin family? Aren't they just making the world more chaotic? But to be fair, when it comes to causing trouble, the Lin family still takes the crown. Lin Jiangwo was like that in his day, and now his son has outshone him. Whether this is a blessing or a shame for Huagua is still unknown. Meanwhile, the smoke on the sea hadn't dissipated. The so-called Imperial capture plan was about to be ended by the 2 giant squids before it even began. The 2 giant squids had also come up with new tricks for these American warships. One of the warships was currently in an undignified position, nose down, submerged in the water, its massive propeller spinning uselessly in the air. Next to it, 2 deep-sea monsters swollen to nearly 80 meters were completing their cleaning work. There was no need for Lin Fan to intervene. These 2 mutated squids, having just enjoyed their first meal, were now like little whirlwinds on drugs. One of them swung its 4 thick tentacles, twisting a frigate into scrap metal, then, with a powerful pull of its suckers, hurled the several thousand tons of steel debris far away. Boom. The wrecked warship crashed into the sea, creating waves dozens of meters high. As for the American soldiers who fell into the water, sorry, they were too small to notice. In just a few minutes, countless pieces of life jackets and oil slicks floated on the surface, truly embodying the old adage, out on a mission, meet an early demise. On the beach, Lin Fan watched this scene, a flicker of satisfaction flashing in his enormous amber-slit pupils. These 2 little brothers were worth it. Though they looked a bit shabby, their demolition efficiency was even more professional than that of graduates from vocation. Burp. Lin Fan, having eaten his fill, let out a loud burp. A visible blue heat wave erupted from his mouth, instantly distorting the surrounding air. At this moment, he felt the energy core inside him spinning wildly, the nuclear waste he had just consumed transforming into the purest evolutionary energy, surging through the veins of his entire body. Hot, feverish, and a kind of drowsiness from the depths of his soul. It felt like having just indulged in a top-notch buffet, and the subsequent carbohydrate explosion led to an irresistible urge to sleep. This was a sign that further evolution was imminent. His body needed to rest to complete the genetic restructuring. Let's go, Lin Fan thought, and sent a signal to the 2 little brothers still frolicking in the sea. The 2 mutated squids, stirring up trouble in the sea, paused their movements and obediently swam back to the shore. However, upon reaching the land, the 2 creatures encountered a technical problem. After all, they were soft-bodied animals. While they dominated in the sea once on land, even with their evolved shell-like skin, their mobility greatly diminished. Looking at the 2 clumsy, wobbling masses on the beach attempting to keep up with his pace, Lin Fan's eyes twitched. Did he perhaps overestimate the worth of these 2 creatures? By his estimation, the whole world was likely watching them right now. The current scene. Roar, pulling along. Lin Fan let out a low growl, turned around, and his powerful spiny tail swept out. The 2 squids immediately understood what to do. Thus an image that would be recorded in human history emerged. Underneath the shadowy, dark, gray clouds, a terrifying giant beast over 100 meters tall, adorned with ghostly blue spines, marched with earth-shaking steps, dragging along 2 massive deep-sea monsters, like a heavy-duty tractor pulling 2 trailers heading inland along the coastline. The road to Tokyo had already been traversed once by Lin Fan. Thus the return journey lay in utter silence. The once thriving Kanto plain now stood reduced to shattered ruins and crumbling walls. Lin Fan, now 5 times larger than before, no longer needed to seek a path, for wherever he stepped became the path itself. Surviving skyscrapers crumbled beneath his feet, like Lego bricks shattering at the slightest touch. Only now did he truly grasp the savage joy of being a Godzilla, destroying as he marched, covering the distance in under an hour. He stood once more at the epicenter of the nuclear detonation. Along this route, he estimated the devastation inflicted upon Sakura would be enough to damn the nation to oblivion. Across all of Sakura, chaos reigned supreme. Even regions untouched by the catastrophe had descended into complete disorder. With the prime minister dead, local officials fractured into autonomous fiefdoms, The former harmony of society collapsed overnight into anarchic lawlessness. Arson, slaughter, looting, and vandalism erupted everywhere. Yet for Lin Fan, this was still insufficient. Compared to those ravaged zones, Tokyo remained eerily quiet. Especially at its heart, the ground had vitrified entirely, glowing with an eerie phosphorescent luminescence. Were one to bring a Geiger counter here, its radiation reading would instantly spike beyond scale. Ordinary life forms would melt upon entering, but Lin Fan felt only profound relief. With no pretense or restraint, he simply found a comfortable spot at the crater's center and settled down prone. His colossal form coiled like a black iron mountain. 2 mutated squids lay discarded beside him. They were no fools, though the radiation here lacked the virulent potency of nuclear wastewater, it still held irresistible allure for them. They positioned themselves instinctively, one on each side of the crater's rim, tentacles whipping through the air, dozens of compound eyes scanning vigilantly in every direction. They were veritable gate guardians, though of a distinctly Lovecraftian kind. Lin Fan's eyelids grew heavier by the second. Knowledge once dormant within his innate talents now surfaced with crystalline clarity. Muscles pulsed, bones elongated. When he awoke from this slumber, perhaps the world would finally learn the true meaning of calamity. Yet even as Lin Fan sank into deep slumber, several hundred nautical miles from Sakura, in Busan Harbor, Republic of Peichi, as night descended, the port city surged with frenetic activity. Sirens wailed into the heavens. Countless military vehicles and ambulances sealed off the docks, forming an impenetrable cordon. Blinding searchlight beams swept across the dark sea. Soon a massive multinational fleet emerged on the horizon, gliding slowly into port. It was the joint evacuation fleet withdrawing foreign nationals from Sakura. Though officially labeled a repatriation mission, only the elite boarded. Wealthy elites, high-ranking diplomats, and families of stationed foreign troops. As for ordinary citizens, regrettably very few indeed. Hurry, move faster, establish quarantine zones immediately. All disembarking personnel must undergo mandatory medical screening. The Peichi Epidemic Control Commander bellowed through a megaphone voice, raw with urgency. Though they habitually proclaimed themselves Cosmic Number 1, their bodies betrayed them in the face of this unknown calamity. After all, Sakura had already fallen. No one wished to be next. But before the Eagle Nation, their objections carried no weight whatsoever. To the Eagle Nation, the relationship was master and servant. But before the Eagle Nation, their objections carried no weight whatsoever. To the Eagle Nation, the relationship was master and servant. Commands issued, obedience demanded, dissent silenced. Make way. Clear the path, now. As Sakura's survivors disembarked, the harbor erupted into deafening pandemonium. A group of tall, fair-haired, broad-shouldered Eagle Nation citizens shoved aside Peichi soldiers attempting to maintain order, their faces thick with arrogance as they muscled forward. We are citizens of the Eagle Nation. We demand priority passage. It reeks here. All this kimchi stench. We demand 5-star hotels. I need a shower. I need steak. A bloated white man led the group, waving his passport while spitting saliva onto the frail Peichi soldier before him. Sir, please observe protocol. We must take your temperature. The soldier attempted to intervene. Take my temperature. You fool. The white man slapped the thermometer aside with contempt. I am senior advisor to the Eagle Nation mission in Sakura. My time is worth more than the lives of you kimchi-eating peasants. Step aside, or I'll have Admiral MacArthur II sail his aircraft carrier straight into Seoul. Faced with his fury, the surrounding Peichi soldiers seethed inwardly, but dared not resist. Such was the unassailable authority of a hegemon, even one recently humiliated by monsters. Before its vassal states, it remained Lord and Father incarnate. Finally, the Epidemic Control Commander sighed deeply and waved his hand. Let them pass first. The special corridor swung open. The Eagle Nation delegation strutted forward like triumphant roosters, heads high, chests puffed, muttering curses and complaints about everything they saw and smelled. Yet no one noticed. Among this arrogant procession walked a young man in a hooded sweatshirt, head bowed low, moving deliberately slow. His face was deathly pale, tinged with an unnatural ashen gray. Beads of sweat poured from his brow. His left arm, tightly wrapped in a thick coat, seemed deliberately concealed. His face was deathly pale, tinged with an unnatural ashen gray. Beads of sweat poured from his brow. We must ride out the quarantine here before returning home. Hurry up, don't dawdle. This place smells only of cursed kimchi. I miss Texas barbecue. At the name Jack, the young man convulsed violently and lifted his head. His once vibrant blue eyes were now bloodshot, pupils wildly dilating and contracting, as if locked in a final desperate struggle against some unspeakable will. I'm fine. Jack's voice rasped like grinding sandpaper. Just hungry. Hungry. His companion rolled his eyes. Tough it out. We'll eat at the hotel. Though frankly I doubt these kimchi-eaters can cook anything decent. Jack offered no reply, merely continued walking in silence. But his head remained bowed, lips clenched so fiercely they split open, leaking blackish red blood down his chin. A fire raged inside him. an insatiable hunger. Not for steak, not for burgers, but for the pulsing carotid artery of his companion throbbing with each word he spoke. How delicious, truly delicious. And deep within terror gripped him. In that instant he realized. He was becoming one of those monsters from Sakura. He dared not speak. Exposure meant immediate execution. He feared death. He feared monstrosity. Tormented, he stood paralyzed between two horrors. Soon he reached the entrance of the temporary shelter. A triage checkpoint stood before it. A Peichi nurse held. As Jack approached, she raised the device. "Sir, please remove your hood." Her voice was gentle, laced with the characteristic sweetness of Peichi's speech. Jack trembled uncontrollably, slowly raising a shaking hand toward his hood's brim, desperately devising escape. Then, without warning, a violent convulsion seized his entire body. His last vestige of reason shattered. In that instant, primal bestiality flooded his consciousness and seized control. Jack trembled uncontrollably, slowly raising a shaking hand toward his hood's brim, desperately devising escape. Then, without those nearby instinctively turned toward the apparent madman in their midst, only to freeze, eyes wide, breath snatched away at the sight before them. Most horrifying was his left arm. Large swaths of flesh torn away, the wound necrotic and blackened veins spreading like obsidian spiderwebs across his skin. That was a bite mark. Ah! The nurse's scream died unborn in her throat. Jack, now wholly possessed, snapped his head upward. His face twisted grotesquely, jaw-splitting erdo ear revealing teeth slick with black blood. Roar. In the next heartbeat, he lunged, not as a man but as a ravenous beast, straight at the helpless nurse. Splatter. Blood sprayed across the dock. A scream ripped through Busan Harbor like a blade. Even the Eagle Nation advisors, who moments earlier had complained about kimchi, stood petrified, minds utterly blank. How could this be? Those infected by the zombie virus had turned almost instantly before. Why? Why had this man survived the journey intact? The fat diplomat knew nothing of special physiologies, that while the virus burned fiercely, onset varied wildly across individuals. Jack, now a monstrous incubator, was evidently one whose latency period stretched far beyond the norm. Zombie. How can there be zombies here? Run! Screams ignited panic, transforming the chaotic crowd into utter bedlam. Some tried desperately to flee back toward the warships, where their own soldiers waited. Yet, crushing crowds, narrow choke points, and unprepared medical staff had turned this site into a perfect crucible for viral transmission. While the world believed the catastrophe confined to Sakura's isolated shores, in that very moment, it erupted anew. Here in Peichi, chaos exploded beyond control, and Jack, the newly risen zombie, slaughtered without mercy amid the suffocating press of bodies. Tokyo, the epicenter of the nuclear explosion. The surrounding area, spanning several kilometers, has taken on a grim gray hue. Only the occasional flash of lightning amidst the swirling dust can illuminate this desolate wasteland. Once a vibrant metropolis ranked among the world's finest, it has now become a complete no man's land. Yet for Lin Fan, who lurks in the crater, it feels as comfortable as a heated blanket in winter. Especially the high concentration of nuclear radiation here, which invigorates his cells like a down comforter. There are no system prompts nor any data panels. All he feels is a tingling itch deep within his bones, akin to the sensation of new flesh growing over an old. This is the signal of gene recombination and enhancement. At this moment, Lin Fan is sleeping soundly, even snoring a bit. With every breath, the blue waste gas expelled from his nostrils causes the surrounding radiation levels to spike significantly. Not far from him, at the edge of the crater, lie two massive mutated squids resembling two loyal guard dogs. They wave their thick tentacles, lazily swatting at the drones that dare to approach. Smack! A global hawk drone worth millions of dollars is swatted from the air like a fly, exploding into black smoke as it crashes into the ruins. In the Eagle Sauce Nation at the Pentagon, the atmosphere in the conference room is more oppressive than ever, suffocating everyone present as they closely monitor the situation in Tokyo. Everyone's eyes are glued to the large screen dominating the wall of the conference room. With the explosion of yet another drone, another surveillance feed goes black. Yet despite the losses, no one expresses concern at this moment. Their gazes remain fixed on the massive figure sleeping soundly in the other footage. The sight of someone sleeping in public evokes a feeling of being ignored among them. This can only be described as a blatant humiliation. However, regarding this humiliation, even if they feel incredibly angry inside, they can only swallow their anger and glare in silence. The president of the Eagle Sauce Nation, seated at the head of the table, feels his blood pressure skyrocketing. Who can tell me how we should deal with him? After a long silence, he finally spoke. Are we really just going to watch this beast sleep in front of us? The director of the intelligence agency wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and tremblingly stood up. Mr. President, it's not that we don't want to capture him. The main issue is, we've already lost our chance. As he spoke, the director pulled up a thermal image pointing at the area marked in deep red. According to the analysis by the technical department, the radiation levels in that area have already exceeded 5,000 sieverts and are continuing to rise. Not to mention approaching, even our soldiers would collapse from acute radiation sickness if they get within 5 kilometers. What about wearing protective suits? Protective suits cannot withstand that level of radiation. Entering would be a death sentence. The director swallowed hard, pointing at the 2 massive shadows lying at the crater's edge. Moreover, even if we could get in, those 2 giant sea monsters are not something we can handle. Our experts, based on past encounters with our capture team, speculate that these 2 mutated squids have undergone radiation mutations with skin hardness comparable to the composite armor of a tank, and they possess immense destructive power. Unless we mobilize half the country's military otherwise. The director dared not continue simply playing a video. The video depicted the scene encountered by the capture team at sea. In just a few minutes, an entire fleet was annihilated, and it was utterly thorough. The conference room fell silent once more, with the president of the Eagle Sauce Nation turning. They cannot fight back. They cannot capture him. Now he is even sleeping right under their noses, treating them as if they were air. This feeling of frustration is worse than killing him. Keep an eye on him. After a long pause, the president of the Eagle Sauce Nation, feeling helpless, gritted his teeth. I refuse to believe he can sleep forever. Deploy all satellites for 24-hour surveillance. The moment he dares to move, report to me immediately. Meanwhile, several hundred nautical miles away from Tokyo, in the pickled vegetable nation at Busan port. In stark contrast to the silence of Tokyo, this place is bustling with activity. Military ships from various countries are crowding the port, their searchlights illuminating the area as bright as day. On the deck of a warship proudly flying the bright 5-star red flag, a girl is holding her phone, making a peace sign at the camera, her expression one of sheer relief. Ding ding ding. Brothers, I survived. Do you see this? Where is this? This is Busan. I'm safe. You tell me, am I lucky or not? I survived in that kind of environment. Even I am impressed with my— Look over there, that's Busan. She excitedly points her camera towards the distant city lights. Whoa, I finally escaped from that hellhole. The live chat instantly flooded with comments. Old woman, don't celebrate too early. I have a feeling you won't live long. Yet based on my years of experience as a traditional Chinese doctor, wherever the host goes, disaster follows. From what the people upstairs say, I suggest the pickled vegetable nation immediately seal off Busan port tonight. This woman might just be carrying some sort of disaster weapon. You guys upstairs are saying, is it possible that our old woman has actually awakened a talent, but it's just a talent for attracting disasters? The girl rolls her eyes at the commenters. Go away. Stop cursing me. I'm telling you, I've seen through it this time. Oh, all that Sakura Nation and romantic trips are nonsense. Once I get back home, the first thing I'm doing is buying a lottery ticket. With my luck, I'd better win 5 million, or I'd be disappointed with all the shocks I've had in these days. As she speaks, she pulls in the side character who is sipping water. Saori, say hi to everyone. Don't worry, when we get to Huan Nation, I'll take care of you. We'll enjoy the good life and never set foot in such a cursed place again. Saori forces a smile and waves. The girl becomes more and more excited as she talks, completely oblivious to the commotion happening behind her at the dock. If I really want to travel, I'll go to Europe or— The girl becomes more and more excited as she talks, completely oblivious to the commotion happening behind her at the dock. If I really want to travel, I'll go to Europe or America. I've had enough of Asia. A piercing scream suddenly comes from the quarantine passage below. The sound is so sharp that it pierces through the noisy crowd and the crashing waves, clearly reaching the deck. The girl nearly drops her phone in shock. What the hell? What's going on? She instinctively turns around. Not just her, all the Chinese evacuees on deck, including the soldiers on guard, turn their gazes towards the dock. They see the long queue that was slowly passing through the quarantine checkpoint suddenly erupt into chaos. Everyone is frantically fleeing, pushing and trampling over one another. Crying and shouting fill the air. At the source of the chaos, a group of people can be seen, some lying on the ground, others chasing after them. Once caught, they pounce and begin to tear at them. Though far away, the sight of the area stained red with blood is still very eye-catching. They're biting people. Someone's biting people. Madmen. Those are madmen. Help. Don't push me. The chaos erupted almost instantaneously. Some who had fallen were slowly getting back on their feet. Some people's bodies twisted in extremely bizarre angles, making strange, choking sounds from their throats. The next second, those who got back up, without exception, all pounced on the nearest person. Tear. Those who didn't react in time were knocked down to the ground. Within just a few seconds, they stood up again, joining the ranks of the hunters. 1 becomes 2, 2 become 4, 4 become 8. Though some were not immediately turned into zombies after being attacked. Those who died on the spot, however, have already become part of the zombie horde, joining the spread of the infection. The girl stands high on the deck, looking down at this scene, completely stunned. Those who died on the spot, however, have already become part of the zombie horde, joining the spread of the infection. The girl stands high on the deck, looking down at this. Wasn't it said that the area was already quarantined? The viewers in the live chat also clearly see this scene through the high-definition camera. The chat explodes in an instant. What the hell? They are really zombies. I told you. The old woman is a disaster. Wherever she goes, death follows. Is this a live version of Busan? Those people down there should be survivors from the Eagle Sauce Nation, right? Goodness, is it really that the father has thrown poison 1,000 miles away? While the viewers in the girl's live stream are discussing the situation at the dock has completely spiraled out of control. Those formerly arrogant citizens of the Eagle Sauce Nation are now trapped in the middle with nowhere to run. The white fat man who was previously shouting about wanting steak is now being pinned to the ground by 3 zombies. He desperately reaches out trying to grab something, but soon gets overwhelmed by the horde, leaving only the sickening sounds of chewing. Quick! Shut the hatch. Reclaim the gangway. Level 1 battle readiness. The commander on the Chinese ship reacts quickly and immediately gives the order. The soldiers swiftly spring into action, severing the connection with the dock, their dark gun barrels aimed downwards. While ensuring the safety of those on board, the commander also orders a thorough inspection of the entire warship. Help! Let us up. Please. I have money. I have plenty of money. Countless people rush to the edge of the dock, trying to climb the towering ship's side, but can only watch helplessly as the zombie horde surges towards them like a tide. The girl looks at the hellish scene below, and then at her phone still broadcasting live. She suddenly feels an urge. Brothers, I really am a disaster. The screams from Busan port can no longer be described as tragic. They are simply unbearable to witness. Even from several hundred meters away across the sea, the clarity is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Under the searchlights, those tireless figures were crazily tearing apart their victims who had yet to breathe their last before their throats were ripped out. Blood sprayed onto the containers, painting a hellish yukio. In Daimai's live streaming room, due to having received special treatment earlier, it was not banned despite the bloody scenes. At this moment, the barrage of comments filled the screen, soaring high. The popularity of the whole live stream room skyrocketed like a rocket, especially the content of the stream, which made netizens exclaim in delight. In this lifetime, nothing has been as exhilarating as Daimai's recent broadcasts. Goodness, a full-blown melee. Are they really putting on a real-life version of Train to Busan for us? Is this zombie running faster than Bolt? Brothers, usually we argue about everything, but this time I propose we be magnanimous and let it go. I second that. I declare that the zombie virus originated in the pickled cabbage nation. It is an inseparable part of their cultural heritage. I suggest the pickled cabbage nation apply for heritage status overnight. To be honest, it's our Eagle Sauce country that wants not only their money, but also their lives. This shipment of viruses is truly a display of filial piety. Daimai watched the barrage, her lips twitching. Are these netizens really so carefree? The place has turned into a hellscape, and they are still playing around with jokes. Everyone back to the cabin. Do not linger on the deck. Just then a stern command echoed from the ship's broadcast. Although the ship had cut off communications, this was an unknown virus, and no one could guarantee that it wouldn't spread through the air or that more flying creatures wouldn't appear. The evacuees from Huagua began to orderly move back inside. According to regulations, all personnel boarding the ship must undergo a second screening. Even though they had been checked once before boarding for the lives of thousands aboard, the captain ordered that every single hair must be scrutinized. A long line formed at the door of the medical room. There were no high-tech detection methods since this crisis came too suddenly. The doctors could only use the most primitive method, physical examinations. Even the tiniest pinprick wound had to be repeatedly questioned, and some were directly isolated. Daimai wanted to continue streaming, but had to obey the national order and could only hold her phone, shrinking her neck in line. She was genuinely panicking. It wasn't the virus she feared, but this inexplicable bad luck. Why did danger seem to follow her wherever she went? Could it be that the curses from her live stream were coming true? No, absolutely not. She had tested herself back then. She was just a talentless waste. Moreover, she was of the kind that had no chance of a comeback. However, while she was in line, a group of people walked by, led by an elderly man with gray hair, but a spirited demeanor. The 2 stars on his shoulder glimmered under the light. Clearly he was of a high rank. In an instant their eyes met. Daimai, feeling inexplicably flustered, hurriedly lowered her head. However, the elderly man, seeing Daimai live streaming with her phone, suddenly paused, his stern expression faltering. He narrowed his eyes, sizing up Daimai, then glanced at the familiar live stream interface displayed on her phone screen. Daimai felt a bit awkward under the old man's gaze, and quickly lowered her phone. Sir. Oh no, General. I know you. Before she could finish, the old man waved at her. You're that gamer, what's your name? Old woman. Daimai's awkwardness instantly turned into a stiff expression. No. Old man, is that how you refer to young ladies? Of course Daimai dared not ask. However, the barrage in the live stream erupted in laughter. Old woman. What is this? An official endorsement. I'm dying of laughter. I didn't expect this old general to understand live streaming too. Covering face, I can't bear to watch this. Is a total social death scene. General. You also watch live streams. Daimai was so embarrassed she could scratch the floor with her toes trying to save face. Actually, I'm still young. That's just what the netizens call me. The elderly man scrutinized Daimai closely, noticing no obvious wounds. Then his expression turned In his gaze there was sympathy, helplessness, and a sense of novelty, as if observing a rare creature. I've watched a few of your live streams. The old man sighed, his tone deep. I am the captain of this warship, young lady, to be honest. I've been in the army for 40 years, seen many storms. But a child as unfortunate as you, I've never seen it. Daime, are you being polite? If this person in front of her weren't a 2-star general, Daime was sure she'd hit him. Really? However, the old captain added seriously, wherever you go, trouble follows. Once you return home, try to go out as little as possible for everyone's sake. Uft! A knife stabbed right at the heart. A fatal blow. This was a blatant attack on her core. Daime's mouth fell open and she was speechless. Even the netizens in the live stream were left stunned, laughing uncontrollably. Did you hear? Did you hear? The national team has officially stamped it. Human disaster machine. I suggest handing the old woman over to the state, so when we see a country we dislike, we can airdrop her to them for a vacation. Are you a devil upstairs? But I think this plan is feasible. However, while the Huagua warship was filled with joy and harmony, thanks to Daime, flames, sword zombies rampaged. The once proud international port was now a playground for the undead. Who can tell me what on earth is going on? The roof off the office. The current leader of the pickled cabbage nation, Yunda, was pacing back and forth in the office. The television screen in the office was broadcasting images of Busan port as if it were hell. Flames, sword zombies rampaged. The once proud international port was now a playground for the undead. Who can tell me what on earth is going on? Yunda grabbed the phone, shouting angrily at the Minister of Defense on the other end. Wasn't it said to evacuate? Weren't there survivors? Why are they bringing the virus here? Those damned Eagle Sauce people. They are poisoning us. It's murder. On the other end of the line, the Minister of Defense's voice trembled. Mr. President, now is not the time to assign blame. Busan port is almost uncontrollable. The speed of transmission of those monsters is too fast, and they are tireless, biting anyone they see. We must seal it off immediately. We must deploy the military at once. Yunda shook with anger, collapsing into a chair. He knew they had to seal it off. But that's Busan. It's the second largest city of the pickled cabbage nation. Once sealed, the economic losses would be immeasurable, and his approval rating would surely plummet. But looking at the screen filled with the frantic tide of corpses, he knew there was no choice left. Seal it. Seal everything. Yunda gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. Blow up all the roads leading to Seoul. Mobilize all armored units, surround Busan. Not a fly is allowed to escape. And, he tightly gripped the microphone, his voice growing somewhat humble and mournful. Call the Eagle Sauce Embassy. Ask them what they intend to do. This is their ship, their people who caused this trouble. Have them send troops for support immediately. Across the ocean. Eagle Sauce Country Pentagon Command Center. The situation here was not much better than at the Blue House. On the large tactical screen, a massive entity was being monitored, lying at the center of the nuclear explosion in Tokyo. Everyone was pondering how to capture this enormous being. Even now, they still believed that as long as they could capture this thing for experimentation, even a tiny bit of success would be immensely beneficial. However, capturing it had become a significant problem. Just then, the Secretary of State's phone suddenly rang. He quickly made an apologetic gesture to everyone and answered. However, after only hearing a few sentences, his expression turned extremely grim and horrified. Mr. President, the pickled cabbage nation has sent an urgent request for aid. Busan port has erupted in a zombie crisis. Busan is experiencing a zombie crisis. The Eagle Sauce president was startled and quickly instructed the technical staff in the conference room to pull up satellite images. Soon scenes from Busan port appeared before everyone's eyes. After watching for a while, he slowly spoke. Tell Yunda that we express our deep sympathy. However, he shifted his tone. Our military is fully engaged in addressing the nuclear crisis in Tokyo, and that damn monster. We do not have extra forces to manage their mess. But the Secretary of State hesitated. Those infected were sent over by us. So what? The Eagle Sauce president glared at the Secretary of State. That was an accident. An unfortunate incident. Are you suggesting we send our soldiers to grapple with those unfeeling, tireless monsters? We have already suffered considerable losses. Do you want us to engage in armed conflict with two nations? He took a deep breath, loosening his tie. Relay my orders. All Eagle Sauce military bases in the pickled cabbage nation are to immediately enter a state of heightened readiness. Close the gates, set up machine guns, and prohibit anyone from entering or leaving until this damned virus is under control. Not even the president of the pickled cabbage nation is allowed to enter. Moreover, notify the evacuation fleet. Those still at sea must turn back. Head to Guam, to Hawaii. Even if they die at sea, they must not bring the virus back to the homeland. The Secretary of State opened his mouth, but ultimately nodded helplessly yes. Looking at the Secretary of State leave, the Eagle Sauce president's expression turned extremely grim. These damned people, for their own selfish interests, could even do such things. Perhaps due to the infected individual, or perhaps because the citizens of the pickled cabbage nation have long eaten pickled cabbage. Even when infected and turning into zombies, they were still rather unique. Each one moved with great agility, all were athletes. Just during the time the two nations were bickering, Busan port had nearly fallen. No miracles, no superheroes appeared in time. At this moment the entire port was filled with nothing but slaughter, and the first to mutate Jack was now unrecognizable as human. His body had swollen once again, muscle fibers bursting like tree roots tearing through his skin. His bones cracked loudly, and his once upright legs bent backward, transforming into hind limbs resembling those of a beast. He had completely defied any known image of a zombie. Roar! He crouched atop a flipped military vehicle, letting out a chilling roar to the sky. Beneath him was a sea of corpses. They seemed to have heard some sort of call, stopping their meaningless search, and began to turn their heads in unison, looking towards the city center. At the same time, Lin Fan, who was sound asleep at the Tokyo Nuclear Explosion Center, seemed to sense something. Beneath a suffocating shroud of radioactive ash dense as leaden clouds, Lin Fan abruptly slit his eyes open a fraction. A colossal amber, vertical pupil gleamed, with eerie cold fluorescence in the darkness. A flicker of bewilderment shimmered across that luminous gaze. What on earth was happening? What had just surged? Moments ago an inexplicable sensation had rippled through his consciousness, indescribable, neither sound nor image. More like the faint, unsettling aura of kinship. Yet even that felt incomplete. Could it be another scheme devised by those Eagle Nation scientists? He pondered for a moment, his thoughts thick and sluggish, then sighed inwardly. Let it be. After all, if the heavens collapsed, taller shoulders would bear the weight. Though come to think of it, wasn't he the tallest one? No matter. Right now he was merely a rather large lizard, still a juvenile, still growing. Sleep. First things first, unravel the mystery of his own transformed body. If it defied comprehension, then let it lie. His massive vertical pupil gently closed once more. A searing blue gout of breath erupted from his nostrils. He rolled onto his side and drifted back into slumber. Meanwhile, hundreds of nautical miles offshore from Tokyo upon the open sea, the Chinese naval evacuation vessel had just departed port. Dai Dama, granted limited deck access by the veteran captain, stood beside a young soldier, diligently filming with her smartphone. To be fair, after years as a livestream host, this was her first ever peak viewership broadcast. It would surely become the crowning anecdote of her entire career. Her selfie stick had been lost, causing slight tremors in the live feed, but this did nothing to dampen the fervor of millions watching online. Indeed, following that raw real-time transmission of the zombie outbreak, concurrent viewership was quietly edging toward the 100 million mark. The stream now drew not only domestic netizens, but also vast numbers of international viewers who'd bypassed firewalls to tune in. Upon entering, these foreign spectators joined the chorus, flooding the chat with their presence. So this is the legendary Eastern host. Good heavens, those are actual shambling corpses. What do you call disaster magnet? Now that's a fitting name. Don't gawk so wildly, foreigners. She's a national treasure of China. We suggest the Eagle Nation speak more respectfully henceforth, or else we'll airdrop the old woman straight into the White Palace. Huh. Airdropping into the White Palace. Brilliant. Imagine her stepping off the plane. Hi folks. I see that building's quite white. Boom. Stop, it's too vivid. Hello everyone, I'm an Iraqi viewer. I sincerely recommend this Chinese host visit the Eagle Nation. If travel funds are lacking, I'll Venmo you $50. Whoa. Who are you lurking underground like some ancient demon? Dai Dama stared at the barrage of dehumanizing comments scrolling across her screen, her heart sinking, tears welling. Is this ever going to end? Guys, please, stop stirring the pot, she whispered low, afraid of disturbing the patrolling soldiers nearby. I'm terrified. I'm practically peeing myself, and you're still cracking jokes. What's there to fear? Even zombies would veer wide around you. Too ominous. Exactly. One bite from you, and they'd drop dead on the spot. Holy crap. It's starting. They're fighting. At that comment, Dai Dama whipped her gaze toward the harbor. Though the Chinese warship had indeed left port, it hadn't sailed far at all. By now Busan harbor blazed with firelight. Augmented by searchlights already illuminating the docks, every horrific detail unfolded before the eyes of millions streaming live. What appeared on screen was no longer a harbor, it was hell incarnate. If Tokyo's catastrophe had evoked a suffocating silence of despair, so profound it choked the soul, then this was pure unrelenting slaughter. Bang, bang, bang. Just as viewers thrilled at the spectacle, gunfire erupted from the temporary defensive line at the harbor's exit. To be fair, the Korean response was markedly swifter than Japan's earlier reaction, perhaps owing to decades of frequent joint military drills with foreign forces. For such emergencies, they possessed well-honed contingency protocols. Several K-2 main battle tanks blocked the sole arterial road leading into the city, flanked by armored vehicles on both sides. Behind the armored vehicles, hundreds of soldiers, previously deployed to maintain order, stood, rigid rifles raised, bracing for the unimaginable. Stand your ground. Damn it. Retreat means court-martial. A major stood atop an armored vehicle, waving his pistol, voice raw with desperation. They're merely infected, just like those Japanese cases you've already seen. Eliminate them before they evolve. and victory is ours. Open fire. Yet, in the next heartbeat, every soldier's pupils contracted violently. From the swirling dust ahead, hundreds of black silhouettes exploded forward, swift as hunting leopards. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Utterly defying every prior notion of Japanese zombies. These virus-mutated Korean undead moved like sprinters doped with lethal stimulants. Quadrupedal, bounding, wildly vaulting over shipping containers with terrifying agility. Fire. Fire now. Panicked soldiers squeezed triggers. Muzzles spat flame, bullets sparked wildly against asphalt. Most missed entirely. The creatures' trajectories were chaotic, unpredictable, shifting mid-stride from left to right in grotesque, impossible angles. They bore no resemblance whatsoever to their Japanese counterparts. Aya! Amid the chaos, a blood-curdling scream tore through the air. A soldier still fumbling to reload was tackled by a female zombie, materializing from nowhere and instantly bitten deep into the throat. Blood gushed forth. Monsters, they're all monsters. Mommy, I want to go home. Witnessing their comrades' fate, the remaining soldiers broke rank, fleeing backward in blind terror. The once disciplined line shattered, utterly, within seconds of contact. Roar. Then, a deafening bestial roar shook eardrums and rattled bones. From behind the horde, a towering shadow launched skyward, soaring 7 or 8 meters high. It was Jack, the infected man. His frame had swollen to nearly 3 meters tall, his skin ruptured entirely, revealing dark, crimson musculature, coiled like serpentine veins beneath the surface. Along his spine, jagged bone spurs pierced through torn flesh, pale, grotesque, and horrifying. He arced through the air and crashed down full force onto the turret of a K2 tank. Boom! A thunderous detonation. The multi-ton tank lurched downward, its treads gouging deep fissures into the pavement. What is that thing? Inside the tank, the commander peered through his periscope, only to meet a monstrous face, jaws bristling with fangs, sending him into sheer panic. Turn the turret. Turn it now. Shake him off, quickly. But no matter how frantically they maneuvered, the creature clung on, unshakable. And now fused to the hull, mutant Jack sensed life within. Without hesitation, he raised fists thicker than human thighs, and began hammering the hatch cover with savage rhythmic blows. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact reverberated like a funeral drum inside the cramped compartment. Soon, however, horror eclipsed mere discomfort. For the supposedly impregnable alloy hatch, under those titanic fists, began buckling, warping, yielding like soft clay. Within seconds it fractured, and was ripped clean off. Roar! Jack roared, spotting living prey inside, and plunged his arm in. With shrieks piercing the air, the commander was dragged out, like a helpless chick. No struggle, no warning. Crack! A crisp, sickening snap of breaking bone echoed clearly, reaching every Korean soldier nearby. That brutal tableau froze their minds utterly blank. Crack! A crisp, sickening snap of breaking bone echoed clearly, reaching every Korean. The remaining soldiers disintegrated, abandoning gear, fleeing headlong toward the city. Their disciplined front had collapsed, irreversibly. Mutant Jack stood atop the mangled tank wreck, jaw dripping with shredded uniform fabric. His clouded, milky eyes tracked the fleeing soldiers toward the distant, glittering metropolis, a vast expanse of brilliant city lights. He knew there lay fresher blood and greater numbers to swell his ranks. Roar! He raised a massive arm, pointing toward Busan, and unleashed a primordial, earth-shaking bellow. At that cry, the rampaging horde, still tearing through the harbor, halted as one. Then, as if commanded by a single will, they surged forward, not as individuals, but as a black, relentless tide, over barriers, over corpses, rushing toward Busan. Seoul Chongwadi. President Yoon stared at the live feed, stunned, paralyzed, then collapsed heavily into his chair. It's over, all over. His lips trembled. Busan cannot hold. The defense minister stood pale beside him, gripping the phone tightly. Mr. President, the Eagle Nation has... Yoon jerked upright, eyes blazing with desperate hope. They'll send troops. No. The minister swallowed hard. They claim this is an internal matter, and to prevent viral spread, all U.S. military bases in Korea will immediately enter full lockdown. And what? They warn us. If we fail to sever the Busan-Seoul highway, they may consider tactical strikes against Busan. Tactical strikes. Yoon blinked, then exploded, hurling the ashtray on his desk to the floor with a shattering crash. Damn them. What do they think they're doing? Turning Busan into Tokyo Mark II. Those bastards brought the virus. They infected the people. Now they abandon us, and threaten to bomb us too. His office reverberated with impotent, furious screams. Yet everyone knew. That rage meant nothing. Before absolute power, the fury of the weak is merely absurdity, especially when confronting a hegemon. Tonight in Busan is destined to be a sleepless night. No, to be precise, it should be a night of bloodshed. The hastily established defense line in Busan crumbled in mere moments against the overwhelming tide of corpses. Throughout the entire battle, there was no so-called stalemate, nor were there any heroic moments where a single protagonist holds the line. What ensued was a one-sided massacre. Da-da-da. On the makeshift defense line, the barrel of the heavy machine gun had already turned red, and spent shells piled up on the ground like a small mountain. The shooter's finger was firmly clamped on the trigger, unwilling to let go even as his hands trembled with pain. It wasn't that he didn't want to release it, rather fear had rendered him paralyzed. He could only mechanically pull the trigger, shooting frantically at the encroaching dark tide. Even though a few bullets occasionally struck the heads of the targets, it was merely a drop in the bucket against the thousands of rushing monsters. Under the beam of a massive searchlight, those things were not running, they were flying. They stepped on abandoned cars, on lampposts, and even on each other's shoulders like a black mudslide, defying gravity, cascading over high walls made of stacked containers. Reload. Hurry and reload. As the horde drew closer, the shooter frantically called out to his companions, but no one came to help him. He instinctively turned his head. To his shock, in that instant, he saw a teammate with his throat bitten through, slumped weakly against the ammunition box. His heart trembled, but before he could react, a bloodied, grotesque face suddenly intruded into his vision. Then, crack. His pupils dilated, and the world turned quiet. However, this scene was not unique to this place. At this very moment, this was playing out on all three main roads leading into Busan city center. The armored units that had once been a source of pride were like paper boats in a storm, sinking instantly before these relentless, unfeeling monsters. Before the tidal wave of corpses, AK-2 main battle tank was frantically reversing, trying to escape the battlefield. Soon the driver, peering through the periscope, witnessed a scene that shattered his spirit. Swarming zombies like ants gnawing at an elephant piled on top of the armored vehicle in layers. The armored vehicle was completely engulfed by this black tide. Soon after, it was the tank he was in. The next moment, countless claws began scratching at the tank's armor, producing a chilling metallic screech. We're done for. We're all going to die here. The vehicle commander slumped in his seat, clutching a photo of his family tightly, his eyes filled with despair. The communication channel was flooded with the anguished screams and cries for help from teammates. Only cries for help with no support in sight. Seoul had already cut off all contact. The last message they received was that the higher-ups had prepared to blow up all bridges and tunnels north of Busan to prevent the virus from spreading. This meant abandoning millions in Busan along with them. At this moment, the entire Busan was steeped in tragedy and suffused with endless despair. As the last line of defense blocking the port and downtown crumbled, the black tide of corpses surged into Busan city center like a flood breaking its dam. Those still in dreams or left in ignorance had no time to react. The sounds of shattering glass, car alarms, and desperate screams instantly filled the night sky. Explosions erupted and chaos spread instantaneously. The whole of Busan resembled a hell on earth. Time ticked by, and the slaughter continued, until a faint glimmer of dawn appeared over the eastern horizon. The morning light, tinged with warmth, attempted to dispel the bloodshed and coldness of the city. The surviving soldiers and civilians hiding on rooftops and basements, or even in closets, gazed at the light filtering in through the windows, their eyes filled with intense hope. Daylight had arrived. Surely national rescue must be on the way. However, they remained unaware that Busan had no rescue left. Not only was there no rescue, but the entire Busan was also being monitored by countries around the world via satellites or unmanned reconnaissance drones. Gradually, sunlight emerged. Yet just as the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and illuminated the streets strewn with remnants. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from the center of Busan, echoing throughout much of the city. It was that mutated entity, Jack. At this moment, he appeared even larger than the night before, with the bone spikes on his back glinting with a cold white light in the morning sun. He did not mindlessly roar like ordinary zombies. Instead, he stood atop a high building in the center of Busan, facing the rising sun, emitting a warning filled with disgust and anger. He did not mindlessly roar like ordinary zombies. Instead, he stood atop a high building in the center of Busan, facing the rising sun, emitting a warning. As that roar echoed, the horde of corpses that had been frantically pursuing the living on the streets abruptly halted their actions, as if receiving an order. They raised their heads, their ashen eyes gazing in the direction of the city center. Then, like a regular army receiving a retreat command, tens of thousands of zombies began frantically seeking shadows. Some smashed through shop windows while others squeezed into sewer grates. Like a receding tide, in less than 5 minutes, the streets once filled with monsters were suddenly deserted, leaving only pools of blood, burning vehicles, and newspapers fluttering in the wind. A deathly silence enveloped the area. If not for the scattered limbs and severed arms, one might have doubted if it was merely a nightmare. Otherwise, how could those monsters? This extreme contrast might just be seen as a spectacle by ordinary people. However, to the high-ranking officials of various countries, this scene bore a different meaning. At this moment, the actions of these zombies were far more chilling than mere slaughter. These creatures feared sunlight and knew how to hide. More terrifyingly, their behavior indicated that these monsters were no longer mindless zombies. This group of monsters actually possessed intelligence. Moreover, they represented a new species with hierarchy, command, and even biological instincts. They were nocturnal predators. Light was their weakness, while darkness was their sanctuary. Was this still the zombie they had known? Meanwhile, Tokyo, the ruins at the center of the nuclear explosion. In the vast crater, Lin Fan had been asleep here for crack, crack. Suddenly, the dust on his body fell away, accompanied by sounds reminiscent of cracking bones. The hard shell that had originally covered his body, resembling rock, began to show cracks. Bright blue light shone through the fissures, like molten lava surging beneath the Earth's crust, but this magma was composed of atomic energy. So comfortable. Just as he awoke, Lin Fan instinctively opened his mouth to express his feelings. The moment he did, boom. A massive blue atomic breath erupted uncontrollably. In the next second, a dilapidated building several hundred meters away was instantly reduced to rubble. Lin Fan, this exhale of mine is a bit too strong. He shook his head, slowly rising to his feet. His field of vision seemed to have risen again. He instinctively looked down at himself. He discovered that the scales covering his body were no longer the coarse texture from before, but had transformed into a deep black, densely packed armor with a metallic sheen. Each scale resembled a polished black gold shield, tightly arranged and perfectly fitting his muscular contours. The dorsal fin on his back had grown larger and sharper, resembling rows of giant swords embedded in his spine. With each breath, the dorsal fin lit up with blue light, starting from the tail, extending all the way to his neck. This powerful and destructive aesthetic would surely make any special effects enthusiast kneel and call him father on the spot. This was the true king of monsters. Not merely an increase in size, but a transcendence of life itself. Lin Fan looked down at his claws. Sharp and tough. He felt that even if a battleship were placed before him, he could easily tear it apart, like opening a chip bag. Gulula. So freaking cool. Just as Lin Fan was lost in self-admiration, dust suddenly began to swirl beside the giant pit. In the next moment, two enormous creatures emerged from the dust. They were his two little octopus minions. However, they now looked drastically different. Their formerly soft bodies were now covered in a layer of dark red chitin, and their tentacles had become thicker and stronger, adorned with hooks and suction cups. Of course, the most significant change was their heads. Upon their gigantic heads, a massive single eye had grown, emanating a crimson glow. What the hell? What on earth is this? At this moment, even the well-informed Lin Fan was taken aback by the appearance of his two little minions. Goodness. Just a while ago, he thought they resembled a kraken, and now it seemed they were heading toward a Cthulhu-like trance. The two gigantic creatures crawled up, one on each side, very obediently coming to his feet. They waved their tentacles as if trying to please him or awaiting inspection. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Although they looked a bit awkward, at least they seemed capable of fighting. They would definitely meet the standards for monsters when they hit the streets. He raised his head, looking toward the eastern sea. That was where the sun rose, in the direction of Huagua. I wonder if my parents would be moved to tears upon seeing my imposing and powerful appearance. They should be right. After all, I've made a name for myself now, and I can be considered the king of monsters, albeit slightly larger than before. Just as Lin Fan was feeling good about himself, alarms began ringing from the Eagle Country, which had been monitoring the movements in the Tokyo ruins. It's moving. It's moving. Due to data overflow, we can't calculate its exact energy level. The staff member grabbed the phone on the desk to report. An ultra-high energy reaction has appeared in the Tokyo ruins. Osaka, Sakura Nation. With Tokyo reduced to a nuclear wasteland, the provisional government of Sakura Nation had no choice but to urgently relocate here. Inside the provisional prime minister's residence, the atmosphere was so heavy it seemed moisture might drip from the air. Tanaka, the newly appointed provisional prime minister, less than 24 hours into office, clutched the telephone with one hand while frantically mopping sweat from his brow with a handkerchief in the other. His predecessor had met a gruesome end, his remains still unaccounted for. And Tanaka, thrust onto this post as a scapegoat, had scarcely settled into his seat before receiving another earth-shattering report. The monster slumbering within Tokyo's ruins had awakened. Gentlemen, this is no time for silence. Tanaka slammed the receiver onto the desk and roared at the cabinet ministers assembled before him, their faces ashen and hollow. Tokyo is gone. If that creature breaks free from Tokyo, the next city to fall may be Yokohama, or even Osaka, where we now stand. Then not only will we have nowhere left to retreat, but we may perish alongside the entire city. Yet no matter how fiercely he spoke, not a single voice rose in response. Each minister stood frozen, faces twisted in despair. They truly had no solution. Evacuation. Where could they possibly go? The island nation was already so small. Retreat any further would mean plunging into the sea to feed the fish. Unless another nation grants them asylum, they are utterly without recourse. Where are the awakened warriors and samurai I ordered you to contact? Tanaka turned sharply toward the newly appointed Minister of Defense. That so-called sword saint, and the Abe on my OG. Summon them immediately, by any means necessary. They must halt that creature on the Kanto plain, at all costs. Prime Minister. The Minister of Defense grimaced. The orders have been dispatched, but what? But most and rank cultivators upon learning they were to confront the monster have gone silent. Gone silent. Tanaka's eyes bulged nearly from their sockets. Bakayaro. What do you mean, gone silent? Are these cowards of the Empire fleeing the battlefield? Do they repay the generous stipends bestowed by the state with such treacherous desertion at the hour of greatest need? The Minister of Defense instinctively shrank back, uttering nothing. Inwardly he thought, can you blame them? Even the American capture team was torn apart like children's toys. How could anyone expect them to charge forward with mere swords against a monstrous abomination? At this moment perhaps only the legendary Ultraman could save them. But did such a being truly exist? What of the Americans? Tanaka, dazed and desperate, suddenly whirled toward the Minister of Foreign Affairs. They are our allies. Did they not vow to protect us? Call the White House, immediately. Request emergency aid. Send troops. If it takes nuclear ordnance to stop that thing, so be it. Nuclear strike again. Are you insane? At those words the Minister of Foreign Affairs swallowed hard, but knew well that with no alternatives left he had no choice. Trembling, he raised his satellite phone. The line connected swiftly. Through the speakerphone came the unmistakable haughty cadence of an American diplomat. This is the White House. Tanaka, freshly sworn in, leapt for the phone as though seizing a lifeline, his voice cracking with raw desperation. Help us! Help us! The monster has awakened. We need reinforcements. We need the 7th Fleet. We need superheroes. Silence stretched across the line for several seconds. Then came the rustle of papers turning. Your Excellency, please remain calm. The voice remained perfectly level, detached, almost bureaucratic. We extend our deepest sympathies regarding your nation's plight. President has already offered prayers for you on Twitter. Twitter. Prayers. Go to hell. Is that what we asked for? Prayers. Tanaka nearly spat blood. We need soldiers. We need firepower, not Twitter prayers. I'm afraid not. The tone remained unchanged. Disasters are no longer confined solely to your nation. Our experts assess that intervention carries excessive risk, given the ongoing biochemical crisis in Busan Republic of Kimchi. Excessive risk. What kind of absurd excuse is that? Tanaka froze, stunned. You mean you're abandoning us? No, we are certainly not abandoning you. The diplomat corrected gently. We have deployed our most advanced Global Hawk drones and reconnaissance satellites, monitoring the colossal entity comprehensively and continuously. Monitoring. Precisely. This unknown organism's evolutionary data holds extraordinary value for humanity's biological sciences as a whole. By observing its behavior across your territory, we will rapidly identify its vulnerabilities. Then we shall devise the most direct and safest method of eradication. You, Bakayaro, by the time you finish your studies, Sakura, and indeed the entire archipelago, will have vanished from the map. Tanaka trembled violently. Are you using us as test subjects? Sacrificing the lives of Sakura's citizens as lab rats? Sir, kindly moderate your language. This is for the sake of all humanity. Beep, beep, beep. Before Tanaka could respond, the line went dead. The hollow dial tone echoed in the receiver as Tanaka stared blankly ahead, then collapsed limply into his chair. For the sake of all humanity. What a noble phrase. For the sake of all humanity. Meanwhile, across the Pacific Ocean, United States of America, a conference room. The diplomat who'd hung up shrugged and turned toward a silver-haired elder seated at the head of the table. Sir, the request has been declined. The elder nodded approvingly, his gaze deep and inscrutable as it lingered on the monstrous silhouette displayed on the main screen, and flickered briefly to the adjacent split screen showing the harrowing chaos in Busan. Well done. His voice was quiet yet resonant. We can no longer afford reckless action. We cannot sustain further losses. Look at those fools in the Republic of Kimchi. They couldn't even hold their own port. That virus spreads too rapidly. If we dispatch ships to evacuate Sakura nationals, who can guarantee none aboard carry infection? Who can guarantee the beast itself doesn't harbor something far deadlier? Senior officers around the table nodded in agreement. Indeed, containment is the only rational strategy. Sakura and the Republic of Kimchi are now two vast petri dishes. A bespectacled scientist adjusted his glasses, eyes alight with feverish zeal. One, a biochemical mutation, the other, a nuclear evolution. This is an unstoppable catastrophe, but also an unprecedented opportunity. With this first-hand data, American biotechnology will surge 50 years ahead of the world. But a young staff officer hesitated. Sakura is our ally, and we maintain military bases there. Sacrifice is inevitable. This is an unstoppable catastrophe, but also an unprecedented opportunity. With this first-hand data, American biotechnology will surge 50 years ahead of the world. No one leaves base without explicit command, and no Sakura national is permitted within proximity. Violators will be executed on sight. Yes, sir. The conference room fell silent once more. All eyes instinctively drifted back to the large screen, where a pulsing red dot moved steadily across the map. Tokyo, the nuclear wasteland. Lin Fan, the very creature at the center of humanity's scheming and betrayal, remained blissfully unaware. Even if he had known, he'd likely roll his eyes and blast them all with atomic breath. Now striding confidently from the colossal meteor crater, he marched forth with unshakable swaggering authority. Boom, boom. Each footfall sent shockwaves rippling through the earth. How to describe it? Simply put, unprecedented absolute dominance. Those towering forests of steel and concrete, once daunting to his former self, now crumbled beneath him like brittle dust. And with his perspective transformed, so too had his mindset. Lin Fan paused, lifted his massive head slightly, and exhaled twin plumes of searing white vapor through flared nostrils. He felt every cell within him singing with exhilaration, the surging power of his recently restructured body. Though his hunger for radiation energy had temporarily subsided, a deeper, more primal yearning stirred, submerged the island. He glanced left and right. The ruins surrounding him had been stripped nearly bare of residual radiation, like an empty soup bowl licked clean. There was nothing left worth lingering over. Yet submerging the island was no simple feat. Even with his immense size, merely leaping about the landmass would hardly sink it. Should he die again? His enormous amber vertical pupils swiveled toward the horizon. No map guided him, but moving steadily in one direction would inevitably lead him to civilization. Anywhere within the archipelago would suffice. Yet ironically, dying was now the harder challenge, given that his gaze caught sight of that iconic solitary mountain unique to the islands. Would leaping into it kill him? Ruawar. A thunderous roar erupted from his throat. Two equally colossal mutated squids beside him instantly grasped his intent. Waving barbed tentacles and glowing crimson eyes, they radiated fierce, ecstatic anticipation. The boss is taking us to demolish the streets. Yet they had no idea. He wasn't leading them to destruction, but straight to oblivion. Let's go. Lin Fan muttered inwardly as his colossal tail whipped behind him, stirring gales of wind. He made no effort to conceal himself, nor did he need to. Thus, flanked by two devoted companions, he strode forward like a plowing ox, bold, unapologetic, and inexorably bound for Mount Fuji. At the foot of Mount Fuji, Shizuoka Prefecture. This place is a considerable distance from Tokyo, backed by mountains with an expansive terrain. In contrast to the desolation of Tokyo, this area appears to be a pure land. Inside, a high-end hot spring hotel steam wafts in the air. Unlike the chaos outside, this place not only has electricity, but also serves exquisite kaiseki cuisine. There are even staff members. Lord Abe, the Prime Minister, has called for the 12th time already. In the large reception room, a man dressed in a black suit kneels on the tatami, his forehead slick with cold sweat, holding a shaking satellite phone. Opposite him sits an elderly man with white hair and beard. The old man holds a delicate porcelain cup, gently blowing away the foam without even raising his gaze. If Lin Fan were here, he would certainly recognize this old man. The old man is none other than Abe Tenkai, who had previously demonstrated great power in Lin Fan's inner world. Abe Tenkai, the president of the Onmyoji Association of Sakura-kuni, the oldest glass powerhouse, once hailed as the guardian deity of the empire. However, this guardian deity, it's over. Abe Tenkai took a sip of tea, speaking in a flat tone. But the subordinates' hands trembled. The Prime Minister said, if we don't take action soon, we'll be charged with treason. Treason. Abe Tenkai put down the teacup and scoffed lightly. How long has that brat Tanaka been Prime Minister? Does he have the right to judge me? As he spoke, he looked around at the others, his expression proud. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at a critical juncture for the survival of the empire. We must preserve the sparks of hope. You cannot possibly comprehend the terror of that monster. Even the steel leviathans of the eagles appear to be mere paper toys before it, let alone the two newly evolved tentacled creatures accompanying it. As he spoke, a hint of imperceptible fear flashed in Abe Tenkai's eyes, but was quickly masked. His gaze swept over the dozens of men and women seated in the room. These individuals are all that remains of Sakura-kuni's A-class and above combatants. Swordmasters, ninjas, psychics. Usually they flaunt their superiority, but now they cower like quails. Ladies and gentlemen, Abe Tenkai raised his voice. You must understand, we are not cowards. We are strategically repositioning. Tokyo is gone if we charge, and now to die, who will protect the remaining citizens? Exactly. Lord, a warrior with dual swords at his waist immediately echoed, wiping the sweat from his face. That monster is beyond human reckoning. We are doing this for the greater good. Yes, for the greater good. The crowd nodded in agreement, bringing a new twist to their fear of death. Abe Tenkai was pleased with their response. Rest assured, the place I've chosen is extremely safe. He pointed out the window toward Mount Fuji, looking strategic. That monster, although amphibious, is ultimately a marine creature. Since it has gorged on nuclear waste in Tokyo, it is highly likely to return to the deep sea. It wouldn't come all the way to the inland mountains, would it? Thus, this place is absolutely safe. There's an old saying in Huagua that the most dangerous place is the safest place. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present finally improved a bit. Indeed, what sea monster would not return to the sea, but instead climb a volcano? That does not align with biological common sense. Lord Abe is truly prescient. No wonder he is in class powerhouse. I can't wait to emulate that composure. Suddenly praises erupted. The subordinate holding the phone sighed in relief, preparing to turn off the device. Buzz, all the teacups on the table began to ripple. Immediately after, clang. A framed calligraphy hanging on the wall tilted. The ground began to tremble slightly. This tremor was not continuous, but extremely sudden and rhythmic. Abe Tenkai frowned tightly, as in class powerhouse his perception of the earth far exceeded that of ordinary people. This tremor, the previously relaxed atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Everyone's movement stiffened. Earth? Quake, someone trembled and asked. Abe Tenkai frowned tightly, as in class powerhouse his perception of the earth far exceeded that of ordinary people. This tremor, something is off. It doesn't feel like tectonic movement, it feels more like footsteps. But how could that be? What thing's footsteps could resonate over dozens of kilometers? Report. Just as everyone was shocked, a piercing scream shattered the silence. A perceiver assigned to watch outside stumbled into the room, his face filled with panic. My lord, it's here. It's come. Abe Tenkai's heart sank, grabbing the collar of the subordinate. Who is it? The Eagle's army. No, it's not. The person said, his pupils dilating, tremblingly pointing outside. It's that monster. The monster from Tokyo. It's here, it's coming with 2 giant squids. Abe Tenkai's mind buzzed. What on earth? Coming. Bullshit. He shoved his subordinate away and strode towards the terrace. What business does it have coming here? Though he cursed, an ominous premonition surged within him. Coming. Bullshit. He shoved his subordinate away and strode towards the terrace. What business does it have coming here? Though he cursed, an ominous premonition. Coming. Bullshit. He shoved his subordinate away and strode towards the terrace. What business does it have coming here? Though he cursed, an ominous it was enormous. Even from such a distance, its towering form filled everyone with immense fear. The row of dark blue dorsal fins on its back shimmered with a chilling light under the sun. The most absurd part was that behind this giant beast it dragged 2 massive dark red masses. They were the 2 mutated squids, its companions. Having left the water, even with their evolution, they moved at a painfully slow pace. They could only cling tightly to the large tail with their sturdy tentacles, and relying on Lin Fan ahead, dragged themselves along the ground, carving out 2 deep bottomless trenches. Wherever they passed, trees toppled and houses collapsed. It was like a bulldozer heading towards Shizuoka Prefecture. How could it come here? A female awakener's legs gave way, collapsing to the ground, her teeth chattering audibly. The folding fan in Abe Tenkai's hand snapped with a crack. At that moment, his previously proud theory of an absolute safe zone shattered into pieces. It felt like a huge joke striking hard against his face. Is this what you call a sea monster not climbing mountains? Everyone looked at Abe Tenkai with expressions of blame. Run! Run! Someone shouted. Is this what you call a sea monster not climbing mountains? Everyone looked at Abe Tenkai with expressions of blame. Lord Abe, what do we do? Where do we run? Someone looked frantically at the anchor of their hopes. Abe Tenkai's face turned pale as he watched the approaching blue figure, his lips trembling. Where to run? The entire island nation is this big, where can we run? Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away from the hot spring hotel, Lin Fan was walking with boredom. Who? He exhaled a white breath, feeling a bit parched. Walking on land for too long was indeed less comfortable than being in the sea, especially with 2 dead weight behind him. He glanced back. Those 2 mutated squids looked quite pitiful, covered in dust and dirt, their large eyes shimmering with tears as they gazed at him pitifully. Roar! Lin Fan growled, shaking his tail in disdain. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought these 2 along. He initially intended to showcase them, but now they looked like they were out collecting scraps. Fortunately, there are no competitors in this world. Otherwise, if someone else saw this, they would think the great king of monsters is mistreating small animals. Pa, what am I thinking? I'm a human. He lifted his head, gazing at the towering snow-covered mountain ahead. Mount Fuji. Truly beautiful. That massive volcanic crater. I wonder if it's big enough. At this moment, Lin Fan's mind was filled with one thought. He just wanted to see with his own eyes how a volcano erupts. Suddenly, Lin Fan's large amber eye. He looked toward the foot of the mountain, not far away. Just in that instant, he sensed a significant amount of energy fluctuations coming from there. Though they were weak, they were real energy responses. Moreover, one of them felt very familiar. A familiar face. Lin Fan paused for a moment. He hadn't expected this sudden whim would lead to an unexpected encounter. How embarrassing. Roar. Little ones, put in more effort. There are playmates ahead. Lin Fan excitedly roared. The dorsal fins behind him shone brightly, and his previously leisurely pace instantly accelerated. Boom, boom, boom. As his pace quickened, the tremors of the earth intensified. The 2 squids that had been sluggish perked up immediately upon hearing food. Their tentacles waved like propellers, propelling them across the dry land at the speed of a speedboat. Inside the hot spring hotel, it accelerated. It's accelerated. It has spotted us. How is that possible? How could it possibly spot us from this far away? Didn't you see its eyes? It glanced this way just now. That look. Amid the chaos, Abe Tenkai could no longer maintain his lofty image. He leaned on the railing in front of him, leaping down and flying into the air. Run! Where to? To the seaside? To the seaside. Abe Tenkai screamed hysterically. The sea must be safe. Just as he took off, and before he could escape, he felt the air around him tremble. Immediately after a breath, the people present, seeing that mist-like breath rushing toward them, no longer cared about fleeing, and instead used their skills to defend. Abe Tenkai did not hesitate to land on the ground, then a golden shield enveloped his body. Boom! It was purely an overwhelming force of energy. The ground beneath Anbei Tianhai's feet instantly cracked, and he was as if forcefully pressed into the earth. It was purely an overwhelming force of energy. The ground beneath Anbei Tianhai's feet instantly cracked, and he was as if forcefully pressed into the earth by an invisible giant hand sinking below the surface from the knees down. Though his posture was somewhat awkward, the good news was that the barrier did not shatter. Did it? Did it hold? The people standing behind him exhaled as they looked at the golden barrier above, which was teetering and covered in cracks. They had at least saved their lives. Meanwhile, Lin Fan, several kilometers away, was also surprised, tilting his large head to look at the small light in the distance that resembled an eggshell. It looked somewhat familiar. Oh, it turned out to be an old acquaintance. What a coincidence. Back in the inner world, this old fellow was quite formidable. Compared to those zombie subordinates from the inner world, how could these two be so troublesome? Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. A mocking glint arising. Compared to those zombie subordinates from the inner world, how could these two be so troublesome? Suddenly, it seemed he thought of something. A mocking glint arising in his amber vertical pupils. Since you two like to catch, then. Here it goes. With Lin Fan's loud shout, he suddenly whipped his thick tail, which was dozens of meters long and covered in thorny spikes. In the next second, whoosh, whoosh, two massive dark red meatballs like siege artillery shells rushed towards the direction of the hot spring hotel with a piercing sound. What the? Nanny? What is that? Baka, how can it do that? This isn't martial ethics. At the hot spring hotel, the group that had just saved their lives didn't have time to catch their breath before they saw two massive meatballs flying towards them. They were immediately terrified. Who would have thought that the monster could execute such a move? Boom, boom. Before the group of awakened from Sakura country could react, the two massive shadows carrying earth-shattering kinetic force crashed down. With two earth-shaking boom, the two meatballs smashed into the mountainside, instantly kicking up dust and sending rocks flying. In the next moment, a massive shockwave burst forth, uprooting trees within 100 meters and even collapsing the hot spring hotel behind the group. A group of awakened individuals still in a daze were instantly blown away by the gust of wind. Cough, cough, cough. In the midst of the smoke and dust, several figures struggled to get up. That hurt like hell. A burly Arank powerhouse pushed aside the beam that had fallen on him, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Where's that monster? Did it die from the fall? At such a height, even something made of iron should be deformed right. However, at that moment, creak, a chilling sound of soft friction came from the thick clouds of dust. Then several thick, dark red tentacles slowly emerged from the ruins, waving wildly in the air. Swish. One tentacle casually slapped down onto the ground. The hard granite surface was instantly carved out, creating a deep trench several meters wide. Roar-ga! A sound resembling a deep-sea giant's roar mixed with a metallic grinding texture emerged from the dust. As the dust gradually cleared, two fierce beasts, each over 50 meters in size, appeared before the crowd. Earlier from a distance they had not thought much of it, but now standing face to face with these towering creatures they realized how terrifying they truly were. They were struck with a fear of giant creatures, especially the appearance of the two sea monsters, which made everyone's legs tremble. Huge heads, strange vertical pupils. Those eyes seemed to possess a magical power, sending shivers down their spines. What was even more terrifying were the tentacles covered in barbs and suckers. The circle of sharp teeth within the suckers opened and closed, producing a crisp sound. What is this thing? A North Sea giant. A Cthulhu spawn. But no matter what it was, they all knew they had no hope of escape. What do we do? Among the crowd, a man who liked to call himself a sword Saint Yagyu looked up at the giant before him, his hand gripping the sword, trembling slightly. He was an awakened from Sakura country, and also one of the top swordsmen in Sakura country. Usually he could cut through steel, and even split an armored vehicle in half. But facing such a slimy, amorphous monster, his swordsmanship instinct told him he couldn't cut it. It was impossible. Even the greatest swordsman would shake his head. Stop dawdling. Get to it. At that moment, Anbei Tianhai's voice reached everyone's ears. If you don't want to die, you have to kill it. However, just as he finished speaking before the crowd could react, the two sea monsters struck first. Whoosh. Several tentacles shot towards the crowd without warning. The speed was so fast that the awakened from Sakura country had no time to react. Watch out. A frontline or ranked defensive awakened seeing a tentacle shooting towards him instinctively activated his rocks. His body instantly turned into a gray-white granite with defensive power sufficient to withstand a rocket. However, just as he donned the rock skin, the tentacle approached him. There was no time to avoid. In desperation, he could only choose to take it heed-in. However, the tentacle came down on him like swatting a fly. There was no suspense. Absolutely no suspense. The awakened in rock skin couldn't even scream. His entire being was instantly turned into a blood mist, along with the shattered rock skin pieces beneath him turned into mush. Silence. A deathly silence. And a rank powerhouse, just like that. Gone. And this was just a normal attack. Gulp. The stunned crowd swallowed hard. Gah. At that moment, the larger squid monster on the left let out a cry. Dozens of tentacles shot out simultaneously like giant pythons hunting, twisting towards the densely packed crowd. Scatter. Quickly scatter. Fire users. Burn it with fire. Where are the lightning users? Electrocute it. It's a marine creature. It fears electricity. The crowd erupted in chaos, various colorful abilities igniting, all aimed at the two monsters. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, lightning, wind blades. Various attacks struck the squid, exploding into beautiful fireworks. If it were an ordinary monster, this barrage would have at least left it with some injuries. But as the fireworks faded away, the crowd despaired to find that the two creatures were completely unharmed. The flames that burned on the squid's slimy exterior only emitted a sizzling sound, producing a foul-smelling white smoke, not even scorching its skin. As for the lightning, it only made the squid shudder a couple of times in pleasure, causing its tentacles to wave more energetically with no other effect. On the contrary, these attacks only angered them. The smaller squid on the right suddenly opened its massive maw located at the base of its tentacles. Puff! A jet of dark liquid, as black as ink, shot out. At first the crowd didn't think much of it, but soon they realized with horror that it was not ink at all. It was a highly corrosive venom mixed with radioactive waste. Several warriors who couldn't dodge were splashed all over with the liquid. Their proud protective aura melted away in an instant like snowflakes meeting hot water. Following that, the shrill screams echoed through the valley. In just a few seconds, those few people turned into a pool of putrid liquid bubbling with green foam. This can't be fought. My sword is broken. Yagyu Jubii looked at the half-broken famous sword Onigiri in his hand, and he completely collapsed. His last desperate strike had hit the tentacle, but instead of breaking it, it felt like striking a powerful adhesive. Not only was his sword stuck, but the barbs on the tentacle had curled back, directly breaking his treasured sword. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been done for. Anbizan. Help! Anbizan. Please take action. We can't hold on any longer. If he hadn't run fast, he would have been done for. Anbizan. Help! Anbizan. Please take action. We can't hold on any longer. In the distance, Anbei Tianhai's expression turned extremely grim. He quickly formed hand seals, murmuring incantations. At this moment, he had no choice but to reveal his trump card. Come forth, Dai Tengu. Boom. With his words, a black whirlwind exploded in front of him. In the next moment, a colossal shadow with wings and a fan appeared. This was his Shikigami, the Shrank, great demon Dai Tengu. Tear them apart. Anbei Tianhai pointed. Dai Tengu let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings to whip up a violent tornado, rushing to shred the two squids. The wind blades were incredibly sharp, cutting through rocks into powder. Puff, puff, puff. Compared to the previous ineffective attacks, this time, there was finally an effect. Countless wind blades sliced through the squid's body, tearing through its thick carapace, dark green blood splattering everywhere. Several tentacles were also severed, falling to the ground and thrashing wildly. Did we win? Seeing this, hope ignited in the crowd's eyes. Truly worthy of Anbizan. However, before they could cheer, a scene of despair unfolded. The two injured squids not only did not retreat, but became even more ferocious. The wounds visible to the bone on their bodies twitched as muscles grew wildly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, the wounds visible to the bone on their bodies twitched as muscles grew wildly. In just 2 or 3 breaths. Roar. The pain from their injuries fully unleashed the ferocity of these two deep-sea monsters. They no longer toyed with their prey like before. The larger squid on the left suddenly contracted its body, then shot out like a cannonball, ignoring the myriad of wind blades, and directly smashed through Dai Tengu's wind wall with its massive head. Dozens of tentacles instantly entangled around Dai Tengu's shadow, strangling. Although Shikigami had no physical form, under this brute force infused with the power of rules, Dai Tengu's spirit began to shatter. Dozens of tentacles instantly entangled around Dai Tengu's shadow, strangling. Although Shikigami had no physical form, under this brute force infused with the power of rules, Dai Tengu's spirit, he looked at the two tentacled monsters rampaging across the battlefield, recklessly devouring the lives of his subordinates, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness arise within him. If even a pet is this strong, then how terrifying must that giant beast be? Compared to the despair beneath Mount Fuji, Paokai Country's Fushan harbors a different nauseatingly sanguine despair, made all the more repellent by sunlight. The streets were mottled like a red mosaic. Severed limbs lay strewn everywhere, burning cars belched black smoke, and the air reeked of roasting flesh mixed with the rot of sewers. The avenue lay empty. The infected that had howled and surged like a gale last night seemed to have evaporated. One after another, survivors peered out from shattered shop windows, bolted convenience stores, and cluttered stairwells, each step tentative and tremulous. The avenue lay empty. The infected that had howled and surged like a gale last night seemed to have evaporated with the darkness. Only the ruins underfoot testified to what had occurred here. Run, Siba, run. Get out of this cursed place. Instinct for survival overwhelmed fear in an instant. Thousands of survivors flooded the streets, shoving, screaming, grabbing for any vehicle that could still be started. Traffic, already clogged, collapsed in an instant. Some fought savagely over a single bicycle. Others launched into a frantic dash out of the city on foot. In that moment, human ugliness revealed itself more nakedly than the monsters outside. King Watai, the president's office. President In, bearing two cavernous dark rings under his eyes, roared into the phone. You mean the Yingjiang side still refuses to assist? Yes, Your Excellency. The Yingjiang Garrison Command replied that to prevent viral spread, they must prioritize the security of their military bases so no one may approach. Violators would be shot on sight. Siba, those damned Yingjiang. They feed off us and drink with us, but at the crucial moment toss us aside like garbage. President In flung the phone down in fury. The handset shattered against the wall. The Secretary General wiped cold sweat from his brow and murmured a suggestion. Mr. President, anger will not solve this. The situation in Fushan has already slipped from our control. If we cannot present a solution quickly, the opposition will seize the chance to impeach you. Solution? What solution can I offer? This is a biochemical crisis. Zombies. Am I supposed to bite them back? President In collapsed into his chair as if the sky itself were falling. Actually, there may be a way. A bespectacled elder in a white coat entered at that moment. He was the chief expert at the National Center for Disease Control. Dr. Who? Dr. Who? Do you have a plan? President In grasped at the lifeline. Dr. Who pushed up his glasses. A flicker of mania glinted in his eyes. Your Excellency, from last night's footage we found that although the virus spreads with terrifying speed, the infected display an extreme aversion to ultraviolet light, which is why they hide during the day. Speak plainly. This indicates the virus is not invincible. It has a fatal physiological weakness. Dr. Who produced a photograph from a folder pointing to a silhouette far larger and more streamlined than an ordinary infected. Moreover, we have observed individual variation. The virus has undertaken directional evolution in certain hosts over a very short period. President In frowned. What good news is that? It is the key to evolution, Your Excellency. Dr. Who proclaimed with zeal. If we can capture one of these specially evolved live specimens and extract its serum and genome, we might not only create an antidote, but also harness a technology to enhance human physiology. Then our republic could possess its own super soldiers and no longer kowtow to Yingjiang. At the mention of no longer bowing to Yingjiang, President Yin's eyes lit up. Good. President Yin slammed his fist on the table and rose a hard glint in his gaze. Notify the Special Operations Command. Deploy their... Good. President Yin slammed his fist on the table and rose a hard glint in his gaze. Notify the Special Operations Command. Deploy their finest units. Good. President Yin slammed his fist on the table and rose a hard glint in his gaze. Notify the Special Operations Command. Deploy their... Fushan Xinyan District. The entrance to the underground parking beneath a large shopping center. The ramp into the depths yawned like a beast's gaping maw, black, bottomless. Periodic gusts of... The ramp into the depths yawned like a beast's gaping maw, black, bottomless. Periodic gusts of chill air exhaled from below, carrying a heavy metallic tang of blood. 2 armored personnel carriers screeched to a halt at the entrance. Doors opened. 12 fully equipped Special Forces operators filed out in disciplined sequence. 2 armored personnel carriers screeched to a halt at the entrance. Doors opened. 12 fully equipped Special Forces operators filed. Their leader was Captain Jean Taiyu, a veteran of 10 years service. Everyone check your gear, he ordered. Jean Taiyu's voice sounded cold and immovable over the radio. The mission: capture a special infected. Are the sedative rounds sufficient? Enough. This payload could put an elephant to sleep for 3 days, a soldier said with a casual pat to his specialized drum magazine. To them the mission seemed manageable. It was daytime. Even underground those life-fearing creatures should be weakened, like a toothless tiger fit only to be picked apart. Don't be complacent. The white coats say these things may still be evolving. Jean Taiyu glared, gave a hand signal. Team 1 stand guard. Team 2 follow me down. Move fast and keep quiet. The unit formed tactical ranks and advanced slowly into the dark. As soon as they descended, the temperature plunged. Light was swallowed whole. Only the beams of tactical flashlights sliced through dust motes. The silence was oppressive. No roars, no tearing sounds. Only the faint scrape of combat boots and the heavy breathing of the men. They inhaled sharply. On pillars, on ceilings, even atop abandoned cars hung dozens of cocoon-like objects densely clustered. Captain, look there. The lead scout halted and pointed his barrel toward 3 o'clock. The light followed his aim. They inhaled sharply. On pillars, on ceilings, even atop abandoned cars hung dozens of cocoon-like objects densely clustered. Upon closer inspection, they were not cocoons at all, but nests woven from scraps of clothing refuse and some viscous secretion. Within those nests curled human-shaped forms, skin mottled gray and rotted, huddled motionless like bats. Their skin had a pathological pallor, veins blackened and bulged beneath like gnarled roots. These are the infected. The earlier levity vanished. This tableau, clustered hung like trophies, was far more unnerving than facing a tide of corpses. Silence. Jean Tayu signaled to skirt the nests. The target isn't here. Scanners show a strong life sign deeper down B3. They pressed on. The stench of decay thickened the deeper they went. Large swaths of dried blood stained the concrete. Skeletonized corpses lay stripped to the bone. Some corpses still wore security uniforms, hands clenched around batons, skulls were pried open, their interiors emptied. At last they reached B3, the mechanical parking level narrower and more confining. Signal ahead, the soldier with the life detector whispered. Strong thermal reading. Weight temperature only 15 degrees. Cold-blooded. Jean Tayu frowned. Then clack. A crisp sound tapped from above. Like some hard object striking the floor. Every muzzle lifted, a dozen beams stabbed the ceiling. There was nothing but dust-streaked vents. Did I see something? A man rubbed his eyes. No, you didn't. Jean Tayu felt the hair on his neck rise. An instinctive dread told him they were being watched. Retreat. Fall back now, he ordered without hesitation. But the command came too late. As they spun to leave, 2 crimson lights flared in the blackness. No, these were not lamps. They were a pair of blood-red eyes. Then a second pair, a third. Countless red eyes ignited in the dark like a dense constellation encircling the 12-man team. A low throaty howl rose. A sound not born of human vocal cords, but of some beasts vibrating. Bang! A rear guard man vanished before he could scream, ripped into the darkness by a titanic force. Bone-crunching chewing followed. Fire! Fire! Jean Tayu roared as his K2 spat flames. Rat-a-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes flickered wildly in the dark. Bullets swept the void like a gale. In those strobing moments, they finally glimpsed their attackers. They were humanoid creatures, but they did not walk upright like in films. They crawled on all fours, clinging to walls and ceilings like geckos. Their jaws split back to the ears, exposing rows of shark-like serrated teeth. Hairless skin, slick and tough, bullets thudded against them with a dull, failing sound, rarely lethal. Most terrifying of all was their speed. Fast, so fast the human eye could scarcely follow. They bounded between columns and walls to evade trajectories. My leg. A man changing magazines was seized mid-action. A creature dropped from above and snapped his neck. Blood sprayed across his comrades' faces. Damn it. Sedatives won't work. These beasts aren't affected. Switch to live rounds. Aim for the head. Chaos erupted. In the cramped, dark, obstacle-strewn parking lot, their vaunted tactics dissolved into farce. This was the monster's hunting ground. And they were delivered prey. Captain, too many. We can't hold them. Requesting support. The radio spat only white noise. Stop shouting. This place is signal shielded. Jean Tayu emptied a magazine, drew his tactical dagger, and plunged it into the eye socket of an onrushing creature, the only apparent weak point. The creature shrieked and thrashed. Its power hurled Jean Tayu against a concrete pillar. The frenzied attackers seemed to receive a command. They retreated into the shadows, emitting low, submissive wails. They retreated into the shadows, emitting low, submissive wails, as though recognizing. The frenzied attackers seemed to receive a command. They retreated into the shadows, emitting low, submissive wails, as though recognizing authority. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed from the deep dark. A towering figure emerged. Over 2.5 meters tall, muscles, knotted skin, and uncanny dark red. Most striking was the face. Though marred with veins and scars, the contours of humanity remained faintly, especially the eyes, not chaotic and rabid like the others, but gleaming with mockery, cruelty, and an unsettling intelligence. It wore shredded remnants of clothing. This was patient zero of the outbreak, the one who sparked the infection, or rather it had become the leader of this brood. Jekka cocked its head, regarding the prostrate, gasping Jean Tayu. A grotesque curve pulled at its mouth, a smile belonging to a predator. Human. A hoarse metallic rasp escaped its lips. Jean Tayu's pupils constricted. It was speaking. This creature could speak. A morsel. Delivered. On. Plate. It croaked, licking its barbed tongue. King Wadai Command Center. On the big screen, the 12 vital sign blips for Baihu Squad flickered. Dr. Poo's files lay scattered. He slumped in his chair, lips trembling. They have intelligence. Dr. whose files lay scattered, he slumped in his chair, lips trembling. They have intelligence. They have evolved intelligence. President Ian stared at the all-dead indicators, his face ashen. It was over. Not only had they failed to secure a specimen, they had lost an elite unit. Worse if these creatures possessed intelligence and organization, then when night falls, can this city, or the whole peninsula, possibly be defended? Seoul, in a certain underground laboratory. Damn it, what a bunch of useless fools. Returning to the lab, Dr. Park was filled with rage. He had thought that this elite team would at least bring back one infected subject, even if they couldn't capture several. But who would have expected that they would be completely annihilated in the end? Not a single one survived. However, as he vented his anger, he couldn't help but replay the footage of the soldiers, especially when he saw the drastically altered Zero patient, his old face, flushed with excitement, like a love. His eyes became extremely greedy. Everything that this Zero patient exhibited had completely exceeded his. He even thought that if he could capture the subject for his experiments, in no time he could create a powerful race or use this technology to extend human lifespan. At that time, immortality would no longer be just a saying. The more Dr. Park thought about it, the more excited he became. However, he felt utterly disappointed in the soldiers of his own country. To make them capture that Zero patient, it was likely completely impossible. For a moment, he also felt a bit of it. However, when his gaze fell on the encrypted satellite phone on the table, his eyes lit up again. Just because his country's soldiers couldn't do it doesn't mean others couldn't. Thinking of this, he immediately picked up the phone without hesitation and dialed out. Hello, this is Park Jong-hee. Soon the call was connected, and Dr. Park introduced himself without hesitation. Upon hearing who it was, a cold and impatient voice came from the other end. Park, if you're calling for help, you can hang up. The Congress will not agree to risk for you. No, Mr. Smith, you misunderstood. Dr. Park hurriedly explained, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with greedy light. I am not here to ask for help. I am here to offer a gift. A gift? Your own country is on the brink of collapse. What gift could you bring? Hearing this, Dr. Park was, Sir, it concerns the Zero infected subject. I have now acquired a precious material, and this data indicates that the monster has evolved intelligence and may even possess infinite regenerative cell activity. At this point he paused and threw out his prepared statement. Mr. Smith, you are 82 this year, right? Your family possesses trillions in assets, but how much longer can your liver hold out? A year, or half a year? There was silence on the other end. Continue. The voice on the other end changed, no longer cold, but filled with a hint of interest. I am confident that as long as I can capture those. Continue. The voice on the other end changed, no longer cold, but filled with a hint of interest. I am confident that as long as I can capture those live specimens, I can extract the perfect genes from them. It's not just an anti-cancer drug, it may be the key to evolution. Dr. Park's tone became somewhat fervent and mad. Do you know what this means? It means that humanity could attain immortality. When that time comes, it will be the staircase for humanity to ascend to divinity. As long as you support me now, I guarantee that the first divine potion will be yours. A real elite, not our kind that only knows how to eat kimchi. Also equipment, the highest level of biochemical laboratory. Dr. A real elite, not our kind that only knows how to eat kimchi. Also equipment, the highest level of biochemical laboratory. Dr. Park was not at all polite and directly stated his demands. But remember, Park, if this is a lie, I will make you regret. Smith's voice was crisp and decisive. I will have the 7th Fleet dispatch a task force to assist you, and I will also have the military base of Kimchi Nation cooperate with your laboratory. But remember, Park, if this is a lie, I will make you regret coming into this world. Beep. After that, the call was Dr. Park contentedly put away his phone, adjusted his collar, and turned to notify all personnel in the laboratory to prepare. He himself sat in front of the computer, beginning to organize all the data. He believed that as long as the Zero patient was brought in, he would be able to quickly get to work. Moreover, he would be able to thoroughly develop it successfully in the time that followed. By that time, he would be the hero of the world. His name would be recorded in the annals of global history. He would become a god of the world. Just as Dr. Park was still daydreaming about a bright future, the battle on the side of Mount Fuji was already nearing its end. No, or rather, it couldn't be considered an end. It could only be regarded as the conclusion of a one-sided slaughter. And Lin Fan's 2 little brothers, after constant devouring, had also changed in appearance. Of course, the surface still looked the same, but countless bizarre compound eyes had grown on the originally smooth skin, and every blink emitted an invisible mental wave. The few remaining awakened individuals from Sakura Nation in the arena had long since lost themselves under this bizarre mental attack. One by one, they dropped their weapons, their gazes vacant, standing there in a daze, muttering incomprehensible sounds that others could not understand. God, evil God. At this moment, their mental defenses had collapsed, and they had completely become puppets of the 2 sea monsters. And in the center of this battlefield, there was only one elder still holding on. At this moment, Abe no Tenka was already at his last breath. His clothes were tattered, his white hair was disheveled over his shoulders, and there were red blood stains at the corner of his mouth. His Shikigami, the Great Tengu, had already been torn to shreds. Now he couldn't even move a finger. Cough, cough. Abe no Tinka coughed violently, and with every cough a piece of his ruptured internal organs would come up. He looked at the two nightmarish tentacle monsters in front of him, then glanced at the massive dark shadow slowly approaching in the distance like a mountain. His heart was filled with despair. True despair. Is this the fate of my Sakura nation? Abe no Tinka, who had originally thought of escaping, let out a bitter laugh. He was unwilling. Unwilling to die like this. Equally unwilling to see his country perish like this. He was enshrank on Myoji, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of this nation. How could he just die here like a dog? No. I still have a chance. A glint of determined madness flashed in Abe no Tinka's eyes. Earlier he was afraid of death, but now he had completely realized that even if he died, he couldn't die so aggrieved. Even if he died, he wouldn't let that monster have an easy end. I am in strength powerhouse. He suddenly bit his tongue, spraying a mouthful of blood onto the already broken bat fan in his hand. With my blood I sacrifice to the 8 million gods. Forbidden technique, corpse demon sealing technique. Revised. This was a technique he had created based on the remnants of an ancient book in his family. He had never used it in his life. Because he knew the price of this technique was extremely high. If it were before, he would never have thought of using this move, but now he had no choice. As he let out a mournful roar, the air around him began to twist violently. A terrifying suction force erupted from within him. He was burning his life. He was overdrawing his life and soul. This strike, regardless of success or failure, would lead to his certain death. But if he could drag the monstrous king in front of him to perish together, even if it was just to severely injure it, it would count as leaving a glimmer of hope for Sakura Nation. Come, monster, let us perish together today. Abe no Tinka was engulfed in bluish flames, transforming into a dazzling meteor. The momentum was astounding. Heroic. Amidst despair, a final glimmer of hope shone through. At that moment it seemed as if even heaven and earth were moved by his determination. The wind stopped, and the clouds ceased. He felt that he had reached the pinnacle state of his life. Die! Abe no Tinka roared as he charged toward the massive dark shadow that had just reached the foot of the mountain. Closer. Even closer. He could already see the black and gold scales on the monster's legs. No matter how strong its defenses were, they would surely shatter before this strike that burned his soul. And there was no targeting. It was just simple, like a normal person walking. That enormous foot which blocked out the sun, and there was no targeting. It was just simple, like a normal person walking. That enormous foot which blocked out the sun came crashing down. The speed was not fast, but the coverage was too large. At the peak of his charge, ready to unleash his strongest strike, Abe no Tinka felt a darkness above him. That day it collapsed. What? The NI word had not yet come out. With a soft crackle, a sound so faint it was covered by the sound of the wind. It caused not the slightest ripple. There was no earth-shattering energy collision, nor was there any poignant final die. Just like that guardian deity of Sakura Nation, that shrank powerhouse who had burned his life to prepare for a desperate counterattack, was reduced to a red and white patch that stuck tightly to Lin Fan's heel. He didn't even feel anything under his feet. Lin Fan stopped tilting his enormous head. Did something just call out? A delusion. He looked down at the ground. Aside from some rubble and a few squids waving their tentacles nearby, seeking praise, there was nothing. Roar. Lin Fan yawned, exhaling a breath of hot air that carried the scent of sulfur. Never mind. Let's go check out the volcano and see if I can go down. I just don't know if jumping in will lead to an immediate end, or if I will evolve to a higher level Crimson Lotus state. Better not evolve. It's inconvenient to do anything with this appearance. And I don't know if the volcanic explosion in Sakura will affect the entire island. With a mind full of fragmented thoughts, he lifted his foot once more and continued toward the volcano of Mount Fuji. With each step he took, the ground trembled thrice. And behind him, that stain named Abe no Tinka was quickly rolled up by the mutant squid that followed, stuffing it into its mouth filled with sharp teeth. Smack smack. Got foot odor bad review. At Busan port, on the deck of the military ship evacuating citizens from Hwawa Daidimi, was holding her phone towards the direction of downtown Busan. Family members, please type safe travels on the public screen. To be honest, although the country of pickled vegetables is usually quite annoying, this time it is truly tragic. I just heard the soldiers on the ship say that it has already become a hell on earth over there, and it seems that those things are afraid of the light, hiding away even in broad daylight and at night. Daidimi shrank her neck, looking as if she dared not think further. You are such a nuisance. How can you say that? If you hadn't come over, would it have been so miserable for them? Who says it isn't? I figured it out. That old woman is truly a born unfortunate body, but I'm not afraid of misfortune. Bring it on, torment me. Demon, why don't you quickly retract your powers? Looking at the incomprehensible live stream, Daidimi felt as if the world had collapsed. It's over. My unfortunate persona has been thoroughly established. However, just as she was feeling sorry for herself, the live camera unexpectedly captured a scene. Not far from the Hwawa military ship, two helicopters took off from an Eagle Sauce military ship heading towards downtown Busan. What the hell are the Eagle Sauce doing at this time? Running away with a bucket? What nonsense. That's Busan. Even if they wanted to run, they wouldn't run that way. That makes sense. Are they up to something? They wouldn't plan to steal the pickled vegetable recipe, would they? Forget it, I think they are delivering vegetables. I bet a bag of spicy strips that they go and don't come back. As the enthusiastic audience in the live stream sent barrage messages, the two black-painted helicopters armed with heavy firepower roared through the air. They lowered their noses and flew straight towards the smoky downtown Busan. Amidst the barrage messages from kind-hearted Huaguan netizens, inside the helicopter the enormous noise was deafening. Viper team, check your equipment. A burly man sitting at the door chewed gum while polishing a tactical shotgun. Hey boss. A younger teammate, while organizing the rappelling rope, complained on the communication channel. I just don't understand what those people up top are thinking at a time like this. They actually want us to go into the city to catch the infected. Are those vampires crazy? You don't know this. Bruce spat out his gum, lowered his tactical goggles. They said it was for science, but I think it's for those rich people. I heard that monster can regenerate infinitely. Those rich folks want to live longer than a tortoise. Damn, does that mean we've become high-end delivery boys? Rick spat beside him. Attention, entering the target area. Just then the pilot's voice interrupted. Everyone looked down through the porthole. The once prosperous city streets now resembled hell. The streets were filled with abandoned vehicles, some still burning, billowing black smoke. Red blood splatters were everywhere like graffiti. Looking around, there were no living souls. But even if a few survivors were occasionally seen waving bedsheets for help from rooftops, the helicopter and the others would completely ignore them whizzing past. Look over there in the shadows. At that moment, Bruce pointed to the back of a tall building below. He saw that the windows on the back of the building had been shattered, and through the windows he could see a mass of figures lifting their heads, staring intently at their helicopter. They were the infected. Those infected dared not step into the sunlight, hiding at the edges of the shadows inside the building, emitting chilling screams towards them. They looked like they wanted to devour them alive. A bunch of filthy bugs that can't stand the light. Bruce sneered, then gave the pilot an order. Land at that intersection. We are looking for stragglers, don't provoke the main force. Soon the helicopter arrived at a spacious intersection. Then the rappelling rope was thrown down. 6 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, including Bruce, slid down to the ground without hesitation. Their movements were crisp and efficient with no unnecessary words. Compared to the Special Forces of the pickled vegetable country that were annihilated earlier, it was like heaven and earth. Safe. Safe. After landing, everyone quickly occupied tactical positions, guns pointing towards the surrounding dark corners. This was an open commercial area. The sunlight shone directly on the ground, making it a forbidden zone for the infected. But for humans, this was a safe zone. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a mall with its doors wide open. Through the broken doors, they could only see a pitch-black interior. But for humans, this was a safe zone. Soon they arrived at the entrance of a mall with its doors wide open. Through the broken doors, they could only see a pitch-black interior. This bait was taken from the ship's medical room. He immediately broke the blood bag and threw it into the mall entrance. Instantly, the smell of blood spread. For humans, this scent might be faint, and some people might not even notice it. But for those infected, it was more enticing than drugs. As the scent of plasma spread, movement immediately sounded in the dark hall. Following that, there were hurried footsteps. They're coming. Bruce raised his specially designed capture net gun. Everyone keep quiet. Wait for it to come out. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, a hideous-looking infected with grayish-white skin suddenly pounced out from the darkness, heading straight for the blood bag on the ground. However, as it dashed out of the shadow and was hit by sunlight, "Halo!" The monster let out a piercing scream. Its skin looked like it was splashed with concentrated sulfuric acid, starting to smoke, bubble, and sizzle. Now, Bruce seized the opportunity to pull the trigger. A specially designed high-strength fiber net with weights instantly shot out, enveloping the struggling infected. Met it. 2 teammates behind him quickly rushed forward, shoving their electric batons into the monster while covering it with a prepared black cloth. Accompanied by the crackling sound of electricity, the monster thrashed wildly. Then another person stepped forward, directly taking a syringe of anesthetic, stabbing it into the infected one after another. With this dosage, let alone an infected, even 10 elephants would have to say goodnight Makabaka. Soon the infected completely lost the ability to resist, lying motionless. Target captured. Bag it and take it away. Seeing this, Bruce immediately came down, then glanced at his watch. 7 minutes. Time's up. With his command, the 2 who had shocked the infected immediately took out prepared black body bags to cover the monster, then quickly lifted it back to the helicopter's hovering position. They hooked the body bag onto the steel cable lowered by the helicopter. The entire process took less than 15 minutes, truly a textbook-level special operation. They hooked the body bag onto the steel cable lowered by the helicopter. The entire process took less than 15 minutes, truly a textbook-level special operation. Accompanied by the tremors of the earth. At the foot of Mount Fuji, Lin Fan, towering at 100 meters, was taking steps towards the peak. I have a feeling that these people might be playing with fire. At the same time, on the side of the cherry blossom country, compared to the actions in Busan, the scene here was of another kind. accompanied by the tremors of the earth. At the foot of Mount Fuji, Lin Fan, towering at 100 meters, was taking steps towards the peak. The tail behind him dragged on the ground, plowing a deep trench. Behind him, two equally enormous mutated squids waved their tentacles covered in strange things, slowly climbing up the mountain. At this moment, Lin Fan did not want to drag two burdens along. The scene of three giant beasts climbing the mountain was being filmed by drones above. At the temporary Prime Minister's residence in Osaka, everyone stared at the big screen with confusion. What is it trying to do? The scapegoat Prime Minister Tanaka was sweating profusely, with a bad premonition in his heart. The newly appointed Minister of Defense also swallowed nervously, his voice trembling, judging by its movement trajectory. Its target is the volcano. Duh. We aren't blind. Everyone present rolled their eyes at his words. At this moment, even a fool could tell that the monster was heading for the volcano. Damn it, are we just going to watch this unfold? The scapegoat Tanaka couldn't help but speak up. Prime Minister, you are right, we really can only watch. The Minister of Defense looked utterly hopeless. Even Lord Abe has sacrificed himself. His body was eaten by those two squids. Now there is no force left in the country that can stop it. The Eagle Saw side has also clearly stated they will not deploy any forces for us at this time. Whether we can survive this depends on fate. This person was so pessimistic. In the silent command room, everyone simultaneously had the same thought. Some even began to think whether they should take down this annoying guy before they died. However, everyone did not act on it, but rather stared intently at the terrifying figure on the screen inching closer to the volcano. At the summit, the air was thin, the smell of sulfur pungent and stinging. Lin Fan, now at the volcano's edge, looked down. Goodness, it was still quite high, at least 3 times his height. Moreover, below was not the rolling lava he imagined. Instead, it was a silent expanse of black-gray rocks with only a few cracks emitting white smoke. It looked a bit like a huge construction pit. Tisket doesn't look that great, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Fortunately, the volcano's opening was large enough, it wouldn't matter whether he went down horizontally or vertically. Now what he was most worried about was, he better not evolve. Although it felt great to have such a physique. Compared to that, he preferred being human. Otherwise, while carrying this body, how could he study abroad in other countries? While he was mumbling in his heart, he did not hesitate, standing at the edge and stretching his body. Under the gaze of several drones, he made an extremely standard diving preparation move. He inhaled deeply, his legs slightly bent. A bit comical, Lin Fan thought, then suddenly pushed off with his hind legs. Boom! The rocks beneath his feet instantly shattered. His massive body soared into the air, drawing a not so graceful, but absolutely stunning parabolic arc. Head down. It was a standard dive motion. What the hell? It really jumps. In the Osaka command room, Prime Minister Tanaka swore, rolled his eyes and fainted. What the hell? Are they really jumping? And without any protective measures. Tang Ta jumped down. The giant also jumped down. No wait, your childhood and mine seem different. This is clearly Wreck-It Ralph. Can we not respect the monsters? This is called reprocessing. Are these two fools hoping for grilled squid? Compared to the oppressive atmosphere in the temporary residence of the Cherry Blossoms, the atmosphere in the live broadcast rooms of various countries' official drones was filled with joy. Humans are a very peculiar species. When fear reaches its peak, or when the disaster is far enough away, the spirit of entertainment suddenly takes over. Especially for the netizens of Huagua. This is equivalent to a rare sight that occurs once in 1,000, no 10,000 years. Just as the netizens were crazily making memes, the Osaka Temporary Command Center. The scapegoat Tianzhong, who had just been revived by pinching his acupoints, stared blankly at the screen, his lips trembling for a long time before he managed to squeeze out a sentence. It really went in. It went in. The defense minister mechanically nodded beside him. Upon hearing this answer, Tianzhong suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed. His eyes were fixed on the images transmitted back by the drones. He saw in the footage, boom. As the terrifying giant beast jumped into the volcano, a muffled, thunderous sound resonated from the crater. Immediately after, the entire mountain, or rather the whole of Shizuoka Prefecture, and its surrounding areas seemed to have activated a vibration mode. Even the aerial images captured by drones from various countries were significantly affected. The footage only showed billowing smoke and dust. Inside the volcano crater, the originally covered black volcanic rock shattered as the monster crashed down. Dark red light pierced through the rising smoke. There was no earth-shattering mushroom cloud, only pure violent release. The subterranean energy that had been suppressed for hundreds of years finally found its outlet. Puff! A thick, dark red column of lava mixed with rubble and black smoke surged up to a height of 100 meters from the crater. The crimson lava spread in the air, resembling blooming flowers of death, crackling as it fell onto the rock walls surrounding the crater. Sizzle, sizzle. The rocks melted, the air distorted. The mountaintop, which still had some lingering snow, instantly turned into a scorching hell. Inside the volcano crater, Lin Fan plunged headfirst into the lava, sprawled out in the thick molten rock. Surrounding him was a viscous orange fluid, thick and heavy, carrying a choking sulfuric scent. Gurgle. However, this had no effect on Lin Fan, who began to blow out a series of bubbles. As soon as those bubbles left his mouth, they were instantly evaporated by the high temperature. It's not as hot as I imagined. Lin Fan blinked his large golden vertical pupils, feeling a bit puzzled. It wasn't as scalding as he had anticipated, nor was there any sensation of being burned by fire. On the contrary, soaking in it felt very comfortable. Really very comfortable. It was like a frozen person suddenly stepping into a 45-degree hot bath in winter. Though it was a bit hot at first, once he got used to it, every pore in his body felt like it had exploded with comfort. What if he can't die? Does it really not want him to be human anymore? But soon he set aside the question of being human, because as he soaked in the lava, he could clearly feel countless scorching energies rushing into his body through the gaps in the black and gold scales on his surface. As this energy entered his body, he felt as if he was encountering a long-awaited rain after a drought. His body began to devour the energy frantically, without needing his control. This feeling was intoxicating. He raised a claw and stirred in the viscous lava, creating a crimson vortex. Is this ridiculous? If this continues, won't I become a crimson lotus? Lin Fan sighed regretfully, then turned over and found a more comfortable position to lie in. Since he couldn't die, he might as well enjoy it first. With that thought, he comfortably closed his eyes, with only a row of spiny protrusions like dorsal fins occasionally breaking the surface of the lava, flashing with a strange red light. Lin Fan was enjoying himself. However, his two little brothers were not having a good time. Following the recent volcanic eruption, the entire area around the crater was filled with heat. The two giant sea monsters struggled painfully to lean over the edge of the volcano. Upon reaching the edge, they peeked over the cliff. Below was the rolling lava. The heat wave rushed towards them. They didn't even need to touch it, just the radiant heat was enough to make their skin sizzle and lose moisture rapidly. GG. Jumps. The slightly larger squid on the left waved its tentacles and emitted a mental goo. Since the big brother jumped, isn't it bad if we don't jump, eh? The smaller one on the right hesitated. Its dozens of compound eyes blinked continuously, clearly struggling internally. It was a sea monster. It was a mollusk. They weren't afraid of radiation, but that didn't mean they weren't afraid of lava. Although they had mutated, it didn't mean they could turn into grilled meat. That red thing below looked formidable. GG. You go first. The big squid loyally pushed the little brother with its tentacle. The little squid was caught off guard, half of its body slipping over the cliff edge. It panicked, flailing its dozens of tentacles wildly and clinging tightly to the rock crevices, narrowly avoiding falling. However, although it didn't fall, the tip of one of its tentacles accidentally dropped a little bit. Smack! A few large drops of lava splashed up from below, just hitting the tip of its tentacle. Sizzle! Immediately a puff of blue smoke rose. The air was instantly filled with an enticing, grilled squid aroma. So fragrant. Oh no! A piercing mental shriek exploded in the volcano. The little squid, as if electrocuted, quickly retracted. The tip of that tentacle had turned charred black, even sparking. In pain, it hurriedly plunged its tentacle into the nearby melting snow. Phew, comfortable. But that burn just now was really painful. The little squid looked at the big squid with a reproachful gaze in its dozens of eyes. Seeing this scene, the big squid, which had initially been eager to jump, instantly retracted all its tentacles, embarrassment evident in its eyes. Seeing this scene, the big squid, which had initially been eager to jump, instantly retracted all its tentacles. The king is made of iron, and they are made of flesh. If they jumped down, it wouldn't be evolution, it would be being cooked. The big squid sincerely shrank back at least 50 meters away from the cliff edge. No, this position isn't safe either. It retreated again. These two squids, although they had evolved to communicate mentally, did not mean they were fools, and their survival instincts were still intact. It was impossible to jump down, absolutely impossible. However, although they couldn't go down to soak, the toxic gas and energy radiation surrounding the volcano crater were also nourishing for them. Especially with Lin Fan's breathing and exhaling below. Waves of dark red energy mist wafted out from the volcano crater. The big squid tentatively took a breath. Buzz! Instantly the compound eyes on its body lit up, flickering with a strange purple light. This taste, although not as satisfying as directly devouring flesh and blood, made its mental strength feel an unprecedented sense of expansion. Its head felt itchy. It seemed like something new was about to grow. The two squids exchanged glances, instantly reaching a consensus. No jumping. It's better to stay back and guard. Actually, guarding the king isn't bad, and they can also scrounge some of the king's leftover. Under the aerial surveillance of satellites and drones from multiple countries, the two grotesque, deep-sea monstrosities loomed on either side of the volcano like two guardian deities. The compound eyes on their bodies began to open and close with their breathing, emitting visible mental waves. The surrounding space seemed to distort. An indescribable sense of fear transmitted through the blurry images reached the hearts of everyone watching the live broadcast. What are they doing inside the White Palace? President Eagle Sauce looked somewhat disappointed at the screen, showing the two squids that did not jump down to mutate. Report to President. The scientific advisor pushed up his glasses. According to our energy detection instruments, The two monsters are using the volcano's thermal energy and the radiation emitted by that giant beast for secondary mutation. But, based on the frequency of the brain waves they emit, the scientific advisor paused and pulled up a waveform chart. The lines on it were chaotic. But, based on the frequency of the brain waves they emit, the scientific advisor paused and pulled up a waveform chart. The lines on it were chaotic. Normal people could not understand it at all. This band is very similar to a simulated signal we theorized. It seems they are developing in this direction, abandoning their physical forms and turning towards mental evolution. Mental evolution, the president didn't quite understand. Simply put, the scientific advisor swallowed nervously. They may evolve into living mental radiation emitters. Any creature that gets close to them will be instantly mentally contaminated, losing its sanity and turning into a puppet that only follows their commands. After hearing this, President Eagle Sauce remained perplexed and finally couldn't help but say, "Speak in plain language." The scientific advisor was taken aback. It means that their direction of evolution is somewhat similar to the legendary Thulha-type creatures. By saying that, don't you mean? Upon hearing the scientific advisor's explanation, President Eagle Sauce looked as if he understood, but before he could finish his sentence, he became terrified again. What did you say? Are they going to evolve into Thulha-type creatures? What Thulha-type creatures are? While not everyone present knew them, they had all heard of them to some extent. Those things can no longer be simply described as creatures. If these two things truly evolve into those kinds of beings, the consequences are unimaginable. The entire conference room fell silent. The physically invincible Beast King was already enough of a headache for them. If two more evil god guardians that could control the mind were added, what the hell is this? A disaster or the arrival of the gods? Whether physical or mental. The silent Minister of Defense suddenly spoke, his gaze chilling. As long as it's a carbon-based life form, it won't withstand the high temperatures of a nuclear bomb. Minister, are you implying Tokyo is already gone? What loss is there for us if Shizuoka disappears? The Minister of Defense turned to the President. President, the one in the volcano is not afraid, but you all saw that the two sea monsters lack the ability to resist. We can completely take this opportunity. Upon hearing this, the people present fell silent. It's not that they don't want to use that thing. If they hadn't used that thing before, would this monster have been born? Moreover, while using that thing is simple, they also have to weigh the pressure from international public opinion. After all, they can't keep blowing things up in one place. While Eagle Sauce was still deliberating and hesitating inside the volcano crater, it was not as unbearably hot as outsiders imagined, at least not for Lin Fan. In this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the womb, warm, viscous, and filled with a sense of safety. The dark red lava surrounding him was not merely a carrier of heat, but rather a high-concentration nutrient solution. With every breath, he took the violent geothermal energy, greedily, surged into his body through the pores that opened all over him. In this moment, he felt as if he had returned to the womb, warm, viscous, and filled with a sense of safety. The dark red lava surrounding him was not merely he even felt so comfortable that he couldn't help but turn over. However, this turn disrupted the delicate balance of the underground lava chamber. At this moment, the volcano resembled an overpressurized pressure cooker, with Lin Fan acting as the valve that blocked the steam, and not letting out any steam. But as he stirred with this turn, the pressure in the cooker reached its peak, and the pot exploded. Thus the sky fell. At the edge of the volcano crater, two squids immersed in their evolution dreams suddenly felt a shiver run through them. The numerous strange eyeballs on their bodies crazily spun at the same time, revealing a terror stemming from their biological instincts of danger. "Gee, little bro, something's wrong. The wind is tight, let's get out." The large squid, sensing danger, screeched and immediately pulled out its tentacle that was absorbing heat from the rock. Then, without a second thought, it curled itself into a large meatball and rolled downhill. This scene left the nearby small squid in shock. Wow, that's an interesting way to walk. It wanted to ask the big squid what was going on when a terrifying dull roar erupted from the volcano behind it. Immediately after, the entire volcano trembled. Yes, it literally jumped in the physical sense. In an instant, this volcano, which had been dormant for centuries, seemed like a powder keg ready to explode. The surface of the mountain, initially covered in pristine white snow, was shattered in an instant, creating a massive avalanche. But this was merely the beginning. The next second, the shaking mountain cracked open, several large fissures spreading out from the volcano's center like a crazily growing spider web. The changes around Mount Fuji were instantly transmitted to Osaka via drone footage. Report. A terrified staff member monitoring the volcano's movements shouted, "It's bad, the gravitational constant around Mount Fuji is abnormal. The tectonic plates are fracturing." Actually, there was no need for this staff member to say so. Everyone could see the changes in Mount Fuji through the drone footage. Tanaka, who had been battered by various blows, was already numb. "Just get to the point. Is it going to erupt?" "No, it's not an eruption." The monitor looked at the screen where the red alert had nearly turned into a straight line, his face pale. "It's a collapse. If that happens, not just Shizuoka, He hadn't finished his sentence when the large screen in the conference room began to display the very images he was describing. They saw the volcano which symbolized their nation's spirit cracking open amid the tremors. And it was not a slow and leisurely crack. Instead it was as if someone had violently cleaved it in half with a giant axe. Moreover, the fissure extended all the way to the coastline. In an instant, a massive influx of seawater rushed in, colliding with the magma surging from beneath. Sizzle! A sea of white steam immediately enveloped the area within 100 miles. Beneath the steam, the entire island nation began to mourn. Help! The ground has opened. Cars are falling. Residents of the towns around the volcano in the midst of evacuation were terrified and panicked by this sudden change. These people ran around like headless flies. Everything around them seemed to be in vibration mode. Tectonic plates fractured, asphalt roads cracked. Old buildings collapsed like blocks plunging into the unfathomable fissures. Those disaster victims driving in a frenzy found the ground suddenly rise into a wall, preventing them from even hitting the brakes before crashing straight into it. This was the might of nature. Or rather, this was the power of Lin Fan turning over. Amidst this chaotic ruin, two peculiar sights stood out. These two massive mutated squids were wrapping themselves up with their tentacles and rolling madly. One must admit, evolving a brain is indeed beneficial. Even their escape was so novel. One must admit, evolving a brain is indeed beneficial. Even their escape was so novel. These two fools paid no heed to what lay ahead. Houses smashed, cars crushed, forests flattened. At this moment they had only one goal: the ocean. Amidst the chaotic vibrations, only the ocean could provide them with a sliver of safety. However, the speed of the Earth's collapse was far faster than they had imagined. Crack! Accompanied by a deafening sound that made one's teeth ache, the entire plate where Shizuoka was located completely fractured from Honshu. The massive land plate glided slowly into the deep-sea trench like a piece of cake being cut. This scene resembled the apocalyptic imagery from the movie 2012. Seawater surged madly into the fracture zone, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Gee! At that moment, the small squid trailing behind let out a cry of despair. The ground beneath its feet suddenly collapsed, and it crashed against the fractured plate, rebounding into the air. Below were the rolling magma and scalding seawater. If it fell, it would surely become boiled squid. However, just when it was in a precarious situation, a thick tentacle suddenly reached out and tightly wrapped around its head. Its other tentacles wrapped around everything nearby that could be anchored, while it used a few other tentacles to pull. Its other tentacles wrapped around everything nearby that could be anchored, while it used a few other tentacles to pull its little brother up, as if it were pulling out a radish. Gee, if you don't want to become a teppanyaki, hurry up and roll. Then these two began to take advantage of the massive slippage of the land plate. They rolled madly toward the ocean along the land plate that had tilted to a 45-degree angle. Whoop! The two giant black spheres like wheels of fire plunged into the roaring Pacific Ocean within just a few breaths. Splash! Splash! At the moment of entry, the two squids felt so moved they were almost in tears. Water is so much better. The shore is too dangerous. They would never go ashore again. The two sea monsters successfully entered the sea, but the land behind them suffered. A magnitude 9.0 earthquake instantly swept across the entire Sakura country. Although the epicenter was slowly sinking into the sea at Shizuoka, the tremors spread throughout the entire island. Tokyo's ruins were plowed once again. Even the temporary government building far away in Osaka was shaken to the point of swaying, with glass shattering all around. It could be said that disasters were everywhere on the island. It's over. It's all over. Tanaka crouched under the table, holding his head filled with despair. The map of Sakura country had just lost a piece. And he, the scapegoat who had been temporarily thrust into the spotlight, had completely become a king without a country. At this moment, the eyes of the entire world were once again focused on this land. However, large areas had already turned into part of the ocean. In the satellite cloud map, the land that had originally jutted out was now a deep blue expanse. The seawater was still violently churning and billowing with thick, white smoke. Clearly, the heat source beneath had not extinguished. In eagle sauce, everyone stared dumbfounded at the footage transmitted back by the drone. Is this what you said could be solved with a nuclear bomb against a carbon-based life form? The defense minister wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speechless. Who could have imagined this? According to common sense, that monster had absorbed so much energy it should have. The defense minister wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, speechless. Who could have imagined this? According to common sense, that monster had absorbed so much energy it should have either died or burst. But now, whether it was the drone footage or the energy reactions monitored by the data department, all proved that the monster was still alive. No, it was not just alive. The fluctuations that symbolized its vital signs were growing stronger. In the depths of several hundred meters underwater, the fragments of land that had originally sunk to the seabed were quietly resting on the ocean floor, with the surrounding seawater boiling due to high temperatures, creating a natural giant bubble. At the center of that bubble, a gigantic oval stone formed by cooled magma lay quietly. From a distance it looked like a black, giant egg. Thump, thump, thump. At that moment powerful heartbeat sounds emanated from within that giant egg. Each heartbeat made the surrounding seawater tremble. Gee, big bro, that aura seems to belong to the boss. How did the boss turn into an egg? Just then two massive shadows swam past. The smaller silhouette stopped when it saw the black, giant egg. Gee, it really seems to be, but how did the boss turn into an egg? Forget it, it's too hot here, let's hurry and take the boss away. After a brief communication the two fools braved the heat and swam to the giant egg, then coiled around it and dragged it away. Inside the giant egg, Lin Fan opened his eyes. He moved his neck, producing crackling sounds from his bones. This sleep has left me feeling sore all over. He had just mumbled when he was startled by the situation before him. What is this place? Lin Fan turned his head to look around. Everywhere he saw were glowing cliffs. There was no exit. Where am I? I was not in a volcano. However, before he could figure out what was going on, another matter caught his attention. He looked at his hand in disbelief. It was no longer the heavy scales he remembered, nor the sharp beast claws, although it was still covered with a layer of faint black keratin. But this outline, these joints, these 5 fingers, were clearly a human hand. He then touched. There was no protruding snout, no mouthful of fangs. What remained was a distinctly angular jawline and slightly tough skin. Have I turned back into a human? Booming. However, before he could feel joy, the space he was in shook violently. Before he could steady himself, everything started spinning. What the hell? Where am I? In the pitch-black ocean, 2 not-so-smart squids swiftly dragged a gigantic stone egg through the water, creating white wakes as the surrounding currents were sliced apart. Inside the giant egg. Ugh! Lin Fan clutched his chest, nearly retching up bile. Where on earth am I? Why is it shaking so violently? At this moment Lin Fan felt as if his brain was about to be shaken loose. He gritted his teeth against the dizziness and grasped the searing rock wall, barely stabilizing himself. His gaze involuntarily returned to the back of his hand. 5 fingers. Long, powerful, with distinct knuckles. No scales, no claws, and certainly no frightening webbed feet. This is a hand. A standard human hand. Have I really transformed back? Even now he still couldn't quite believe it, raising his other hand, and instinctively began to feel himself. Face, nose, ears, even in the crotch. All there. Ha! I'm human again. Haha, I've transformed. After confirming again and realizing he truly had reverted to human form, Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though being a squid was liberating, nothing compared to the comfort of being human. After confirming again and realizing he truly had reverted to human form, Lin Fan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Though, during that shaking he had rolled on the ground at least 18 times. His body had bumped and scraped against who knows how many things. Yet at this moment he felt no pain whatsoever. Not to mention pain, he didn't even feel the slightest sensation. This was somewhat strange. He instinctively looked at the layer of black keratinized skin covering him. Could it be due to this skin? I wouldn't have turned into a person wearing monster skin, would I? Originally quite pleased to return to human form, Lin Fan now felt a deep sense of conflict at the prospect of having to live with such a skin. At this moment, he envied those protagonists who possessed a system or golden finger. Those people at least had a system for guidance. But here he was relying solely on his own wits. Staring at the layer of skin on his body, he found himself both amused and exasperated. The good news is that he had regained human form. The bad news, however, was that he had turned into something neither human nor ghostly. What have I done to deserve this? Why is it so hard to just be human? Yet just as he contemplated this, a bizarre scene unfolded. The layer of keratinized skin mysteriously receded, replaced by smooth, fair skin. What the hell? Is it really that amazing? This sudden change left him wide-eyed in disbelief. Could it actually be done like this? Lin Fan was stunned. But soon he snapped back to reality and concentrated again. Buzz! Just as he thought, the freshly restored fair skin was once again enveloped by a layer of black keratinized skin. This layer of keratin was extremely thin, tightly adhering to his muscle contours, and not only did it feel light, but it also exuded a streamlined beauty full of power. Lin Fan lifted his hand and flicked his arm with his fingers. Ding! A crisp sound of metal clashing resonated. What the hell, I can change it freely. Lin Fan was completely taken aback. He attempted to clench his fist. The layer of keratin fit perfectly with the movement of his joints without any obstruction. Withdraw, he silently commanded in his mind. The layer of black golden keratin instantly receded like a tide, disappearing beneath his skin, restoring him to his previous harmless appearance. Ha ha ha. I wonder if anyone else can do this. At this moment Lin Fan's smile was nearly stretching down to his ears. Soon he seemed to think of something. Instinctively closing his eyes, he tried to sense the changes within his body. In the next moment, he felt a terrifying energy surging through him. This energy lay quietly dormant in his body, integrating into every cell. He attempted to activate this energy. Boom. In an instant the energy stirred violently. Following that, a familiar feeling of expansion swept over his entire body. What the hell? It's coming. Feeling the change within himself, Lin Fan hastily cut off the thoughts in his head. In an instant, that feeling of expansion vanished. What the hell am I awakening, a talent tree or something? After suppressing the urge to transform, Lin Fan could no longer restrain himself and began to tremble all over. What the hell am I awakening, a talent tree or something? After suppressing the urge to transform, Lin Fan could no longer restrain himself. Does this mean I can travel to any country at will? However, just as he was excited, the entire space shook violently once more. Thud. He lost his balance and his face slammed against the rock wall. No way is this never ending. Lin Fan felt somewhat irritated. He pressed his ear against the rock wall to listen to the situation outside. But this listening proved to be alarming. The sounds from outside nearly broke his composure. Chirp. Hey, ease up, the boss is still in the egg. Gurgle. No worries, the boss has tough skin, he's durable. We need to hurry, the big wave is catching up. Chirp. Big brother, where are we going? Gurgle. Of course we're going home, and then we'll bury the boss safely. Lin Fan. Bury. Isn't that a bit much? Wait, those two creatures outside aren't even human. Those ungrateful ones. Wait. Am I actually able to fully understand their conversation? Realizing this, Lin Fan's expression was one of astonishment. Wait, am I actually able to fully understand their conversation? Realizing this, Lin Fan's expression was one of astonishment. Yourself. If you keep shaking, do you believe I'll turn you two into grilled squid? The two squids who were frantically swimming outside suddenly froze. Dozens of tentacles instantly stiffened. Chirp. The boss is awake. Gurgle. Run. The boss wants to eat squid. The two dimwits not only did not slow down, but instead, like they were on fire, flapped their tentacles into a propeller, dragging the giant egg through the seabed in a blur. Lin Fan. I'm tired, let's just be done with it. You two, where are you taking me? Compared to the joyful escape beneath the sea, the surface of the ocean was experiencing a true apocalypse. With large sections of the seabed collapsing, the vast void instantly compressed the seawater, and coupled with the eruption of underground energy, an unprecedented tsunami was gradually forming. The closest to the incident was the 7th Fleet, which Eagle Sauce was proud of. At this moment, the alarm lights in the fleet's command room were flashing frantically. Alarm! Alarm! Detected extremely high-energy tsunami waves. 3 minutes until impact. Hearing the reports from below, MacArthur II's expression turned extremely grim. Fuck! Why wasn't there an early warning? Saying this, he hurriedly approached the monitoring equipment. In the next moment, he saw a red line on the radar screen almost spanning the entire horizon, barreling towards them at a terrifying speed of 800 kilometers per hour. Reload. Are you all eating shit? How could such a high wave only just be detected? MacArthur II roared in frustration. Commander, this tsunami formed suddenly. What should we do? According to radar monitoring, the first wave height. 120 meters. The operator's voice trembled. What the hell? 120 meters. That's as tall as a 40-story building. Can this even be called a wave? Everyone present, upon hearing the report, felt their vision dimming. They then turned to look outside the ship. When they saw the scene on the distant sea, everyone froze. Oh God! In the distance, the horizon had vanished. In its place was a white line that blotted out the sun. That white line rapidly widened and grew taller, eventually transforming into a mountain that bore down upon them. Turn. Full speed evasive maneuvers. All ships head into the wave peak. MacArthur II abruptly snapped to attention and immediately issued commands to all personnel in the cabin. He didn't want to die. He was only here to watch the show. To be fair, MacArthur II was quite calm in the face of danger. Even if he was terrified inside, he had not lost his... When facing a giant wave, one must not bear sideways pressure. Only by confronting it head-on could there be a glimmer of hope. But this was for a conventional tsunami. When facing a giant wave, one must not bear sideways pressure. Only by confronting it head-on could there be a... Even a massive aircraft carrier fleet like the 7th Fleet appeared as insignificant as plastic ducks in a bathtub in the face of this monstrous wave. There's no time. The adjutant slumped to the ground, eyes vacant as he stared at the approaching White Reaper. Just as he finished speaking, all the warships began to tilt. Boom. The roar of the gigantic waves echoed like thunder in everyone's ears. Steady. Everyone hold steady. MacArthur II still wanted to make a last-ditch effort. But the next second, the giant wave crashed down mercilessly. Several destroyers weighing tens of thousands of tons were tossed like toys thrown by a child. In an instant, they were hurled dozens of meters into the air, then under the influence of gravity, crashed down violently onto a supply ship that hadn't reacted in time. Crack. Steel twisted, sparks flew. The once invincible steel behemoths were shattered as easily as paper and sucked into the chaos. Even the largest nuclear-powered aircraft carrier was forcefully lifted by the giant wave. The dozens of fighter jets parked on the deck plummeted into the sea like dumplings. The massive hull emitted a spine-chilling sound of metal tearing, tilting, flipping, and the flag that usually symbolized dominance was helplessly engulfed by the murky waters. Meanwhile, hundreds of nautical miles away from the incident on the side of the Hua Nation fleet, report. We have detected that the 7th Fleet. Signals are disappearing one by one. The communicator's voice echoed in the quiet bridge. The captain set down his binoculars, taking a deep breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of relief. Fortunately, they had previously received a command from the state to withdraw from the Cherry Blossom Sea. Otherwise, with this terrifying tsunami, they would likely suffer the same fate. Even though they had retreated to a safe distance, the violent shaking of the warship beneath his feet still filled him with. Even from so far away, the aftershocks were still terrifying. Notify all ships to observe 3 seconds of silence for the Eagle's sauce. After saying this, the captain turned and gazed towards the distant continent, then maintained speed and continued to withdraw. Simultaneously, he couldn't help but smirk. It was quite unfortunate for the 7th Fleet to have the disaster land right on their heads. With the signal from the 7th Fleet completely vanished, the command room in the White Palace was eerily silent. Just seconds ago, the large screen displayed various tactical maneuvers the 7th Fleet was executing to avoid the tsunami. But now all that remained on the screen was static. Not only had the visuals disappeared, but all the positioning signals of the ships on the adjacent computers also extinguished simultaneously. The speakers emitted nothing but the irritating crackling of static. A group of high-ranking government officials stared blankly at the static screen, their faces etched with horror. Suddenly, the president's voice shattered the silence. He leaned on the table, his face flushed, glaring at everyone. Who can tell me why no one predicted the tsunami? You experts were hired with government funds just to sit idle. At his words, everyone lowered their heads, afraid to. What a joke. Who would dare speak up about such a monumental event? If things went wrong, who would want to take the blame? Only the technical supervisor, feeling the pressure, hurriedly retrieved the telemetry data from the fleet's final moments. Report, he stammered, unable to remain silent, as this was his primary responsibility. He projected the last segment of data onto the side monitor. It was a waveform chart. The red curve, representing wave height, shot up nearly vertically to a 90-degree angle the moment it reached the fleet's coordinates. According to the analysis of the last transmitted data, he forced himself to continue, his voice quivering. The wave height peaked at 120 meters. 120 meters. Everyone present gasped in shock. It's over. An elderly general slumped in his chair, removing his military hat, his silver hair suddenly make 120 meters. Everyone present gasped in shock. It's over. An elderly general slumped in his chair, removing his military hat, his silver hair suddenly making him appear aged. It's all over. The 7th Fleet is gone. One must understand, the 7th Fleet was their face on the sea, as well as their capital for dominance. But now, just like that, a massive wave gone. What kind of joke was this? Without the 7th Fleet, would their words still hold weight on this vast ocean? At this moment, the president, still standing at the conference table, felt his head buzzing, and even the scene before him was fading into darkness, as the people in Eagle Sauce remained engulfed in sorrow over the loss of the 7th Fleet. On the side of the Cherry Blossom Nation, disaster would not halt for anyone's sorrow. The terrifying huge wave that swallowed the 7th Fleet carrying shipwrecks surged with an unmatched force, crashing violently against the coastline of Honshu. In Osaka, the coastal business district, the tsunami alarm wailed desperately. Run! The water is coming. The streets were filled with terrified, heart-wrenching screams. A young man named Oda, a two-dimensional otaku, stood dumbfounded in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching his collection. He lived on the 20th floor. Logically, this was an absolutely safe height. How could a tsunami reach the 20th floor? But when he finally saw the scene outside, his treasured figurines dropped from his arms with a thud. What did he see? He saw a black wall. That wall connected heaven and earth, even blocking the sunlight, plunging the entire city into darkness. There was no roaring crash like in the movies. Only a low hum that could stop one's heart. The sea was not rushing, it was being pushed in. With the breakwater as a boundary, the seawater surged like yeast, instantly overflowing the embankment, the docks, and the coastal road. The cars frantically fleeing on the road were swallowed by the dark water in an instant, unable to even make a turn. There were no splashes, only engulfing. A 30-story coastal office building, upon contact with the water wall, had its glass facade shattered into countless sparkling fragments. Immediately after, the entire building seemed to be kicked hard from the waist. Crack! The sound of glass shattering and concrete breaking could be heard clearly even from afar. The massive building tilted, then slowly collapsed, being swept inland by the terrifying black wall. Oda watched the rapidly approaching waterline. At this moment, the water had already reached the 10th floor and was still rising at an unreasonable speed. The streets had vanished. The elevated highway was gone. The entire city was turning into an underwater relic. Is this the end of the world? I haven't even seen the ending of One Piece yet. How frustrating. Oda Ichiro collapsed on the ground, looking at the room full of figurines, his face twisting into a smile that was worse than crying. How frustrating. Oda Ichiro collapsed on the ground, looking at the room full of figurines, his face twisted. The instigator of it all was currently 2,000 meters under the sea, engaging in a friendly exchange with in the depths of the ocean trench within a massive bubble barrier. Lin Fan was riding on the head of a giant squid, holding onto a tentacle, furiously venting. I told you to take care of yourself. Smack. I told you not to move. Smack. I told you to treat me. With each insult, Lin Fan slapped the giant squid on the forehead. Although he had not transformed, the genetic pressure stemming from his lineage made the giant mutated squid too afraid to resist. The giant squid looked extremely wronged, its dozens of eyes filled with tears, its tentacles curling up in a bunch. Squeak, squeak. Boss, stop hitting, it hurts. This place is so nice, dark and cold, perfect for sleeping. Squeak your grandpa. Lin Fan was fuming. I am a human. Do you understand what a human is? I want to sunbathe. I want to breathe air. I want to watch One Piece. Who the hell wants to sleep in this damn place? The little squid, seeing the elder sibling being beaten, initially wanted to come up and mediate. But Lin Fan shot at a glare. What? Do you want to try the feeling too? The little squid stiffened, its several tentacles instantly pointing at the giant squid. Goo goo. Big brother has thick skin. Big brother can take hits. Boss, you continue, don't mind me. The giant squid. Is this what they call brotherly affection? Lin Fan jumped down from the giant squid's head, stepping on the hard rocky ground. Though this was the deep sea, these two fools had managed to create a waterless space. The surrounding seawater was isolated by an invisible force like a massive glass dome. Lin Fan stroked his chin. Just now, while beating these two, he distinctly felt their mental fluctuations becoming clearer. Before, he could only guess their meanings. Now they could directly form concrete concepts in his mind. This indicated that their intelligence was evolving and their mental power was surging. Especially the giant squid. Just moments ago, while being beaten, it instinctively formed a faint mental barrier on its surface. Although Lin Fan shattered it with a slap, this was definitely a remarkable progress. Alright, stop playing dead. Lin Fan kicked the giant squid. Hurry up, take me up. I want to find land. The giant squid's massive eyes rolled, transmitting an extremely reluctant emotion. Especially the giant squid. Just moments ago, while being beaten, it instinctively formed a faint mental barrier on its surface. Although, for them accustomed to the deep sea environment, the sea surface was indeed a detestable place. Lin Fan chuckled coldly. He didn't waste any words, and simply closed his eyes. Buzz. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from his seemingly frail, human body. It was the pressure belonging to the king of monsters. Although he had not transformed, the aura of a top predator in the food chain instantly filled the entire space. The two squids who had been feigning pity instantly went on high alert. All the suckers on their bodies opened simultaneously, a sign of extreme fright. Squeak. Going. The giant squid dared not waste words any longer. It immediately extended its thickest tentacles. Obsequiously, it arranged several smooth rocks together to form a makeshift throne, and even created a bubble to encase it. Then it carefully invited Lin Fan onto it. You're smart. Lin Fan confidently sat down. Let's go. Destination? Any island will do as long as it's not the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He estimated that Cherry Blossom might already be done for, and returning there no longer mattered. As a person, it's best to leave a way out. Since returning to Cherry Blossom was impossible, he might as well visit other countries along the way. After all, he had already come out. Destination? Any island will do as long as it's not the territory of the Cherry Blossom Nation. He estimated that Cherry Blossom might already be done for, and returning. The giant squid lifted the rocky throne with its tentacles smoothly rising into the air. The two gigantic deep-sea monsters thus carried an apparently ordinary human youth and began their journey to the surface. As the depth decreased, the surrounding light began to change. From absolute darkness, it gradually morphed into deep blue. Lin Fan observed the unknown deep-sea fish swimming around, his mood gradually improving. I wonder how things are outside now, he murmured. Those eagle sauce folks must be scared out of their wits. After all, I truly made the earth shake and the mountains sway this time. Just as he was thinking, the little squid in front suddenly stopped, issuing a warning. Goop. Boss, there's a big... Lin Fan blinked. A big guy? Could there be a big guy here? He looked up and saw a gray massive ship split in two, slowly sinking into the deep blue water ahead. Wow, that's indeed a big guy. On the massive hull, even underwater, he could clearly see the prominent number, CVN-76. That was Eagle Sauce's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. At this moment, this former ocean overlord resembled a gigantic steel corpse surrounded by countless debris and smaller corpses. Lin Fan was silent for a moment. Although it was the enemy, witnessing such a scene was still somewhat shocking. Fisk, looks like this disaster has escalated quite a bit. He said this, yet there was no expression of guilt on his face. Instead, he seemed intrigued as he directed the giant squid to approach. Let's go take a look. I've heard this thing is quite expensive. Should we take it back home for research? Shall we bring it back for the family to study? Lin Fan gazed at the shattered remains of a Nimitz-class aircraft carrier before him, stroking his chin in quiet contemplation. Though grievously damaged, the vessel was undeniably nuclear-powered. Its reactor core and electromagnetic catapult systems still potentially salvageable. The catapults, however, could be disregarded. Even waterlogged, these components, once recovered, would send China's veteran defense scientists into euphoric hypertension. As he pondered hauling the wreck back, he glanced up, and there it was, Xiao Wu, or rather the smaller octopus. There it stood, tentacles coiled around a jagged fragment of flight deck, lifting it toward its maw. What the hell? That's armor-grade steel. You actually plan to swallow that? Lin Fan stared dumbfounded. Then his eyes gleamed. I've got a mission for you. Gurs. What is it, boss? And remember, stay concealed. Don't surface. Hug the seabed. Xiao Wu eyed the colossal ruin, many times its own size, then glanced down at its slender tentacles, instantly and remember, stay concealed. Don't surface. Hug the seabed. Xiao Wu eyed the colossal ruin, many times its own size, then glanced down at its slender tentacles, instantly contorting into a pitiful grimace. Gee, boss, it's absurdly heavy and utterly tasteless. No excuses. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. I don't care how you do it. Just haul it back and dump it along my hometown's coast. Someone will collect it soon enough. Slack off and I'll roast you whole. Under threat and inducement alike, Xiao Wu reluctantly unfurled They hardened like steel cables, clamping tightly around the carrier's fractured keel. Then its body swelled violently, expelling a torrential jet of pressurized water. Roar. Turbulent currents surged. The massive iron carcass groaned and began to move. Watching Xiao Wu vanish into the murky depths like a diligent dockworker, Lin Fan nodded in quiet satisfaction. This perhaps was his gift to the nation, a token of gratitude after all. One simply didn't return from abroad. All right, you simpleton. Lin Fan turned toward the drooling giant octopus beside him. Carry me to the nearest land, fast. And no, not that island again. The giant squid nodded eagerly, cradling Lin Fan reverently in its tentacles like a sacred relic, and shot off in the opposite direction. Meanwhile, far above, the surface world trembled, not yet fully absorbing news of the Eagle Alliance's 7th Fleet's annihilation, when an apocalyptic live broadcast seized global attention. Sakura Nation, its seawall engineered to withstand century-scale tsunamis, now stood laughably frail before a 100-meter-high black wall of water, like Lego bricks before a bulldozer. There was no contest. The obsidian tide swept forward without pause. From drone footage high above, the once thriving coastal industrial zone dissolved instantly into a churning sea. Massive freighters were hurled onto city streets, crashing into office towers. Cars spun helplessly in whirlpools, mere flotsam and chaos. The famed landmark 10,000 feet pagoda now protruded only as a single spire above the murk, surrounded by turbulent eddies and nameless debris. Human cries were drowned beneath the roar of collapsing waters. Broadcast via satellite, the scene flashed across screens worldwide, prompting Western netizens to flood chat windows with frantic, "Please, God save us." Some even began organizing post-tsunami volunteer relief efforts. Yet in stark contrast, China's internet erupted in a complete tonal inversion. Firecrackers exploded in unison across provinces, cities, and neighborhoods. Streaming platforms' comment feeds became so dense their video frames vanished entirely beneath cascading text. Whoa, this VFX. Hollywood should kneel and learn. Don't call it effects. It's nature's gift. Nominate it for UNESCO heritage status. Who just pledged donations? I'll donate 10 tons of radioactive wastewater. No change needed. Bro, your magnanimity falls short. I'll donate a joyful life on infinite loop. This isn't a tsunami. It's a deep cleansing ritual for the little days. Look how black the water is. Clearly their own toxic discharge. Indeed, across China's vast expanse, few held goodwill toward that nation, let alone sympathy. Historical wounds remained raw. Recent years had only deepened contempt. First through radioactive wastewater discharges, then by serving as the Eagle Alliance's obedient vassal. Public favor had long since evaporated. Most Chinese citizens felt not sorrow, but catharsis. Some imaginative netizens even speculated aloud, could that big brother be our nation's auspicious beast, sent specifically to clear away trash? Plausible. Let's trace its lineage. Perhaps it's descended from the Qilin. While jubilation swept the nation deep within Beijing's highest-level war room, an unspoken euphoria likewise permeated the chamber. Of course, those present maintained dignified composure, save one exception. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Truly magnificent wave action. Lin Jiangwo watched the satellite feed, slapping his thigh in delight. His gaze swept the room, radiant with vindication. Look at that surge. So powerful, it outshouts my artillery barges back in the day. Serves them right. Divine retribution. Those scheming bastards spent decades plotting harm. Now their homes lie in ruins. General Zhang sat beside him, face dark, pressing fingers against his throbbing temple. Lin Jiangwo, this is a strategic briefing. Must you disregard decorum? Decorum be damned. Lin Jiangwo glared, eyes blazing. I bled for this country. I donated my leg. If I'm joyful, I'll speak joyfully. Besides, there's no outsider here. And when my son vanished, I said nothing. At Lin Fan's name, the air in the room thickened slightly. Though confirmed earlier, the Godzilla-like entity was Lin Fan. The boy's current disappearance remained undeniable. Yet those aware of his dual innate talents knew he couldn't possibly be dead. He might already be en route home. Seeing silence fall, Lin Jiangwo's eyes twinkled mischievously. Colleagues, Shall we discuss something? Observe my son single-handedly obliterated an entire fleet. Shouldn't that count as a meritorious act? General Zhang's temples throbbed anew. Old Lin, I won't dispute whether your son merits commendation, but if word leaks, we'll have declared war on the world. Who cares? It was a monster, not my son. He's just an ordinary overseas student on vacation, right? Silence. Ordinary student. Who sends ordinary students to Crater Tokyo, or bathe in Mount Fuji like a hot spring? No way. Lin Jiangwo, growing ever more animated, pulled out his phone. I must call home. Tell the clan elder to open the genealogical scroll. This feat demands its own dedicated page. Henceforth he shall be its founding patriarch. I've already chosen the title Nation-Stabilizing Divine Beast. Wait, Dragon King of the East Sea. Watching Lin Jiangwo revel in self-congratulation, the generals exchanged helpless glances, then sighed in resigned amusement. Father and son were carved from the same mad stone, both certifiably unhinged, yet undeniably exhilarating. Truly world-ending caliber. Night fell. Salt-laced wind carried a faint, unmistakable tang of kimchi. On an unnamed rocky shore, a dark shape was flung from the sea, landing hard on the sand. Ow, what the hell? Lin Fan rubbed his sore rear side, glaring at the waves. Couldn't you be gentler? Is this how you treat your boss? Above the water, two colossal tentacles waved, part farewell, part disdain, before vanishing beneath the waves, gone in an instant. Apparently even it found the local seawater distasteful. Fast getaway, Lin Fan muttered, scanning the surroundings by moonlight. A desolate coastline stretched before him, distant dim streetlights flickering like dying embers. A faint sickly stench hung in the air, not the sharp radiation odor of Tokyo, but something older, fouler, like rotting meat. Where the hell am I? Lin Fan brushed sand from his clothes. Not Sakura Nation, so likely a nation. He strode toward the lights. After 2 steps his foot struck a dented soda can. Bending down he saw several distorted block characters stamped upon it. Though linguistically illiterate, Lin Fan had seen these glyphs countless times in Korean dramas. Kimchi script. He blinked. Then realization struck. Holy hell, did that idiot dump me in kimchi land? He scratched his head. Well, here he was. First priority, find food. Wonder if their grilled meat lived up to the mid-thought. Shadowy figures emerged from the mist ahead, limping grotesquely as if drunk or half paralyzed. Hey, fellow countrymen. Lin Fan waved enthusiastically, shouting in broken patchwork English. At the sound the figures froze. Then, slowly they turned. By the feeble glow of distant street lamps, Lin Fan finally beheld their skin deathly pale, eyes burning crimson. Grrrhhh, they shrieked, a sound utterly inhuman, then lunged at him like starving gourmands spotting premium kimchi. Lin Fan's smile froze. He blinked, watching their clawed hands and gnashing teeth close in. 2 seconds of silence passed. What the actual? Did I wander onto the wrong film set? Without hesitation he spun and fled. All I wanted was grilled meat. You want me? What kind of cosmic misfortune was this? Barely ashore, and already ambushed. Wait, something's deeply wrong. Why does kimchi land? What kind of cosmic misfortune was this? Barely ashore, and already ambushed. Wait, something's deeply wrong. Why does kimchi land look like this? And, hold on, do I even have skin? Why am I running away? Under the dim streetlight, Lin Fan sprinted with bare feet, making a pat-pat sound against the asphalt road. Behind him, a dozen villagers with red eyes and decaying skin were hot on his heels, sprinting at an incredible speed, their throats letting out a hoarse roar, thirsty for fresh flesh. Stop chasing me. Lin Fan glanced back while running. These creatures moved with an outrageous speed completely unlike the slow-moving infected he had seen in movies. They were more akin to a group of sprinters high on drugs. The foremost figure, a man in a tattered suit, ran with an extremely twisted posture, moving on all fours like a giant frog, closing in on Lin Fan's backside. Roar! The infected in the suit kicked off the ground and leaped into the air, opening its toothy maw ready to bite down on Lin Fan's nape. The wind howled past. Lin Fan instinctively wanted to protect his head and crouched down. This was a reflex left by ordinary people. But in that instant a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Why am I running? Who am I? I am Lin Fan, the man of the king of monsters. The one who treats nuclear bombs as snacks. Am I afraid of a few infected who don't even brush their teeth? How embarrassing. So damn embarrassing. If those 2 little squid brothers found out, how could I lead the team in the future? Damn it. Lin Fan suddenly came to a halt. I'm done pretending, I'm laying it all out. In midair, the suited infected couldn't stop its momentum, and seeing the suddenly halted human, the red light in its eyes intensified, thinking the opponent was paralyzed with fear. It excitedly opened its mouth wide and lunged at the human's neck. Crack! A sharp sound of bone snapping echoed painfully in the quiet night. Immediately following that bang, a sound like pebbles dropping on the ground echoed. The suited infected hung on Lin Fan's back, its originally fierce expression suddenly turning bewildered, even showing a hint of pain. It was terrified to discover that its proud teeth, which could bite through iron, were now completely shattered at the roots. Blood trickled down from the corners of its mouth. Not Lin Fan's blood. It was the blood from its own broken gums. Lin Fan slowly turned around, grasped the neck of the suited infected, and lifted it before him like a chick. At this moment there were no red marks on Lin Fan's neck. Simultaneously he was covered with a layer of black keratin-like skin. Damn it, I just logged in, and you little pickled vegetables treat your guests like this. Lin Fan looked at the bewildered infected in his hand and grinned. That smile and the remaining instinct of the infected was somehow 1,000 times more terrifying than their leader. The gaze seemed to look down upon ants from the peak of the food chain. Your teeth don't seem too good, uncle. You need a calcium supplement. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan tightened his grip slightly. With a simple rough motion, just like squeezing a rotten tomato, he crushed the neck of the suited infected. He tossed aside the now limp body and turned to face the remaining dozen infected rushing towards him. This group of infected showed no signs of retreating due to their companion's death. In their red eyes there was no fear, only a thirst for flesh. Roar! The remaining infected swarmed towards Lin Fan from all sides. Some reached for his eyes, others bit at his thighs, and two even understood how to flank, attempting to hug Lin Fan's arms to restrict his movement. Interesting. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. These things actually knew how to cooperate. Too bad they picked the wrong person today. Buzz. With a thought, Lin Fan's skin surface, that layer of black keratin, instantly deepened and shimmered with a metallic sheen. Lin Fan looked at the changes on his body with satisfaction. He named this newly evolved ability Black Skin. Although it wasn't as extreme as transforming into Godzilla, even so his current defense could be seen as a human weapon. Since you all are so enthusiastic, I'll return the favor. Lin Fan no longer dodged. He lifted his leg and kicked out forcefully. This kick employed no fancy techniques, it was pure strength. Boom. Even so, the infected charging directly at him was kicked back, its chest caving in. It flew like a cannonball, crashing into two streetlight poles before finally slamming against a wall, unable to peel itself off. Hiss! Have I become this brutal now? Seeing the enhancement brought by the black scale battle armor, Lin Fan, earlier when he tried it underwater, he had realized that this skin was extraordinary. But only after using it did he discover. It was not just extraordinary, it was simply monstrous. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly felt an infected one attacking from behind. Without looking, he instinctively raised his hand and turned, delivering a powerful slap. Just as he was in shock, he suddenly felt an infected one attacking from behind. Without looking, he instinctively raised his hand and turned, delivering a too slow, too weak. Haven't you eaten? Lin Fan strolled leisurely among the corpses, feeling extremely satisfied. This kind of hand-to-hand combat was far more exhilarating than being a monster. I wonder how my critical strike-related normal attacks compare to whatever they have in the pickled vegetable nation. Lin Fan moved with ease amidst the swarm of infected. Their proud claws merely sparked against the black scales, leaving no marks whatsoever. On the other hand, every single blow Lin Fan dealt took a life. In less than half a minute the ground was already littered with corpses, and not a single one was intact. Lin Fan clapped his hands, looking at the last infected he had pinned underfoot. This infected was a female wearing a nurse's uniform, her face marred by a huge bite mark with the insides exposed. At this moment, pinned down by Lin Fan, she did not struggle, but let out a low whimper, as if pleading for mercy, or perhaps conveying information. Lin Fan squatted down, intrigued as he examined her. You know fear. You can still communicate. He reached out and tapped her on the head. Knock, knock, knock. The sound was crisp, the skull was quite hard. Why does this look a bit familiar? Lin Fan stroked his chin, quickly searching his mind for movies he had seen. In typical infected films, the infected are mindless zombies dying with a shot to the head, devoid of intelligence. But these before him, powerful, fast, with pain perception, able to cooperate. Holy crap. Could this be the night creatures from I Am Legend? Lin Fan seemed to have realized something, his eyes wide with enlightenment. If they weren't afraid of sunlight, they were enhanced versions of the night creatures. If they feared sunlight, then they were standard night creatures. Where on earth did these things come from? Lin Fan pressed down hard, the sound of crunching ending the infected's suffering. He stood up, gazing at the brightly lit, yet eerily silent city skyline in the distance. That was Busan. If they feared sunlight, then they were standard night creatures. Where on earth did these things come from? Lin Fan otherwise these dozen infected couldn't possibly cooperate so seamlessly. Forget it, since I'm here. Lin Fan glanced at his bare body. He looked at the tattered clothes on the corpses on the ground. First, I need to find a place to spruce up. He took confident strides towards the center of Busan. That feeling was not like barging into an infected zone, rather it felt as easy as a stroll down the street. Meanwhile, in the center of Busan, at Lotte Department Store. Once a bustling shopping paradise, it had now turned into a hellish battleground. Dried blood and severed limbs scattered everywhere. And in the luxurious atrium on the top floor of the mall, a muscular mutant infected was pinning down a shapely female infected on an expensive leather sofa, engaged in a primal and savage act of creation. He was Jack, the current king of Busan. Having undergone over 20 hours of gene mutation and evolution, his skin had turned grayish-white, muscles, bulging veins protruding like black worms. His eyes were no longer murky red, but eerily pure gold, a sign of evolution. Roar. The female infected beneath him let out a painful yet submissive growl. His eyes were no longer murky red, but eerily pure gold, a sign of evolution. Roar. The female infected beneath him let out a painful yet submissive. Just as he was about to reach his climax, suddenly Jack abruptly stopped. His granite-like muscles instantly tensed, and his golden pupils constricted violently as he fixed his gaze on the eastern side of the city, towards the port. An unprecedented sensation of dread surged through his spine, shooting straight to the crown of his head. It was a primal instinct from deep within his genes, like a tiger reigning in the jungle suddenly catching the scent of a Trex. Roar. Jack pushed the female infected away, standing naked. He walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window, pressing his hands against the glass, staring towards the port. Fear. Yes, there was fear. But more than that. Excitement. Perhaps this was his chance to evolve once more. To devour it. As long as he devoured that suddenly appearing figure, he would evolve into a true god. Roar. That sound, like an air raid siren, instantly shattered the mall's glass, echoing throughout the night sky of Busan. In the next moment, all of Busan erupted. In the dark alleys, among abandoned cars, and the shadows of tall buildings deep within the sewers, countless pairs of crimson eyes snapped open. Tens of thousands of mutated infected, upon hearing this roar, abandoned their tasks. They surged out of their hiding places like soldiers responding to their king's summons, gathering into torrents of darkness. Their only goal was one: to follow the king, to shred the invader. Jack turned, not wearing clothes, as they were a constraint to him. Little ones, it's time to feast. Although no one could understand his roar, the frenzied brainwaves had already conveyed the message to each infected's mind. The night wind in Busan carried the salty scent of the sea and a foul odor reminiscent of a burst can of herring. Lin Fan walked barefoot on the street littered with glass shards and bullet casings. Even though the thick skin on the soles of his feet protected him from pain, he still felt a bit uneasy. Damn, this is truly bizarre. As Lin Fan walked, he couldn't help but criticize the surrounding shops. In such a vast commercial street, how can there be no decent clothes? All women's clothing. Is this intentionally trying to make me uncomfortable? He had just taken a look around a nearby clothing store and found nothing but midriff-bearing tops and ultra-short skirts. If he wore those, the image would be too beautiful. He feared that even he would have nightmares. He had no choice but to maintain his current form in the black-scaled battle attire. Fortunately, the layer of black keratin covered his entire body, making him look like he was clad in a tight-fitting superhero suit, which was not too inappropriate. After crossing several desolate streets, he suddenly found himself in a broad, open space. It was a massive intersection square. However, at this moment, the square was densely packed with people. No, to be precise, it was filled with mutated infected. These infected were orderly. They did not howl or create chaos. They stood uniformly in a line, resembling a gang waiting for the command to take down the one in black leather. At the forefront of this group of infected stood a grayish-white figure. Lin Fan stopped, tilting his head to scrutinize the figure. As he observed, the grayish-white figure was also intently staring at him. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze. Their gazes met in the air, sparks flying. If a Western cowboy soundtrack had played in the background, it would have been even more fitting. However, when Lin Fan's gaze landed on the figure's smooth thigh and the fluttering part in between, he looked down at himself. Although covered in scales, his overall outline was also clearly visible, while the previously tense atmosphere was suddenly diluted by a sense of absurdity. After a long silence, Lin Fan was the first to break the strange atmosphere. Buddy, did you just come out of the bathhouse? Missed the back scrub? The figure across from him, Jack, visibly froze at his words, clearly not understanding this greeting filled with northeastern flavor. Though he didn't understand Lin Fan's words, he could sense a hint of mockery and disdain in them. Roar. Jack let out a low growl from his throat. The muscles on his body bulged, and the veins writhed beneath his skin like black snakes. Amidst the anger, his greed was unabashed. In his view, Lin Fan before him was not just a human, he was also a supplement. Moreover, he was the kind of supplement that was immensely nourishing. His inner self repeatedly told him that by consuming this human, he could evolve into a higher species. Yet the aura emanating from Lin Fan also filled him with fear and even tremors. In fact, due to Lin Fan's appearance, numerous memories from his past life emerged in his mind. Cherry Blossoms, Tokyo. Countless terrifying zombies and mutated monsters rampaged. He fell while fleeing to the harbor and accidentally got bitten by a mutated rat. At the time, he thought nothing of it, believing it to be an ordinary wound. Only after boarding the evacuation ship did his body begin to heat up and his consciousness started to blur. Driven by a strong survival instinct, he managed to hold on until now and then. Eat you. Jack's still incomplete evolved vocal cords struggled to produce a few indistinct syllables. Though his speech was unclear, the desire to devour Lin Fan alive was evident even to a fool. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He heard it clearly. This creature could actually speak. However, you want to eat me? Looking at Jack, who resembled a fool, Lin Fan chuckled. Many have wanted to eat me. Who do you think you are? Moreover, he looked Jack up and down, his expression filled with disdain. You don't have any sense of decency coming out like this without wearing any clothes. Although I'm not wearing any either, I got this skin from a box, and it has attributes. What about you? Just pure indecency. Jack couldn't understand what he was rambling about, but he could feel that lofty sense of superiority. The thousands of mutated infected who had long been unable to contain themselves upon receiving the king's command instantly went into a frenzy. Rumbling. The sound of footsteps. The thousands of mutated infected who had long been unable to contain themselves upon receiving the king's command instantly went into a frenzy. Rumbling. The sound of footsteps roared like thunder. The black tide of corpses surged toward Lin Fan at the center like a tsunami. The gaping maws and blood-red eyes were enough to make any normal person lose control in fear. However, in the face of these oblivious creatures, Lin Fan showed no signs of panic. He didn't even make a move. He simply stood there quietly watching those infected who could barely be considered his disciples. Yes, disciples. Just a moment ago, when Jack displayed his greed towards him, the strange sensation in Lin Fan's mind became clearer. He sensed a familiar aura emanating from Jack. It was his own scent. To be precise, it was the viral aura derived from the body of Calamity. Although he didn't know how the other had crossed the ocean to get here, he could feel the root was here with him. Suddenly he recalled the feeling he had while sleeping in Tokyo, that sense of connection. Suddenly enlightened. So that's how it is. Lin Fan looked at Jack with a teasing expression. Since he grew up drinking my bathwater, we need to have a good discussion about our lineage. As the first infected's claws were about to reach his face, the sharp nails were less than 3 centimeters from his eyeball. He could even smell the rotting flesh under the nails. Yet Lin Fan hesitated not at all, raising his hand to deliver a swift attack, instantly turning the infected into a mosaic. Then he squinted slightly, gazing at the distant, grimacing Jack. With a thought, he summoned the Calamity's essence with kneel. Just 2 straightforward words. They flowed gently from Lin Fan's lips. The voice was not loud, and amidst the kneel. Just 2 straightforward words. They flowed gently from Lin Fan's lips. The voice was not loud, and amidst the roaring of the corpse tide, it seemed somewhat insignificant. But the next second, thud. The infected who had yet to rush to him felt their knees go weak and knelt heavily on the ground. Immediately after, the vast intersection resembled a domino effect. Thud, thud, thud. Starting from Lin Fan, wave after wave of infected knelt and began to tremble. Those originally ferocious mutated infected who could tear apart tanks now resembled elementary students facing the principal, each one hurriedly kneeling down. Some even rushed too fiercely and couldn't stop, sliding right in front of Lin Fan. Their knees left dark red skid marks on the ground. In just 3 seconds, the once boisterous square fell into a deathly silence. Countless infected lay prostrate, trembling. Not a single one dared to raise their head. At this moment, in the center of the square, only 2 people remained standing. One was Lin Fan, whose expression was calm and breezy. The other was Jack, who was utterly shocked, struggling to keep himself from kneeling. At this moment, the expression on his grayish-white face was nothing short of spectacular. Confusion, shock, disbelief, questioning life. His brain had crashed. This wasn't right. These infected were clearly his subordinates. Why were they all kneeling to the one across from him? I am the king. I am the king of Busan. Roar. Desperately struggling against the instinctual fear, Jack shouted again hopefully. I am the king. I am the king of Busan. Roar. Desperately struggling against the instinctual fear, Jack shouted again hopefully. Infected responded. Lin Fan chuckled lightly, slowly lifting his foot to step around the kneeling infected in front of him, taking 1 step at a time toward Jack. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were light, but to Jack they sounded like the drumbeats of death. Furthermore, as Lin Fan approached, he felt every cell in his body scream, urging him to submit, to kneel. That feeling seemed to come from the very source of his bloodline. No. I am a god. Jack gritted his teeth, his muscles tense, trying to resist this instinct. He was an evolved being. He was a new human with wisdom. How could he kneel to some inexplicable guy? Lin Fan stood before Jack. They were less than half a meter apart. Lin Fan was slightly shorter than Jack, but his aura reached a towering height of 2 meters and 8 centimeters. He looked up at Jack, who was desperately trying to hold himself up, drenched in cold sweat. A slight smile appeared at the corners of his mouth, revealing a row of white teeth. That smile in Jack's eyes was nothing short of a devil's grin. Lin Fan reached out and gently patted Jack's taut chest muscle. The action was filled with insult. You have a nice physique. Lin Fan praised him, then abruptly changed the tone of his voice, his gaze growing cold. The originally pitch-black eyes momentarily flashed with a hint of golden slit pupil light. A terrifying pressure descended like a mountain crushing down. This was not just momentum. It was a dimensional strike derived from his bloodline. Since these little ones know the rules. Lin Fan retracted his hand, his voice calm but undeniable. As the one in charge, shouldn't you understand some manners? Jack's pupils, which had originally been golden, instantly dilated. The shred of pride as a king became utterly ridiculous in the face of absolute bloodline power. That fear stemming from the depths of his soul completely shattered his psychological defenses. Crack. Ultimately, his kneecap crashed onto the ground. Not only that, but even his head deeply touched the ground, paying Lin Fan a full prostration. Lin Fan looked at Jack trembling at his feet, feeling extremely satisfied, yet profoundly disdainful. TCH. I thought you were a king, it turns out you're just a bronze. Hey nudist hero. He unceremoniously kicked the kneeling Jack. King. Jack let out a humble reply. Have your people. Oh no, have your corpses find me some clothes. Facing the infected before him, Lin Fan didn't need any courtesy. Also bring me all the meat you can find. Forget it, I'll get the food myself. I'm afraid you all might poison me. With that, he swaggered past Jack, heading toward a nearby shopping mall that looked decent. Meanwhile, across the ocean, the high-ranking officials of Eagle Sauce, who had been closely monitoring the situation in Busan, watched the real-time footage transmitted by satellites, all falling into a collective stupor. Especially the image of the infected kneeling in an orderly manner like a tide. It was enough to make them hardly believe their eyes. How is this possible? Is the one wearing the black scale armor a human? Or some other creature? What the hell, can someone tell me what that black thing is? Is this a newly evolved species? What the hell? Can someone explain what this thing is? In the country of Kimchi Seoul, at the bunker of the Blue House, President Yoon and a group of high-ranking officials from the Kimchi Nation watched the countless infected individuals bowing before them on the big screen. In that moment, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. It's over. It's all over. After a long pause, President Yoon stammered, "This is the end of the great Kimchi universe. God, how can such a monster exist in this world? Have we contacted the Eagles? What did they say? They want just sit back and watch us die. Without our support, they can't become the strongest nation on Blue Star," said the secretary beside him, looking bitter. "Mr. President, the Eagles have already responded. They said their laboratory is researching this virus. The infected individuals in Busan are precious biological samples, and we are prohibited from using heavy weapons without authorization to avoid damaging the integrity of the samples." What? What did you say? Damage the integrity of the samples? President Yoon's eyes widened, nearly choking on his words. Do they even have any humanity left? Do those idiots even know what they are saying? In this situation, they are worried about samples. What about the lives of our people in the Kimchi Nation? Mr. President, looking at the raging Yoon, the secretary hesitated for a moment and quietly added, "The Eagles said that in comparison to a Kimchi Nation, all of humanity is what matters most." President Yoon. So in order to save all of humanity, we have to be sacrificed. Suddenly, President Yoon felt exhausted from being the president. President Yoon. So in order to save all of humanity, we have to be sacrificed. Suddenly, President Yoon, Dr. Park, once hailed as the smartest scientist in the world by the Kimchi Nation, was now wearing a blood-stained white lab coat, gripping a bloody surgical saw. On the operating table before him lay an infected individual sent back by the Eagle SEAL team. However, this unfortunate infected person had been disassembled into a pile of parts. No, this isn't right. Still not right. Dr. Park's eyes were filled with fervor as he muttered to himself nervously, "The cell activity is strong, but very unstable. This low-level mutation can only create beasts, not gods. What I want is a god. A perfect life form. Doctor." Just then, the airtight door of the laboratory was suddenly opened from the outside. A young man in a lab coat with glasses stumbled in. Dr. Park turned back with some displeasure as his thoughts were interrupted. His bloodshot eyes fixed on the assistant along with the buzzing electric saw still in his hand. "I told you not to disturb me while I am dissecting unless the sky is falling. Can't you understand what I am saying?" The assistant's legs went weak with fear, nearly collapsing to the ground, but he was too scared to care, presenting the tablet in his hand. "Doctor, the one you've been looking for has appeared. What nonsense is this?" Dr. Park frowned and turned to look at the tablet. The screen displayed Lin Fan standing in the center of a square, forcing thousands of zombies to kneel. Upon seeing this scene, Dr. Park's expression froze instantly. 1 second. 2 seconds. Ha ha. Suddenly, he started laughing, a sound that erupted from deep in his throat, growing louder and more deranged, eventually turning into hysterical laughter. Ha ha. I knew it. I knew the end of evolution wouldn't be that ugly monster. He stared intently at the figure covered in black scales on the screen. The pair of bloodshot eyes looked like a single man who had been alone for 30 years, suddenly seeing a stunning beauty, barely able to hold back his drool. Look at this perfect epidermis. This is biological armor. Look at this dominion power. This is definitely bloodline power, a mental suppression. As long as it can reach this level, there is no need for language, only brain waves can control the group. This is what the new humans should look like. Dr. Park threw away the electric saw in his hand, trembling as he held the tablet, wishing he could press his face against the screen and lick it. "Quick, connect me to Mr. Smith. Hurry." Upon hearing this, the assistant wasted no time, quickly taking out a satellite phone and dialing the direct line across the ocean. Beep. The moment the call was connected, an old and arrogant voice came through. Park, I hope you have good news for me. Otherwise, the anger from those old geezers at the national emblem will be fully vented on you. Smith. Though he was not involved in politics, he was one of the big shots behind the military-industrial complex of the Eagles. Faced with Smith's threat, Dr. Park showed no signs of fear. At this moment, his mind was solely focused on that humanoid creature covered in black scales. Mr. Smith, I am contacting you this time with good news, absolutely good news. Excited, he became a bit incoherent. I found the key. The key to opening the gates of God. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Speak plainly. Dr. Park was caught off guard by the response, paused for a moment, and quickly explained, Mr. Smith, I believe you must have seen the black humanoid creature that appeared on the streets of Busan, right? I swear to heaven that he is definitely not an ordinary infected. From the video, you can see that he not only retains human traits, but also possesses remarkable intelligence. Of course, I believe the most important thing is his power that transcends species. So what? Smith's voice remained cold. In the end, he's just a more powerful monster. If he doesn't obey, he will just— No. You don't understand. Dr. Park grew anxious, took a deep breath, and repeated his Mr. Smith, please believe me. As long as I can obtain the blood of that monster with the capabilities of our Kimchi Nation's top biological laboratory, we can definitely produce extraordinary genetic serums. Hearing no rebuttal from the other end, Dr. Park seized the opportunity to continue, Mr. Smith, once the serum is successful, you will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. Whether it is curing your aging or using it for military purposes. Dr. Park was too good to not be doing pyramid schemes. Upon hearing this, there was a long silence on the other end of the line. For the powerful at the top of the world, money, power, and women had lost their charm. Their only fear was death. That is something that no amount of beautiful dollars can buy back. And in the face of immortality, everything else becomes insignificant and trivial. Finally, after a while, Smith's voice came through again on the phone. Are you sure? I swear by the name of the top scientist of the Kimchi Nation. Dr. Park said confidently, without a second thought. As a true Kimchi person, he absolutely had this confidence. Good. Smith said seriously, what do you want? I want that creature. Alive. Dr. Park spoke without hesitation, expressing his thoughts. I want the highest level of capture authority. I want the most elite troops. Even if it means blowing up Busan, I want him back. Okay, I will communicate about this matter. Smith said slowly. The Viper squad is already over there, but I will immediately dispatch the Reaper squad to go. Additionally, I will notify the Eagles commander stationed in Kimchi to open all stockpiled capture weapons and armored troops to assist you as much as possible. However, Park, listen to me. Smith's tone turned cold. If you really can create the kind of serum you mentioned, you will be the next Nobel Prize winner, and you will have endless money. But if you are lying to me, you will see the results. Dr. Park interrupted him directly and hung up the phone. Then he looked at the tablet in his hand. At this moment, the screen on the tablet showed a shopping mall where that dark humanoid creature was trying on a trench coat. And behind it were hordes of infected individuals, including the Zero patient. Achoo! Lin Fan suddenly sneezed and rubbed his nose. Who was talking about me? He mumbled casually, picking up a seemingly high-end black trench coat and trying it on. Earlier, he had sent Jack and the horde of zombies to keep watch outside while he came in for his $0 purchase. Not to mention, being the villain felt pretty good. No lines, no payment, just take what you want. Thinking of $0 purchases, he couldn't help but think of the other side of the ocean. He often saw online that in that country, shopping basically relied on $0 purchases. And the local buddies and Arthur were all good-looking and kind-hearted. American-style quick draw, instantly emptying the magazine. It's worth mentioning that in such places, opportunities for fortune could be found everywhere. If given a chance, it would be great to experience it. This one looks good, seems slim-fitting. Lin Fan was lost in thought, and just as he was about to put on the coat, his movement suddenly paused. A sharp sensation stemming from his sixth sense made him feel as though he was being watched. Lin Fan suddenly looked up, his gaze directed at the camera hanging above them all. In an instant, he squinted his eyes. Looks like someone has noticed me already. He lowered his head and looked at the black scales on his body, then glanced at the zombies kneeling around him. The largest Korean beef barbecue restaurant in Busan. This place was once the most popular restaurant on the entire commercial street, with lines starting at least 2 hours long. But now there's no need to queue. Not only is there no queue, but even if someone eats without paying, no one would care. Sizzle. The fresh red snowflake beef touches the scorching iron grill, instantly shrinks, releasing an enticing aroma of fat. Lin Fan skillfully flipped the grilled meat with tongs. He was wearing the black trench coat he had just acquired from a $0 purchase at the mall. Though he no longer needed to eat to sustain his life as a normal person with a Chinese appetite, the bland taste in his mouth was truly unbearable. This level of doneness is perfect. He picked up a piece of beef sizzling with juice, dipped it in no sauce, and tossed it directly into his mouth. With one bite, the juices burst forth. Although it's not seasoned with cumin or chili powder, the quality of the meat is indeed commendable. Lin Fan chewed, while mumbling his evaluation. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows behind him, the once mighty Jack from Busan stood faithfully outside the glass door, acting as a temporary guard. His dilapidated gray skin looked particularly eerie under the streetlights. Jack occasionally turned his head, growling at the distant infected individuals eager to approach. The look in his eyes said, "Stay away. Lord Wang only needs me to lick. There's no need for you small fries." In the shadows further away, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, yet none of the infected dared to step closer. In the shadows further away, countless pairs of crimson eyes flickered in the darkness, yet none of the infected. Eagle sauce inside the official secret conference room. A massive projection screen was streaming live footage of Lin Fan eating barbecue. He is eating. The defense minister's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, sir." An intelligence analyst quickly typed on the keyboard, pulling up a magnified image. "But it's worth noting that he is using tools." An intelligence analyst quickly typed on the keyboard, pulling up a magnified image. "But it's worth noting that he is." This indicates that the target not only retains human physical habits, but also the logic of human dining culture. The analyst adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with disbelief. "Moreover, he knows to cook the meat thoroughly. This implies he possesses a high IQ and even knows how to enjoy life." Smith, who was also invited, twitched at this remark. Enjoying life. Eating top-grade Korean beef on the streets of Busan, filled with infected, with the corpse king guarding him. What kind of oddity is this? What does Dr. Park say? Smith turned to the screen beside him. On the screen, Dr. Park's face twisted with excessive excitement, leaned in. What does Dr. Park say? Smith turned to the screen beside him. On the screen, Dr. Park's face twisted with excessive excitement, leaned in. Energy. This is a characteristic of a high-level life form. And look at his skin. That layer of black material is not clothing, it's biological armor. I bet that layer of armor hides secrets that alter human genes. I don't want to hear your nonsense. Smith interrupted coldly. I only care about how to capture him. Weakness. Every creature has weaknesses. Dr. Park pointed at the screen. Based on the characteristics of those infected in Busan, I believe he fears sunlight just like them. The people in the conference room immediately looked at the screen. Also, Dr. Park continued, look at his eyes. When he looks at the streetlight or the camera, he instinctively squints. This indicates that his visual nerves are very sensitive to light, and he may even fear light. Exactly. That zero-infection subject hides during the day like a rat in a sewer. Since this black target can control that zero-infection subject, it indicates they may be of the same origin species. Even if evolved to a high level, it's impossible to escape the characteristic of fearing sunlight. Dr. Park stated assertively, as if he had dissected Lin Fan 800 times. Smith paused for a moment, gently tapping his fingers on the table. So we need to act during the day? It must be the best time is noon. That is when the sun's radiation is the strongest. His functions will definitely drop to their lowest point. Makes sense. Upon hearing Dr. Park say this, everyone in the conference room nodded in agreement. Smith took a deep breath, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Get me the commander of the Reaper Squad. The screen flashed. A burly man with his face painted in camouflage and chewing gum appeared on the screen. This is Reaper on standby. Listen, Mike, Smith said in a low voice. Your target this time is extremely dangerous and has the ability to control the corpse horde. However, according to expert analysis, the target exhibits severe photophobia. Tomorrow at noon, ambush while he is resting. Photophobia. Mike grinned, revealing a mouthful of pearly whites. That's too easy, boss. Do you want him dead or alive? Alive. As long as he's obedient, just keep his head intact. Understood. Mike cut off the communication and turned to his armed team members. This group of fully armed Eagle Saw soldiers was checking their equipment. Guys, did you hear? Tomorrow's prey is a vampire that can't stand the light. Mike clapped his hands, holding a new type of tranquilizer rifle. Change all the stun grenades to bright flash grenades. Since he fears light, let's give him a baptism of light. Mike clapped his hands, holding a new type of tranquilizer rifle. Change all the stun grenades to bright flash grenades. Since he fears light, the boss is paying the bill. He shouted casually. Of course, no one responded to him. No one to collect the money. Then I can leave. With that, he shrugged and pushed the door open to leave. Jack outside immediately straightened his body like a soldier awaiting inspection. All right, don't just stand there. Lin Fan glanced at him. Though you look quite unique, having you follow me makes me afraid of nightmares at night. Take your little buddies and disperse. Don't disturb my sleep. Though Jack couldn't understand the specific sentences, he could grasp the meaning of get lost. He let out a whimper and slowly retreated into the darkness with the corpse horde. Lin Fan tightened his trench coat collar and looked around. Having eaten and drunk, I need to find a place to sleep. With that, his eyes locked onto a tall building not far away. Latte Hotel in Busan. 5-star. It looked soft and inviting. Lin Fan swaggered inside. The lobby was messy with many dried bloodstains on the floor, but it didn't affect the elevator's functionality. He made his way to the presidential suite on the top floor. With a single kick, he forcefully opened the door. The spacious room with huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlooked the desolate Busan port. This is what living is all about. Lin Fan took off his trench coat and threw it on the floor. The black scales glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. He walked to the window. Looking at the moonlight outside, he suddenly found it a bit dazzling. Why is the moon so bright? It affects my sleep. Swish. Standing by the window, he fiddled for a while before figuring out the electric curtain. As the curtains closed, the entire room was instantly plunged into pitch-black darkness. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction and flopped onto the 3-meter-wide bed. The soft mattress immediately enveloped his body. Comfortable. Within 3 seconds, a light snore had already begun. At the same time, a drone monitoring the hotel direction precisely locked onto Lin Fan's room location through the closed curtains. This scene was immediately relayed back to the command center. Look, he pulled the curtains. Dr. Park pointed at the screen, nearly jumping with excitement. And he pulled them very tightly. Not even a crack was left. What does this indicate? It indicates he is extremely fearful of the first ray of sunlight in the morning. My theory is correct. Smith looked at the screen, a cold smile forming at the corner of his mouth. Very well. Since he has locked himself in a coffin, we will just take care of nailing the lid shut. Notify the Reaper squad. The plan remains unchanged. Tomorrow at noon, the operation code, dawn. The next day, at 12 noon. The sun hung high, the scorching rays baking the streets of Busan. The infected who had filled the streets last night were all hiding in dark corners or sewers. The entire city was deathly silent. Except for buzz. The low hum of rotor blades shattered the tranquility. 3 black-painted Black Hawk helicopters like predatory vultures silently swooped low over the sea. Reaper 1 is in position. Reaper 2 is in position. Mike's calm voice came through the communication channel. The helicopter hovered outside the top floor of the Latte Hotel. Through the cabin glass, Mike could clearly see the tightly shut floor-to-ceiling window. The heavy curtains were still. It seems our sleeping beauty is still dreaming. Mike signaled. 6 fully armed Special Forces members swiftly descended. They were all awakened individuals, and naturally, they were also the most common type of physical awakening. Although they were not particularly strong among awakened individuals. But compared to ordinary people, there was a world of difference. Each member of the action team held a large-caliber tranquilizer gun and a capture net launcher. All of their goggles had switched to bright light filtering mode. Mike counted down into his earpiece. 3, 2, 1, breach. Boom. With a violent explosion, the hotel's thick floor-to-ceiling window shattered into count. Almost simultaneously, 4 specially designed bright flash grenades were thrown into the room. Bang, 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 bang. The dazzling white light instantly filled the entire presidential suite. This brightness was 50 times that of an ordinary flash, enough to blind the retinas of any creature instantly. And for light-sensitive beings, it was even more terrifying than a grenade. Go, go, go. Mike led the charge, rushing into the room, the gun barrel quickly sweeping across the area. Target on the bed. Suppress. The intense sunlight poured into the originally dark room through the broken windows without reservation. Several high-powered ultraviolet spotlight lamps also turned on, shining directly on the large bed. However, the screams everyone anticipated did not arise as expected. Instead, with their intrusion, an extremely unpleasant and irritable voice rang out. What the hell? Who is it? Throwing flashbangs into someone's house in broad daylight. Where's your sense of decency? The blanket on the bed was suddenly thrown aside. A figure sat up straight. Lin Fan, covered in black scales, still half asleep, looked at the unexpected intruders with a face full of morning grumpiness. The high-powered ultraviolet lamps that could turn a vampire to ash shone directly on his face. Lin Fan instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. What kind of damn light is this? So glaring. Sunlight spilled onto his bare upper body. The black scales did not smoke, but rather reflected a colorful sheen resembling obsidian. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Only the buzzing of the helicopter rotors echoed outside. Mike, holding the gun, froze. The special forces behind him also froze. Likewise, everyone watching this scene through the action team's chest cameras was stunned. How is this possible? He isn't afraid of light. In the hotel room, Lin Fan finally adjusted to the lighting and saw the fully armed individuals in front of him. He glanced at the shattered glass on the floor, then looked at the bright lights aimed at his face. His expression, the anger of being disturbed from a sweet dream, was rapidly rising. The air in the room seemed to have solidified. Several high-powered ultraviolet lamps illuminated the entire presidential suite, casting a stark white glow. Lin Fan sat on the bed, his upper body bare, and the black scales on his skin showed no signs of melting or smoking under the strong light. Instead, they emitted a haunting glow due to the light's refraction. He squinted, displaying a look of impatience, much like a grumpy, old man awakened by renovation noises. There were no screams, no burning, not even a hint of skin redness or swelling. This isn't right. Mike's palm began to sweat as he held onto his gun. As the captain of the Reaper squad, he had executed hundreds of top-secret missions. There were operations behind enemy lines, and he had also dealt with mutated beasts. Yet he had never encountered a creature that remained so calm, while being directly bombarded by such intense ultraviolet rays only to complain about the brightness of the lights. Meanwhile, Smith, who was watching everything unfold from behind the scenes, also glared angrily at another screen, roaring, "Park, is this what you call fearing the sunlight? This is unscientific. Based on our assumptions, it should be light-sensitive." On the screen, Dr. Park also looked incredulous. Could it be? Could it have evolved a photosynthetic layer? F your photosynthesis. Listening to the conversation between the two over the intercom, Mike cursed under his breath as he faced Lin Fan, quickly making a judgment as a battlefield veteran. F your photosynthesis. Listening to the conversation between the two over the intercom, Mike cursed under his breath as he faced Lin Fan. Received. Rat-a-tat-tat, boom. In an instant, 6 Special Forces members unleashed fire from their specially designed firearms. However, this time what shot out was not bullets, but large-caliber alloy tranquilizer needles and several nets woven from high-strength nanomaterials. These tranquilizer needles could put even an adult blue whale to sleep for 3 days with just one shot. Lin Fan was about to ask who these rude people were when he saw a swarm of needles flying toward him. What the hell? You guys have no martial ethics. He instinctively raised his arm to shield his face. Clang clang. An array of crisp metallic collision sounds rang out. Those specially designed alloy needles capable of piercing rhino skin struck against the black scales on his arm, surprisingly sparking and then shattering like toothpicks against granite. One of the deflected needles unfortunately pierced into the backrest of a nearby leather sofa, disappearing without a trace. As for the nano-capture nets that could trap a tank, they were torn apart effortlessly as he pulled at them. With a tearing sound, just like that, the net touted as the world's toughest material was shredded to pieces like a low-quality plastic bag from a supermarket. Is that all? Lin Fan looked down at the torn net and broken needles at his feet, then raised his gaze to the fully armed soldiers before him. His morning grumpiness peaked at that moment. It's the middle of the day and I can't sleep with flashbangs and ultraviolet light, and now you're stabbing me with needles. Do you really think I have no temper? Lin Fan stood up from the bed. Mike, witnessing the unscathed target, was stunned. Armor-piercing rounds. Switched to armor-piercing rounds. However, before he could finish his command, boom, Lin Fan's figure vanished from the spot. In the next second, one Special Forces member felt a sudden darkness before he could react as a large hand covered in black scales gripped his helmet. Crack. Accompanied by the sound of shattering, this soldier couldn't even let out a scream before Lin Fan crushed him like a squeezed soda can, helmet and head deforming instantaneously. Red and white flowed through his fingers. Number 1. Seeing this scene, Mike's eyes widened in horror. But this was just the beginning. Lin Fan made no flashy moves, just pure strength and pure speed. With a casual wave of his hand, bang, a stunned soldier on the left was sent flying, his body twisting at an unnatural angle, crashing through the suite's wall and into the adjoining bathroom, never to be heard from again. F. Open fire. Open fire. The remaining soldiers went completely insane, disregarding any thoughts of capturing him alive, hastily drawing their large-caliber handguns. Boom, boom, boom. The violent gunfire echoed within the room, smoke billowing up. However, before the smoke could disperse, a black shadow surged out once again. Lin Fan grasped one man's neck with one hand, and like throwing away trash, hurled him toward another soldier who was preparing to throw a grenade. Bang! The two collided, and the grenade fell to the ground. Boom! Blood and flesh flew everywhere. In less than 10 seconds, the once formidable Reaper squad, known as the most elite force of the Eagle Sauce, was annihilated, leaving only Captain Mike alive. The floor was littered with severed limbs and mixed with the lingering smell of gunpowder and blood. Mike slumped to the ground, his gun lost somewhere. He stared at the black figure standing in the pool of blood, untouched by even a speck of dust, and his teeth trembled uncontrollably. This was no light-fearing biological specimen. This was clearly a demon that crawled out of hell. Lin Fan clapped his hands as if he had just completed a trivial task. He walked step by step toward Mike. That terrifying sense of oppression made it difficult for Mike to even breathe. Are you the boss? Lin Fan. Mike opened his mouth wanting to say something, but no sound came out. He could only nod in terror. Lin Fan bent down and grabbed the collar of Mike's bulletproof vest, lifting him effortlessly into the air like a chick. Mike struggled desperately, his feet kicking wildly, but everything was futile in front of Lin Fan's terrifying. Don't kill me. Mike finally squeezed out a few words, his face turning a pig liver color due to lack of oxygen. I am from Eagle Sauce. Eagle Sauce. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I knew it. Apart from those self-righteous world police, who else would do such despicable things? His gaze suddenly fell on the tactical recorder attached to Mike's chest. A green indicator light was still blinking, indicating that it was transmitting images in real time. Lin Fan extended his other hand and gently patted the camera. Over in Eagle Sauce in the operations command room. Looking at the enlarged face covered in black scales on the screen, the entire command room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone seemed to be frozen, staring blankly at the large screen. On it was Lin Fan's face, magnified and covered in black scales, sending shivers down their spines. Especially those golden eyes which seemed to penetrate the souls of each person as if the connection spanned thousands of miles. Just then, in the screen, Lin Fan spoke. His voice, transmitted via satellite, echoed clearly in the command room. It seems that there are quite a few people watching this show behind the scenes. Lin Fan smiled at the camera, revealing 2 rows of white teeth, a radiant smile that sent chills down one's spine. Do you understand Chinese? If you don't, that's fine, I'll find a translator. He took the recorder down, then turned to wrap his arm around Mike's shoulder, bringing both of them into the camera's view. This guy is one of yours, right? I don't care who you are or where you're hiding. At this point, his voice abruptly turned cold, the previously playful expression vanishing, replaced by a chilling ferocity. Disturbing my peaceful nap in the middle of the day, we need to settle this score. I just wanted to come and enjoy a vacation, eat some barbecue and stroll around. But since you were so enthusiastic, insisting on giving me such a grand gift. Lin Fan raised his middle finger to the camera. Then I must return the favor, right? Listen carefully, I don't know if you're watching, but I've already noted down this grudge, and I do not accept apologies. Clean your neck and wait for me. Once I finish dealing with this mess, I will personally pay you a visit. At that time, regardless of your white palace or whatever goddess, I will tear it all down. After speaking, Lin Fan did not wait for any response. He directly reattached the recorder to Mike and, gripping him, strode toward the already shattered floor-to-ceiling window. They were on the 33rd floor. The wind howled as it rushed in from outside. Mike looked down at the vehicles and ruins below, feeling utterly collapsed, tears and snot flowing freely. No. Please. I have money. I have a lot of money. I can give you. Money. Lin Fan sneered. I can get anything for free now. Why would I need money? In your next life, remember not to provoke someone who is grumpy in the morning. Before his words finished, he released his grip. Oh. With a piercing scream, Mike's figure rapidly diminished under the force of gravity, eventually turning into a... Seconds later. Bang. A dull thud echoed from the ground. Crack. The screen went black. Far away in the Eagle Sauce command room, the large screen suddenly turned to static. Yet everyone remained frozen, showing no reactions. The words "clean your neck and wait" echoed ominously in the ears of everyone present, lingering long after. Smith in particular turned pale, trembling all over. At that moment, he suddenly realized. He seemed to have been set up by that park. In the hotel room. After doing all this, Lin Fan let out a long breath. Much better. After venting the anger within him had finally subsided significantly. He looked down at the wreckage and corpses scattered throughout the room, and then glanced at the bed that had been bombed down to its springs, scratching his head in helplessness. Well, now I can't sleep at all. These wasteful things. Since sleeping was out of the question, he could only step out of this blood-soaked room. Just as he arrived at the lobby on the first floor. Roar. A low growl came from the dark corridor beside him. Lin Fan turned his head to look. He saw Jack with a group of little brothers guarding that dark corridor. They had evidently heard the commotion from above, or smelled the blood gathering here, restless. Upon seeing Lin Fan emerge, the once restless horde of corpses fell silent. Jack even dropped to his knees with a thud, his head pressed firmly to the ground, trembling. It was as if he was apologizing to Lin Fan. Lin Fan gazed at the group of kneeling monsters. He stroked his chin, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Since you dealt with me, isn't it reasonable for me to deal with your little brothers, eh? Jack. Hearing his name, Jack quickly lifted his head, a hint of a fawning expression crossing his terrifying face. Go send a signal to your little brothers. Lin Fan pointed towards outside Busan. I think being the king of Busan is beneath you. You should be the king of kimchi. Tell them to move tonight. And find a boat to leave to send some local specialties to Eagle Sauce. Remember, only to Eagle Sauce. The setting sun like blood spilled across the shimmering surface of the sea. In a certain sea area of the East China Sea, a massive fleet was cutting through the waves. This was the East China Fleet, just returning from the Sakura mission. On the deck, the salty sea breeze dispersed the previous tension. A few off-duty soldiers huddled by the railing, smoking unlit cigarettes and chatting animatedly. Hey, you guys didn't see the scene at that time. A dark-faced sergeant pointed to the east, spitting as he spoke. That huge wave was blocking out the sky. I estimate the Sakura nation is in for a rough time. They'll have to redraw the map. Serves them right. A young soldier beside him scoffed. That's what you call the cycle of heaven. They deserved it when they dumped that nuclear waste into the sea. I heard Mount Fuji was flattened. What do you mean flat? It was directly touched. Not just that volcano, but even the surrounding cities and plates have sunk into the sea. Haha, why does that sound so invigorating? A wave of laughter erupted on the deck. For these hot-blooded men, the misfortune over there was the greatest delicacy here. Beep, beep, beep. Just as everyone was enjoying the conversation, a piercing and urgent alarm suddenly erupted over the entire Level 1 combat deployment. Level 1 combat deployment. The commander's hoarse shouts echoed through the soldiers who had been chatting instinctively threw away what they were holding and rushed to their respective positions. Inside the command room, the atmosphere froze to its peak. What's the situation? Where's the target coming from? Fleet Commander Zhao Gang strode to the radar screen. The radar operator was sweating profusely, fingers clattering on the keyboard, his voice trembling. Report. At 6 o'clock, a giant, unidentified underwater object detected. Speed extremely fast. It has already surpassed 80 knots. 80 knots? Zhao Gang's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you telling me a science fiction story? What submarine can run 80 knots? Is that a torpedo? No, it's not a torpedo. The radar operator pointed at the enormous light spot on the screen. It's too big. The size is probably close to 100 meters. And the radar operator swallowed hard. It seems to be dragging something behind it, another giant. Zhao Gang's heart sank. A giant object. A speed so fast. Dragging something. In an instant, he couldn't help but think of the 3 giant beasts on Sakura Island. Is that thing coming for us? Thinking of this, Zhao Gang's palms were sweaty as he grabbed the communicator and directly connected to the highest command. Report, Chief. The East China Fleet is encountering an unidentified creature approaching at high speed. Suspected unknown giant beast from Sakura Nation. Requesting permission to fire. The communicator was silent for 2 seconds. Then a calm, yet aged voice responded, stay steady. First, confirm the target's characteristics. If it's that black one, do not fire. What if it's the other 2? Also do not fire unless they attack first. Zhao Gang was stunned. What kind of order is this? But military orders are like mountains. He could only grit his teeth and give the command, all ships pay attention. Main cannons locked. Torpedoes ready. No command, no one is allowed to fire. Keep your eyes wide open. Just as his command was issued, the previously calm sea suddenly stirred. The once calm seawater began to boil violently. Everyone held their breath, staring intently at the churning sea. Boom! Under the gaze of thousands, accompanied by a loud bang, the sea surface, less than 500 meters from the flagship, exploded. From the dozens of meters high spray, several thick tentacles as robust as pillars suddenly emerged from the water, waving under the setting sun. Then a gigantic slimy head surfaced. It was a colossal squid so large it made one question life, with various sizes of eyes. Holy crap! It's actually the squid from Sakura. Damn, that's too big and too terrifying. Could it really? The soldiers on the deck felt their scalps tingle, their hands trembling around their guns. However, this was not the most. What was even more unexpected was that as the giant squid completely surfaced, everyone was horrified to discover that several thick steel cables were entangled around its tentacles. On the other end of the steel cables, a massive object was being dragged out of the water. Creak, creak, along with the sound of teeth grinding metal friction. The gigantic object was slowly being pulled out of the sea. When that thing revealed itself to everyone, the entire fleet, including Zhao Gang in the command room, and even the higher-ups watching via satellite monitoring from miles away, were all dumbfounded. It was a massive steel-forged platform. No, it was a broken ship hull. Although the hull was severely damaged. As a naval commander, Zhao Gang recognized the outline of this thing at a glance. Nimitz class. This can't be the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier that the Eagles lost in the tsunami. I can't believe it. When he finally saw the number on the hull, clearly his jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Is this a bit too outrageous? Just as everyone was in a daze, they saw the giant squid dragging the several-ton wreckage like it was a broken sack effortlessly. It swam not far in front of the fleet. Then very humanely, it released its tentacles. Boom. The massive wreck of the aircraft carrier crashed back into the water, the resulting waves nearly capsizing the nearby frigate. After doing all this, the giant squid waved its tentacles towards the fleet. It looked like it was saluting. Or was it saying goodbye? In any case, after the whole giant creature gestured, it let out a huge jet of water and dove into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Only the half-sunken aircraft carrier wreck remained on the sea surface, drifting alone within the territorial waters of Huaguo, rising and falling with the waves slowly sinking. A deathly silence. A deathly silence lasted for a full minute. The aide swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Captain, what does this count as? Delivering goods. Zhao Gang's mouth twitched wildly. He looked at the pile of floating scrap metal, then glanced at the radar where the signal had already drifted away, suddenly feeling a buzzing in his head. What on earth is this? A mutated giant squid dragging the Eagle's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier all the way from the Sakura Nation, then tossing it at their doorstep and running away. Isn't this plot something that even novels wouldn't dare write? No, this matter must be reported to higher-ups. Zhao Gang snapped back to reality, grabbing the communicator, his voice trembling with excitement. Chief, the monster has run away. But it left something behind. What is it? An aircraft carrier. The one that the Eagles went missing in Sakura. In the capital, in the highest combat conference room. At the moment of hearing the report, even a few veteran generals who had seen their fair share of storms couldn't help but exchange glances, their expressions as entertaining as watching a Sichuan opera face change. This, an old general wearing reading glasses, rubbed his forehead. This kid really is just as reckless. At this moment, everyone knew in their hearts that this squid must be under Lin Fan's command. Otherwise, it wouldn't have dragged an aircraft carrier into Huaguo's territory. But now, how should we handle this? Another officer pointed at the wreckage image on the large screen, looking troubled. This is an active equipment of the Eagles. Although it's a wreck, the nuclear reactor technology and those special steel materials inside are all valuable things. If we don't give it its blatant annexation, if we do, it's like spitting out the meat that was about to go into our mouths. If we don't give it its blatant annexation, if we do, it's like spitting out the meat that was about to go into our mouths. Who can be happy about that? To hell with that. The old man sitting in the first seat slammed the table, a cunning smile appearing on his face. This is something we found in our own territorial waters. It's a gift from nature. What does it have to do with the Eagles? But the number on it. What number? I didn't see any number. The old man squinted, speaking nonsense seriously. That's clearly just a huge piece of marine trash that looks like a To protect the marine environment, we have the obligation to salvage it and conduct harmless treatment. Isn't that very reasonable? Indeed shameless. A wave of suppressed laughter echoed in the conference room. All right, enough laughing. The old man restrained his smile, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Send the order down. The engineering troops will mobilize immediately to drag this thing into the dock overnight. Remember, be quick. Disassemble it into parts before the Eagles can react. Also publicly declare that we are conducting a marine garbage cleanup exercise and no foreign vessels are allowed to approach. Yes, everyone responded in unison, each face brimming with an expression of, though we're being rogue, it feels really good. This isn't just about an aircraft carrier. It's about peeling off the Eagle's skin and throwing it on the ground to step on. While Huagwa was busy picking up trash next door in Kimchi Nation in Busan, the last remnant of the setting sun finally sank below the horizon. Darkness flooded over this silent city like a tide. The street lamps flickered sporadically and the solar-powered neon lights on the streets flickered continuously, occasionally emitting crackling electrical sounds, giving the whole city an eerie feel. In the originally empty streets, shadowy figures began to appear. Clatter. The manhole cover was pushed. A pale, withered hand reached out, followed by a bald head. It took a deep breath of the cool night air, its gray eyes devoid of pupils, filled only with endless bloodlust and madness. Then in the underground garage, subway entrances, and the depths of abandoned malls, countless crimson or gray eyes lit up. They feared the sunlight. They hid like mice during the day. But now the sun had set. This was their time. A woo. A chilling howl shattered the night sky, followed by the responses of thousands. The entire silent city seemed to come alive in an instant. In the past, this would have been an absolute nightmare for survivors. But tonight these monsters did not hunt around as usual. It was as if they were under a certain summoning, a suppression and command from deep within their bloodlines. Countless shadows converged in the same direction, like rivers flowing into the sea. That direction was towards the Latte Hotel. And at the entrance of the hotel lobby, Lin Fan was sitting on a leather sofa that had been moved outside, holding a bottle of soda and crossing his legs. In front of him was a densely packed army of zombies. Jack squatted at his feet like a loyal dog. Lin Fan took a sip of soda and let out a loud belch. Looking at the army of monsters in front of him, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Big guy, it's time. Lead your little brothers to wreak havoc. Target all areas around Busan. On the outskirts of Busan, there lies a national highway blockade. This is the vital transport route connecting Busan with the outside world, and it serves as a defensive line established by the military of the Kimchi Nation. The beams of the searchlights sweep back and forth in the pitch-black night sky, merely a formality. A 3-meter-high barbed wire stretches across the mountains, adorned with numerous red danger warning signs along with barbs and electrified devices. It appears to be impregnable. However, the atmosphere within the watchtower of the defensive line is as relaxed as if they were having a picnic, specifically at the position of the 17th Infantry Brigade's 3rd Company. A few soldiers sit huddled in a sheltered spot with a small gas stove set up in the middle. The pot is bubbling with shin ramen, the bright red broth swirling with an enticing aroma. Slurp. A soldier with acne on his face suddenly slurps a big mouthful of noodles, burning his tongue. He mumbles, "Sergeant Park, how much longer do we have to hold this position?" Eating instant noodles every day without any kimchi is becoming unbearable. The man called Sergeant Park, a seasoned veteran, is wearing his hat askew, holding a bottle of soju, savoring a sip with delight. "What's the rush?" Sergeant Park burped, tapping the edge of the pot with his chopsticks. "This place is great, no training, and we get extra allowances. Besides, those monsters inside won't come out at all." A bespectacled soldier pushed up his glasses, glancing warily at the distant dark barbed wire. "But Sergeant, the news says those monsters are vicious. Even the Eagles saw special forces have fallen." "Uff." Sergeant Park scoffed, rolling his eyes as if seeing through everything. "That's because the Eagle sauce people are foolish. And besides, how many days has it been? If they could come out, they would have already. Experts have analyzed that those monsters have territorial awareness. As long as we don't go in, they won't come out." He pointed at the electrified barbed wire. "Do you see that? It carries 10,000 volts of electricity, not to mention zombies. Even an elephant would turn to barbecue if it touched it. Those monsters fear light during the day, and at night, they only move within Busan. We're just passing the time here. Once the higher-ups resolve the situation, we'll be the heroes defending the nation. The surrounding soldiers immediately chuckled. The sergeant is right. Come on, let's have a drink. A group of them laughed heartily, completely devoid of the tension expected in wartime. To them, this disaster, although terrifying, seemed no different from watching a movie as long as they stayed behind the fence. Some even pulled out their phones, secretly watching dance videos of girl groups, chuckling lewdly. As night deepened, the wind from the direction of Busan seemed to pick up. The wind carried a nauseating fishy odor. Oh, what is that smell? Sergeant Park wrinkled his nose, about to curse. Suddenly, bang. The powerful searchlight overhead extinguished. The once bright position was instantly plunged into a deathly darkness. Following that, the second and third lights. In just a few seconds, all the lighting equipment along the defensive line seemed to be cut off by some invisible force and stopped working. What's going on? Is there a power outage? Oh, is the generator broken? Where are the maintenance guys? Go check. In the darkness, the panicked shouts of the soldiers echoed. Sergeant Park grumbled as he fished out a flashlight, just about to turn it on. Bang! A dull thud resonated from the overhead container watchtower. The sound was heavy, unlike the wind, as if something heavy had slammed against the metal. Who's up there? Sergeant Park raised the flashlight, turning it on the beam, swaying as it illuminated above. The beam sliced through the darkness, illuminating the edge of the container. In the next moment, everyone froze in their tracks. They saw a creature crouching on top of the container. It was completely naked, its skin exhibiting a sickly grayish-white hue devoid of hair, but its muscular contours were as firm as steel. Its face lacked a nose, only two dark hollow sockets. Under the strong light of the flashlight, its crimson eyes emanated a bloodthirsty gleam in the darkness. What is that? The acne-ridden soldier dropped his chopsticks to the ground, his legs starting to shake uncontrollably. Roar! The creature suddenly opened its mouth, its jaw unhinging to an exaggerated angle, letting out a peak. Before the sound faded, swoosh. A shadow flashed by. Sergeant Park felt a blur before his eyes. While the flashlight was still lit in his hand, his body was already flying out. Bang! Due to the overwhelming speed, everyone only heard a muffled sound. The flashlight fell to the ground, the beam perfectly illuminating a nearby concrete block. There, Sergeant Park was pinned against the wall. The grayish-white monster effortlessly pierced through Sergeant Park's bulletproof vest with one claw plunging into his chest. Blood flowed down the wall. Sergeant Park frothed at the mouth, his eyes wide in shock. Monster! The creature tilted its head and bit down on Sergeant Park's neck. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed eerily in the silent night. Ah! Monster! It's a monster from inside Busan. Help! The sergeant is dead. The remaining soldiers finally reacted, letting out screams akin to that of slaughtered pigs. Under normal circumstances, they should have raised their guns to shoot, even if it meant firing wildly. However, the young soldiers of the Kimchi Nation once again redefined humanity's understanding of the term escape. The bespectacled soldier was the first to toss his rifle aside, turning to sprint towards the armored vehicle behind him, moving so fast that even Bolt would shed tears. Seeing this, the others followed suit, even throwing off their helmets to run faster. As for fighting back, don't be ridiculous. They joined the army just to gain experience. Who would really risk their lives? However, they ran fast, but that monster was faster. Zzz. At that moment, the adjacent 10,000-volt electrified fence suddenly erupted with dazzling sparks. With the light of the sparks, the fleeing soldiers glanced back. That glance became the last nightmare of their lives. Behind the several kilometers of barbed wire, there were countless shadowy figures. Boom! With a loud crash, this pride of a defensive line collapsed as if made of paper. A black torrent surged forth. They were not the slow, mindless zombies of movie. They understood teamwork. Several massive mutated creatures charged forward, braving the high-voltage shocks, using brute force to uproot the sturdy iron stakes. Boom! With a loud crash, this pride of a defensive line collapsed as if made of paper. A black torrent. No, don't come over. Mom, I want to go home. The bespectacled soldier at the front hadn't even opened the vehicle door when he was tackled to the ground by an infected creature pouncing from the side. It didn't even need to bite. The infected creature merely swiped its sharp claws, slicing open his throat. Massacre. A pure one-sided massacre. In an instant, the entire outpost transformed into a hellscape. Gunshots rang out sporadically for a few moments before falling completely silent. This was not a battle, it was feeding. Minutes later, the area regained its quiet. All that remained were severed limbs strewn across the ground, and a pot of shin ramen still bubbling away. Inside the camp, Jack tilted his head, glancing at the communications soldier, who was trembling in fear, having soiled himself, and curled up under the seat. The communications soldier clutched the radio tightly. It was his only lifeline. Calling the command center. The defensive line has been breached. Everyone is dead. They have come out. The communications soldier cried, his nose running and tears streaming. Jack did not rush to kill him. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his wise gray eyes. He remembered the terrifying man's orders. To instill fear in these people. To make them understand what despair is. At the same time, to spread the virus. Jack extended his shriveled finger and gently tapped on the car window. Knock, knock, knock. This polite knocking sounded like the tolling of a death knell to the communications soldier. He trembled as he raised his head just in time to meet Jack's face pressed against the glass. After speaking, he opened his mouth wide, spit. A mouthful of saliva mixed with the virus splattered onto the soldier's face, then he turned and left. After speaking, he opened his mouth wide, spit. A mouthful of saliva mixed with the virus splattered onto the soldier's face, then he turned and left without hesitation. Soldier, Seoul Command Center. On the massive electronic screen, the green dots that originally represented the Busan blockade began to extinguish one by one, turning into glaring red. What's going on? Why have we lost contact? What about the 17th Brigade? Get them to report. The command hall was thrown into chaos with phones ringing incessantly. Sitting in the main seat, Minister of National Defense Lee Jae-yong had a face that was as dark as thunder. Minister, we have connected. The only remaining signal from the 17th Brigade. A technician shouted, then connected an audio message to the hall's broadcast. Zzz. After the sound of electricity, a man's chilling scream echoed, accompanied by the horrifying sound of chewing. Next, a garbled yet discernible voice reverberated throughout the command hall. Go. Tell your king. We have arrived. Spit. A crackle. The audio cut off. The command hall fell into an eerie silence. Everyone felt a chill rush from their skulls to the top of their heads. These zombies, not only can they talk, but they can also spit. Moreover, their target is the first bait. Lee Jae-yong slumped back into his chair, his lips trembling. It's over. Completely over. Quick. Contact the Eagle Sauce headquarters. Requesting support. Requesting bombardment. No matter what method, we absolutely cannot let them break out of Gyeongsang-namdo. Lee Jae-yong roared hysterically. But at this moment on the highway from Busan to Seoul, tens of thousands of dark shadows surged forward at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour, like a black torrent of steel racing under the moonlight. They were tireless. They felt no fear. They had only one goal. Before dawn, enter the first bait. This was also the will of their king. To completely upheave this nation. And the mastermind behind it all, Lin Fan. At this moment, he was comfortably lying in a reclining chair, sipping on the high-end red wine he had scavenged while pondering how to further disrupt the kimchi nation and Eagle Sauce. After a while, he stood up, stretched lazily, and cast his gaze towards the distant north. There lies the largest military base of Eagle Sauce stationed in Kimchi. Family Camp. With his abilities now, it would not be difficult for him to go to Eagle Sauce alone. However, that would take away. In that case, why not bring them some heavy gifts?